2 would even up the Drakes here. And Jabbar without TP in the top lane for, you know,
Kenny
maybe
is looking.
30
I
more
love it. That's what I'm talking about, baby!
seconds. And the burn
Oh,
from the
but it wasn't enough
ulti
to get
gets
the ulti.
venerated down to 1. Oh, and he will float away and recall. But still pretty good pressure here. And Drake, number 2, does go over to Kent State. So they have a foot in this game try, but they are still down 4K from what you mentioned.
No.
KBB with a slow on star opponent.
Oh!
The tornado will hit, which gives Roy Woods a bit of an angle, some chip damage here. But
I got scared for Star Poner there with that tornado because you never know with Samira. Just
onslaught of shadows coming out from Sekiro. Looking to eye up Kenny. Does not have the damage. Kenny going to return a bit of poke, but Try, you're getting hype on this Vel'Koz pick. Can Kenny just carry this game?
In my experience, I think he could. I mean, there's low mobility.
Second, the delivery man. Bringing a package down to bot lane, going out of Roy Woods with the Magnet Storm, pulling him in, stunning him, getting his flash. The exhaust is there. Delivery man tries to flash back in, but Roy Woods with the ulti just slays, and we have Jabbar with the follow-up. He is sprinting. They got to deal with chompers, but Kent State is not safe under that turret.
Yeah. They need to get out of here. Zillion, I mean, this looks like a 5-man. We have all 5 members in the blue quadrant of KSU, so...
Yeah.
So what I was going to say about Vel'Koz is look at that. That's what I'm talking about. So he has such low mobility that, you know, you really do need to be careful. And with the right positioning, Kenny could carry the game if he scales really well into this.
Yeah.
I mean, all it takes is one good setup with a great Vel'Koz ulti,
Moose can do
destroy the whole team.
Moose is going to have the angle right here. Oh. Maybe. Oh! Starboner with the
out of left field. I didn't even see that coming.
That's why Moose was not even looking. He wasn't budging.
They were just like, all right, give it a second.
Yep.
It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming down lane, guys. Hold up.
He maybe said, if this misses, then go ult him. But
I'm surprised there wasn't even any pings. A lot of times when you see those like cross-map ultis for like an Ezreal or a Jinx or an Ashe, you try to ping where it's going to see if you can kind of like corral your enemy into the, you know, like zone them into the hit.
Yeah.
And they were just like, all right, it's happening. Let it happen.
Starponer probably pinged his model and said, my rocket's going here, baby. Right on the zillion as we see Jabbar with tons of pressure, just hard winning trades. He'll turn the tower off, but Viego's here right around the corner. Viego can shred this champion. Can the delivery man return? He flashed earlier, so he won't have it. And plant is just too convenient for Jabbar. Man, could have been a good angle for Kent State, but you know,
getting that shutdown would have been great for Viego. But
Jabbar, knowing his limits, you know, he probably considered, hey, you know, it's Volibear turns the turret off, right? Yeah. So a bit less risk on that play. And if he knew he had a plan around the corner, then he goes, I have flash, that should be okay here. But we have Roy Woods looking to go toe-to-toe with the Vel'Koz.
Just not enough damage yet.
The Janna support there could have proven crucial as the delivery man is dueling it out with Sekiro, who might have gone a bit too deep with the onslaught of shadows, but probably not, actually. Condor X forced to leap away, and it's control again for McMaster, a sight we have seen before.
Yeah. Cloud Drake up in a minute 40, so I can assume that McMaster is going to start playing towards the bot side and trying to get whatever vision they can. And oh my God, Roy Woods, you madman!
Yeah, Roy Woods is a mad lad on this Samira. I would hate to see it on a couple patches ago, but watch Moose here around the corner. He doesn't have flash yet. Mathlite kind of needs flash to surprise well-organized teams that have proper vision. As you see, a red ward caught his pathing there. Roy Woods just needs to kind of dip down and he'll be fine. But yeah, I'm really reconsidering Samira's viability because, you know, I don't play AD, I don't play Samira, I only observe. And when I see in patch notes, oh, she's gutted, you know, some AD players I come in contact with are like, oh, she's trash, can't play her.
Yeah, but I mean, is that not just the League of Legends community in a nutshell? It's like one nerf to your champion. It's like, oh, they just ruined my champ. Oh my God.
It's other things.
I hate this game. They don't know anything about balance.
What's funny, you know, Mark Yetter is like the balance guy, one of them. He'll tweet like, you know, happy national, you know, toaster day for all the toasters out there that, you know, whatever. And the first comment will be like, Shaco needs help clearing in the jungle. Like, he cannot avoid the pressures of the community.
So that video that they put out about like the state of the game and balance and the client and all that, it's like when you look at the comments, like all the comments are just like the dumbest shit you've ever seen. It's like They're talking about like the balance of the game and the client. And the top comment is like, we haven't had the winter map in 2 years. What's going on?
What is this tragedy?
Like, please, we need more fun game modes to play. And then you see like a random one that's like, oh, like my champ needs a buff. It's like, guys, come on. You think they're reading these? Like, all right, yes. Little Timmy 331 needs to have a Moo buffed because it's just not good enough.
Can't make everyone happy, right? So we are in the river. It's a massive moment in the game. Let's look at how the teams are lined up. We see Harold being dropped for a red team. A very wise play here to use that to generate a pressure point. Where is that Harold?
This is where I think we need to watch for the Vel'Koz. I think if we get a good setup, we're going to see a massive Vel'Koz ulti in a scenario
but
like
eyes on Moose and Condorex here.
He's setting up tornadoes from Fog of War.
As the engage, the Malphite and the Rel could look for nice combos here. They got him in that choke there. It's a pretty wide choke, but you know, Rel and Malphite can get a lot of work done here if they look to contest.
Here's something I worry about is I feel like Moosinator is looking too hard for this like perfect, you know, like 4-man knockup when like I think they just need to be pulling the trigger right here.
We'll see the onslaught shadow goes in, and it's blue team. That's Kent State. We'll get the Drake. And a nice Vel'Koz ulti across multiple members. Sekiro goes down quickly. It's 1-0 so far for Kent State. They don't want to deal with this volley bear though. Jabbar's too big. He goes in. He's thrashing. He's fighting. He's clawing. Here comes Roy Woods. It's his turn. He has GA. He has Samira ulti. He has Conquer. Wesh. Jabbar cleaning more members up. And despite the Drake falling to Kent State, they can't win the fight afterwards as Kenny almost gets an angle on KVB. But they did a great job dealing with Hecarim, but they cannot stop Jabbar.
Volley Bear is just so hard to kill. And now Samira and Volley Bear are 7-1. This game looks, again, really, really rough, man. I mean, those are two champions on two players that we know can carry this game. Yeah. You know, with a lead like this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Samira on 2 items. She had... Why did it look like... Oh, Zilrez. So Samira goes in with ulti and Zilrez on her head. You can't... Like, there's almost no way to deal with that. It needed to have been get Drake, kill Sekiro, and then book.
Yeah, this is a good... under... Let me try and think. Like, I wasn't expecting the McMaster comp to play as well as it did the last 2 games with this Samira and the Zillion, as well as like, I mean, they're kind of playing similar comps. I mean, I know we have 3 different champs in top mid or top jungle and support, but it's kind of like they're playing the same playstyle. They're playing around these objectives. They're playing around the Zillion ulti. They're playing around, you know, like going for those setups, and they're playing reactively. They're waiting for the setup from Kent State, and then they're counter-engaging with the Zillion ulti on the Samira, like you stated, and it's just working out too well.
Kenny with a possible angle on KVB. That's a lot of damage. The Monsoon will come out, and the Zillion res. So 2 ultimates, and they can still find Venerated, who had to ulti someone other than himself. A 1-0 for Kent State. And we talk about the scaling when you have Jinx. Vel'Koz fits the bill as well. Try if we see any more if we see any major shutdowns to either of these carries, Kent State can find themselves in the game, but they're still down 9K. That's a massive deficit.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I mean, I think so. Vel'Koz working on a Morello's right now, and I just think that's those items are going to help them get through this volley bear.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we see any other Grievous from anyone else. Maybe we need to see Starponer picking up an Executioners here. I think a lot of those earlier plays, like around the Dragon, it was just too difficult to get through Volley Bear. And, you know, some Grievous wounds could have been enough to, could have been enough. We don't know for sure. I mean, he's so far ahead, but...
Yeah. Samira as well, right? With the healing and with her shield bow. But most ADs like to complete their second item before they pick up an Executioner, so I would expect it to be next purchase for Star. But you could also make the case that Jinx probably won't be hitting anyone alone, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, she's looking for the front to back with the rockets on...
She can
rockets, Runins.
Yeah, she can piggyback off of the Grievous on her team if there's, like, let's say there's 2 sources. If they get 2 or 3 that aren't Jinx, then Jinx can look for a more efficient damage build and kind of piggyback off of her teammates Grievous. But I am with you, and I think it would be useful, and I think it comes after 2 items from most ADs here.
Okay.
Master lining up in the top jungle quadrant here. They have Baron buff ready to go. Oh, yeah, that, off the back of that last team fight. So Baron looking to expire.
So it will be a Cloud Soul this game.
Yeah, which is probably
good for McMaster, to be honest.
It's tough to say. You know, Kent State does want a good soul because they're up in Drakes, but they have no control. So it might be good for Kent that they can now, if they don't care about Cloud Soul, they can give 2, maybe 3 Drakes and just scale into the game. If you're looking at the actual champions, though, Cloud is pretty scary on all of these guys. I mean, Hecarim, of course. Hecarim, of course. Zillion loves move speed. I mean, that is a fast team. That's an extremely fast team. So, actually, yeah, that comp with Cloud would be actually pretty scary. They are super fast, but it's not as game-ending as Ocean on the wrong comp or Infernal on the wrong comp. But we'll see. I mean, it would have massive implications. As we're lined up for Drake number 4, McMaster here first. Vel'Koz top side. Kenny's TP looks up in about 15 seconds, so it's going to be a give. Pretty wise.
Yep, we kind of predicted that.
Wise to give just second Drake. I think Kent State might, they'll either flip the game in 5 minutes or they'll play for Baron while they're behind, which will be a tough task, but it all depends on them weighing the risk reward of contesting a Cloud Soul in this situation. Which is another thing that changes every league game, right? Not only do you gotta think about your champ, your teammate's champ, your comp, their comp, then it's like, what soul is it? It changes the map, it changes the threat, it changes some of the abilities.
We saw it. The way it changed the map when Infernal came up, and I can't remember who it was.
That was funny.
But he popped the plant, landed on the other side of the wall. Infernal spawned, immediately dropped it, and the whole team was able to just follow and kill him. And that was just the most unfortunate series of events I've ever seen in League of Legends.
That's pretty funny. Now Kent State in a defensive position for the most part, having to give up some of that control. I mean, you mentioned how big Volibear is. Wait until Volibear pops that Stoneplate Starax. If those go off at the same time, he'll have a shield bigger than anyone's health bar in the game, I'm pretty sure. Because that Stoneplate shield is seriously huge. Was that on this stream that we saw a Stoneplate shield? We were like, what was that?
I don't remember.
Maybe it was in something I was doing at home, but I hadn't seen a new Stoneplate shield in a while. It looks like kind of like a Kale ulti, like you get like a glow around you a bit. And yeah, just wait. That Volibear is absolutely terrifying. And Jinx is opting for a Last Whisper, so she will probably be piggybacking off of the Grievous here, looking to steal some damage.
So this is scary here. I mean, McMaster just playing the game slow, setting up for this Baron, you know, waiting out the objective timers before making any drastic plays. And, you know, it's going to come down to another flip here maybe.
Possibly. There's no split pressure from either team, right? They're both 5 mid right now. You could easily be side laning with Jabbar here with the TP threat, generating pressure that kind of can't be dealt with. But McMaster just want to heads up, you know, keep control of the river and continue to choke Kent State out. But what I would like to see is probably some side lane pressure to kind of...
This is League Saturday Series Season 2 semifinals.
He thrives when he does not have a kill-lane matchup. All in a choke. Oh! Here comes the ribbon! It's Jabbar! Escalating through a wall. It's actually pretty fast. He turns and kills the...
There's a lot of conversation going on. I'm like at the lead shot.
Nice ward hop to avoid the engage, but he will fall. Oh! With a huge...
Welcome, everyone, to the final stream of League Saturday Series Season 2. I'm your host, Holy Boxers, and this is all presented by One Life to Play, so everybody give it up for them. Now, 12 weeks ago, the LSS journey began for 8 teams. Some new and some returning from Season 1. Now, we got to watch as those 8 teams competed in 8 weeks of gameplay, and they were competing for their chance in the top 4 and maybe to win a piece of the $750 prize pool. Now, our first match today is our consolation match between Kent State University Esports and MEC Hysteria. Whoever wins third place will get a piece of that prize pool and also some bragging rights. Now, before we get into this best of 5, I just want to remind you guys, make sure that you're watching closely because you guys at the end of the match get to vote for MVP and who I get to interview. Now, I'm going to pass it over to our favorite duo, but first, I want to make sure they're going to get you guys as hype as they are for the second to last match of LSS Season 2. So guys, I want to see your best hype finals dance that you can do from your chair. Are you ready? So everybody give it up for Diddy and Trifolge. I'll start us off.
Oh, us? We're doing the
yep.
hype dance.
Do it.
All right.
Do it. Do it.
I'm ready. Thank you, Holy Boxers, for that introduction because today is finals. We have the third place match right here. Could not be more excited. Try. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, dude, I've been talking about this for a while now, and I'm just pumped to watch some games. I feel like every time I watch these games, I'm just thinking, damn. That was some great League of Legends.
It is.
And it makes me want to play more and more every time.
It is great League of Legends. It's hard to find teams that are so evenly matched, but in this league that started with the 8 teams, we were able to, over the course of a round robin, figure out who are the top 4. You pair up the 1 and the 4, the 2 and the 3. Now we have, we are already in Champ Select. Anyway, we have some good matchups ahead of us, so I don't expect any stomps, any 3-0s. I think these are going to be long series where the draft is going to be very important. We see Lilia get banned away.
We were kind of talking about that. We were saying that at this point here, today, these games are the most balanced matchup between the teams, and we've been seeing a lot of 2-0s as we're leading up to these best of 5s, and I think we're going to have a long day with a lot of games of League of Legends today.
I could not be more ready for this day. So let's jump into it. MEC Hysteria taking away some S-tier supports in their bans on the red side. But there could be a possible Tristana left up for Kent State. Tristana, Kaisa, these are really good first picks lately, but they could also do something really flexible. It's really hard to predict. And Silas taken away. We talked about him a bit just like 2 minutes ago. Behind the scenes, we were talking about how busted Silas can be, so MEC Hysteria wise with that ban.
Yeah, and I wonder if, we were talking about getting some background on these teams.
Sorry, go ahead.
I wonder if, for example, Kenny is playing games on this Silas to get ready for this in case that he could get it.
I'm sure.
We've seen him play a lot of Corki. What other do we see him playing Kennen at some point?
I don't think Kennen mid.
Yeah.
Saw him on like Diana, Lysandra, Silas, Oriana here and there. Seraphine probably, the flex. Kent State having a hard time deciding their first pick. Or our elite client. Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. So, guys, we did get disconnected from the league clients, trying to reconnect now. So bear with us while we get this handled. Hopefully, I'm wondering if it's for everybody in the lobby and not just us. Hopefully we're not missing too much of Champ Select and that we could just re-get the Champ Select started. Well, no harm, no foul.
Let's talk about the matchup we have here. I really liked what happened in our league with our top 4. I think I may have mentioned it last time we were on here. We had 2 university teams matched up with the 1 and the 4. It was Kent State versus McMaster University. We'll see them later today. And obviously McMaster won that and advanced. And then there was 2 amateur teams in MEC Hysteria versus MAAD City. We'll see them later. And now we have the product of it's like university versus amateur in a way on both sides of the bracket here in the finals bracket. So it's really interesting kind of dynamic we have in our league here. And you can make assumptions or like guesses about the preparation of a university versus an amateur team, right? We were speculating, is Kent State going to be in their facility? Are they in person right now? Do they have the coach over their shoulder? Is that going to affect how they play? Are they game planning?
Yeah, guys in chat, let us know if Kent State is in
and tweet a picture at us
today. Yeah, definitely. We'd like
tweet
to see
a picture at us.
I've seen it before a few times.
Yeah, it's hype.
I want to see the team. I want to see the squad in there playing some League of Legends.
And then we have like MEC Hysteria. We don't know too much about how the organization functions, or at least I don't, but we know they do have multiple like teams, like branches, or whatever you want to call it. So we are we going to give the preparation and best of 5 advantage to the university? Is that fair to do, or like are they going to be more organized? You know what I'm saying? Like we know it's going to be a good matchup, but what outside factors could we maybe like speculate about?
I think the factor of the whole team being in the same space and potentially having the coach there with them is game changing.
Yeah.
That is just the feeling you get. Not that it's giving them any sort of tactical advantage, but the feeling of camaraderie you get from all being in the same room and playing these games. Then,
Okay, we're gonna jump back in. Oh, they are all there in person. Okay, yeah, they are. Hell yeah, that's so hype.
I love it.
So as you were like saying, it just has this effect, and like for me,
the feeling of, sorry to cut you off, but it's like going in there and being like, all right, guys, today this is our game plan. You know, huddled up, like, all right, let's go, fucking break, let's sit down and get ready for some games. Like that kind of feeling, you can't beat it. It's like. Yeah, that's their advantage right now. That's why I'm going to say Kent State University today.
Okay, and that's an informed opinion because we can only assume MEC Hysteria is in Discord. And another thing I want to talk about, is like the mental, the comms, the tilt factor we know exists in League of Legends, and it's so impactful. So when you have a Discord and you get aced, it's like really up to your team leaders to keep comms up, high energy. But in person, that might be a bit easier for some of the guys to do. Like I'm not going to rage tilt when I'm sitting right next to my like AD in my jungle, you know what I'm saying?
When they're like, yeah, guys, don't worry, we got this.
Yeah,
and they're all there and everyone's high energy versus, hey, but that's it if they keep high energy. Because, again, if the whole team starts to tilt and people start to get
this could be more
their morale goes down, then, being in the same room could impact the rest of the players as well.
Most definitely. But we are back in Champ Select. So Kent State with a first pick Thresh. I've seen this before, and it gets answered, by Caitlyn Morgana, a duo you've probably seen many times. When that binding lands on the Morgana, if Kate is near, you're in for some trouble.
Basically, if Jinx gets hit with a binding, it's bad news bears for her.
Bad news bears. But what's interesting about this bot lane matchup is if Jinx wants to push the wave, she has more wave clear than Jinx. But if Jinx uses her range to control the lane, if Kate uses her range to control the lane, she should have the push on Jinx most of the early game, depending on where jungles go. And now we see a Gragas flex, you could call it, but probably top in my opinion, and we've seen Olaf come in as well.
Dude, the Olaf, that is a hard pick for a Jinx. Your only form of peel no longer works, like self-peel no longer works, and it's hard to kite that champion, especially as a immobile ADC. It just sucks.
Yeah, no,
simple
definitely.
as that. Jinx sucks to play to Olaf.
But you do have a Lantern.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Conrex is crafty with his Lantern, he can maybe like run around a wall if you're getting chased down, like Lantern you over a wall. Olaf has a hard time dealing with walls. That's why outranging him and using terrain control is a good way to deal with Olaf. Champions like Azir that can make a wall that can completely cut off his route makes his ulti pretty useless. We see TF and Renekton bands coming in from Kent State. These are great bands when your top and mid are the only two left up because they're reliable playmaking on the Renekton and TF. Simple as that. We see Lulu and Victor go down as well. MEC with their red 4th pick.
I like the Gragas pick. Could that be a flex for mid or jungle?
Yep.
I mean, top or jungle?
Top, jungle, and support. I mean, obviously here we see their support. But, yeah, Gragas is a 3-way flex, but I think it's leaning top here. I think Gragas is, just so sturdy in the top lane, and that's typically what Moosinator plays, is those sturdy champions. And I don't think I've seen the delivery man on the Gragas yet.
Whoa.
If the
that
Zed
would be
comes
spicy.
In, if Zed comes in, then you think maybe Gragas jungle. Even
That's
Yone.
still spicy.
Yeah, that is spicy. This could be an Amumu, a Sejuani, something AP, tanky, engage, Malphite even. We saw the delivery man play Malphite jungle. But But yeah, with that Gragas hanging, we don't know exactly where all champs are going quite yet. Interesting draft so far, though. The Orianna coming in, just a solid pick when you have to blind a mid. The most common is Orianna. We do see Malphite locked, and this could
we
be,
have seen the delivery man play.
It's a flex
Malphite
all the way up
in
to
the
load
jungle.
screen.
Yeah.
They're gonna go into load screen. If they've done their homework, they'll go into load screen, not knowing where these guys are going. But if they if they're unaware of that Malphite jungle pick, then they'll assume Malphite's top Gragas jungle. They could be bamboozled, or that could actually be what it is.
Yeah. They will. We are live draft, so they'll know once we start swapping.
Oh, and a Vladimir coming in, a very interesting pick. This is a weak side super carry, right? It's hard to play around it. You do have an Olaf, which is very strong in the early game, but typically Vladimir is a counter to Malphite. If you think about the way that Vladimir can W pool the Malphite R, you use one ability on a 20-second cooldown in exchange for his R. Also, you kind of can poke back and forth with the Malphite. So with that Vladimir coming in, they will put the Gragas top, and it is going to be Malphite jungle.
Yeah, so, man, that kind of shakes things up a little
does.
bit. I think that, so Malphite jungle taking a little bit to kind of get going.
For sure.
But Gragas top, I don't actually know how the Vlad into Gragas plays, but I just know, if a Gragas is good, they're just they're real good.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Moosinator can play this matchup, but
yeah,
I like the Gragas pick.
Gragas has a ton of skill expression and playmaking. I was just watching Bwipo in playoffs for Fnatic, pulling off nasty plays. His coach Yamato Cannon later tweeted just praising Bwipo for absorbing a lot of enemy resources like jungle proximity and gank time and 2v1 and still being so useful. And that's what Gragas can provide as a champion. So that's why you lock him in early. He's so useful in so many roles. And
so
I'm not sure.
We do see 2 TPs for the side of Kent State. So we need to keep an eye out on these TP timers and kind of seeing where are these potential 4-man plays going to be made. We can assume probably bot lane, but it just kind of opens up more opportunity for their team because they have that TP advantage.
Definitely. And looking at team compositions, I think with MEC's Hysteria's power in the bot lane, that Caitlyn Morgana, add in the Olaf, you would have to give them the rights to Drake. And when you do that, typically you want to trade Herald. I think what Blue's team could do, Kent State, is give up some early Drakes, try and get that Herald, break open the map to get into that 1-3-1 you're talking about, so you can abuse the fact that you have 2 TPs, and Orianna can never go in the weak side lane because she has no TP, let alone she has to deal with something like a Yone. So
yeah, that is not where you want to be as Orianna. For real, I mean, Yone, regardless of that exhaust, you don't want to be in a lane with him alone.
You know, right?
Yeah.
You're a Yone main.
Yeah, I was, for 75 games, but, now I'm a dirty, dirty Shaco main.
Hey, we were talking about Shaco's competitive viability. I wonder if we'll see him today at all. Interesting champion. I think he's really strong. But
I still think, regardless of his strength, the competitive viability is 0.
Because of your experience with scanners and pinks?
Yeah.
That you saw? Okay,
yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I saw it picked, I think it was in a OCE league where one of the teams, it was like a Brazilian team, played Shaco, got absolutely mocked by everybody, and then just got destroyed in game, and it was just utterly useless. But
what a clown.
Yeah, literally.
What a clown champion. No, but then also looking at MEC Hysteria, if their game plan is to stack Drakes, they want to do it early and get that done so that they can put themselves on Soul Point. And if Vladimir can get a good TP flank for Soul Point fight, then I think that's how they can meet their win condition. And then lastly, the jungle matchup seems to just be awful for Kent State. I think it's a game of getting to 6 and trying to be useful. I think Olaf is going to run circles around the early game, and it's going to be about how Kent State can manage to avoid him.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think Kent State needs to play the early game as safe as possible.
For sure.
I think if you, for example, if you are bot lane and you're playing aggressive, if you're playing aggressive at the wrong time and Olaf is there, any lead you give him is going to create chaos. They need to, I think that team legit just needs to play as safe as possible till Malphite is 6, and then they could start to pick up the pace a little bit with the knowledge of okay, now a counter gank is useful.
Right.
And we don't just lose automatically. So
because Malphite pre-6,
That's my, yeah. If you have a 3v3 bot pre-6 for Malphite, I mean, it's not looking good for Kent State.
Yeah, he can, like, help win an already winning situation a little bit more, but
he can't save a losing situation.
No.
Yeah.
When it comes to game-turning moments, there is none from Malphite in the early game.
Yeah.
Whereas Olaf is going to fly through his first full clear, get to level 4, and just completely dominate the zone that he's in.
Yeah, so I think we can predict definitely going to be a lot of pressure on bot side and Drake with Olaf. Early, knowing that that's his condition.
Yeah.
And like you said, Kent State just needs to play topside, look for these Herald trades, or even topside gank. You know, maybe you can get some dives top lane with the Gragas setup. I don't know, but I think it's going to be a tough early game for Kent State here.
Most definitely. But to introduce for the blue team, Kent State University, Moosinator in the top lane, the delivery man in the jungle, Kenny at mid, Starponer at AD, and Condorex at support. And on the red side, MEC Hysteria, we have Leben in the top lane, Poo Poo in the jungle, Zip the Zap in the mid lane, Bone at AD, and Skeggy Cougar at support.
Oh,
now let's get ready to rumble. Woo! Is that trademarked? I'm sorry.
Shh.
DMCA, please.
Please. All right. Something I want to point out here that we looked over as we got into this draft, and unfortunately he was banned out, first ban. Our Starponer here is officially rank 3 in the world for Seraphine ADC player, or Seraphine players in general.
Wow.
And now officially rank 1 NA.
Wow.
So congratulations to Starponer.
We're looking at the best Sarah
Unfortunately,
NA.
I don't think you're going to get your hands on that champ once for the whole day.
That's a good ban.
But congratulations to you.
That's a good ban in my book.
Oh, yeah. Nothing to do with me calling it out right here. The other team knows, guaranteed.
And this interesting matchup in the mid lane, when Orianna does take exhaust, it gives her that fight back power that she wouldn't have if she has TP. And Ori could really bully this lane out, especially in the early stages.
Yeah.
But we do see the fleet footwork, Dorn shield coming out from Kenny in the mid lane.
The classic.
And we see Condorex and Starponer are going head-to-head into this Kate Morgana where they can try and weave in
Yeah, those are great trades right there.
Advantage. Yeah, when Bone hit that Q on the way out, it would have been a great trade if Starponer could have ducked that, if I'm being honest. But here's the level 2 first to bot lane. Starponer getting hooked. He's going to have to burn cleanse. You got to be more aware of that level 2 in the bot lane.
You should not have been in that scenario in the first place. You need to know the minions in the wave, and when they're going to have that level 2, especially into that matchup, you just need to get back to tower, wait for the lane to push towards you. If they're getting the level 2 advantage, the wave is already on its way to you. So
yeah. But that's okay. Taking cleanse actually just gets you out of that jail for free type situation. The cleanse cooldown pretty short, and hopefully he won't need it soon. But if he does, he'll be biting himself for that one.
Yeah.
We are looking at junglers here. They're on the same side of the map now. It looks like they did mirrored clears here, and both on bot side. But if you're Malphite, again, you want to avoid that Olaf in the early stages.
Yeah, so I'm assuming we'll see a full clear here from Malphite, and then is he probably just going to look for the back and continue to scale in the game? I don't think he wants to go for that scuttle. He doesn't want to run into Olaf in the river.
It
Maybe
depends.
He goes for top.
My question is, does he do Krugs? A lot of junglers know that if you skip Krugs, you can get on the map earlier and get away with more things than if you didn't take Krugs.
I don't think he wants to, though, because he needs to hit 6 as soon as possible.
So if he
full
takes
clears
Krugs,
are the best.
he's risking getting double crab, and he needs to maybe instantly recall, run straight top. But Olaf already on the move for the next crab. I can almost guarantee he's going to get double crabbed here, and Olaf could even then look for the Malphite in his blue quadrant if he's aware of his path.
Yeah.
And that's bad news. So the name of the game for Kent State is avoiding this Olaf train. He hit that 24 CS mark, that level 4 that he gets so quick. And this is kind of his time to shine. He's already started on double crab here. He has enough pressure in the mid lane to get away with it.
Yeah, and Malphite is just returning to base. So, like you said, if Olaf does decide to look for the invade here, he is going to be in a good position to, make something of it.
Yeah, a lot of jungles at this stage, if you want to get down and dirty, you go for that Gromp on its respawn. If you know Malphite started blue side, you know that's coming up, and you can go ahead and contest that with your mid-push. Top seems to be pushing here, but Gragas not in too much trouble.
Gragas getting somewhat chunked out. I mean, I wonder. Okay, we do see Olaf opting to just go back into his jungle. He's taking Raptors, going to go for Krugs, and then maybe look top. So I don't know about this. If Malphite looks for a gank here, he's potentially looking at the counter from Olaf, which I don't think is a good scenario for them. So backing off, I think the right decision. And
yeah, we see a hook land bot lane resulting in a nice trade. We see this Kate Morgana getting ahead. But talking about bot side, I really would have liked to see Olaf invade on that blue side. It tells me maybe they didn't know where Malphite started or what his clear was. So maybe lack of information, he's just not going to go in there. But I think you had enough push in top and mid. And this Kate Morgana getting the heal just with the combo. Another trap under the turret. Counter X, you got to move your camera to check behind that tower there.
That is the classic dirty dog move right there. Putting the trap on the other side of the tower so you can't see it without moving camera, if everybody falls for that.
And this is what Caitlyn Morgana gets you. Just so much pressure. Kind of free damage, though, going over. But, yeah, the Thresh recall. Jinx is in a bit of an awkward state. Not going to have the best recall here. I could see her going down about 12 CS.
Oh, that was big damage there from LeBen.
Yeah, LeBen actually working this lane really nicely. Going to get that early TP out of Gragas. Unless he flashes in, but then he gets hit by the body slam, and the turret shot is going to finish for first blood. Goes over to Moosinator.
So picking him up with the damage from the ulti, the final damage from the Vlad ultimate. But, man, for Moosinator to get that trade there, well played, and taking the first blood. So, I mean, 100% worth.
Maybe a bit of nerves here coming out from LeBen, and there's so much at stake here. And wait, it's 101.
They traded.
I'm so spooked. Okay. Oh, the last bit of ulti damage, like you were saying.
The burst from the ulti damage
trades
at the
it.
end.
Okay, it's a trade. Yeah. Not bad. And if you have minions under turret, that's actually super worth. So because he was able to take Gragas down, you call that worth for Vladimir. And I thought it was a 0 for 1. The camera may have panned away before.
It
did. Yeah,
it
that's a little spoopy. Okay, Orianna ulti shockwave comes in. Yone fighting back, got the shield. Lantern.
Surprise! Lantern's here. Condorex with the save.
Good timing by Condorex. He's because he had a recall way before Jinx. He wants to be on the map, be active, and happens to find a situation he can help here in mid lane.
So now that Zip the Zap has no shockwave, this is a potential kill opportunity for Yone here. Even though she has exhaust, I don't know. Okay, so she didn't burn the exhaust there. There is potential for a setup. I mean, you could bait the exhaust out with an E trade that an extended trade off your E, making them think you're all inning, and then looking for the ulti, after that.
And I think what they really need. Another good binding will hit. Forces the cleanse. As soon as he heard the trap go off, he had to cleanse there. So
do you cleanse the damage from the proc when you're trapped, like the headshot damage?
That's a good question. I'm not sure I could confidently answer that, but I want to say no.
I don't know. I think maybe that's. I mean, if the trap already popped, you're only getting away from that one extra auto.
No cleanse here, and we have another trap coming under the feet of Starponer. He's going to have to weather the storm and take it on the chin, but he is alive to collect these minions. But we see the pressure mounting, the CS lead here on Kate already because of the bad back that they forced out of Jinx. But the delivery man, here's the flash ulti, followed up by Kenny, the Q2 into his own ulti. And Zip the Zap could not have done anything there. He could have maybe flashed the Malphite R, but it was fast by the delivery man. And that's what we were talking about. You get that Malphite 6, you visit the Yone lane. Okay, I see you Kent State.
So working out well for the win condition, I think. Every lane playing fairly safe, not making any drastic moves to give Olaf an opportunity for kills. And now, Delivery Man level 6, getting a kill or a successful gank off immediately. And I think Kent State in a great position now.
Yeah, Condorex flashing forward there to get a look, but hook goes wide, so not what you wanted to see there. Starponer getting gunned down by the Caitlyn here. The auto's coming in, the black shield on her. The Q forces flash, and Delivery Man has to walk back. The hook will land on Bone. Bone is compromised. He will probably go down here to who? It's to Kenny again. Kenny going to run after Skaggy Cougar now. Binding is up soon. Binding tags. I mean, we have 4 members down here from Kent State. Star is low, but he could still hit turret. I wonder what their move is.
Maybe they do not know where Olaf is, so I think it's the smart play to get out of there. Olaf looking for a dive top.
Yeah, you got to answer on the opposite side of the map. The problem is you're with a Vladimir who can only offer a bit of damage. No hard CC to set you up. And a recall taken by Olaf, who grabbed Herald as a trade response. So we see that despite there's a 3-1 kill lead for Kent State, MEC is still up in gold, and they have a Herald
this is a
to
good
use
trade.
For plates here.
Oh, I thought that was going to do. What does he have now?
Oh, Shockwave coming out in the mid lane. Zip the Zap getting fancy here. He wants to chunk and push out, maybe get himself a good recall.
It's still so early. I thought that trade for Yone was going to do more damage.
No
on
flash
the E,
on Oriana. Has to dodge. This does. Kenny on the pursuit will get the exhaust as well. Pretty good look for Kent State, and if that hook hit, she was absolutely dead.
Yeah, so the exhaust, though, means that I think she is dead regardless. So Yone, ult back up. She's about half HP. He could definitely set up a kill here. She has no flash, no exhaust, and no shockwave.
Moosinator finds himself getting all in by Layman, who drops the ult, but he's able to clear enough space. His R is going to force the pool. So he E-flashes onto Layben. The barrel will connect. Layben wants to answer back with an empowered Q.
This is a brawl
on the wave, and that is a close battle up there in the top lane. We see Kenny with the recall
this is
interrupt, the all-in under turret. Can he finish with the damage on Zip? It's not enough, but the delivery man, he's around the corner. He found a package, and that Zip the Zap going down. Another successful Malphite ultimate.
That hook just so close to hitting there.
And Kent State finding angles away from this Kate. Morgana lane in the mid lane. Able to pick up the Oriana for the second time. We see Kenny's getting off to the races. Poo-Poo wants to open up the Caitlyn lane.
Oh, Yone needs to be careful here. Oh, but he's got Malphite on his back.
Yeah, the delivery man around the corner, no ulti, but they have the damage there. And will the Ignite burn? It won't for now. Kent State TP coming in. Looks like Bones dead. Skeggy Cougar is booking. He might go down as well, and that's Kent State again, first with more members to the play. Oriana and Vladimir are nowhere to be seen.
Oh. Is Moosinator going to
Moose
live?
will drop here. That goes to Skeggy Cougar, at least trading back one there, but positive play, Kent State. We see on the map here, Oriana and Vladimir still in solo lanes, where Kent State are first to the play here at Drake. They wanted to drop Herald bot and get that turret, but the TP's coming in from Kent State.
Yeah, the TP advantage is just... TP advantage in these games is just so impactful that the teams need to be really aware of the cooldowns for those. So
that's right.
You know, yes, you have Caitlyn Morgana, and you hard shove that lane, and you have a huge lane advantage at the current moment of the game. But if you're not keeping a close eye on those TP timers, then that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. You got to track those cooldowns, which change throughout the game. Thanks, Riot.
Yep.
Makes life a bit harder for top laners. I mean, it's a tough cooldown to track, let alone there's two of them. Let alone you got to, keep flashes in mind. You got to keep cleanses in mind. There's so much to track here for these players.
So this is going to be a first tower for MEC.
Yeah, and whenever you see Kate hit first brick here, you want to rotate her into another lane and apply that pressure. Sometimes it's top lane if Herald's spawning soon.
I think we're going to see the mid lane swap. But then, like we said before, you're now putting the Oriana in a side lane with Yone. But Yone has TP with Oriana not.
Right, I think what they do is actually put Vladimir down there. Vladimir with TP is better in the long lane, especially we just saw Drake go down. So,
and then you're putting the Kate and the Morgana in the top lane,
or mid with Oriana top.
Whoa, there's a lot of stuff going on in that very moment. So we saw some trades going on top lane. Looked like an all-in from Le Bien, but not enough damage to take down Moosinator, as well as some trades going on in the mid lane. I wasn't able to follow what was going on mid.
There's the Vladimir recall. He's going to go bot. Kate is going to show up here top lane. Now, they find themselves in a 2v1 versus Gragas. So theoretically, as soon as Morgana gets up here, they should be able to pressure that mismatch that they have here. But what you're going to see is Jinx is going to pick up Vladimir's waves in bot lane, and Thresh is going to be able to perma roam. Okay, so you have man advantage top for MEC here with the Kate Morgana, but then you're going to have Thresh roaming Condorex right here. If he can get some work done, that's kind of how you answer this rotation. But what MEC want to do is take down turrets with Caitlyn. That's how you play his champ. The delivery man is not having it. Will use the ulti. It gets flashed away by Bone. And here's the TP response. It's a Vladimir. He's going into a few. Nice pull to dodge the Gragas ultimate.
Kenny!
And they are chasing. The Olaf Unstoppable is through. Kenny must have got hit by a binding and will drop for that reason. Shut down going to Vladimir, who already has Night Harvester. And we see a win condition emerging for MEC off of a good TP play.
Kenny using the E to soak the Caitlyn ulti from Musinator. But I think that's what set up the easy Morgana binding, was when he went back, it was just, you know, straightforward.
Pressure mounting for MEC Asteria. They're also chipping mid-turret with the Orianna here, so Kent State on the back foot as of right now. Zip the Zap happy to take that if he can get away with it. I don't think Orianna should be taking this turret unanswered at this stage of the game. You maybe just...
Yeah, Jinx is just bot lane soaking up some CS while Orianna is taking that tower.
That's tough. That's so much for MEC. Huge swing in the game here. I think they're even in the driver's seat after that.
Yeah,
Vladimir
up about 3K gold while down 3 kills. 1-to-1 Drakes, but it's 0-3 in towers. An advantage for MEC.
And now that they break top turret and mid-tier 2, they can just take control of so much more of the map with the Caitlyn to set up and siege. They can look to 4-1 their Vladimir. They're probably going to look to team fight with their Olaf, who's going to be strong at this stage of the game, and probably look for this Drake. So let's see how their setup is. Olaf is on Herald, but it doesn't give us a Herald timer. Like when I looked up even 2 minutes ago, I'm looking for a Herald timer. It just says Baron in like
Baron
6
timer,
minutes. So it's hard to talk about Herald setup when we can't always see it. But Herald number 2 going over to MEC Hysteria. Going to be able to break open more of the map, and they'll have just enough time to get to Drake. But what Kent State can do is to take advantage of them grabbing Herald right now. Drake's in 40. You're here first. You can set up. You can get vision control. You could look for a trap.
Yeah. So something to note here is Yone now has the shield bow, so he's going to have the damage here to get some executes with this ult. I think something he was lacking as the...
He can R this?
I don't know. I don't think he's got the time on... Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he would have snapped himself back. Counter X with the trap I was talking about. Looks will get the Shockwave. It's just barely out of range, but Ori no Shockwave. Kent State can actually fight this. Watch the delivery, man. He's Gem tanking in. Musinator will start it off on the Gragas. A binding will hit Malphite to dissuade him for now. Pretty good peel back here from MEC, but we see Kent State using the control they have. And there's the delivery, man. He goes in with the big Malphite ultimate on the 2. Kent State snap onto those targets. LeBen trying to answer back. He's pretty fed on the Vladimir. Will trade for Malphite. The fight will continue in this choke as we see members' health bars dropping. And it's a dead even 2v2. Kenny trying to do all the work. The shield bow will do a ton of work. The flash auto. The Yone play. Kenny's doing it. Can he find Poo-Poo as well? No.
Man.
They can start Drake with this and probably get it. That fight got so close when they got in the choke try. It was just fisticuffs in there.
That's what I'm talking about. The shield bow on the Yone is just a huge power spike at this point in the game. He can survive with his W shield as well as the shield from the shield bow. It's just hard to get through that. And I think once Caitlyn was down, it was a lot easier. Or sorry, the Orianna was down. It was a lot easier for him to just kind of be chunking away through the autos. Like, at that point, the main concern for him is the burst damage, I think, from the setup from Vlad and Orianna. But with those members going down, it was kind of easy for him to just take on the Morg and the Kate.
I wonder if MEC will have to adjust their focus to deal with the Yone a bit more as we look at the gold he's able to amass, and he's working on item number 2. If they full focus Yone, they can make the game hard for Kenny.
I think that's fine, though, because I think, let's say you're star opponent right now, you want them to focus Kenny here, so that you can get away with autoing and not being focused so hard. I think the goal for MEC was make sure we kill Jinx, and they killed Jinx, but guess what? Yone is just shredding your team.
And I think not having Shockwave there was probably the difference try when we see a fight
Good point. Good point.
Go that close. You got to imagine what that fight could have been if not.
Shockwave could have changed. Shockwave could have been enough to catch that Yone at the beginning of that fight before he kills anybody.
Right. But look at the pressure here from MEC. Shockwave will land on Star. He cleanses and gets the lantern out. Not the worst for Kent State, but we see...
Cleanse coming in clutch again.
We see MEC Hysteria is able to set up and take turrets with this Caitlyn kind of siege comp. Olaf and Vladimir around the corners for flanks.
So still no towers for KSU. They were able to get a kill lead as well as now picking up that second Drake, but gold advantage is still in favor of MEC, and I think they need to, they need to just focus on the scaling. I think it's okay that they're losing some of these towers and stuff because eventually the Jinx is going to outscale the Kate and the Yone is going to outscale this team as well. So
TP coming in from Kent State. Who is it, Kenny or Moose? It is Kenny. He's on the pursuit.
Oh,
ooh, he dodges mining. Zips in a terrible spot. He flashes, but it's probably still going to die because he has to run face-to-face. Oh, no, he will slide out. So TP for Oriana flash at the end of the day, and we see Kent State mobilizing for a play. They want to snap back. They just need to do it at the right time.
Kenny over here just roasting some marshmallows with that emote.
Is that a camper emote?
Yeah.
I haven't seen any one particular player or side of the map camped. I think both teams are doing a pretty good job rotating around the map, fighting over what's important. And I think Kent State is doing what you said, Tri. They're mostly giving and mostly playing to scale, and that's a test in its own right as to how well you can minimize damage in the early stages. Oriana caught out. No flash, remember.
That's Morgana.
Oh, that is Morgana. I am sorry. She has Zanya's and flash, so she is fine.
Yeah, I think really the only thing, so like you said, they're giving up. I think that's okay. I think the way that they lose this game is if they were giving away kills early and Olaf and, for example, Caitlyn were just picking up kills and, scaling or like snowballing into the game.
Yeah.
But at this point, there's no, Yone's up in farm and kills. Jinx is now up in farm. They're scaling into the game well, and I think the longer the game goes, the better the chances for KSU to take the victory.
You know who it will fall onto then? It would be Leben, this guy we're watching right here on the Vladimir. No matter what you say about scaling this, scaling that, Vladimir, when you get in the later stages of the game, can just 1v5 Penna. We've all seen it. It's pretty insane, but I will have to say the Vladimir player has to know what he's doing to a certain degree and be nice with the combos and all that.
He's already a beefy boy.
Most definitely. Pressure and Moosinator, but Moose, like I said, Grog is pretty durable champion. It's going to come down to team fight cooldown usage. there's so many major cooldowns. We have Shockwave, we have Malphite, Unstoppable, Ulti, Lemien, and Moosinators. Alt is pretty big. I think the way teams use those major cooldowns is going to have a big impact on this game.
Yeah. So Jinx here is at 1 item, Kraken Slayer. I think Kent State kind of wants to play this game for the 3-item Jinx and 3-item Yone, and then they could start, really trying to go for game-winning plays.
Yeah, but Yone on 2 with the IE spike, I think can pop off in this fight. I think
easily.
If anyone's saying we want to fight this, it would be Kenny, and they're going to have to everyone play around the Yone if they have a chance here. This could be givable for Kent State, but we see they're lining up to maybe give it a look. Full control over to MEC, though. Caitlyn traps being set. This is hard to walk into. You could go for a steal. Delivery man just eating traps, eating roots. Kenny goes in. Oh, and Starboner steals it. Kenny going in with the ultimate. He takes out the Vladimir. That's the Ben going down right away. On the other end, the delivery man with a big ultimate here. He's going to set up Kenny and Moose to go to town. It looks like Kent State will win this outright.
Kenny's got reset.
But Bone going over the wall, right onto Star for the 1v1. A nice Caitlyn play there. Probably will give his life for that, but also gets Malphite flash. But it is Kent State not only winning the fight, but getting the Drake too.
And that's an ace. Do they get anything out of this? Hopefully they can get some sort of tower, whether it be mid or bot, but... But a great play for them there. Kenny doing a lot of work there. Jinx got hit with the shockwave, but it wasn't enough. I think those shockwaves cannot be spent on one person.
Yeah, it has to be multi-man grouped. I mean, if Kent State has to walk around that corner in that choke, I mean, that's a good place to put the ball to start. But it looked like Star Opponent stealing Drake with Jinx, must have been a rocket or an auto. And then I watched Kenny go over the wall and just destroy LeBen. I'm not even sure if I saw a pool come in. I would need to see a replay. Ben dropped instantly, and I think that's their most threatening member. And then we saw a really good follow-up from Kent State. Everyone on the same page. It was a full contest. And steal and a really nice team fight after.
Yeah.
MEC was set up on Baron. I wonder if they feel the pressure of that soul point and they think to themselves, we need Baron now. We don't want to be outscaled. I think it would be smart for MEC to maybe pick up the pace of the game and pressure that objective a bit.
Me too, because like we've said, I think that gap is closing more and more on the gold. The soul point is next, and the scaling champions on Kent State University are starting to get carried away. So they kind of need to make their moves soon and look for a way to close this game out, or I think the game is going to be pretty guaranteed for Kent State University. Again, that's tough to say because, you know, we've seen many games before, especially here in the LSS, just get changed on the flip of a dime and, you know, one team just winning one fight and taking a victory off of it.
I mean, when
you know, one fight good for Le Bien means victory potentially.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, when I saw him drop that quick, though, in that last fight, if I'm being completely honest, that can't happen if MEC wants to win this game. So
was it? I was watching Jinx there. Was it a Yone alt was the opener onto that? So, like, potentially the Le Bien doesn't see him coming over the wall, and it's just too late at that point. You literally can't do anything.
Yeah.
You're hit up by the ulti. At this point, like you said, he's got the power spike from the IE. I mean, the damage is crazy from that, and then he just ease out, and the burst kills him.
Yeah, it is unsuspecting, but Vladimir is a champion that can build Zanas. You can build stopwatch. You have your pool. You shouldn't be getting hit by Yone ulti ever on this champion.
I'm assuming he's going for Zonia's now, but right now he's got the Night Harvester as well as Rabadon.
MEC going to start
That's an aggressive
Baron.
Opener.
They have no setup in terms of no man advantage. Yone could TP in. It's a 5v5, so if they start Baron and take the fight, the chances are that they lose it. What they wanted to do there was just start Baron and look for maybe a turn play. Kent State wise enough to keep Yone in the bot lane, cool, calm, collected, taking this tier 1, getting some turrets back for Kent State.
Yeah.
And I think Kent State can just relax, wait this 1 minute, just, you know, last call, recalls, get your wards, get back to Drake, look to run it back. I think Kent State doesn't need to do much but just fight for the soul.
I think they are. I think they know. I think they're going for, you know, Jinx here, getting up there and farm. She's completed the second item, working on, well, potentially going to start the third here soon, and I think it's looking good for them. She has the Executioners. Do we have any other Grievous on the side of Kent State? It doesn't, not that I can see.
The Thormail and Malphite.
Yeah.
But other than that, I was wondering why Yone didn't pick up an Executioner's. He rushed a Spirit Visage third, so keep an eye out for some crazy healing coming out.
I have not seen that one. I
mean, it's going to help him a lot in this matchup, but I think what would help him even more would be an Executioner's, right? Some form of Grievous so you can actually take the Vladimir down through his healing. But here we go. Either way, Drake's set up. Soul point for Kent State. Hook will land on Morgana over the wall. Hard champ to kill from this angle. As they go in the choke, the shockwave hits
so it's
two.
like, again, that shockwave, let's be real, useless.
Oh, but Le Bien will flash in. He wants to start the fight as Vladimir looking for the second round of his cooldowns. Condorex and Delivery Man peeling away. Even Kenny, the Delivery Man, goes in. He kind of sacked his life just to peel. Watch Kenny go in. He got rooted up. He's in the Zonias. Kate's going to trap it. Kate's going to kill Kenny right away. It's a 3v3. The shots are firing. Star Poner still free firing. He can win this all, but he can't go too far. His cleanse will come out. That's a triple. There's no way. This is a pen up because Bone is still free firing. Rocket's coming out, but Bone with the range advantage. He's coming in with the flash. Gets the Jinx's flash. Kent State on full peel. 3 for 2.
They want this zip the zap here.
They can get it. Moose can go in for the body slam, but he gets shut down by Oriana. We're looking at a 2v2 now. Star with red buff can heal on this wave. It's all about Jinx spacing here, not getting hit by anything. Bone with a good dodge on Connorex's hook. Traps will cut off that angle. These two could go to Drake and start hitting it.
So that was a great fight for MEC to take there, but dude, so if you did miss it, Kenny had to use his ultimate in a trade with Lei Bien in bot lane right before that fight broke out. I think that is an easy, clean sweep for KSU with the Yone ulti.
Okay, yeah, I did not see him use that in the side lane. I saw him go in, and that could be why he got more binded in a K-Trap. He didn't have that additional tool, but it's Kent State actually to the Drake first. They're going for Soul. Senny with the zoning act here. He's going to have to snap back, but he completely taps Bone. Bone is dead, and Kent State are looking
Kenny
for
has
kills.
ulti up now.
There's no pull on the Vladimir, no Zanya. Star Poner will pick that one up, and Jinx is just firing away. Olaf can flash to secure the Thresh, but look, Kenny's still doing work over here in the 1v2.
Oh, Kenny's just doing Yone stuff.
It's all good for Kent State here. Star Poner can even be gifted another one as Poo Poo doing his best to run away, but it's all Kent State who get the soul shutdowns going over.
Give it to Star Poner, boys.
And that is, yeah, you got to give that one to Jinx at that point. But that's for somehow. Okay, gold is now exactly tied. This is crazy, but Kent State obviously
they've got the soul
on the front foot.
They've got the 6-2 Jinx. They've got the 9-2 Yone, and they're going for Baron.
Yeah, if you look at Olaf's death timer, they were able to stagger it, right? He's the last one that drops, which means if they can kill this in the next 18 seconds, there's no smite threat, only steal from basic abilities, maybe a shockwave, but...
Watch, Kenny's going to go over this wall, I think.
And scoop up the zap.
Scoopity scoop.
Scoopity scoop, whoop-de whoop. Kenny goes in over the wall, completely blind, doesn't find anyone. Goes back to Baron. It's all about landing smite here. There is no smite threat. You could go ahead and burst this down. Shockwave takes it!
My God!
Takes it! Shockwave takes it, and that is what needed to happen for MEC.
They waited for so long. I don't understand. Maybe the smite was down, but they were stalling that out for so long. I saw the Baron at 400 HP. Where's that smite, guys?
That's okay. You got to go next fight here. If you're Kent State, I mean, you still get Soul. I think Kent State are still in a pretty good spot. But MEC, they basically had to do exactly that to have a chance in this game, and they did. So it is still a game. MEC could fight for Soul in 4 minutes, somehow get it with maybe a steal, and then with that Soul, you can burn
Inferno,
through.
you mean?
I'm sorry. Wait, yeah. Infernal Drake, yeah.
Sorry, I mean
no, you're
Drake.
Good. Elder. Elder. So yeah, if you fight for Elder and somehow get it, you can then burn through this Mountain Soul that we have for Kent State. So we have a game on our hands, and it's only the first one of the day. We could have up to 10.
Yeah, guys, forgive Diddy and I over here. First game of the day. We had no stream last week. We're a bit rusty. We don't remember what the name of the dragons are.
A bit rusty. I was spending too much time studying ability names.
Yeah, I didn't do any of that.
I did a little bit.
I was too busy playing League of Legends.
Dude, that's one way to learn.
Guys, the League Saturday series has officially resurrected my addiction to playing League of Legends.
Nice. It was never gone.
Good
but
point.
you said resurrected, so. Okay.
It was dead for a little bit.
How does MEC use this Baron is the question. Are they going to set up one big push? If they do, it's now with Kate coming out of base, more coming out of base. We'll have to see where they look. This mid-wave, pretty big here. Could be some pressure, but they don't have the members yet, so Kent State will clear that one out. They could look for, you know, these tier 2 side turrets. They don't mean too much for the game, but it's better to chip them down, get the goal. We see Moosinator's going to open up on Vladimir. We're looking for the pool. There's the pool. Is he able to skate out, or does Kent State follow up? There's the Ori ball. Kent State with big shields here.
So Jinx did get the red there, though, so that's a good pick, or a good response to that invade. And I wonder how they're going to play this now. I mean, do they look for the engage while Baron is up, or do they just give and defend?
I think they just want to hit turrets with Caitlyn, and nothing more, nothing less. And if Kent State does engage, it's just about playing disengage. You got to have Morgana Black Shield on the right target, and Vladimir needs to just answer with brutality on the back line. But if we talk about scaling again, it's just the weapons are mounting for Kent State. We're talking Yone's working on 4th item. We're talking Jinx was working on 4th item. When these carries get these item breakpoints, they could just win you the game simply, you know, with those items in one fight.
Ooh, we got some surprise donut holes back here. Did he?
I gotta do it. Which one's better? What do you guys think? Ooh. Okay, thank you.
So I think Kent State here just stalling out the Barons. Good play. And then they can look after that. Elder up in 1:13. And they're just in a great position to fight. Jinx has 4 items now. Yone has 4 items now. And they're a scary team, just straight up.
They are. Anytime you lock Jinx, you have this threat. And when across the rift from you is Caitlyn, it's not the same degree of team fight ending damage. Caitlyn is strong, even in the later stages, in her own right. Her strength, I'd say, is CC layering, whereas Jinx's strength is just team
Melt
mopping.
your face in endgames.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Elder Drake on the table, 30 seconds. Teams are setting up. It's all about control of River and mostly mid lane push. But there's the delivery man opening up, and they're going to scoop this Vladimir. But wait, he pulls, flashes. Vladimir's out of the fight. We're looking at 5v4. Sharp Horner on the side is taking the 1v1 with Kate, and Bone wins it. Bone wins the 1v1. MEC can win this fight now. Here comes Olaf around the corner.
Oh,
Kent
and here's
State,
the flat TP. It's looking really bad now.
Kent State is full peel mode because MEC have numbers now. Here comes LeBen coming in on the Vladimir. They need to just turn and book the Elder. Ah, they wanted more. You could smell it. You could sense it.
Yeah, I think that the misplay here for Kent State University is that you're not wasting every single ability on that Vladimir. The Yone ulti, the Malphite ulti, the Gragas ulti, like everything on Le Bien there.
Oh, flash steal from the delivery man. He does one back. Kent State get the Elder's soul. It's just an even game again.
Wow.
If anything,
as we think they're making mistakes and turning it around, the delivery man with the clutch steal, and now, what is going to happen here?
Jinx doesn't get it.
Oh, okay, that's what I was just going to ask. Did Jinx get it?
I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong. I definitely would wait to see her to see if she's like on fire or whatever, but I don't think Jinx got it. It's 3 men now with the Elder buff. But MEC has to try. I think what the mistake was, I saw Starpunter take a 1v1 with Caitlyn heads up.
Yeah. Okay, so Jinx does not have Elder.
No.
Unfortunately.
I think Kent State are just still in control in terms of scaling. We see Yone going on Zip the Zap. One Zanya's down here. Can they follow up on it? Shockwave to disengage. Not much
2 members
else
are top
happening.
basing right now, and I think they could just turn and go to Baron.
Everybody's up. MEC is going to be grouped together very soon, but they need to walk into this jungle.
Yeah,
we'll
I think
see
Kent
if they pay
State
for that.
Yeah. They want to play around Baron here and then look for something, you know, as the team's coming in. Yone having the Elder Drake is huge.
100%. That puts Kent State in complete control of this situation. They have Elder on 3 members,
yeah, they just
and
started.
they have their first 2 Barons. So they're going to start it. They're going to burn it.
Here
out
it
for
is.
another crazy steal. There's the Kenny engage. That was the ulti that whiffed, right? The Yone ult?
Yone ult's still down.
He still has it?
Yep. No, it's out from the last fight still.
Oh, okay. Can they turn back to Baron? They will. Look at MEC pushing mid with their Kate. Kate's not even going to this. They're going to try and trade the map.
I think they know. They know they can't fight it with Elder on KSU.
So Elder will lead to a Baron for Kent State. This is
so they're looking bot. I don't think they get anything out of this. I think Kent State is easily there to respond. And
if anything, they're going to open up on site. Like
Yeah.
it is on site for them if they catch members straggling here. Olaf is in the mid lane right now, running towards top side. He won't be at a fight, and Kent State are going to look for action.
Dude, they are stacked right now. I think they want to fight as soon as possible before this Elder's up. I don't know how much longer the duration is, but not long enough, honestly. I think it's out now.
It wasn't long ago, that we were watching Kent State play for 3rd place in Season 1. They are returning top team for us here at LSS. And they're looking to take 3rd again, be in the prize pool, in that money split. But they gotta close this game out. I think they're just heavily favored, but we have seen MEC time and time again create angles for themselves, whether it's an objective steal or just a nice fight.
Well, I think Kenny wants to make some kind of crazy play here after that binding goes down, but no look.
Counter X with the hook,
Oh.
lands on Morgana. I can't take that. He will
I
get
wonder if he
rooted
would
as
have
well.
taken that. He was binded, so he couldn't take it anyway, but...
They CC you forever till you die, and you never kill Morgana through Zanias, I'm pretty sure, if you take that. Jinx Rocket's doing some poke damage now. Oh, Shockwave hits Jinx. Starpowner has no flash. He has no flash. He's running away with the heal. LeBen can't get on him. No TP coming in. It's the Gragas, but he's instantly rooted. He's chain
this is
CC'd
huge.
forever, but Yone goes in. He already has a double kill. Starpowner's firing off rockets. It's a front to back.
Dude,
Star is
Kenny's full
firing.
HP.
The
It's
resets. Kenny's going crazy on the back line. And oh my goodness, Kent State dominating that fight. And do they look to end here?
It's
the timers
over.
are
Kenny with an excellent performance on Yone right now.
Oh,
12,
wow.
2, and 11. Just going absolutely bonkers in that last fight. Unstoppable. You can't even get a dent on that man's HP bar, and now they're going to end the game.
wow. That Kenny Yone is a force to be reckoned with, and I thought Starpowner may have gone down, but LeBen couldn't get on him. His flash is up. I wonder if it was down or if he could have flashed for the Jinx, but either way,
Wow.
Kenny and Kent State up 1-0 in this series.
What a way to start the day off.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
we said, the games are going to be much closer this time around. That was a great game. It was pretty much tied in gold, if not in the favor of MEC for, the first 35 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
The first 30 minutes of that game.
It was so back and forth try. It was like one team kind of has the better team fight, has 3 Drakes, but the other team is up a few thousand gold. It's like, how did they manage? MEC, I believe, got both Heralds.
Yeah.
They opened up the map. They had the 3 turret to
Dude,
0.
What about that Yone?
It really came down to Yone.
It really
like-
did. That was some clean Yone that we've seen today
For
so
sure.
far. I wonder if that's going to get the ban this time around.
It should.
He's getting the ban hammer.
It should. There's other ways to approach Yone, counter picks and such, but I think a ban is appropriate. We see Yone is an S tier champion, especially when you draft like an AP jungle that can really set him up. And what did we see? We saw the delivery man on that Malphite. He speed run his 6 and then instantly flashed on Orianna. He got Kenny ahead and it got his team the win. That plays like that are so important. If you have flash up as Orianna, I'm not sure if she did, if I'm being honest, but you have to flash that Malphite ulti. You have to be ready to go because Kent State was ready to go there. And once they got that Yone ahead, it meant so much for the rest of the game.
Yeah. So while we wait for the next lobby to get started, what do you think is the right game plan for MEC to take this game and try and get a victory? Because I think we've seen the play style from Kent State University is generally the late game scaling team fight comes.
Yep.
So what do we predict they could potentially do to kind of counteract this?
Well, MEC is now going to be on blue side unless we're doing choice.
I think we do choice
So
for the loss. So I think MEC will choose what side.
If they
are taking
choose
next.
and they choose red again, I mean, there's strengths and weaknesses to each side, but you can get a counter pick top lane and try and attack the top side of Kent State because when you pick a power farming jungler like Malphite, we've seen the delivery man play Sejuani, like slower, Amumu, slower, later scaling picks. You need to, if you're going to draft something like Olaf, you need to go into that top side quadrant, invade that jungler, and make him pay for picking a late game scaling champion that can't fight you at 3. And if you do this, you can take over the entire top side of the map, play through that, get your heralds, crack the turret, get your top laner LeBen fed, which they did. It's just it wasn't as deliberate as maybe they would look to do again. So maybe attacking top side, because we know Kent State plays through bot lane. They go scaling bot lane, and then they kind of play through Kenny, and then they try and get their late game AD fed.
Yeah.
So you can either fight them head to head in that battle, or you can look to play away from them, attack their top side, and they need to find, if the delivery man picks a scaling jungler, a jungle that can't fight pre-6, that has to be punished, and you have to win off that.
I agree. I think something we've seen be the downfall of Kent State University is teams that play to the top side, going for dives, really punishing the laners, getting ahead, and then they're so far ahead that it's difficult for these late game scaling ADs to get into the game when you have some top laner like a volley bear or
Yeah.
a ribbon or something along those lines that as it gets ahead, it's just run your AD down and nothing you can do.
Because at that point, Star Poner, even with some coordination, if he is down 2-3 levels to the enemy top can just explode him. And we're taking another look at this. I believe this is the Orianna Shockwave Gib here. And we wanted to know, okay, so the delivery man doesn't have smite. They're trying to wait his smite out. And we can't know exactly what the cooldown is, but it is so close. It's a matter of seconds at this point. It's not quite up, and Ori just...
but why are they still hitting it there? Like, I was either Starpone or somebody else still hitting Baron. Well, they're waiting out that
can't
smite.
Hit Baron if you're going to wait the smite.
Can't hit the Baron.
There was no jungle. There was no jungle there for MEC, so it kind of had to be Shockwave. And great job by the mid Zip to Zap for that steal. Put their team back in a chance to win the game. But again, Kent State, the team fighting, Kenny, of course, we've already talked about, just doing too much work.
So still waiting on final members to get into lobby here so we can start champ select. How's your solo queue been going?
It's been alright. I've been mostly playing on my Smurf. It's like plat. I think I just got plat 1 recently.
Nice.
I might have been instantly demoted, like 2 games later. I think so. I'm like plat 2 something.
Man, it's been
alright.
Yeah? Chat, how's your solo queue games been going? We know how it is, man. Sometimes you just get those games that make you feel real bad.
Well, we talked. Why don't we give your story a little bit for the kids at home? Learn
all the other hard stuck players.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Learn how to full mute and mute all and mute players that are being jerks. And what has your experience been after
Every
learning
single
that?
game is so fucking easy. Simple as that, man. You know how many games, the thing is so I don't get upset when people flame me. I get upset when the quality of the game is ruined because players are spending it typing and not playing. So when you see top lane and bot lane just flaming each other for 15 minutes, it makes it harder for me to play the game, even if it's not directed at me. It's not like, oh, I'm so mad, stop flaming. I don't oh, you're hurting my feelings and it's making me play bad. It's like, I just want people to shut up. So full muting it and not knowing what's going on and just playing the game for myself has made my games, even when my team is just 0-8 top and 1-16 combined bot and support, it's like those games are still winnable because it's easy to just play it through and not feel like, oh, this game is doomed because everyone's typing. Because if I don't know they're typing, then I feel like there's still a chance.
Right, and you don't know, it doesn't feel to you like your team has quit, which your mental is going to be better. You're going to look for windows to win instead of
If I knew they were all in chat flaming each other and that they were going, forfeit 15, I would just feel more like the game is over. But instead, I don't see any of that stuff happening. I'm playing the best that I could possibly play and just trying to get a win. So we can take a look at chat here.
While you're reading that, for those of you at home who are like, you know what, I like chat sometimes. I get nice players sometimes. I'm not going to mute all every game, in one ear out the other.
Yeah, some games you want to be able to have that teamwork, and communicate with your lanes on, okay, let's do, okay, I'm going to come bot after my clear, and then let's look for Drake.
Yeah.
If you full mute, it's harder to have those conversations with your team. But
I have, a rule of thumb that I tell my players, and it's just, almost like a zero tolerance. If someone in my game says one stupid thing, I just mute them.
Yeah.
One stupid thing, whether it's FF or you or this or whatever, I'm just mute. So I don't mute every game. I don't mute anyone until they say something I think is dumb, and then
you just mute it.
Yep.
I mean, it's for real. I think the first day I did that, my games were so much better quality, and even when I had lane, I won games even though every single other lane. I had a game where every single lane was losing, feeding, and they started flaming me for being, jungle diff, and I went 18-1 and we won the game. It's dude.
Okay, let me say this. You act like the flame has to make sense.
No, it never makes sense.
No, but so don't be out there acting like it should make sense. Because it doesn't, and there's no reason it should make sense because it's a kid bullying you online.
Right.
So, like, stop thinking, that doesn't make sense.
I'm an adult, and I have, like, a 15-year-old, like, just blaming me for,
and you're like
25 minutes.
No, like, what gets me is, like, you and, like, our buddies who are, like, pretty calm guys are like, why would he say this when da-da-da? It makes no sense. I'm like, of course.
It doesn't
like,
make sense
why even think it would ever make sense?
So we got some guys in here. We said, I think this is Adam Suki. So Suki Sama says, I duo with Nathaniel Lantern, so solo queue is pretty rough. Sorry, man. We feel for you there. Sometimes sometimes duo queuing with your buddies can be real rough.
Duo is hard mode.
It is. And not only that, but, like, your friends aren't always great. So
yeah.
But
we
make sacrifices for your friends.
They're your buddies, but when you queue up duo, the games are tilted a bit to be more, like, a little bit more challenging. And in my opinion, if you're not abusing your duo in some way, like mid jungle or like bot lane duo, then it might not be worth it.
We got an abuser right here. Eltnum Estri says gold 2 right now, 70% win rate on Scion and 65% win rate on Xerath.
Wow.
Where are you playing those at? Is this the same role, or are you playing top and mid, or is this a support Scion? Because you're giving me 2 win rates for 2 champs that don't really add up here.
Either way, though, keep playing.
Yeah.
Those are good win rates.
Keep doing your thing.
Yeah.
Hey, if you continue to have win rates like that, then you're just bound to keep winning. And my only suggestion out there to any of the viewers is every time you think that it's a team diff game, you can still win.
Yeah.
It's not a team diff game.
They will throw.
Yeah.
They will throw. Every time they will throw.
Oh, yeah.
The enemy team will throw. And if they
I feel like teams stop throwing when you hit, like, maybe mid-diamond. Diamond 4 players still throw hard. They're, right? I mean,
no, all elos, they'll throw it.
Dude.
All elos.
All elos. All right, guys. But they really do. They really
in
do.
all elos, like in
and especially when you have ego players.
That's
how many games
do
you get the guy who's winning his lane, but he's going, oh, my bot lane is trash. He's flaming you for 20 minutes, and then he makes a 1v4 play, dies, and you lose the game. Well, guess what? GP in the top lane with the big balls. You probably could have won the game if you just shut up and kept carrying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let yourself get carried. I mean, there's that issue. And to me, I think Champ Select might be live, but...
Oh, we are in Champ Select now. So first ban is going to be Seraphine. Sorry, we're getting carried away. Me and Diddy up here just bullshitting.
It's all right. It's all right.
So Seraphine for the first ban for MEC and Camille, Kent State.
Yeah, Camille, a pick that Kent State probably has had trouble against because it's so good at that style I was talking about that you can attack Kent State with, that topside focus. So much agency. But if we don't see a Yone ban here, okay, they're going to ban Silas instead of Yone, which is a little sus, but they must have a game plan. It could be first picking it as well.
And we don't know. I mean, I haven't looked at op.gg's at all recently, so for all we know, Kenny's been putting games on Silas, and the Silas is more intimidating than Yone is.
Silas is extremely terrifying, but there's no respect ban there, so... MEC,
yeah, I think this is a good pick here. Kaisa, first pick.
Yeah.
Kaisa, a great champion, great late game scaling champion. I think maybe something they were thinking about now is, okay, if we're going to let Star Pwner get the Jinx again, we need something that can scale on par with Jinx into the late game rather than the Kate.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Kaisa would do, but the Malphite getting gibbed early. I'm sorry. I actually thought that was MEC for a half second. I thought they gibbed it from Kent.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's
early
a good pick.
Malphite.
I think that's something we've seen most games for Kent State, so why not take it early than to, wait when
also,
you know?
Because they might MEC probably won't know where that's going. Okay,
No,
they're gonna like flex it as a pair. So what they're saying is like you don't know where these are going, but like obviously we just played Malphite in the jungle. So I think Kent State could have maybe drafted the Malphite and then waited.
Twist, though. You just swap those two.
It could be Gragas support, Malphite jungle, and then a counter pick top lane. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still just double flex here for Kent State. They're gonna take the Mordekaiser, so that tells me they're hoping for the Malphite matchup. But if they get the Gragas matchup, then it's still fine. And a Conqueror Drain Tank is really good into those two units that you see from Kent State. So Mordekaiser, pretty good pickup. And if
ooh. Okay,
Sejuani, yeah. So that is actually Poo-Poo's most played recently. champion on the Sejuani, and the delivery man does play it as well. It's just not in the highest prio here for these teams, so scooping that up.
The Viego, I want to see it. That is a spicy grab. I think
This should be Yone. Look how they're teasing it.
Yeah.
They're teasing Yone. So,
Whoa.
oh, it's just Yasuo. So Yasuo, Gragas.
It's just Yasuo, guys.
No, it's Yasuo, Gragas, Yasuo, Malphite, all in that top side for Kent State, and they're saving their last two for...
I mean, the support could also be some Yasuo setup.
Definitely.
Right.
The support
So-
could even be the Gragas. I don't think we know. So Kent State's going to pick their AD fourth. So MEC probably going to take away some ADs here. Maybe Tristana would be good, and maybe Jinx would be good to take away from Starponer. And then they're going to
Remember, we
pick
see a lot of
support last,
Samira
probably.
on Starponer. Has Samira gotten any nerfs recently?
The nerf to her E that you can't E to allied units.
That was a few patches ago, right?
And then they gave her, I think, a little buff. Maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe. I just don't see her a ton, but when I do see her,
Well, I
she
just know
has-
Starponer plays her.
Yeah.
A lot of games on her, plays her well. We've
and it
seen
would
him-
fit pretty well with this.
That's what I'm thinking.
He could play that, yeah.
I think
just,
of like a big setup. You E in ulti as Samira
I
on
would
top
like
of a
Triss
Yasuo
here.
ulti would be fat. Whoa!
Wait.
All right, so it is going to be the Gragas support, and we're going to see Ivern. That's spicy.
This is really spicy
That
from
is
Kent
really
State here.
spicy.
They're dipping into their bag with this one.
What kind of bag is that? A money bag? Because this looks like a free game.
I'm going to wait till MEC picks their last champion, and then we'll speculate on Kent State's last pick. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I think if they take Tarek here, that is a great pick for them because they need something to potentially shut down the Yasuo pop-off.
Yes, Tarek is a great pick here. Whenever you see a team that all wants to do everything like at one
yeah,
moment
yep.
and just like, you know, everything at once, then Tarek can really, really stop that. And then Zoe into Yasuo.
I don't really like that. I think
I would
that's
maybe like a melee bruiser because they have enough AP, it looks like, and they have Sejuani, who's good with melee champions.
the
Okay,
Azir.
Azir.
Okay, we've seen Zip the Zap play Azir before. If I'm not mistaken, we saw a nasty quadra kill on the Azir with
And
an
it's
ace.
Rengar try. They did it.
Wait, what?
It's Rengar, Ivern, bot
this
lane.
is so spicy.
With a Yasuo set up topside.
I love it. I love it. I cannot wait to watch this game. We've
Yeah,
seen
this is-
Kent
this is
State
great.
play this matchup before and play it well, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Did they win that game?
I don't know if they won that game, but I think,
I think they got ahead but lost, and it was against a good team.
yeah.
That's
Might have been a MAAD City game, but we've seen them do the Ivern Rengar,
This is
and
awesome.
we've seen it work well for them. So I wonder if they can use it, win the lane again, and use it to their advantage to scale into the game and not kind of like. I don't remember how that game played out, but you are correct. I think the Ivern Rengar worked out well, but ultimately they lost that match.
yeah. And it looks like it should win the lane. Like Kaisa Tarek, I don't think can fight back against that, but maybe if Tarek is randomly like a brawler sometimes,
Yeah.
so maybe he could catch them off guard with some damage. But yeah, Kent State just pulling out the crazy comp. I love it. For MEC, it's a bit more
yeah.
standard, but hey, this is going to be a game.
This is going to be a game. I'm excited to watch this one. So I don't really have any more to speculate about this match. I just can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, so we'll head to a quick break while we wait for the spectator delay. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you on the Rift.
Starponer on the side is taking the 1v1 with Kate, and Bone wins it. Bone wins the 1v1. MEC can win this fight now. Here comes Olaf around the corner.
Oh,
Kent
and here's
State.
the flat TP. It's looking really bad now.
Kent State is full peel mode because MEC have numbers now. Here comes Ben coming in on the Vladimir. They need to just turn and book the Elder. Ah, they wanted more. You could smell it. You could sense it.
Yeah, I think that the misplay here for Kent State University is that you're not wasting every single ability on that Vladimir. The Yone ulti, the Malphite ulti, the Gragas ulti, like
Just can't go
everything on Lebien there.
Oh, flash steal
God.
from the delivery man. He does one back. Kent State get the Elder's soul. It's just an even game again.
Wow.
If anything,
As we think they're making mistakes and turning it around, the delivery man with the clutch steal, and now
full control over to MEC though. Caitlyn traps being set. This is hard to walk into. You could go for a steal. Delivery man just eating traps, eating roots. Kenny goes in. Oh, and Starboner steals it. Kenny going in with the ultimate. He takes out the Vladimir. That's LeBen going down right away. On the other end, the delivery man with a big ultimate here. He's going to set up Kenny and Moose to go to town. It looks like Kent State will win this outright.
Kenny's got reset.
Oh, but Bone going over the wall, right onto Star for the 1v1. A nice Caitlyn play there. Probably will give his life for that, but also gets Malphite Flash. But it is Kent State not only winning the fight, but getting the Drake too.
And that's an ace. Do they get anything out of this?
Oh, smite threat, only steal from basic abilities, maybe a shockwave, but...
Watch, Kenny's going to go over this wall, I think.
And scoop up the zap.
Scoopity scoop.
Scoopity scoop, whoop-de whoop. Kenny goes in over the wall, completely blind, doesn't find anyone. Goes back to Baron. It's all about landing smite here. There is no smite threat. You could go ahead and burst this down. Shockwave takes it!
Oh my God!
Takes it! Shockwave takes it, and that is what needed to happen for MEC.
They waited for so long. I don't understand. Maybe the smite was down, but they were stalling that out for so long.
Counting the CS lead here on Kate already because of the bad back that they forced out of Jinx. But the delivery man, here's the flash ulti, followed up by Kenny, the Q2 into his own ulti. And Zip the Zap could not have done anything there. He could have maybe flashed the Malphite.
His ultimate in a trade with Leibien in bot lane right before that fight broke out. I think that is an easy clean sweep for KSU with the Yone ulti.
Okay, yeah, I did not see him use that in the side lane. I saw him go in, and that could be why he got more binded in a K-trapped. He didn't have that additional tool, but it's Kent State actually to the Drake first. They're going for Soul. Senny with the zoning act here. He's going to have to snap back, but he completely taps Bone. Bone is dead, and Kent State are looking for kills.
Kenny has ulti up now.
There's no pull on the Vladimir, no Zanya. Starponer will pick that one up, and Jinx is just firing away. Olaf can flash to secure the Thresh, but look, Kenny's still doing work over here in the 1v2.
Oh, Kenny's just doing Yone stuff.
It's all good for Kent State here. Starponer can even be gifted another one as Poo-Poo doing his best to run away, but it's all Kent State who get the soul shutdowns going over.
Give it to Starponer, boys.
And that is, yeah, you got to give that one to Jinx. Looks, we'll get the Shockwave. It's just barely out of range, but Ori no Shockwave. Kent State can actually fight this. Watch the delivery, man. He's tanking in. Mucinero started off on the Gragas. A binding will hit Malphite to dissuade him for now. Pretty good peel back here from MEC, but we see Kent State using the control they have. And there's the delivery, man. He goes in with the big Malphite ultimate on the two. Kent State snap onto those targets. LeBen trying to answer back. He's pretty fed on the Vladimir. Will trade for Malphite. The fight will continue in this choke as we see members' health bars dropping. And it's a dead even 2v2. Kenny trying to do all the work. The shield bow will do a ton of work. The flash auto. The Yone play. Kenny's doing it. Can he find Poo-Poo as well? No.
Man.
They can start Drake with this and probably get it. Close battle up there in the top lane. We see Kenny with the recall interrupt. The all-in under turret. Can he finish with the damage on Zip? It's not enough, but the delivery man, he's around the corner. He found a package, and that's Zip the Zap going down. Another successful Malphite ultimate.
That hook just... All right, and we are back. Game 2 of match 1 for the consolation match between KSU and MEC. Who is going to take it home? Is it going to be a 3-0, or are we going to see some banger games here today? We've been seeing a lot of shutouts in the semifinal, the other semifinals days.
We have.
So I don't know. I think today might be the day we see teams really battle it out because the matchups are just so even here.
Back and forth, you know, mind games and drafts, stuff like that. That makes series so awesome to watch. When you go best of 5 and you go deep in the series, it comes down to the little things. But
yeah. So face value. What are you thinking here? What comp do you like better?
I got to go with MEC. I think the ways they win, much more straightforward, much easier to execute. It's kind of like if KSU go too hard in a Terracol,
I was just going to say,
die.
I think I'm with you. I really like the comp from KSU. It's spicy. I want to see it work. But I think that Tark pick was the game changer.
Yeah, it's really good here. So, like, if they can't play around the Tarek ulti, they could get outscaled because, I mean, Yasuo and Rengar, first of all, I don't think Rengar scales well into the game. Yasuo does, but it's so conditional that if MEC work as a team to meet the conditions where they deal with Yasuo, you're not looking at much else to produce in the later stages from Kent State. So I think the clock is on MEC's side. The Tarek, I think, is genius here. I agree with you on that. I think it's up to Kent State to really smurf this one.
Yeah, I think if the bot lane could really pull it off, then, you know, there's where they get that advantage.
Some early trades. Such an interesting lane, though, Rengar, Ivern. The idea is that when Rengar jumps on someone, Ivern can give him a bush, and then he has, you know, more jumps. And if you give a champion like Rengar infinite mobility, then it's kind of a 1v2 champ. Not to mention Ivern gets a lot out of his...
Ivern's busted.
He's busted. He gets so much out of his kit with like little to no gold. Right? I'm not sure if Conrex will go Moonstone, but he probably should. All you need is a Moonstone on that champion, then you go Staff. You don't need gold. You do so much. Daisy is a complete thug, and
Daisy is a thug.
It's a great champ. So not only do you get the Rengar with the added mobility, you get an Ivern, econ friendly, like, you know, definitely a respectable support pick. And yeah, so I think they just wait level 3 so that they can have all their tools. Conrex, I saw, started shield. Level 2, maybe he goes bush. Yeah, he'll go bush level 2, but Star knows he can't all in. And that Tarek really is a fighter.
The Tarek already cucking him.
Yeah. Tarek's a bit of a fighter, man. He's good into that melee cheese stuff. He's good into, like, blow you up in one spell rotation comps. Like, can't say definitely going to have to deal with this Tarek pick here. Skaggy Cougar, if he can smurf on that, that dazzling champion.
I just think it shows, you know, a side of MEC that we haven't really talked about at all, about just strategic pick ban.
Yeah.
I think, you know, there's no way that Tarek pick was, you know, a pre-planned pick. It was a reactionary pick to the draft that they were seeing from Kent State University, and I think that shows a lot from their team.
Yep. Yeah, I have to agree. The one thing I don't love about MEC's draft, I guess I could point out, this might be some action. You never know with this bot lane.
I don't know. I don't think Star Pwner wants to look here. He's too low.
Yeah.
I think you get hit with a stun from Tarek and you die.
But you are triple AP topside, Sejuani, Mordekaiser, Azir. That means any magic resist is going to do a ton for Kent State, and they could maybe look to play up there with their beefy characters that stack MR. Yasuo can, I think, shred those big burly units. Another thing is with Sejuani, you typically want melee mid lane and top, but it's okay to get away with it. But I don't love the triple AP topside, but at the end of the day, I like MEC's comp.
So maybe they look here off that stun.
Star Pwner with massive heals, some shielding coming in.
Oh,
this
and
first
it works.
blood taking out Kaisa. And watch this Rengar hop. Look at Conrex, give him the brush. He gets another hop.
Gosh,
and there's the combo in action, folks. We see it
it's
here
dirty.
On the third place match, the final stage. Star Pwner with first blood on his Rengar pick with Conrex on Ivern.
Wow. So, again, you know, that's what they need to do. They need to dodge the stun. If Star Pwner doesn't get hit with the Tarek stun, it leaves an opening for them to just go bananas.
And Rengar with the shields and the healing, you know, just really catching off guard the MEC bot lane, which they're going to kick themselves for that because, in my opinion, if you play a slow, calculated lane and just make sure you farm your Kaisa and don't die, I think you're much more useful at 3 items with the Kaisa Tarek.
So, taking a look at farm here, I think we see that Malphite got double scuttled again. He is down in CS. Both junglers just looking to scale and hit level 6 as soon as possible. But Sejuani definitely going to be able to make an appearance on the map before Malphite can.
Yeah, it's tough to gank for a 0 pre-6. So I don't think Sedge is looking. But yeah, both jungles really want to hit that 6. Sedge, though, a lot better than Malphite at 3, from 3 to 6. So I think that's part of the reason why he got double scuttled again.
Yeah.
Sejuani is known as like a farm tank late champ, but
well, you definitely have the trade potential. Like you can fight over Scuttle as Sejuani.
Yeah. Oh, and Star Opponent with a nice W cleanse to stop the Tarek stun, and so he's able to just hop around in this top lane.
Oh my gosh! Look at this.
Yeah, these guys know how to do it. He can cleanse that.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
the Rengar W cleanse. He's going to go back in. We need another
oh
Wait, that
god.
burst! Oh my god! They kill them both! Cut State! 2 for 0 hero kill going over to each.
It's working! It's working!
They are just showing how it's done, guys. Take notes. We have Poo-Poo around the corner. Not much he can do here. Oh, unless Star Punter walks right into him. Oh, and he gets his 6 from minions, so he'll go ahead and get the Rengar flash with that. Pretty unlucky, but the delivery man doing the good jungle work here, taking out that Drake.
A great start for KSU.
Yeah, I mean, picture perfect when you draft that bot lane. God, is it? It's spicy.
Oh,
Kenny going in with the all-in on Zip.
That was
zap.
spicy.
The Emperor's Divide
and he
will
gets
not
away.
Force the second turret shot. Kenny with the solo kill. Really well played. This guy's on fire today.
That is what I'm talking about. Taking out the brothers for a friendly stroll in their match this morning against MEC.
Jeez. You mean like he's carrying them?
Huh?
Sorry.
Yone and
that
Yasuo.
went over my head. Oh.
Whoa, Bob, chill, buddy.
Whoa. You're right. I thought you meant like he's taking his team for a stroll.
Yeah, no.
All right, but yeah, the Yone Yasuo
Taking
brothers.
the Yone Yasuo brothers to the Rift for a little spank down.
We know Tri loves to see that.
Oh, yeah.
But is it going to be a game of MEC stalls late, better comp, Tarek, Pog,
Maybe.
GG?
I mean,
that what we're
we
looking
kind of
at?
flipped the roles here. Kent State usually opting in for a late game scaling composition, and now kind of having the opposite here. MEC with the Kai'Sa, Tarek, Azir, definitely looking to scale into the game. I mean, again, Yasuo can scale as well, but you know, usually we see that from the KSU bot lane.
I don't see the punish coming out from MEC on the delivery man getting away with jungles that can't gank.
Yeah.
If we go back and watch their games against MAAD City,
where MAAD City just takes like Jarvan and is in their jungle for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Castle, this guy is a complete stud. He knows what to do, and you cannot pick champions like Malphite and Mumu into this guy and that team, the MAAD City, because they will just punish you in and out. I don't see that from MEC Hysteria. Yes, they drafted for late game with Azir and Kai'Sa plus double tank Tarek, but without that punish, Zip is going to zip and then zap, but he still drops to the delivery man, hits 6, and what do you know? He goes right to mid for that Malphite Yasuo combo. So both synergistic combos from Kent State, we are just seeing play out the exact way you would imagine it.
Yeah,
so it's just
Moose
not
needs to be
ideal
careful
for MEC.
here. He does have ulti right now, so if if Mordekaiser gets a little too aggressive here, you could see a setup for Moosnader, but I think he's looking for a back. Probably going to TP to lane, and then, you know, maybe he still has that opportunity.
And it's amazing. Star Partner. Oh, okay. TP coming in from blue. It's probably Leben on Mordekaiser. He shows up. Hook will go wide, and it's counter TP'd. So Moosnader with the Gragas cast, the bounce back Skeggy Cougar, who has flash. He's probably going to flash that. He will. Does he get away? Leben in the 1v2. Mordekaiser pretty good in that situation. Looks like a wash for now. MEC Hysteria under turret, low HP.
So no Malphite all here, but do they look for the dive? They're up a member, and okay.
I think they will dive this.
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty
If two
beefy.
stay,
They definitely
then-
want to.
Yeah. So they're going to, you know, zone the enemy bot lane away. This puts Rengar even further ahead. Can look for some counter jungling. I'm watching Sejuani on the top side.
Yeah, Zip the Zap on his way back to lane recognizes there's not much he could do down here to assist his play, and they're just going to have to give up a lot of this tower.
And Sejuani with the recall. I mean, she could even look into the enemy jungle for maybe Krugs, but God, that's...
Do they take the whole tower here? Or do they just get this plate?
It's not worth staying.
That's what I was...
I think it's too much armor now.
That's what I was thinking.
And
you get the remaining plates,
yeah.
And then you base. I think they still want to be in the lane. I mean, you want to be...
Yeah.
This Ivern-Rengar combo wants to punish the bot lane duo as hard as they can, as long as they can in lane. I think as they start to like roam and do more, it becomes a little bit more difficult to utilize or like to punish with that combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, short lane is good for those two, but the game that they play when they break the turret and start roaming is just, can they use their combos effectively to get objectives, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like what I would be most focused on. If you're just trying to get kills with the Rengar, like to look fancy, that might not cut it against this MAC team. But if they can break the map open, make bot lane long, and start roaming the Rengar around for objectives, I think that's a way they can snowball win here.
Yeah, so Drake is up in 25 seconds, so they definitely want to get this lane, this wave shoved in, and then look for something here. But we see Poo roaming down towards bot with the Herald in hand.
Yeah, this is good from Poo here. Definitely he's in the right place.
But we're going to see the Wombo.
Kent State might just snap it. There's the Taric ulti. It doesn't save Taric, but it will save any follow-up, and that's all you got to do for Kent State. Use that advantage you have. Get yourself Drake. They have man advantage, so they should be able to get it. And yeah, Poo is able to jump the wall. Kent State in total control here.
Going back for the Drake, I think, is the right call. Not getting greedy for Poo there. Unfortunately, as Poo was going bot, they didn't have the opportunity to set up with Herald. Maybe if they could have gotten that Herald down and a play without the...
Okay, Rengar will go over the wall because of the Ivern tag. He has Gourd Drinker. Remember, guys, I don't think he's dropping anytime soon. He's going after Poo first. He will grab
flashes to the bush.
Kaisa with the Killer Instinct gets her under the turret. And man, Kent State, they are smurfing this game.
Oh, yeah. Flashing into the brush to get the final leap onto Sejuani. Just clean execution there. And... I'm trying to think of where they want to drop this Herald for MEC. I'm thinking they probably want to look for something mid. I don't know.
Anything
if they
that gets you plates now. It's
yeah, that's what
10. You just want plates. I don't think you can be picky about what turret and what the plan is. If you need more time to really do that.
Do they even have time for plates? I don't think they do. Sejuani coming from base. Have to drop the Herald and have it hit
mid and
in
drop
20 seconds.
Yep, she could do it if she sprints mid.
And she's not.
You're in jungle. It's okay. I mean, if you can't get plates, it is what it is. Maybe then you do go for a big play, right, where you can knock a whole turret down if plates aren't your goal. She's visiting mid lane, but that's Taric Recon. Thought that was Azir.
So she is gonna drop it right here, I'm assuming, but I think it's too late for plates. Yeah, plates are gonna go down literally right now.
Unlucky.
Oh, so unlucky. She went to clear her red first, otherwise she would have had it, unfortunately.
Slightly out of position. We see the Rengar ultimate coming out for the chase, but nope, Sedge is fine here. And this almost looks like a Drake setup / ARAM setup. I mean, Kent State just want to fight something. They'll take Zip the Zap if that's who they have to go for. But a huge, what? That was the Emperor's Divide, but look, it was split in half by the wall.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was big by Zip the Zap, and that looked almost lethal for Kent State. Yeah, they had to disengage.
Had to burn the flash on the delivery man to survive tower damage. So,
dude, 3 of his soldiers were like up against the wall, and like 2 came. That was a little trippy, but yeah, good Emperor's Divide there from Zip the Zap. And
the Emperor's Divide was divided.
Oh, true.
Whoa. Yeah, those are facts.
I think Kent State is happy to chill and fight for Drake. I mean, they're going to look for stuff maybe around the mid lane, but it doesn't seem to me like they're doing like a... They are 1-3-1, so it's Gragas, Yasuo, and side lanes. And this 3-man is probably going to fish for the next like 2 minutes and just make sure mid-wave is in and everything's cool, and then they'll just set up for Drake 3. MEC, on the other hand, they're looking for the perfect fight. This Mordekaiser in the top lane.
Just fucking wailing on him right there.
Mordekaiser in the top lane with Riftmaker into this comp, this heavy melee. It's 4 melee champions, Ivern. Mordekaiser could randomly carry this game.
Yeah.
So they just need the perfect fight.
He's up 60 farm, over 60 farm, and he's just wailing on Musinator at the tower here. So
yeah. yeah, getting some small advantages here. Grog is so durable, though. But that hook into smack now. But yeah, MEC just needs to look for the perfect fight. Tarek ult needs to do the thing. Mordekaiser needs to, like, maybe ult Rengar, kill him, and then come out with Conqueror Sack and just kill everybody. Like, that could happen into this team comp from Kent State because they're 4 melee plus Ivern.
Yeah, even if they get the lead, I mean, if you completely shut down a Malphite Yasuo combo, you could win even from behind.
Definitely. Or if like Sejuani locks down Yasuo in one fight randomly and Kent State can't like clap back, they could turn this game. Yeah. So Kent State I think are still on like a knife's edge. They have to execute. As we see the full engage, Tarek ulti coming out. Zania's for Zip the Zap. Emperor's Divide on just
But
Daisy
now they go back,
now.
right? Oh, but the turret.
He's putting the turret up. I wonder how much this will dissuade Kent State. Strong
Yasuo TPing in from the rear. This might be a big fat setup.
It is a big flank, and Sedge is coming from top side. They will take out Conrex to start it, though. This is a good fight for MEC. Moosinator could drop soon and go next, but Kenny is now in the mix. Here's the knockup. It's on one. And Laban is doing so much work here. He's going to carry this entire fight on the Mordekaiser. He's still doing it. But it's Kenny with the triple. These two units are just killing everybody. Laban and Kenny both popping off there in a 4-for-4 even. I'm telling you, the Mordekaiser did so much work there, but so did Kenny.
In that pinch with the grab Q and just having the passive chunking like that, I mean, it was big.
They need a way to deal with the Mordekaiser. Like, I don't know. They have no zoning tools, no like control, skill shots to like, cut off chokes and like keep Mord at an arm's distance. Like Mord and Tarek, I'm starting to think, are two really good pieces in this comp, and then the rest are kind of just,
Yeah, maybe they need to use the Moosinator ultimate for looking to peel off Mordekaiser like on his initial engage or something. I don't know. I don't necessarily know what the best play is for that.
You can literally fight around him because he can only walk.
Yeah.
And that does happen.
You can't fight in the jungle like that.
Yeah. But Kent State going to set up. They're still confident. Their Yasuo's big. Their Malphite.
Yeah, and they have ultis here. I mean...
I
thought that was Malphite for a split second, and I thought that's going to be a huge
But he's looking. He saw what you saw. Ulti only lands on one. They're going to front to back. They're going for Lei Ben first, but he's already in the back line. A big Emperor's Divide from the Azir, and it looks like MEC could win this front to back. I'm watching Star Poner go in, but he's going to drop soon unless he can heal with Gore Drinker. It's not enough. MEC can just win the fights. Laban is a brick house.
Wow. Unfortunately, I think what they needed there was the bigger ultimate from the Malphite.
Yeah.
They were all grouped. The group split apart at the second the ulti was, ready to be set up. Only hits one member. No Yasuo ulti off of that. I think that was a good play. You don't want to go in on a one-man into that team. But unfortunately, that's all it takes for the fight to fall apart.
Yeah. Tough to say what to do for Kent State here. I think they need to be craftier and look for skirmish plays, not 5v5 fights. I think MEC have turned the corner in the 5v5 game.
Yeah. And I think even potentially when it comes to the 5v5 game, maybe they want to play it out a little longer and not look for the immediate wombo. Play a fight out front to back a little bit.
Like dangle the front line a bit, try and get some cooldowns. Maybe Moosinator throw an ult, like disrupt.
Exactly. Maybe you can force them into using a Tarek ulti out of fear and then set up with, like maybe you set up a Moosinator ulti, make them afraid of what's about to happen. They pop the Tarek ulti, you wait it out, then you Malphite ulti into a wombo or something along those lines. But I think you can't just see their team and go face first for the wombo because the defense is too big.
I think you're on the right track. All of these champions with a lot of disengaged spells and then just the Mordekaiser. For MEC, I think we're talking about what they need to do less because it's more straightforward. It's just, we already went over it. the Mordekaiser and Tarek doing too much work. So we'll have to see if they feel confident enough to take control of neutrals and start them themselves. Because remember, it's been Kent State on the active up until this point in the game. So it could be a turn of tables.
Kent State. All you got to do is dangle that thing.
Dangle that dangle. Channel my... Oh, never mind. Not even gonna...
All right, so Dragon's not up for 245, so kind of MEC here trying to get a little vision around Baron, maybe playing topside, but we see Sejuani is on Krugs, just going for a little bit of farm here. But they've got the vision down, they've cleared some wards, and...
This is the fake Baron. It's the Baron that is up right at 20 when there's a Drake that's up in 2 minutes. The real objective is Drake, but everybody has to like do this fake Baron dance where neither team can really start it without just dying.
Yep.
Because if you give full control to this side and you go try and set up Drake too early, then you risk the enemy team shredding the Baron and actually taking him. So both teams like this. Okay, so if Kent State gives up too much control and doesn't have a vision on Baron, if they lose the dance, then it's going to be a start. You have Azir and Sejuani. So
we've got Rengar and Yasuo in base. I think this is
it's real Baron. Hoopu, who's it going to go?
Oh!
The delivery man does it again! But it looks like they will lose the fight badly. They lost 2 members for that steal.
It's worth it.
Call it worth. Yeah, it's worth.
Oh, careful, Star Poner. What are you doing?
He didn't think they were just like sprinting into his jungle. He should be okay. He has that cleanse there.
That is the second steal out of the delivery man in 2 games. He stole Elder Dragon last game, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Or Baron. No. He stole Baron.
He stole Baron and Jinx. They stole Elder too.
Wait, I think Ori stole Baron. He did steal Elder maybe.
Yes.
Oh, but it's just, it's a wash right now for MEC. They've completely turned the tables. Despite the Baron take for Kent State,
I think that's okay. I think it's okay to give this mid in him. You've got the Baron. We still have Baron on 2 members, I think.
Yeah, but Baron doesn't do it for this Kent State comp. They needed to snowball this. If they can never fight MEC...
I agree. I think it's more about making sure they didn't get the Baron there.
Right.
So you lose 2 members go down at Baron. Due to that, they get the inhib, but at least you took the Baron away from MEC. And now they got a reset, so... What's this Dragon at? Dragon's at 30 seconds. Now Kent State University can maybe get the control in the river. I think maybe they should want to move up to the other side of pit and take control of the bot quadrant for blue side, and kind of like look for something there. You know, maybe they catch somebody. Okay, we've got the Mordekaiser TP.
Mord is just huge. He can do whatever he wants, and it's a matter of MEC forcing. I mean, that's a good start right there, that hook. Kent State's comp is really bad at controlling these chokes and this situation like this, so they would need to snap, but then if you snap, you're playing right in a Tarek, so what do? You can't front to back the Mordekaiser, he's too big. They're going full force forward, MEC Hysteria. First target they can find is Gragas, but here's the answer, it's pretty big for Kent State. I think they hit the wombo, Star Poner in the back line, they're doing it, They're doing it, couple members drop, but it's traded.
Kenny takes down Bone.
But LeBen is so big still.
Oh my god, dude, he's huge. Oh,
my goodness. That's the best fight you'll get for Kent State.
Yeah,
they did it.
I think it's over.
I think it's actually over.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to be a 1-1.
It's actually over.
It's 1-1. In our first series here, teams tied up. Back to the drawing board.
Wow, the Mordekaiser just menaced this game.
Respect to Kent State for this draft, and it looks like they almost ran away with this game. I don't think this is a contest. I think they killed Nexus. Wait, try, look.
Oh.
Okay, Chai's already doing his other job. Okay, so Nexus drops, MEC Hysteria take game 2. We have ourselves a series.
Wow. That is the way to go. Okay, let's see if this works how I think it's going to. Oh. All right, and we're back. So, wow, what a game there.
Yeah.
Holy.
Crazy game. So, at the end of the day, what Kent State put together was 4 melee champions plus Ivern, 2 different combos that we both saw play out. So, this is a good game to go watch back and see like strengths and weaknesses of this Kent State setup.
It was countered so well in draft.
It was countered by.
Sorry to cut you off.
No,
I'm just like, this is. Oh,
You
I
beat me
feel
to
the
it.
heat right now.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
This is a game, guys. This is a match. We're going to game 3. It's 1-1. This is a best-of-5 series. Wow, we might be here for a while.
We might be here for a while, but I'm ready. I got nowhere to go. I got no plans anytime soon.
I'm ready to watch
right
some League of Legends.
And we can talk about draft now. This is like what separates a best-of-1 from a best-of-5 is the meta game, the mini game that happens in the draft. And when you have two teams like this that can go back and forth, you could you say, okay, let's call it equal in skill, let's just say. And it really comes down to game planning and execution of that game plan. And the team with the better setup matched with their execution is going to win the series.
I think so.
And that's what makes it great.
Yeah, and I think even the draft from MEC kind of would have countered Kent State's playstyle anyway, which is that late play for late scale on the AD. I mean, even if they had something like the Jinx there or the Samira rather than the Rengar Yasuo Wombo, you still have the Kai'Sa for scale. You still have that big as hell Mordekaiser, and you still have the Taric ulti. So I think that kind of comp you don't want them to get again with the Kent State University's, go-to playstyle.
Right. Yes, given their playstyle. And when they locked in that Malphite Gragas, it was a really good pivot to take Mordekaiser. Like, I think we said it in draft, like, he's just a drain tank. He's Conqueror. He's good into those melee champs that just, like, stand on you and, like, burn you to death with their chem tank. So I think when Kent State saw the Mordekaiser, they maybe, in hindsight, it's easy to say, drafting is insanely hard. It's impossibly hard. It's the most impossibly hard thing ever. But in hindsight, when you see Mordekaiser, you see these drain tanks, the way to deal with those champions like Mord is zone control and outrange like poke champions. Think of something like Ezreal and Orianna on the same team. Make it really hard for Mordekaiser.
Here's this fight here, too. It's like the Wombo looked big, but, man, it didn't matter.
This was the wipe.
Oh, this was before.
This was the wipe, like the least close fight. There were a couple really close ones, and the very last fight of the whole match, the one that ended the entire game, I thought could have gone Kent State's way.
Yeah, they got the Wombo off without the Taric ulti.
Yeah.
It was working out well. Kenny also got the Kai'Sa. He got Bone, was in the pit with Drake, got him, went back in, but at that point, the team is dead. Here?
So the Delivery Man 3-man ulti, let's go backline. You see the Starponer and Kenny here on backline, here shredding Bone right there. But it doesn't matter because Leben doesn't even take damage. And he's just slaying the entire time.
Yeah.
And you get one carry, but then you leave Zip the Zap up. So if you go backline, Leben is going to kill everybody. If you go frontline, you're
Kai'Sa
4 melee champions.
Gonna kill everybody.
Yeah.
Wow. Hard comp to play around there. So a great game, and I think we're getting ready to go into draft for Game 3.
All right, Chai, now that it's Game 3, I'm not going to worry so much about like the S-tier meta. It's going to come down to team-specific picks in this game.
Yep, 100%.
So, like, why not ban a Gragas? It's such a useful top pick for Musinator, and if you've done your homework on Kent State, if you've scouted them, you know Musinator likes to just be on reliable, sturdy champions. If you take that pick, like Musinator is doing great on Gragas, and that could be a ban. But like just some adjustments that maybe are less meta, like Lilia's 44% win rate in solo queue because of a nerf, but she's still really good and competitive. I want to see more draft adjustments from teams so that they don't fall into these holes of like getting themselves counter-drafted or not being adaptable. So MEC Hysteria does ban out Malphite. That's what I'm talking about. That makes things like so exciting. And I hope if we go into like a Game 5 that it's just back and forth mind games with the draft, because that's what I love about series.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I wonder what we're going to see here. Still the Rel. I think those are good picks. I think if you give like Condrax and Starponer, Rel, Samira.
This needs to be Tristana for Kent State.
Yeah?
Every game, yes. Because Star is nasty on it. Kenny has a good champ pool. He can play it, and then you flex it, and it's just such a good pick. But Tristana has like been nowhere to be seen in this series.
I know. I am surprised about that. Such a good place right now as a champion. Not only in the... I don't like that. We've seen it not work before.
It's just Kent State. They're doubling down on their style.
Yeah.
They're doubling down on this style. They want to pull something spicy out, maybe, or they want reactive picks. So, okay, we're going to team fight, and we have a weak early jungle. But, you know, if we can get enough counters, enough good matchups, and enough synergy in our comp, then Kensei just wants to go head-to-head with this. And MEC wisely. So, when you draft a Mumu, Yone definitely is, you know, one of Kenny's champs. He would pair with that, so you take that from MEC.
I think it's a good pick.
But it's one of those things where Yone is pretty hard to pull off. So if Zip the Zap feels pressured to take this away and is not that comfortable with it,
then you're putting yourself in a bad position for sure.
And Kensei gets 4 picks to deal with Yone. Sejuani.
Taking the Sedge again. I think Sedge is a good pick. I like her as a champion. I like her in competitive. She's a great 5v5 team fighting champ.
Yeah, but Sedge lets Amumu get away with his sins, in a way. She's better at 3, but she's not Giga Invade.
Oh, and there's
super
the say
aggro.
that
Here's Silas.
they let the Silas through. It was the only game they didn't ban it. We were kind of saying maybe they're banning it because Kenny's been playing it, and now Kenny's going to get the Silas. And let's see what he could do.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be a battle. We have double melee top lane. Kent State with the scoop-de-whoop on the Mordekaiser.
Scoop-de-whoop.
They are already triple melee here. They don't want to draft themselves into. So if they were to pick Musinator, let's say Gragas, it would be another really good Mordekaiser angle.
Yeah. So let's see what this third pick is going to be here.
I think like Aatrox, Gnar are 2 of the best in the top to deal with the 3 that you see. But not too sure.
Oh, and they snag the Tristana. So excuse me, MEC looking good right now, I think.
Yeah, they are. You have Tristana and Yone. Yes, it's both first round, but I don't think in this series you probably won't get Yone's second round. So the Tristana also we can assume is a top AD flex, probably 80% AD, 20% top, but it can't be put in the top lane. It's one of Star Poner's ADs, so they're going to grab that away. They take away Jinx, and next best would be maybe Sivir?
Samira.
Oh.
I know it's not, it might not necessarily fit. I mean, it could with the Amumu.
You have memories of this Samira, Star Poner on Samira.
Yes, Star Poner on Samira is
often.
nasty.
So maybe he'll take it this game. You need heavy AD threat. Your triple AP top. I don't know.
Me neither. I'm just like,
I don't know.
I'm waiting for these timers. Like, ooh, what's it going to be?
Okay, so this could be, what, you want to draft support here.
To counter, well, we know what top is.
Leona Nautilus.
So maybe you want to take top here.
Okay. It will be Leona. You draft support there.
Why?
Because your Tristana could go top.
Spicy.
So you're holding the AD top flex here by not picking, you know. And you can even go mage bot. Tristana top, Swain bot. Like, Tristana bot, you can... GP top would be great here. He can cleanse the Mordalt, right?
Yep.
And he has 2 tanks to set him up.
So the Kaisa, I think that's a great pick. Kaisa just a good all-around champion. I
just realized MEC could use some AP from this top lane. And you're into Mord.
That's not that great then.
Cho'Gath Gragas. I can't think of much. Hard to predict, but I do like Kaisa Alistar here. It's just we're going to go head-to-head and fight for it, and we have Kaisa. You have Tristana.
I wonder if that was overlooked. I wonder if right now they're going, oh, shit, guys, we need AP. So it's going to be a Yone top then?
Tristana top, Veigar bot.
Ooh.
Or Yone top. As they're shuffling here.
I think that was...
Yone top?
I think that... I'm just making assumptions, but I feel like that was like panic. Like, oh, wait, you're right. They have a Mordekaiser and Alistar and Amumu, and we don't have any AP. What are we going to do? But I really don't know.
Veigar is strong. You know, Yoshi plays a ton of Veigar.
No, I think Veigar is good, but I don't think the Yone was drafted. I feel like the Yone was not drafted as a flex.
As a flex. Oh, okay.
I think the Yone was intended to go mid, and then they, through the rest of their picks, they had to make changes on the fly, and then they realized, okay, we need to do something here to make sure that we have AP on the team.
I see your point now. What I will say is, I think if Yone gets to shield bow Merc Treads, he'll actually be pretty strong into that 2v2. I mean, I'm not sure how the Mordekaiser matchup would go, but if you have Grievous, shield bow, and Merc Treads, I think Yone might be okay in this matchup. But again, now we're questioning LeBen's proficiency on Yone. Maybe, like you said, he didn't expect to play it. Maybe he's not practiced. Maybe he spams it on a Smurf.
Yeah.
It's hard to say, but definitely interesting drafts. I want to give it to Kent State. I think Silas is huge here.
Dude, yeah, 100%.
And they got the Kaisa late, which tied together their comp of just, group up, team fight, front to back.
Because the thing is, like, Yone's got some, Silas got some fat stacks to steal here.
What would you say? 3 of those alts are, like, prime tier?
Dude, 3 or maybe even the Vagar ult?
No.
No? To just, let's say for whatever reason, Tristana gets carried away. You just get Honor and Vagar ult.
Here's why, because
one shot.
When you're Silas, if you kill someone, it's not because you didn't. Okay, if you kill someone, it's not because you do.
You don't like need the damage.
Yeah, like you don't need.
Yeah, so
it's
you're
like
looking at
win more.
Yone, Sedge, and Leona,
are all prime tier.
Dude, prime tier. Those are as prime as they could be. That is some Kobe beef ultimates.
Definitely. And then when you're looking at backline dive threat for Kaisa, which only really has to deal with Yone and possibly, obviously, Sejuani and Leona, but Kaisa can deal with a team comp like the one we're looking at. So I think, if it's the Starponer show, Starponer and Kenny, these are the two that, carry for them. They're on good picks in this draft. But, it's hard to say. MEC, their draft is at least very well-rounded. They have fighter top, tank, mage, marksman, tank.
Yeah,
like, they are well-rounded. They have all the tools
Kent State looks scary
to win this game.
I think it comes down to the jungle, how the jungle plays out. Because we've seen the Kent State get rolled with an Amumu pick into counter jungling. But they have the Sejuani again, so Amumu could very well get away with, getting full clears, getting to 6 proficiently, and playing it right. So I think they need to be concerned about that. But as we wait here for the spectator delay and load into this game, we'll go ahead and hop to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We are in game 3 of a best of 5 against Kent State University and Mirage Esports Club, Hysteria. Sorry, we got some long names here, and I keep some. Hey, we got like 5 M teams here, but don't go anywhere. This is going to be an awesome game. We don't know who is going to take this away. We'll see you on the Rift.
See you soon. Starponer on the side is taking the 1v1 with Kate, and Bone wins it. Bone wins the 1v1. MEC can win this fight now. Here comes Olaf around the corner.
Oh, and here's the Vlad TP. It's looking really bad now.
Kent State is full peel mode because MEC have numbers now. Here comes LeBen coming in on the Vladimir. They need to just turn and book the Elder. They wanted more. You could smell it. You could sense it.
Yeah, I think that the misplay here for Kent State University is that you're not wasting every single ability on that Vladimir. The Yone ulti, the Malphite ulti, the Gragas ulti, like everything on Lebien there.
Oh, flash steal from the delivery man. He does one back. Kent State get the Elder Soul. It's just an even game again.
Wow.
If anything,
as we think they're making mistakes and turning it around, the delivery man with the clutch steal, and now
in here, and this almost looks like a Drake setup / ARAM setup. I mean, Kent State just want to fight something. They'll take Zip the Zap if that's who they have to go for. But a huge, what? That was the Emperor's Divide. But look, it was split in half by the wall.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was big by Zip the Zap, and that looked almost lethal for Kent State.
Yeah,
they had to discount.
I thought that was Malphite for a split second, and I thought that's going to be huge.
But he's looking. He saw what you saw. Ulti only lands on 1. They're going to front to back. They're going for Leben first, but he's already in the back line. A big Emperor's Divide from the Azir, and it looks like MEC could win this front to back. I'm watching Starponer go in, but he's going to drop soon unless he can heal with Gore Drinker. It's not enough. MEC can just win the fights. Leben is a brick house.
Wow. Unfortunately, I think
it's up too much control and doesn't have a vision on Baron. If they lose the dance, then it's going to be a start. You have Azir and Sejuani.
So
we
not
got
fake Baron.
Rengar and Yasuo in base. I think this is
It's
our
real
Baron.
Baron. Hoopu, who's it going to go? Hey, the delivery man does it again! But it looks like they will lose the fight badly. They lost 2 members for that steal.
It's worth it.
Call it
It's
worth.
it.
Yeah, it's worth.
Oh, careful, Star Pwner. What are you doing?
He didn't think they're just like sprinting into his jungle. He should be okay. He has that cleanse there.
That is the second steal out of the delivery man in 2 games.
See Hysteria. First target they can find is Gragas. But here's the answer. It's pretty big for Kent State. I think they hit the wombo. Star Pwner in the back line. They're doing it, try. They're doing it.
Yep.
Couple members drop, but it's traded.
Kenny takes down Bone.
But LeBen is so big still.
Oh, my God, dude. He's huge. Oh,
my
LeBen.
goodness. That's the best fight you'll get for Kent State.
Yeah,
They
I think
did it.
I think it's over.
It is. No end.
I think it's
actually over.
Yeah.
It looks like it's okay to get away with it. But I don't love the triple AP topside, but at the end of the day, I like NBC's comp.
So maybe they look here off that stun.
Star Pwner with massive heals, some shielding coming in.
Oh,
Just
and it
first blood
works.
taking out Kaisa. And watch this Rengar hop. Look at Conrex, give him the brush. He gets another hop.
Gosh.
And there's the combo in action, folks. We see it
It's
here
dirty.
on the 3rd place match, the final stage. Star Pwner with first blood.
Sejuani.
Yeah. Oh, and Star Pwner with a nice W cleanse to stop the Taric stun. And so he's able to just hop around in this top lane.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Yeah, these guys know how to do it.
But
He
the
can
stun,
cleanse that.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
the Rengar W cleanse. He's going to go back in, and we need another
Oh
shield.
my
Wait, that
God,
burst! Oh
what
my
is-
God!
Oh!
They kill them both! Kent State! 2 for 0 hero kill going over to each. And
It's working. It's working.
They are just showing.
All right. Welcome back. This is game 3. It's 1-1.
1-1.
Wow. Yes, guaranteed there will be a game 4, guys. At the very least. You know we like to push it to the limits here at LSS. We're going for game 5 in both matches today. Give it to us.
I want 10 of these in my eyes.
I want 10 of these games in my eyes as well. I'm trying to burn League of Legends into my retina.
And will this be a test of I'm sorry, I can't think of the word.
No, it won't be.
Conditioning, like over time, like not getting tired over time.
Yeah, for who?
You know, for these players that have to play up to 5 games, are they going to be fatigued?
No, these guys play 10 solo queue games a day.
Oh, but like full focus, like are
I don't
they
actually
gonna make
know
more
that, but come on,
mistakes?
like
are more mistakes going to be made
Yes,
as the
yes.
series goes on because of fatigue if it goes to game 5?
I bet you if we hit game 5, we're going to see a little bit of crazy stuff going on.
Probably.
Don't you predict?
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. That's what I'm trying to like bring up. Like,
Yep.
will fatigue be a factor in this?
Yeah.
I just couldn't think of that word.
To play at this high of a competitive level, all the things you need to think about that go into these matches.
It's a lot.
You're
on the
playing
brain.
5 matches potentially that last anywhere between 20 and 45 minutes, and you do get burned out.
For sure. We see Jungle's mirrored start going the same way. Mumu is going to do Krugs. So, Sejuani, we can expect to get top crab. And the delivery man has just been happily getting double crab this whole series.
Yeah.
So,
Will he get away with it this time?
if he takes Krugs, he can't get top crab. I kind of think that's how it's going to shake out. Sedge will be there way before. If he wants to
But
kill
here's
Raptors,
the thing
he'll
about
be
that.
late.
So you could do Krugs, Raptors, Blue, Top Crab, Gromp, Wolves, and then do your base. They're like, what? You don't have to clear your full jungle before you hit the Scuttle.
You're right.
I've done it in games depending on how my clear plays out. But if you don't want to get double scuttled, at some point you got to say, okay, I need to go to the Scuttle when it's up.
Yeah, you're
regardless
right.
of finishing my clear.
I agree with that. You do not have to like hit wolves, for example. You could go blue and a crab. The thing you look at now is your lane prio. So this trade really important to who gets crab, and it could just be an all-in for Kenny as he gets Veigar low, but he's in trap.
Oh.
Support the bot lane will come into the game if there's a double crab scenario, but if your Veigar has push, or I'm sorry, if your Sylas has kill threat and push, then as a Mumu, yes, you can go for Scuttle. And his clear is actually a bit faster than I thought. I thought if a Mumu takes Krugs, he won't be done with blue in time.
Oh, well, it's think about the whatever his crying is.
But it's a gank from Poo here.
Oh.
2v1 on Musinator. He's probably going to have to flash. If he flashes and lives, it's fine. Ah, there is actually no way to flash that. So first blood over to
He had to
LeBen.
flash the moment he saw her in the lane.
Yeah, maybe.
If you flash the Yone knockup, then you are potentially getting away. But you can't. He just gets chained too easily there after getting knocked up. Yeah, you do have the sad mummy tears that help you clear Krugs a lot faster,
Tantrum?
as well as Raptors.
Yeah, okay.
You have AO. You have you have 2 AOE abilities on a Mumu versus like a Malphite.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. So his clear is fast enough to do that into top, but then when you look at lanes,
but he still gets double scuttle.
Yeah, obviously in this
Yeah.
case his top dies, but at least he doesn't flash. So it is what it is. Counter-X and Star Bone here. I don't love that trade. He gets knocked out of his jump. And with Tristana jump down, if Counter-X flashes on her, as soon as his Q's up, I think she'll die. Pretty sure that's the play. I think he's looking for it too. Oh, Bone, see how he's like barely out of the Alistar flash range. And now once Triss has jump, he's actually fine to walk up and hit wave. Because if Alistar combos Triss, wait a second, Kenny, you mad man? Wishing you had Ignite right now.
Oh yeah. I think the TP is a good play though. Here, the double. Okay, so we do have double TP both teams this time around.
4 TPs. I love games with 4 TPs. They are the funnest to watch. Here's Counter-X with the combo. Poo around the corner for the counter gank. The engage onto the Kaisa Starpowner using the cleanse to get away. Oh, but Kenny with the solo kill in the mid lane, but it's traded. But minions are under turret. You call that worth for Kenny and Kent State. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, it's the Tristana, it's Bone, it's Skeggy, it's Mech, it's MEC with control here. They're going to get a nice crash. They're going to get a better recall.
I think they're taking Dragon right here.
And Sedge is absolutely on Drake. So I think this Drake is, Amumu is nowhere to be seen, and, you know, Sedge did a kind of a counter gank into Drake, but Kenny solo makes a, you know, not super worth play, but a worth play in the mid. So already some back and forth here. And they're going to stay. So I was thinking maybe Star and Counter-X would recall Star here because their wave is going to push away from them and Star is low. The thing about Tristana, though, is she'll naturally push it back if you're patient enough. So see how this blue wave is pushing towards Bone and Skeggy?
Just from the passive, from her E.
Yeah, it really is... Triss, I believe, cannot freeze, but she can thin waves out and kind of hold it in the middle of the map. But Sedge just recalled, so it's just a 2v2 bot. I think it's all going to be fine. Kenny with an all-in here. Nice cage.
Those are great cages from Zip to Zap on these.
Hitting him with the edge even after the channel, yeah.
Yep.
And now this wave is going to go back to Kent State pretty soon here. The delivery man finds the stun on Leben. Going to probably get his flash.
He can't let him get in front. Okay.
Is he in the death? Okay, so more to R for Yone flash. Good positive play for Kent State.
No Mordar there. Mordar is still up.
Oh, it got canceled. He did the thing, I think.
Oh, maybe the flash canceled it as he was.
Yeah. Like he went out of vision or range or whatever. Okay, tense early game.
Yeah, close in goal. First Drake going over to MEC. And if we take a look here at items and CS, it's pretty close across the board. So
definitely,
like you said, a tense game here. I think we're going to see a pretty even game as we go into this game. I am concerned about bot lane. I think the MEC bot lane has great engage to make some early game plays. I think they look for the level 6 engage. to try and prevent the Kaisa from, getting to scale too hard.
Poo-Poo with ulti on Kenny. Will tag him with that.
Oh, Kenny is in trouble.
It's a matter of who gets it, I think. But they're not going to... Yeah, they can't just give that kill. It has
dude,
to just...
so he had the Veigar ulti. It was so close. Maybe he gets a trade there, but not quick enough. And unfortunately giving a kill over to Zip the Zap. Now 2-1 on the Veigar. And has Lucidity Boots finished.
Yeah, I think Silas will be okay. His wave isn't that bad. He has TP. He'll get back on the map. But great pickup for MEC Asteria as they find themselves almost at a 1K goal lead. It's 8 minutes.
Surprise! What is happening right here?
That is a lot of CC. I'm pretty sure Kenny did not expect Leona to be here, but he can still win this. As soon as Ignite goes down, he could turn on Zip. He wins that. Oh, because Skeggy's on her turret, but Bone flashes him. Oh, but he does kill him. Oh my goodness, we have LeBen and Moosinator duking it out in the top lane. Moose gets this, if I'm not mistaken. Oh,
no,
I need
he
to
has
just
no
stop
flash.
predicting. I need to be observing, not predicting. Because, man, it's so hard. It's just so close sometimes.
Oh, no, and
LeBen,
Poo-Poo's
1
coming
HP.
around the corner, and I think
They're fighting with
Moosinator...
fire. Can Moose trade? Start off with the Q from Sejuani, stacking the passive up. Here comes the shield. There's going to be a heal for Moose as well. It's not enough because LeBen played that just...
He did. He
all
played
he had
it
to do
so
was space.
patiently.
Let Sejuani do most of the work. Calm, cool, stack up a Q. Come in and get that kill. LeBen off to a great start. Really well played by that top jungle duo.
So now becoming harder and harder for KSU, falling behind 1-5 in kills and down 2K gold for KSU. Dragons up in 1 minute, and here's the in-game.
Flash, setting up Kenny. He will miss the E-chains.
Oh, and they both get stunned, and that's big damage going down on Condurex. Does he die here to Zip the Zap? No, he doesn't, but here comes Poo-Poo.
Yeah, Poo-Poo here is sort of a 2v2. But Kenny's going to turn on a Veigar. Does he have the damage? Does he run through the cage? He does. He'll pick Veigar up. He needs another Kingslayer for more HP. A nice bop away from Condurex. That's a 2v2 right there, and Kenny takes 1 for 0. It was pretty much a 1v2.
I don't know about this trade, Starponer.
Who wins this? They are just duking it out Western style. Starponer flashing away, but it's heal advantage to Bone, but he can't get in range for another
At least
auto.
he gets away there. I think that is never a trade you want to take. Tristana into Kaisa. You don't want to fight those.
Star has been, playing around his limits
Yeah.
for, pretty crazy this series. The amount of times I've seen this guy walk up where it's sketchy, but then he barely gets out. He's really, playing on the boundaries of what his champs can do, and that's, a mark of a really good player, in my opinion. Not saying that dueling a Trist and going low is, good in this sense,
but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great hook for Moose. I think LeBen, in the 2v1, he's going to have to go the hard way through the turret, uses the ulti.
Oh, but Condurex is here.
Yeah, but if you give
about
that
to
to
get the
Ali,
cow.
I would just fight Ali right now and give it to him. But he might look for... Ooh, Kenny with the pickup, shutdown going to Silas. That mid game for Ken State to be better. Starponer with a great dodge, under turret with the killer instinct. He's still firing back,
Starponer!
and he outplays it. He gets Tristana at least. But the execute.
Damn.
He never tagged the Leo.
Yeah. So well played. A great ultimate to dodge the Leona CC. And, that's great.
Yeah, trading back there, you'll take that every day of the week. I forget how many minions he missed. If you're missing a double, 2.5 waves there, then you're still sad as Kaisa. But getting that trade back and then watching Leona die to execute, I'm happy with that if I'm Kent State. But man, is this game close. MEC Asteria actually appear to be in the lead. They're up in gold. They have 2 Drakes. They scale as well as, any comp out there. Their Yone is doing fine. I think they are in control, but Kent State still active as we see Condurex with a Hex Splash over into the delivery man's bandage toss. They're going to lock the Leona up, but is it answered by Poo-Poo? A little bit of CC here and some Veigar burst, but the exhaust hits Veigar right before his ult lands, and so he doesn't kill Condurex, and Kenny is so good in this situation as Silas.
Yeah,
Did you see that exhaust? As soon as Veigar lifted his wand for ulti, exhaust went on him. He did not pop Condurex there. And there's another bandage toss by the delivery man. It's 2-0 Kent State right now, but Bone is firing away.
Yeah, but Kenny's here, and if he can get a hold of Bone, then it's going to be a bad scenario for them. And Kenny picking up Leona there. That's great.
And now Moosinator with no Grievous, but just wins this hard in the top lane. Oh, the timing was just barely off. That's okay.
That was a great flash trying to... so, like, you don't want to let the Yone get the space for him to ult out, because if you can tank his ultimate, then he's just right in front of you.
Yeah. Either way, proactive play from Kent State. It started with the delivery man finding, well, it was Conrex's Hex Flash was beautiful into bandage toss from the delivery man, who ended up bandage tossing someone else later that fight. So Mumu is here. He's in the game. He's ready to play. He's got his ulti. He's working on that first item, and delivery man putting himself on the board, getting Kent State back to dead even in gold.
Great scenario for them. Unfortunately, Dragon going over to MEC again. So next Drake is going to be a Mountain Drake. So we're looking at Mountain Soul this game. Drake up in 225. And I think they really want to look and take this Dragon from MEC. You don't want to put them on Soul Point. And I think you've given up enough at this point that you want to focus it.
Alt in on Zip to Zap. Is it a clean one-shot? He did it, try. He did what you said. And that's a solo kill in the mid lane. Poo-Poo here trying to do the same to the enemy of Mumu, the delivery man, trying to walk away. But here's Kenny, the equalizer. They're all powerful. He has electric. He doesn't even have Triumph, this Silas, so I can't say
Silas is going to be able to get on them here. E's going to be up any second.
Conrex looking, lands the combo on Leona, the follow-up from Kenny, but the Tristana ultimate will disengage them. But what was that?
Oh, man.
What even was that?
Honestly,
they all just got rooted.
Yeah.
Oh, Everfrost hit everybody there? Everfrost on Silas?
Oh, did it?
No, but look at the cooldown.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, it was. Okay.
Holy.
Either way, Drake in 125. It is crucial Kent State get this, and they really can get it through the likes of Kenny on Silas. The champion's so strong right now with the Everfrost. The fact that he's hard to one-shot, he's got the Merc Treads, a bit of tenacity. That's the character Kent State want to play around. Obviously, the bounty on his head as well. To win them this Drake fight so that MEC doesn't go on Soul Point. If MEC goes on Soul Point, they're still up in gold, they're up in turns. They are fine. It feels like a Kent State is taking the game away, but in reality, I think MEC are perfectly fine right now. It's just mythic difference in the mid lane, but mythic difference in the top. So you see that Silas has mythic, Veigar doesn't, Yone has mythic, Mord doesn't. So if we have a 5v5, there's two major item differences, but other than that, we're pretty neck and neck.
Yeah, this is a close game here.
Yeah, it's so close.
Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Kent State really wants to take this Drake from MEC.
And now both teams have all the tools you need in this situation. You know, things like zone control, range abilities,
if Kenny gets the right ult here,
yeah,
it's looking real bad for MEC. It's going to be hard to fight around that. He's shoving in mid.
He's shoving mid. That's actually really big. I mean, MEC just for being here are going to miss minions. So they want to engage. It's the two-man Leona ultimate into the Yone follow-up. Can he give one of them before he snaps back, or will they kill him? Big shield. He goes back, but no kill. And the fight will continue. That's Mordekaiser dropping right away. And it looks like MEC are going to try and reset their Tristana. Kenny in a terrible position.
Oh,
really well fought by MEC. The Leona pulled the trigger first.
Yep.
And because of that, they're looking to put themselves on Soul Point. Woo!
Yeah, good play there by Leona. I think pulling the trigger immediately when they walked into that brush instead of being picky and greedy.
First.
Like, don't be greedy for that ultimate. Don't just look for the four-man Leona ult.
Yeah.
Just take them out as soon as somebody's walking up. You don't want Silas to have the chance to grab your ult. Silas ended up grabbing the Sejuani ult, but I don't know if that was intended. I mean, at that point, they were all getting slammed on. He probably just wanted to grab one of the two, and whatever he could get is what he took. And the Sedge ult there wasn't as beneficial as a Leona ult.
Here's Kenny's retribution play. He's setting up the Leona. Skeggy going low. He's going to flash away from his own ultimate. That must feel bad.
Oh, real bad.
But you know what try that was? That was just a brilliant engage by Skeggy. The awareness to just be first won them that Drake. They were just first. I mean, you can watch it back, but when that Leona connects on two and Yone is there, everyone from MEC is on the same page, whereas KSU have to scatter. Their comms are not going to be as clear, and the fight, it was close, but it went MEC's way. Kent State.
No smite on Poo Poo here, so. Oh, no. Do they really want to just back off that? Leona's not there. Okay, Mordecai's not there as well.
Yeah, a lot of respect shown there for Kent State not to just scrap that. Like, I mean, fight. Like, scrap
I kind of think they
that.
should have, but lack of knowledge. I mean, they didn't know where Leona and Trist were, maybe. I mean, that was a 4v3, no smite on Sedge.
Yeah, I agree. I think they should have fought that because
it was a lack of information.
Yeah, probably. And it's hard to not get carried away when we can see everything, right? Because we're like, why didn't he do this? Why didn't, it's like they can only see, you know, portions
Fog
of
of
the
War,
map.
guys. Remember, Fog of War.
But now it's looking MEC Hysteria's game all day. Unless, I mean, Star Pwn or Pentakill, right? I mean, that's always a possibility. He is on the Kaisa. He's farming well. He's curving into this game. But when you have a chance at Mountain Soul every 5 minutes, it's going to be a tough battle for Kent State. And 4K gold. And now, what's next? We have solo lanes. Solo laners in solo lanes. It's just, you know, going to be mounting pressure towards this 235 Drake. This is what we most typically see in LSS is teams just fighting over that Drake. One team is on point. There's the comps built are not for split pushing. I mean, obviously Yone and Mord are going to go toe-to-toe in the side lane, but neither... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Vagar does not really want to be splitting inside. Kenny does, so if anything, there's a 1-3-1 for Kent State, but it's more of a 4-1 for MEC if that's how they want to line up. And for this mid-game, it's all about push, vision, push, right? Getting control of certain areas, certain choke points, forcing your enemy to take the long route from turret to turret as you try and out-rotate them.
I don't think Yone expected his damage there. He could have ulted and got the kill, but saves the ult maybe intentionally for a fight here. Chunking out Mordekaiser and making his way to the rest of the team. Kind of forcing Mordekaiser out of this. He's going to have to reset and potentially TP if he wants to have any impact on this fight.
Mord is just really behind now.
Yeah.
If he doesn't complete his Mythic next back, he's in a tough spot. He has to be working on that right now because he's way behind his opponent in the top lane here. As we see MEC looking at pressure with Herald. This is something I forgot about, is that second Herald. It's like, what do you do when you're waiting for Soul? No. Oh, and Amumu can't get out of that. He is pretty tanky, but will drop 1 for 0. And here comes the Sejuani ulti, followed up by the Leona ulti. It's a full-on engage from MEC Hysteria. And Star Pwn goes in with the Killer Instinct, but he was stunned like in the middle of it. But he doesn't die. The cleanse saves him again. And Kent State could come back. It's all about Kenny. Kenny could do a lot of work here if MEC let him.
Good cage there, zoning him away from getting to anything.
Classic mistake by MEC to want anything more than a 1 for 0. You kill a Mumu that gives you soul. If you try for anything else, now you're flipping your chances. Maybe it's 60-40, but there's a chance you don't get Star Pwn, they kill you, and now they get to be at Drake first. That's
taking out a Mumu there, having the Herald still, and the man advantage. I think all you do is you let Trist deal damage to tower, and then you leave.
Yeah, and just go take Drake. There's no Mumu. You can... Kent State will be forced to 4v5. You just take the fight it better than them, and get soul. But when you overreach under that turret and dive for more, Kent State more than willing to just punish that, and they see a window back in the game. It's right here. Pressure is mounting. Kent State need to snap now. Watch Condorex. He's the one to do it. Here's the engage. Big cage, but lots of CC. That's Kenny going in. He's able to get on Bone, forces to jump over the wall.
Kenny's over,
in the front line. Yeah, he's still on Bone in the front line. Moves doing a lot. Kent State can actually win this. Kenny chasing everybody down with the Kingslayer. He does too much work here. Kent State found their window.
All right. This is Kent State. Get the dragon, please. Thank you.
And maybe sprint Baron.
Felt like I wasn't sure if they were going to run down the enemy there, but it's definitely a 3 for 0.
They can sprint Baron. I'm not sure if that's what they're going to do. If they're sprinting Baron.
They're pinging it.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Drake and Baron. Now we're looking at TPs. They're both down. This could just be a take. This is close try. They're going to do it relatively slow and take
they have Kaisa, though.
a good bit of damage. Yeah, but
it's not. I don't think it's that slow with Kaisa.
Mumu and Silas are really bad, and Immorta is okay. Yeah, it's too fast for MEC to do much about. Leona can send an ult over the wall and look for the steal, but it goes to Kent State, who was given one window to come back in this game and have done it. They get themselves Baron. Skeggy wants to delay the recall of Condorex here. Possibly pick up the kill, get Bone some money, but it's not too bad. Kent State happy right now in a pretty decent position. Now Pupu's trying to punish any greed from Kent State members to try and get their camps on the way out. Delaying recalls. Maybe MEC can look for a tempo play here. Maybe that top turret that Moose is under is where they're looking.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is, you know, the price Kent State pays for Drake in the Baron. So
but
once they get back on the map,
one tower, stop the Soul for another 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Got the Baron, and now they need to use this Baron to get everything they can. Catch up in gold if they can, and then be back at Drake in 3:30 because, again, you don't want to let them get this Mountain Soul.
No, and when you're the team that has Baron, you want to be on the map, pressuring as many lanes with the buff as you can, but don't slip because enemy team is on Soul Point. They're going to get a chance every 5 minutes to get a massive buff. 2 mountains, by the way.
Yeah.
2 mountains in a row, by the way. So for everyone out there who's like, Drake is always Cloud. Like, look,
yeah.
2 in a row that isn't Cloud. But here's an engage. It's Silas with the Everfrost picking up Pupu. So much CC on that member. Can MEC trade it back? I'm watching Zip the Zap. He's in a pretty bad spot as he just scooped up easily. Now Kent State can go on the offensive.
Kent State, I think, potentially.
They want inhib here.
Yeah, Condorex looking.
I don't think they stop until they take inhib and then they recall. You have Mordekaiser covering Yone. And for MEC, it's all about the setup on the Yone. If Yone can get a 3-4-man ulti here, that's their best chance. Or you walk away and give inhib. Giving inhib, I think, is, yeah. Look at that, Kent State. This was the one overstep at Kent State's base for a half a second. Leads to this because of what we mentioned earlier. It's just so crazy. This series is so neck and neck, and it comes down to small mistakes. But look, they picked off the delivery man, staggered recall.
Oh, but this might turn into something more.
Yeah, I think they can trade Skeggy. Conrex is looking for even more, but they can get Skeggy and keep running up. Oh, the TC's coming in, but the Leben is going in. He's 1v3. It doesn't look that good. If he has Grievous on him, he's fighting 1v3 still. He's still alive. He flashes over the wall.
What is happening?
He's still alive. Meanwhile, the Sejuani will shut down Silas. Yone will finally go down to Starponer.
What a brawl there. So Yone going in with ultimate, but Starponer dodging it with his own. And then somehow Lebian still surviving in a 1v3 for like 30 seconds.
It's crazy. I mean, when you look at the damage profile from KSU, they don't have like the burst. Like, they're lacking in burst. Kaisa has a bit. Silas is their burst. But when you have Mordekaiser and a Mumu, imagine you have a Renekton. Imagine you have a Jarvan. These champions can actually kill Yone. When Yone fights the top side of Kent State, I think we talked about this earlier, he is fine to lifesteal like crazy. And if they can't bring him down, this is what you see. But anyway, just
yeah, he went shield bow straight into Bloodthirster this game, so
he should have like in my opinion, he should have like a Maw or a Wit's End or something that, or a we saw Spirit Visage on Kenny's Yone, something lots of MR and lifesteal to sustain himself in the fights. Because then if Kaisa's not killing you, you really can just shred through the rest of their comp. Here's a Kent State trap setup, Death Brush here. Drake is up in 30. MEC gets mid-prow. Oh, Delivery Man, flash in, but it gets cleansed. Oh, and there's a 2-man Leona ultimate. A couple of them are trapped in the cage. Starponer gets rooted up. He gets stunned.
Oh, but he's
alive. Bone gets 1 for 0. Star forced to flash away. MEC can slowly win this. Next focus is Condorex.
Oh, the Yone ulti from Silas.
And the Silas goes in. Kenny's doing so much work. Starponer with the follow-up. He goes backline. No flash on him. He could drop, but he's against 2 tanks. Kent State are doing it. Kenny with another Kingslayer. It's a triple. Kenny is doing it. Triple-double for Kent State.
It's a triple-double!
Oh, my goodness. These fights are crazy.
Kenny taking the Yone ulti there was huge. It was huge for the setup. It totally, like, what is the word I'm looking for? It just caused
like
that.
Turned the fight?
It turned everything.
I can't think of a better word than
I mean,
turn.
it just, like, it was like the dominoes were falling in the right spot. They peeled back. Starponer got out unscathed, even though he was hit by the Skeggy stun.
Yes.
And he survived full HP. Kenny's got the ult. He hits like a 4-man Yone ulti as Silas, and the whole team just turns, and it turns into a double-triple.
Crazy.
Wow.
You know what? When you look at these 10 champions, Silas has to do a ton of work, I think, for Kent State's comp to work, for them to win. Silas has to go absolutely crazy.
He has to do a lot of damage. He has to be locking people up with the E. He has to hit the Everfrost, and he has to get a good enemy ulti to set up.
Yeah. Not to mention baiting cooldowns, baiting damage, making people think they can kill you, and then turning. Like,
all right, Kenny, it's all on you.
No. The thing is, you could pass the torch to Kaisa right about now. When she completes 3 items, she
6 and 1, 212 farm.
Now it's like Kenny passed the torch to Star, and he's still going to go do his thing and be Silas. But it's from when Kaisa hits 3 items, it can be a 1v9 Kaisa show.
Yeah, probably working on Infinity Edge now, I would guess. So I think once she gets that Infinity Edge, whew.
Yeah.
Going to be Shred City.
Shred City. And man, is it just, look at the base for MEC.
What base?
Yeah, base is gone. They're missing 2 inhibs. So when you're down 2 inhibs, you have to go into this, people call it turtle, but like, you know, defensive mode where the trade-off is you can't really be active on the map, so you might not get a good look at your soul. But you're going to get some gold income from those super minions walking down, and when the supers kill your waves, it denies gold from the enemy team. So as long as you have, you know, a decent amount of wave clear, as long as you adjust your style of play to more defensive, you can you can come back from 2 inhibs and be okay. It's just when you sacrifice the pressure on the map, you're giving away objectives, and then it's a matter of the enemy team just closing you out. Yeah,
I was just going to say, I think this double so actually top inhib up now, but we see Kenny in the bot lane against Yone, has ulti, has TP, no flash though, but I think if he could take this, they just go to Baron.
Kenny with the 1v1. I'm looking for Greedy.
Oh, the plays!
Zanya's on the Yone ultimate. That's the difference! Oh! And he hits him with his own ulti in the bot lane 1v1.
Now they just go Baron, and I think they close the game out. Yeah,
it's a start for sure. They're going to start hitting it.
The clean Zonias.
Kenny has TP. He can pressure bot. MEC is forced to 4v4 here into a Kenny TP flank. See that ward behind that rock there?
Yep.
That would be a good one. Or they go steal, and they do it! Boo Boo goes and steals, and he flashes out. Kent State are angry. They're going to TP the Silas in, but Poo Poo's in the death realm.
Surprise!
So Silas can't see him yet. Oh my goodness, try.
Okay, but so now we have timers. We've got 45 seconds on Poo Poo, but only 10 on Le Bien. I don't know if they can do anything with this.
Conrex with a nice cleanse there on the wall. Yeah, I mean, Kent State are still in control, right? But MEC, they steal, but they had to do that to stay alive, and they do.
No,
and another catch. Conrex, no ultimate, zip this up.
Oh, Kenny catches.
No, but Kenny could die here. Kenny gets locked up, he dies. MEC goes back over the wall into their own base. The Ben is able to DPS the Kaisa.
It's falling apart.
It's disaster for Kent State. MEC, their soul is up in 130. So try, this is a test. This is a test of MEC macro. How do you deal with 2 super waves? How do you go set up Drake, make sure you get a good fight, and do you set up a trap on a pink? What is your control like? Who do you go where? Every second matters in this situation right now.
I think they just going to go straight there. You know, reset, buy whatever they need here, run straight to Drake. I think they get this soul. 3 members up in 20 seconds, souls up in a minute. They're going to have.
Kent State will sprint at them and fight them. It's all about their setup.
Yeah, that's why I think they have the time to set up.
Yeah.
If they do it properly. Yeah. But right now they're just pushing mid. I think they all need to be running through the jungle right to Dragon.
Well, mid is very important because.
But you just leave one, you know, let Triss clear the waves.
Right, yeah. Your bodies need to be in here.
Yeah.
Getting Crab is great for Poo Poo here. But Kent State have been able to kind of sneak into a bush. They at least know that they have control of their own red quadrant, but that's all that they need because they could go over steal. Maybe they sack the delivery man, and then they can wait out Baron. Moose caught in a trap by Zip the Zap.
I feel like...
Kenny on the side. Oh. Zip is looking for a cage.
Oh,
it's a crazy cage because he's stunned. He's frontlining.
Oh, big Amumu ulti.
Big 3-man Amumu ulti. Kent State can just wipe this. Oh, the 3-man Yone ulti by Kenny, but he got popped out of it by Tristana. They're still fighting. Tristana hit out of midair somehow. Starpowner cleans her up with a dunk. LeBanc, can he 1v5 this? There's no way Kent State should be pinging base.
Yes, end the game. Wow, what a play there.
Oh, my God. Another Kenny crazy Yone ultimate. But are they going for end?
They should be. They need waves, though. Maybe.
No, it's not end. It's not end. You can double in him and Drake.
So Kenny here with the double MVP so far.
He's popping off today.
Dude, he really is.
He really is. We'll give kudos when we know who a winner is because this series is actually crazy. It's double inhib Drake into recall. Now both teams on soul point. You couldn't ask for a crazier game.
I know, right?
But Kent State is definitely in control.
Look at the gold. Dead even gold. Dead even dragons. Only up 2 towers for Kent State University, but as well as those 2 inhibs. So this is a crazy game.
These are the games we play for. These are the games I play for.
So we might get a pause here. It looked like... Oh, wait, never mind. He's already back. We had a quick DC there from Skeggy, but it seems like he's already back in the game. On his way to this Baron. They need to get some control around here. Oh, wait a second. Up in 2 minutes 20. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Baron next objective. And so it can't be traded for Drake. The only way games can be crazier is if these 2 objectives are up at the same time.
I know. So I think that I understand the Baron's up, but Kent State University I think wants to just be bot now. Like, let's say MEC goes for Baron. Do they not just take the rest of base and end while they're doing it? I mean, they can't. You know, you have the 2 super waves shoving top and mid. If you got 5-man in the bot lane while Baron's coming up, MEC has a tough choice to make.
The way I see it, Chai, is when Baron is 1 minute away, you put Kenny bot solo.
And then the rest of the team.
The rest of the team on Baron while supers push. All 3 lanes are getting pushed by effectively 1 member.
Yeah.
And you have 4 hitting Baron. That's the setup I would like to see. But focusing on the bot half of the map, the strength of that is there's like, you know, a ton of pressure on that tier 2 bot turret, right?
Yeah.
Because of the supers in the other lanes, and it's kind of easy to take, and it's right there. So it would make sense in that sense for Kent State to be on the bot half of the map. But I would like to see a 4-1, 4 on Baron, Silas bot side. Give him a nice TP flank ward, and then you probably win the situation.
Yeah, if you put it that way, I definitely agree. It looks like they're doing a great job of clearing out all the vision that MEC just purchased. And, I mean, Condorex clearing out 3 pinks in the last 15 seconds.
And this turret is like one little like chair leg, like keeping up like an entire you know, like base of stuff. That thing is like getting ready to fall. And same can kind of be said. Kent State could dive right here too. They don't want to yet because they want supers to get to base. Once supers are base, they could dive this turret because the idea would be if they 5v5 us the dive, then our supers are going to go hit Nexus, and one of us can maybe sneak away and threaten to end. You know what I'm saying? So you should always have some form of split threat. When you have 2 inhibs down, it gives you so many options. But they're doing what you said, Chai. They're going 5v5 heads up for this bot lane turret, knowing they have pressure top. You see Yone top lane right now. 5v4, who goes in? It's Poo-Poo taking some damage, dipping out. No dive yet from Kent State.
Here comes Lebian from mid, looking for a potential... Okay, he's just clearing waves.
But now try with Baron up, you can really start
I think you do. Now I think they do what you were saying. They got that tower. They applied a lot of pressure. Lebian just clearing waves. Now they're resetting and going to make their way to Baron.
But I would have rather seen a Baron be rushed right now. Look at Tristan and Veigar dealing with base or whatever. If you just have Silas in the bot lane, this Baron should already be dead, in my opinion, if you were to have taken the 4-1 that I was thinking about.
Like
but that's
earlier,
okay.
at a minute left.
Yeah. Because you can really question what Kent State has gotten done. They only got that tier 2 bot turret in that entire past
Yeah.
2 minutes. And when you're in control, it's a matter of seconds.
Every
You
second,
just,
yeah.
Every second you don't end the game, you're, you know, giving Triskel, giving Vagar infinite AP, Yone his 3rd item. So tough calls to make, though. And again, we can see everything. So imagine being out there in Fog of War and trying to kind of juggle all of these details. It's impossibly hard, but it's fun to watch.
It is.
Conrax could have an angle here.
I
wonder
know,
if he'll
and-
take it. He goes on the tank, so Cage right there is good disengage. And it's down to Soul. They want to go 5v5 Soul, so no focus on Baron.
MEC
and
trading.
MEC will trade this, so... this is crazy.
This is.
I like this because...
Okay, so they know. So there was a vision on Baron. So we're seeing the trade. Oh, I don't know what.
So that's what I'm saying. Had Kent State rushed Baron the moment it spawned, you have a minute 30 before Drake would spawn. There'd never be that trade option. We talked about it a few minutes ago. They are not spawning at the same time, so there's no trade option. But
Oh, dude, if
MEC took the trade option. They're fighting in a Soul, but they're probably in better shape than they were because their base was in shambles. I mean, they at least have a Baron buff. If Kent State wait this out, then they are back in control. It's such a back and forth pendulum game. Try. Swing matchup here. Bless you.
Oh man, spring's coming around. Those allergies have been hitting me.
Nice. Do they hit different?
Oh, they hit different. You know what's funny is I never had allergies as a kid, and like the last 3 years, they just hit me hard.
Oh, nice. Welcome to adulthood.
I know, right?
You just, like-
Adulthood when your body just starts to suck.
Adulthood. All right, back to the game, Try. Let's focus up. We know these players are focused. Fatigue can certainly come into question. Maybe not this game, but Try. This is a long series.
It is a long series. It's game 3, 40-minute games. Actually, last game was,
Yeah.
I think, like
A bit quicker.
30. Yeah.
20s. Yeah, 20-something maybe. Kent State mobilizing together. Having to deal with some Baron minions here. Kaisa is...
So something we need to take into account is that trade there is the permanent soul for KSU for the
Right.
the Baron, which is limited.
Yep. It's a good trade for Kent State.
I
I just
so.
think with the control they had, they could have gotten better than a
They
trade.
could have had both.
Yeah.
So delivery man here, I think needs to go.
Oh, Liana Hook going wide here. So tense, you can cut it with a butter knife. In this bush here, it's a collapse on Condorex. He has ulti, but his ulti didn't cleanse the CC, but he's half HP. But he got a 5-man Yone ultimate! That's got to be a fight win for MEC, but Kenny's in the backline in his Zanya's. Zip the Zap flashes out. He's chopping big damage over the top of Stars alive. He's in GA. Stars in GA.
no.
Bone is going crazy.
Bones full
Bone
HP.
stayed alive this whole time. Stark can one-shot him, but he puts Bone in GA, but it's Moosinator. Don't forget about that Mordekaiser. Oh, he's going to die in 3 autos. That's a quadra kill
Oh,
for Tristana, for
Wow.
MEC Hysteria. Bone coming up big.
dude,
And that's got to be GG.
that Labien ulti was insane.
5 men. Was it 5?
It was 5. Well, Mordekaiser might have been
4?
around. It might have been 4, but
Oh, my
wow.
goodness.
Wow. A literal game-ending ultimate from Labien there. Wow.
Yep. And that's why you got to put your foot on the gas at all times in this game. Try. If you have a way to choke them, you must start choking them, or you're loosening your grip and they can find a punch back.
Yeah, yeah.
2-1 MEC. We're going to
Yes.
game 4.
So, we are going to game 4. It's 2 games for MEC. We just hear some things going on. I
We
get
both
distracted.
just like
look
look
what's
over
going
and
on?
start listening
Yeah.
to them.
So, wow. We're gonna
Crazy game.
Yeah. We're going to end up heading into game 4 here shortly. And, man, that was a crazy way to end it.
Yeah, it was insane. The amount, like, we've gotten to see, like, everything in the series. The macro, the late game, the trading for this, trading for that. It came down to team fight, execution, major cooldowns.
Yeah.
That game hit every box for me. I'm just ready for game 4.
Oh, yeah. I mean, is it gonna end up being a game 5? That's the real question.
That's what we want. It would be our first game 5 ever, right?
Yeah, yeah. And you know what I love is we've been seeing a lot in this series specifically. We're going into game 4. We've seen constant draft changes.
Yeah.
And I love it. You know,
yeah.
we're getting to see different play styles on each team, as well as different champs. So
Yeah.
I like to see it. I like to see when people, you know, we see some target bans or on-the-fly bans going out based on prior games. So we'll see what happens here in Game 4. But I'm being told we're going to head over to a quick break before we start the next game. So don't go anywhere, guys. You don't want to miss this one. We might be going to Game 5 for the first time in LSS history. So stay tuned. Don't worry, guys. We are coming back here in a second. All right, guys. Welcome back. Am I? Okay. I just couldn't hear myself. Okay, so there we are. All right, guys. We are back. And unfortunately, we do have a DQ for MEC. Unfortunately, we do have some definitive proof that there was account sharing going on during the leagues. We don't know if this has happened in the past during any of their matches, but it is confirmed that it was happening in today's match. So Kent State University is going to be taking home 3rd place in LSS Season 2. So this is kind of a bummer. Unfortunately, you know, we like for these games to have to be played out. So this just does not feel good, but just unacceptable in our league as well as in Riot terms of services. So we are going to be moving on from this match into our next match. So we're going to have to go to another quick break because we need to get the other teams ready. So we'll be doing that as quickly as possible. We'll have Holy Boxers keep you guys updated in chat once we get in contact with the other teams. So we are sorry for that very long delay, and we are sorry that unfortunately this game had to end on this note. And I'll let Diddy go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out for those of you watching and questioning maybe the integrity of the league, we do lack mechanisms in this league to verify accounts. But that's something we can implement for Season 3. There's steps we can take to prove accounts are being updated, played on. We can get Discord information ahead of time. There are steps that we can take and that we will for Season 3 to make sure that this never happens again because it's absolutely unacceptable, but it is something we could be working harder to prevent.
Yes, we will be on top of that. So every time we do the league and every season, even every week, we are doing our best to try and make small improvements along the way. So this is an improvement we will make. Again, sorry for the delay in the stream, and hope you guys will stick around for the final match between MAAD City and McMaster University, guys. And that one is going to be a fucking banger.
Banger incoming.
Banger incoming. All right, guys, stick around with us, and we'll see you guys shortly. If you flash the Yone knock, here's the in-game.
Flash setting up Kenny. He will miss the E-chains.
Oh, and they both get stunned, and that's big damage going down on Condrex. Does he die here to zip the zap? No, he doesn't, but here comes Poo-Poo.
Yeah, Poo-Poo here is sort of a 2v2. But Kenny's going to turn on a Vhagar. Does he have the damage? Does he run through the cage? He does. He'll pick Vhagar up. He needs another Kingslayer for more HP. A nice bop away from Condrex. That's a 2v2 right there, and Kenny takes 1 for 0. It was pretty much a 1v2.
I don't know about this trade, Star Pwn.
For the counter gang. The engage onto the Kaisa Star Pwner using the cleanse to get away. Oh, but Kenny with the solo
kill in the mid lane, but it's traded. But minions are under turret. You call that worth for Kenny and Kent State. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I think they are in control, but Kent State still active as we see Conrex with a Hex Flash over into the delivery man's bandage toss. They're going to lock the Leona up, but is it answered by Poo Poo? A little bit of CC here and some Vagar burst, but the exhaust hits Vagar right before his ult lands, and so he doesn't kill Conrex, and Kenny is so good in this situation as Silas.
Yeah,
Try, did you see that exhaust? As soon as Vagar lifted his wand for ulti, exhaust went on him. He did not pop Conrex there. And there's another bandage toss by the delivery man. It's 2-0 Kent State right now, but Bone is firing away.
Yeah, but Kenny's here, and if you can get a hold of Bone, then it's going to be a bad scenario for them. And Kenny picking up Leona there. That's great.
And now Moosinator with no Grievous, but just wins this hard in the top lane.
Oh,
the timing was just barely off. That's okay.
That was a great flash trying to so like you don't want to let the Yone get the now, but we see Kenny in the bot lane against Yone, has ulti, has TP, no flash though, but I think if he could take this, they just go to Baron.
Kenny with the 1v1. I'm looking for Grievous.
Oh, the plays!
Sonya's on the Yone ultimate. That's the difference! And he hits him with his own ulti in the bot lane 1v1.
Now they
really
just go Baron,
clean.
and I think they close the game out.
Yeah, it's a start for sure. They're going to start hitting it.
The clean Zonias.
Kenny has TP. He can pressure bot. MEC is forced to 4v4 here into a Kenny TP flank. See that ward behind that rock there?
Yep.
That would be a good one. Or they go steal, and they do it! Boo Boo goes and steals, and he flashes out. Kent State are angry. They're going to TP the Silas in, but Poo Poo's in the death realm.
Surprise!
So Silas can't see him yet. Oh my goodness, try.
Okay, but so now we have timers. We've got.
Oh, delivery man flash in, but it gets cleansed. Oh, and there's a two-man Leona ultimate.
No,
a couple of them are trapped in the cage. Star Poner gets rooted up. He gets stunned.
Oh, but he's
and
alive.
Bone gets 1-for-0. Star forced to flash away. MEC can slowly win this. Next focus is Conrex.
Oh, the Yone ulti from Silas.
And the Silas goes in. Kenny's doing so much work. Star Poner with the follow-up. He goes backline. No flash on him. He could drop, but he's against two tanks. Kent State are doing it. Kenny with another Kingslayer. It's a triple. Kenny is doing it. Triple-double for Kent State.
It's a triple-double.
Oh, my goodness. These fights are crazy.
Kenny taking the Yone ulti there was huge.
This is so neck and neck, and it comes on to small mistakes, but look, they picked off the delivery man. Staggered recall.
Oh, but this might turn into something more.
Yeah, I think they can trade Skeggy. Conrex is looking for even more, but they can get Skeggy and keep running up. Oh, the TP's coming in, but the Lebed is going in. He's 1v3. It doesn't look that good. If he has Grievous on him, he's fighting 1v3 still. He's still alive. He flashes over the wall.
What is happening?
He's still alive. Meanwhile, the Sejuani will shut down Silas. Yone will finally go down to Star Poner.
What a brawl there. So Yone going in with ultimate, but Star Poner dodged.
With
Kenny
the
is huge.
Kingslayer, he does too much work here, and Kent State found their window.
All right. This is Kent State. Get the dragon, please. Thank you.
And maybe sprint Baron.
Felt like I wasn't sure if they were gonna run down the enemy there, but it's definitely a 3-for-0.
They
and
can
you
sprint
need to
Baron.
get it.
I'm not sure if that's what they're gonna do. If they're sprinting
They're
Baron.
pinging it.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Drake and Baron. Now we're looking at TPs. They're both down. This could just be a take. This is close try. They're going to do it relatively slow and take
They have Kaisa, though.
a good bit of damage. Yeah, but
It's not. I don't think it's that slow with Kaisa.
Amumu and Silas are really bad, and Immorta is okay. Yeah, it's too fast for MEC to do much about. Leona can send an ult over the wall and look for the steal, but it goes to Kent State, who was given one window to come back in this game and have done it. They get themselves Baron. Skeggy wants to delay the recor. Ooh, Kenny with the pickup. Shutdown going to Silas. That mid-game for Kent State is better. Star Poner with a great dodge. Under turret with the killer instinct. He's still firing it back.
Star Poner.
And he outplays it. He gets Tristana at least.
And
but the execute.
Damn.
He never tagged the Leo.
Yeah. So well played. A great ultimate to dodge the Leona CC. And
See, looking at pressure with Herald, this is something
this
I
is big.
forgot about.
Yeah.
Is that second Herald? It's like, what do you do when you're waiting for Soul?
No.
Oh, and Amumu can't get out of that. He is pretty tanky, but will drop 1 for 0. And here comes the Sejuani ulti, followed up by the Leona ulti. It's a full-on engage from MEC Hysteria. And Starponer goes in with the Killer Instinct, but he was stunned, like, in the middle of it. But he doesn't die. The cleanse saves him again. And Kent State could come back. It's all about Kenny. Kenny could do a lot of work here if MEC let him.
Good cage there, zoning him away
But
from
that's
getting to anything.
classic mistake by MEC to want anything more than a 1 for 0.
Whatever his crying is.
But it's a gank from Poo here.
Oh.
2v1 on Musinator. He's probably going to have to flash. If he flashes and lives, it's fine. There is actually no way to flash that. So first blood
He
over
had
to
to
LeBen.
flash the moment he saw her in the lane.
Yeah, maybe.
If you flash the Yone knock, here's the
with
engage.
flash, setting up Kenny. He will miss the E-chains.
Oh, and they both get stunned, and that's big damage going down on Condurex. Does he die here to zip the zap? No, he doesn't, but here comes Poo Poo.
Yeah, Poo here. It's sort of a 2v2. But Kenny's going to turn on a Vagar. Does he have the damage? Does he run through the cage? He does. He'll pick Vagar up. He needs another Kingslayer for more HP. A nice bop away from Condurex. That's a 2v2 right there, and Kenny takes 1 for 0. It was pretty much a 1v2.
I don't know about this trade, Starponer.
For the counter gang. The engage onto the Kaisa Starponer using the cleanse to get away. Oh, but Kenny with the solo kill in the mid lane, but it's traded. But minions are under turret. You call that worth for Kenny and Kent State. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I think they are in control, but Kent State still active as we see Condurex with a Hex Flash over into the delivery man's bandage toss. They're going to lock the Leona up, but is it answered by Poo Poo? A little bit of CC here and some Vagar burst, but the exhaust hits Vagar right before his ult lands, and so he doesn't kill Condurex, and Kenny is so good in this situation as Silas.
Yeah,
Did you see that exhaust? As soon as Vagar lifted his wand for ulti, exhaust went on him. He did not pop Condurex there. And there's another bandage toss by the delivery man. It's 2 for 0 Kent State right now, but Bone is firing away.
Yeah, but Kenny's here, and if he can get a hold of Bone, then it's going to be a bad scenario for them. And Kenny picking up Leona there. That's great.
And now Musinator with no Grievous, but just wins this hard in the top lane. Oh, the timing was just barely off. That's okay.
That was a great flash trying to so like you don't want to let the Yone get the now, but we see Kenny in the bot lane against Yone, has ulti, has TP, no flash though, but I think if he could take this, they just go to Baron.
Kenny with the 1v1. I'm looking for Grievous.
Oh, the plays!
Sanya's on the Yone ultimate. That's the difference. And he hits him with his own ulti in the bot lane 1v1.
Now they
really
just go Baron,
clean.
and I think they close the game out.
Yeah, it's a start for sure. They're going to start hitting it.
The clean Zonias.
Kenny has TP. He can pressure bot. MEC is forced to 4v4 here into a Kenny TP flank. See that ward behind that rock there?
Yep.
That would be a good one. Or they go steal and they do it! Boo Boo goes and steals and he flashes out. Kent State are angry. They're going to TP the Silas in. But Poo Poo's in the death realm.
Surprise.
So Silas can't see him yet. Oh my goodness, try.
Okay, but so now we have timers. We've got.
Oh, delivery man flash in, but it gets cleansed. Oh, and there's a two-man Leona ultimate.
No,
A couple of them are trapped in the cage. Starponer gets rooted up. He gets stunned.
Oh, but he's
And
alive.
Bone gets 1 for 0. Star forced to flash away. MEC can slowly win this. Next focus is Condurex.
Oh, the Yone ulti from Silas.
And the Silas goes in. Kenny's doing so much work. Starponer with the follow-up. He goes backline. No flash on him. He could drop, but he's against 2 tanks. Kent State are doing it. Kenny with another Kingslayer. It's a triple. Kenny is doing it. Triple-double for Kent State.
It's a triple-double.
Oh, my goodness. These fights are crazy.
Kenny taking the Yone ulti there was huge.
Is so neck and neck, and it comes down to small mistakes, but look, they picked off the delivery man, staggered recall.
Oh, but this might turn into something more.
Yeah, I think they can trade Skeggy. Condurex is looking for even more, but they can get Skeggy and keep running up. Oh, the TP's coming in, but the LeBen is going in. He's 1v3. It doesn't look that good. If he has Grievous on him, he's fighting 1v3 still. He's still alive. He flashes over the wall.
What is happening?
He's still alive. Meanwhile, the Sejuani will shut down Silas. Yone will finally go down
to Starponer.
What a brawl there. So Yone going in with ultimate, but Starponer dodged
With
Kenny
the
is huge.
Kingslayer. He does too much work here, and Kent State found their window.
All right. This is Kent State. Get the dragon, please. Thank you.
And maybe Sprint Baron.
Felt like I wasn't sure if they were going to run down the enemy there, but it's a
They can
3
sprint
for
Baron.
0.
They
and
can
you
sprint
need to
Baron.
get it.
I'm not sure if that's what they're going to do. If they're sprinting
They're
Baron.
pinging it.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Drake and Baron. Now we're looking at TPs. They're both down. This could just be a take. This is close try. They're going to do it relatively slow and take
They have Kaisa, though.
a good bit of damage. Yeah, but
It's not. I don't think it's that slow with Kaisa.
Amumu and Silas are really bad, and Morta is okay. Yeah, it's too fast for MEC to do much about. Leona can send an ult over the wall and look for the steal, but it goes to Kent State, who was given one window to come back in this game and have done it. They get themselves Baron. Skeggy wants to delay the recor. Ooh, Kenny with the pickup. Shutdown going to Silas. That mid-game for Kent State is better. Starponer with a great dodge. Under turret with the killer instinct. He still fires it back.
Starponer.
And he outplays it. He gets Tristana at least.
And
But the execute.
Damn.
He never tagged the Leo.
Yeah. So well played. A great ultimate to dodge the Leona CC. And
See, looking at pressure with Herald, this is something
this
I
is big.
forgot about.
Yeah.
Is that second Herald? It's like, what do you do when you're waiting for
Oh,
Soul?
no.
Oh, and Amumu can't get out of that. He is pretty tanky, but will drop 1 for 0. And here comes the Sejuani ulti, followed up by the Leona ulti. It's a full-on engage from MEC Hysteria. And Starponer
my
goes in with the
God.
killer instinct, but he was stunned like in the middle of it. But he doesn't die. The cleanse saves him again. And Kent State could come back. It's all about Kenny. Kenny could do a lot of work here if MEC let him.
good cage there, zoning him away
But
from
that's-
getting to anything.
Classic mistake by MEC to want anything more than a 1 for 0.
Whatever his crying is.
But it's a gank from Poo here.
Oh.
2v1 on Musinator. He's probably going to have to flash. If he flashes and lives, it's fine. There is actually no way to flash that. So first blood
He
over
had
to
to
Le Pen.
flash the moment he saw her in the lane.
Yeah, maybe.
If you flash the Yone not, here's the
with
engage.
flash, setting up Kenny. He will miss the E-chains.
Oh, and they both get stunned, and that's big damage going down on Condrex. Does he die here to zip the zap? No, he doesn't, but here comes Poo.
Yeah, Poo here is sort of a 2v2. But Kenny's going to turn on a Vagar. Does he have the damage? Does he run through the cage? He does. He'll pick Vagar up. He needs another Kingslayer for more HP. A nice bop away from Condrex. That's a 2v2 right there, and Kenny takes 1 for 0. It was pretty much a 1v2.
I don't know about this trade, Starponer.
For the counter gang. The engage onto the Kaisa Starponer using the cleanse to get away. Oh, but Kenny with the solo kill in the mid lane, but it's traded. But minions are under turret. You call that worth for Kenny and Kent State. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I think they are in control, but Kent State still active as we see Conrex with a Hex Flash over into the delivery man's bandage toss. They're going to lock the Leona up, but is it answered by Poo? A little bit of CC here and some Vagar burst, but the exhaust hits Vagar right before his ult lands, and so he doesn't kill Condrex, and Kenny is so good in this situation as Silas.
Yeah.
Did you see that exhaust? As soon as Vagar lifted his wand for ulti, exhaust went on him. He did not pop Condrex there. And there's another bandage toss by the delivery man. It's 2 for 0 Kent State right now, but Bone is firing away.
Yeah, but Kenny's here, and if he can get a hold of Bone, then it's going to be a bad scenario for them. And Kenny picking up Leona there. That's great.
And now Musinator with no Grievous, but just wins this hard in the top lane.
Oh,
Timing was just barely off. That's okay.
That was a great flash trying to so like you don't want to let the Yone get now, but we see Kenny in the bot lane against Yone, has ulti, has TP, no flash though, but I think if he could take this, they just go to Baron.
Kenny with the 1v1. I'm looking for Grievous.
Oh, the plays!
Zanya's on the Yone ultimate. That's the difference! And he hits him with his own ulti in the bot lane 1v1.
Now they just
Really
go Baron,
clean.
and I think they close the game out.
Yeah, it's a start for sure. They're going to start hitting it.
The clean Zonias.
Kenny has TP. He can pressure bot. MEC is forced to 4v4 here into a Kenny TP flank. See that ward behind that rock there?
Yep.
That would be a good one. Or they go steal and they do it!
no!
Boo Boo goes and steals and he flashes out. Kent State are angry. They're going to TP the Silas in. But Poo Poo's in the death realm.
Surprise!
So Silas can't see him yet. Oh my goodness, try.
Okay, but so now we have timers. We've got.
Oh, delivery man, flash in, but it gets cleansed. Oh, and there's a two-man Leona ultimate.
No,
A couple of them are trapped in the cage. Star Poner gets rooted up. He gets stunned.
Oh, but he's
And
alive.
Bone gets 1-for-0. Star forced to flash away. MEC can slowly win this. Next focus is Condorex.
Oh, the Yone ulti from Silas.
And the Silas goes in. Kenny's doing so much work. Star Poner with the follow-up. He goes backline. No flash on him. He could drop, but he's against two tanks. Kent State are doing it. Kenny with another Kingslayer. It's a triple. Kenny is doing it. Triple-double for Kent State.
It's a triple-double.
Oh my goodness, these fights are crazy.
Kenny taking the Yone ulti there was huge.
This is so neck and neck, and it comes on to small mistakes, but look, they picked off the delivery man, staggered recall.
Oh, but this might turn into something more.
Yeah, I think they can trade Skeggy. Conrex is looking for even more, but they can get Skeggy and keep running up. Oh, the TP's coming in, but the Lebet is going in. He's 1v3. It doesn't look that good. If he has Grievous on him, he's fighting 1v3 still. He's still alive. He flashes over the wall.
What's happening?
He's still alive. Meanwhile, the Sejuani will shut down Silas. Yone will finally go down to Star Poner.
What a brawl there. So Yone going in with ultimate, but Star Poner dodged.
With
Kenny
the
is huge.
Kingslayer. He does too much work here, and Kent State found their window.
All right. This is Kent State. Get the dragon, please. Thank you.
And maybe Sprint Baron.
Felt like I wasn't sure if they were gonna run down the enemy there, but it's definitely a 3-for-0.
They
and
can
you
sprint
need to
Baron.
get it.
I'm not sure if that's what they're gonna do. If they're sprinting
They're
Baron.
pinging it.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Drake and Baron. Now we're looking at TPs. They're both down. This could just be a take. This is close try. They're gonna do it relatively slow and take
They have Kaisa though.
a good bit of damage. Yeah, but
It's not. I don't think it's that slow with Kaisa.
Amumu and Silas are really bad, and Immorta is okay. Yeah, it's too fast for MEC to do much about. Leona can send an ult over the wall and look for the steal, but it goes to Kent State, who was given one window to come back in this game and have done it. They get themselves Baron. Skeggy wants to delay the recor. Ooh, Kenny with the pickup, shutdown going to Silas. That mid game for Kent State to be better. Star Poner with a great dodge under turret with the killer instinct. He's still firing it back,
Star Poner.
and he outplays it. He gets Tristana at least.
And
But the execute.
Damn.
He never tagged the Leo.
Yeah. So well played. A great ultimate to dodge the Leona CC. And
See, looking at pressure with Herald, this is something
this
I
is big.
forgot about.
Yeah.
Is that second Herald? It's like, what do you do when you're waiting for Soul?
No.
Oh, and Amumu can't get out of that. He is pretty tanky, but will drop 1-for-0. And here comes the Sejuani ulti, followed up by the Leona ulti. It's a full-on engage from MEC Hysteria. And Star Poner goes in with the killer instinct, but he was stunned like in the middle of it. But he doesn't die. The cleanse saves him again. And Kent State could come back. It's all about Kenny. Kenny could do a lot of work here if MEC let him.
Good cage there, zoning him away
But
from
that's
getting to anything.
classic mistake by MEC to want anything more than a 1-for-0.
Whatever his crying is.
But it's a gank from Poo-Poo here.
Oh.
2v1 on Musinator. He's probably going to have to flash. If he flashes and lives, it's fine. There is actually no way to flash that. So first blood
He
over
had
to
to
Le
flash the moment he saw her in the lane.
Yeah, maybe.
If you flash the Yone knock, here's the
with
engage.
flash, setting up Kenny. He will miss the E-chains.
Oh, and they both get stunned, and that's big damage going down on Condorex. Does he die here to zip the zap? No, he doesn't, but here comes Poo-Poo.
Yeah, Poo-Poo here is sort of a 2v2. But Kenny's going to turn on a Vagar. Does he have the damage? Does he run through the cage? He does. He'll pick Vagar up. He needs another Kingslayer for more HP. A nice bop away from Condorex. That's a 2v2 right there, and Kenny takes 1-for-0. It was pretty much a 1v2.
I don't know about this trade, Star Poner.
For the counter gang. The engage onto the Kaisa Star Poner using the cleanse to get away. Oh, but Kenny with the solo kill in the mid lane, but it's traded. But minions are under turret. You call that worth for Kenny and Kent State. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I think they are in control, but Kent State still active as we see Condorex with a Hex Flash over into the delivery man's bandage toss. They're going to lock the Leona up, but is it answered by Poo-Poo? A little bit of CC here and some Vagar burst, but the exhaust hits Vagar right before his ult lands, and so he doesn't kill Condorex, and Kenny is so good in this situation as Silas.
Yeah,
Did you see that exhaust as soon as Vagar lifted his wand for ulti? Exhaust went on him. He did not pop Condor X there.
Oh.
And there's another bandage toss by the delivery man. It's 2-0 Kent State right now, but Bone is firing away.
Yeah, but Kenny's here, and if he can get a hold of Bone, then it's going to be a bad scenario for them. And Kenny picking up Leona there. That's great.
And now Moosinator with no Grievous, but just wins this hard in the top lane.
Oh,
the timing was just barely off. That's okay.
That was a great flash trying to so like you don't want to let the Yone get the now, but we see Kenny in the bot lane against Yone, has ulti, has TP, no flash though, but I think if he could take this, they just go to Baron.
Kenny with the 1v1. I'm looking for Grievous.
Oh, the plays!
Sanya's on the Yone ultimate. That's the difference. Oh! And he hits him with his own ulti in the bot lane 1v1.
Now they
really
just go Baron,
clean.
and I think they close the game out.
Yeah, it's a start for sure. They're going to start hitting it.
The clean Zonias.
Kenny has TP. He can pressure bot. MAC is forced to 4v4 here into a Kenny TP flank. See that ward behind that rock there?
Yep.
That would be a good one. Or they go steal and they do it! Boo Boo goes and steals and he flashes out. Kent State are angry. They're going to TP the Silas in. But Poo Poo's in the death realm.
Surprise.
So Silas can't see him yet. Oh my goodness, try.
Okay, but so now we have timers. We've got.
Oh, delivery man, flash in, but it gets cleansed. Oh, and there's a two-man Leona ultimate.
No,
a couple of them are trapped in the cage. Star Poner gets rooted up. He gets stunned.
Oh, but he's
and Bone
alive.
gets 1-for-0. Star forced to flash away. MEC can slowly win this. Next focus is Condorex.
Oh, the Yone ulti from Silas.
And the Silas goes in. Kenny's doing so much work. Star Poner with the follow-up. He goes backline. No flash on him. He could drop, but he's against two tanks. Kent State are doing it. Kenny with another Kingslayer. It's a triple. Kenny is doing it. Triple-double for Kent State.
It's a triple-double.
Oh, my
Wow.
goodness. These fights are crazy.
Kenny taking the Yone ulti there was huge.
Is so neck and neck, and it comes down to small mistakes, but look, they picked off the delivery man, staggered recall.
Oh, but this might turn into something more.
Yeah, I think they can trade Skeggy. Conrex is looking for even more, but they can get Skeggy and keep running up. Oh, the TP's coming in,
ulti.
but the Leben is going in. He's 1v3. It doesn't look that good.
All right, folks, here it is at last. We have been watching week after week, and we've been waiting to see who is going to be the LSS Grand Champion, and today we will finally be rewarded with that knowledge. So I want to congratulate first and foremost the two teams, MAAD City and McMaster University, on earning their spots in this finals match. Both teams ended the regular season 6-1, but both teams are very unique and they earn their spots in different ways. McMaster University is the kind of team that seems to have great communication, great strategies that they really discuss beforehand, and it makes their wins look easy. And MAAD City is the type of team that kind of can close out a game whether it looks favorable for them or not. So I know that both of these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail and leaving it all on the Rift. Now I want to do just a really quick, really brief pregame interview, one person from each team, just to get a kind of look inside their mindsets. I know they're getting ready to prepare for the game, so I promise I'll make it quick. First up, we have Hit 'em Up Rob from MAAD City. Rob, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Are you prepared?
I'm doing good. We're prepared. We've been preparing all week for this, and we're excited to be here.
Awesome. Now, you guys, the last time you guys played them was in week 2. It's been a while. Do you guys feel prepared to play them again since it has been that long since you've seen them on the Rift?
Yeah, we're definitely prepared. I think last time we saw them, I actually don't even know if we won or not, but
You did. You 2-0'd them,
we did,
but
so
it
we
was
did
very
win.
even
All right.
the whole time, yeah.
all right, then we're going to come out here. We're going to go 3-0. That's what we're planning on doing.
All right.
And we're going to give it our all and leave it all in the Rift.
Good. Now, do you guys worry a little bit at all that you're going to be a little too overconfident and let your guard down? Because you've been winning since day 1 of LSS, but anything can happen in this best of 5.
We're not worried at all. Honestly, I've been warming up by playing some WoW. It's really good for my mechanics. So
There you go.
10 out of 10 heroic right now, so no biggie.
Ooh. Nice. Now, if you were in front of McMaster University Esports League of Legends team right now, what would you say to
Oh
them?
my gosh.
Face to
I'd
face.
say good luck.
Yep.
And let's leave it all in the Rift and let the best team win.
All right. I love the great, healthy attitude. Good luck out there. I'll let you go get ready for the game. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Uh-huh. All right, guys. Diddy and Trifolge, what do you think of that? What do you think of what? Oh, hi, guys. Oh, my God. Okay. All right, that's fine. We're going to switch back and forth. Hit him up, Rob. Seems very confident. He's speaking for his team when he says that. What do you guys think?
Win? Okay, I couldn't hear myself.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
I was just rolling with it. I love Hit 'em Up Rob's attitude. Just made the better team win. We're going to leave it out there. I felt nothing but confidence from there. You heard he say we're just going to go 3-0. We prepared all week for this.
Yeah, and you know what's really good is when you hear him saying that they prepared and, they're going to 3-0, but then to not have some, like trash talk to say to the other team, but being a very just down-to-earth and, good sportsmanship player.
Yeah.
Like I was just like, that didn't seem like the right way to phrase it, but I didn't know how else.
He is being a good
What do you
sport.
think?
I totally agree.
Yeah.
The sportsmanship. I mean, I know the three of us especially always love a little bit of good smack talk. But when somebody has that confidence and can still have a good attitude to the other team and just say, hey, you know what, I'm confident, but you know what, good luck, and let's leave it all out there. I love that so much.
Yeah, I think that's what we need more of in League of Legends, to be honest, or gaming in general.
Yeah.
Other gaming scenes might be a little bit different, but I know at League of Legends, the way the solo queue mindset is, there's just lots of banter, lots of trash talk, and it's good to know that some of these amateur and collegiate teams come out here, and even though they are high on their horses with great confidence, that they're still down to earth enough to just say GG and good luck and let the best team win. So.
GLHF.
Right. Absolutely. So now I think we have Coach Luder from McMaster. We are ready to see how he wants to respond. Let's bring him in. Welcome, Luder. Are you prepared?
Hello.
Are the guys prepared?
Absolutely. We're
Awesome.
more than ready for this series.
Good. Now, the last time you guys played MAAD City was in week 2, like I was talking with Rob about. Do you guys feel like you've improved as a team, and are you going to surprise them on the Rift today?
We've definitely improved over the last few weeks, even months. Like just the amount of work the boys have put in have been really good, and the other team seemed pretty confident. But if they think they're gonna 3-0 us, then they have another thing coming. So we're excited for this game, and we'll try to show up today and take that grand final.
And I wanted to ask, because MAAD City is that kind of team that can close out a game whether the game state looks like it's in their favor or not, how do you guys prepare, without giving away any secrets, how do you guys plan to combat that scrappiness that they tend to show?
I think we have a bit of scrappiness to our game as well. As you saw in the last series, like we're prepared to pick pretty much whatever,
Yes.
depending on the circumstances. So we're ready for a scrappy game if that's what they want, and if they want a slower style, then we'll bring that too. So.
I love it. Adaptability.
They're a fantastic team. Nothing against them, but this series is going to be ours.
All right, and you know what? Last words to MAAD City before the game starts. What would you say to them?
Just good luck, have fun.
All right.
We're all here to have fun and play, so let's see who's the better team.
Thank you so much, Luder. Good luck. Tell the guys good luck. I'll let you go get ready for that game.
Appreciate it.
Uh-huh. All right, guys, I'm going to send it right over to Diddy and Trifolge. Thank you so much for those pregame interviews. So excited to get this finals game started. So, guys, take it away.
I love to see that. I like to see both of these teams just with the good luck, have fun.
And they both said, may the better team win. I just love that. It's not about chance, like getting lucky. Like they're not in that mindset. They're like they both believe they're the better team.
It's good to see that the grand finals are coming down to two teams with similar mindsets and a similar approach to how they play competitive League of Legends. And what do you know? He says, hey, if they want to get a little scrappy, we could get scrappy too. So.
That's right. I'm excited to see that try. I think when you get in the higher tiers of play, we're talking both these teams are probably D2 plus average. You start to get into the some of the high OP meta picks.
Yeah.
And I think maybe some of the draft priority and the back and forth we were talking about last series, I think will come out even more here. And you heard the coach from McMaster saying these guys put in the work, and that is what's most important at the end of the day, the work you put in the weeks and days and nights leading up to this. So it's great to hear both teams have prepared and are ready to go.
Definitely. I love that we got to do some pregame interviews. That was fun. Thank you to the wonderful Holy Boxers for that idea and doing a little bit of preparation for it. I think maybe in Season 3 we should do more of that. I like to hear from members of the teams before they go into a match, especially, as we go week to week and they have time in between previous games to prepare and kind of get an inside mind of, what they're looking to do, how the team is feeling, and, if they're ready to play.
Yeah, and I want to, kind of talk about a matchup we have here in the top man. Brown Mandarius versus Jabbar. Two
powerhouses.
Absolute studs that are going to be going head-to-head in the top lane. I'm a top laner myself. I just wanted to say how excited I am to see these two go neck and neck. I want to see, is there going to be carry? Are there going to be carry champions like Riven, Darius coming out from Brown Mandarius? Is that going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Volley Bear? Are they going to take the Volley Bear away? So I'm already, kind of digging my teeth into some of these matchups and just the head-to-head of these two extremely good teams.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. So let's talk about some of the other matchups for these teams as well. I know it's like we have a lot of focus on the top lane especially. I mean, I think we've seen Jabbar as well as Brown Mandarius going insane on the Riven.
Both excel at Riven and are both, is that a priority pick in the series? I think so.
It might be. I mean, both players play it. They probably don't want to ban them out, right? Because they won't. Ideally, you let your top get that pick.
I don't think Riven's a ban. I think is one team going to pick it. I think it could become a ban throughout the series, though.
Yeah, and not only that, but let's say it gets through because you want to get it, then does it just get hard countered?
That's right. That's exactly what would happen. So if it's like, oh, we want Riven, we want to take it away from them, we're blue, let's first pick it. It's like, now you're looking at, you could possibly get countered by maybe like a Renekton or something, a Renekton with a Nidalee that can like camp you and like lock you down and actually execute you. So yeah, that's a good point, Trav.
And I said let's talk about the other matchups and then kept talking about top. So what about Mark Boots and Venerated? Two also really excellent mid laners going to be going up head to head. Truthfully, I can't really recall what their champion pools look like. I know Mark Boots has a pretty wide variety of champs. We've seen him play Yone, we've seen him play LeBlanc, Zoe. Maybe we've seen him even play Orianna, if I'm not mistaken. He's kind of been all over the place.
Mark Boots has done every job you could ask for as a mid laner. I believe we've even seen him on Galio. I could be mistaken there. Venerated, on the other hand, if my memory serves me correctly, is more of a mage player, like an Orianna Syndra kind of guy, maybe. And so I think you can look at Mark Boots to maybe get an explosive pick and try and take advantage of the mid, let's say like a Sylas and an Orianna matchup or something. Because Sylas is a champion that I know Mark Boots can play. They could probably put it top if they need to. It's such a strong pick in this meta, especially if enemy team has things like Seraphine, Leona. I mean, those nasty, nasty ultimates that you can scoop up.
Well, talking about that makes me think about some nasty ults is the KVB. We've seen him on some playmaking support champs. I think we've seen him on like Alistar, Leona, and potentially Nautilus, I think.
Probably. This guy plays engaged. He gets on the map. He's active. From my memory, it's the Alistar that sticks out to me from KVB. The playmaking you can make on this champion with not only Flash, but Hex Flash. It's just really like a lot of games are quietly support diffs. Especially when you get higher in tier. If you can get your support roaming on the map 7-8 minutes, look for a topside Herald. I know that's the most common play, but it can happen at any point in the game. You get your bot, a shove into a recall, and you roam your support. It's guys like KVB who can actually convert on that roam timer and set his team up for success. And then talking about jungle, Castle. This guy, Castle is who my eyes are going to be on in the early game. This guy has played every farm jungle you can imagine. Talia, Lilia, Kayn, Udyr, Hecarim. He does it all. Every power farm jungle is what is Castle's go-to. He knows how to get camp leads on you. He knows how to punish counter jungle play around lanes with push. I have yet to see Castle play on a gank heavy jungler like Elise. Volibear has popped up into the meta. There's also Lee Sin. So I think his style is a bit slower, but it's not slow is the wrong word for a really good power farm jungler, because every second you spend in vision, a good farm jungler is going to find a way to get a camp advantage on you, a tempo advantage on you, levels on you, and win the game that way.
And we have seen Sekiro is playing normally those gank heavy junglers, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't have the, I don't have any
notes of match history.
Yes, I don't have the notes on Sekiro.
I'm going off all my memory, which is so silly. Like, you're talking to me and Diddy.
We were doing a good job until now.
We're up here every week. Most of the time, we've got notebooks right in front of us, and we're talking about all of our picks. Yeah, I see you have notes.
I just don't have Venerated's champ OPGG history, or I'm sorry, not Venerated, Sekiro.
Yeah.
And also the meta is still these power clearing junglers. So Sekiro probably plays Udyr, probably plays Olaf, maybe plays Skarner this series. Like, these champions would not surprise me. Some of them do have good matchups into like the Talia or the Kayn, for example.
Yeah.
So you could go toe to toe farm jungle versus farm jungle. We see it in pro play all the time. It's just the wildcard junglers are the ones that rush that level 3 and get on the map. Jarvan, Sejuani does this sometimes. And like I said, Volibear, we saw in LEC the other day. It was self-made playing for Fnatic in playoffs, busted out Volibear. This champion, you can't really fight him at 3. He can double crab you. So I want to know if Mad City or McMaster have adopted that gank-style jungling, or if they're going to go toe-to-toe with farm junglers, because that kind of sets the pace of the early game, unless we get some explosive matchups here in Champ Select.
So we're going to see the Viego taken out by Mad City immediately. And, we're going to have to dock 5 points from both teams for making us do pro draft again. Guys, come on. We said that like 4 weeks ago. Have all the champs. No, I'm just kidding. So we got pro draft here, and we see the Camille and Viego as well as the Tristana. I think the Tristana is a good ban. Champ is crazy right now.
Yep.
You don't want to play against her. I mean, she's flexible, too.
Usually blue side doesn't ban it if they can play it, though. So Mad City showing early in the series
that they just don't play it.
That they don't want to first pick it, at least. Another good first pick, there's like Rel, Seraphine, Lucian. If you are a team that can flex Lucian top mid AD, Lucian is an insanely strong pick in drafts like this. Gragas can go multiple places. So first picks that are insanely flexible like this. Hecarim, S tier jungle, is getting taken away. That's good to see. After Hecarim, you go down the tier list. It's Nidalee, Udyr are probably the next 2 best. So and Udyr goes down. So now Nidalee.
I hate Nidalee.
If you have a Nidalee player here, that Nidalee is looking at these bans and very happy about that. If you have someone who can play Nidalee and Talia, I think
I wouldn't mind seeing the Talia. We were kind of talking about that, but when we first got here this morning, before we started setting anything up, we're like, oh, Talia jungle is like in the meta again. Hard champ to play.
But
seeing it work is woo.
Yeah, it's something else. Her clear speed, the way she can navigate the jungle, she's actually strong at every stage in the game, from level 3 all the way on until end game. And we see a center first pick from Mad City. So going the Senna route to open up the series, typically Senna's like a slower game unless they're fasting Senna and you got.
I was just gonna say, typically we've seen Mad City play Senna Tom fasting.
Yeah, and that can work. And if you're blue side and you're going a Senna comp, Senna Tom, you probably want to play strong side top. So Renekton Nidalee would be a good 2-3 pickup for Mad City. We'll have to see what McMaster wants to respond with. We see Jinx going into Senna, and if they pick support here, it's risky. I think you want to pick your jungle here. If you pick Nidalee, it takes away from them. But I don't know how much these teams prioritize Nidalee. Olaf. Could be something both teams want, but
I like the Olaf pick better. It's more reliable. We don't know what these players play and what their history.
Jabbar.
Like Nidalee just takes 200 games to be good on, and I feel like Olaf you take 10.
Yep. Yeah. I have to agree with that pretty much.
They're gonna let Jabbar get the Volibear though.
Woo! Jabbar gets Volibear, and it's also on this patch because they buffed jungle Volibear. It could be jungle, yeah. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Volley get slotted into that jungle and get like a nice spicy counter for McMaster here. They're going to match with Cho'Gath. This, to me, with Senna, is a top support flex. Like, you can run Senna Cho in the bot lane.
Okay.
Cho can farm.
Yeah.
It's the same idea as
like,
Set.
oh, so you still fast it.
Yeah, fast Senna with the Cho'Gath could be good to do. So both top laners picked early. They look like tops, but they're both flexes. So flexible drafts coming out from both teams here. That's what you like to see.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what is this pick going to be? It's the Syndra for Mark Boots, which is another champ we've seen him play in the past. And I like that champ. I'm excited to see it.
It's the ultimate flex, I think, for a mid laner to get Syndra early when it's open. It could be countered. There's things like Kassadin.
Yeah, it takes
Lucian.
confidence to blind a Syndra.
It does, and really good Syndra play is a lot of fun to watch. And so McMaster going to Zilean. Remember, in their last series, they said, we play to this style, and it had a lot to do with Zilean.
And it was Zilean mid as well. So this is also a flex possibility.
That's right. So very flexible drafts here. We know Cho'Gath can move, Volibear and Zilean can move around. So going into ban phase number 2, this is where banning is really hard for some teams because you see how they're banning Darius with the Cho'Gath already picked?
Yeah.
It means that they can't be 100% on the Cho'Gath. It makes banning round 2 really hard. Syndra's already picked. You're not going to ban mids. You could maybe, attack the jungle pool, but like I said, when you pick a nice flexible 1, 2, 3, it makes round 2 bans really hard.
And just to chime in there, if I'm not mistaken, Cho'Gath is looking pretty good in the top lane right now.
He is.
Well.
Oh,
so,
for sure.
Yeah.
Cho'Gath is a top-tier tank pick. Does really well with the tank items and can get through most lanes. I would expect Volibear to bully the Cho, but with the Cho sustain, if you go tank for tank, go down a couple farm, you'll be all right. But again, we don't know if the Cho'Gath will actually be their ADC, and that's what we'll have to find out soon.
Funny hearing those words.
Yeah.
We don't know. Will the Cho'Gath be their ADC or not? We'll see.
And again, we see Lulu ban when Zilean's out there, right? So you're banning supports knowing Zilean's probably mid, but then if that Zilean goes bot, it's like your ban's kind of whiffed in a sense, or at least you could say, well, my ban's forced the Zilean bot. Yeah. Either way, Olaf taken away.
But I mean, maybe you want the Zilean mid into Syndra. I don't necessarily know how that matchup plays out, but it could be much worse.
And this could be... See, I don't know. Okay, they're going to pick possibly support. And if they do pick the Thresh, great to pair with Jinx. Not only do you have Hook and a Traps combo, Hook and a Traps combo, you give Jinx that extra mobility to get out of the way of things like Syndra and Cho'Gath. So Thresh coming in tells us Zilean is likely in the mid lane, but what that pick does is it keeps the Volibear jungle top flex alive. And that's really important for McMaster here as they get the last pick. MAAD City needs to show their hand here. What are they going to go... 4 or 5. We get to see where
this
Cho'Gath
is an intense
goes.
draft. I'm not gonna lie.
It is. In drafts, I think the higher you get, the more drafts actually mean. And Lilia will come through for Castle, and this is nerfed Lilia that sees a really, really low win rate in solo queue. But we all know Lilia is still very powerful. It
doesn't even matter because when they lose in solo queue, you still hate them because you're just annoyed by the way she plays.
Yeah, it's just that Lilia doesn't do too well in like early game fiestas, which is what most solo queue is. But if you can slow the game down with like a GP, now you have that wave clear. MAAD City rounding out a pretty nice comp here. Brown Man Darius going to go toe to toe with, well, we don't know yet, but GP can handle not only Volibear, but.
And something to point out here is we know that his GP is something that's been banned out a lot of games. If you think back, he hasn't been able to get his hands on Gangplank, and he does this game, so I wonder if he's going to do really well.
He could.
It's usually banned out in MAAD City games.
And the Volibear will go down to jungle as they lock the Ornn in here, going full Giga late game. Jinx carry with Volley early aggression to play around. McMaster have themselves a game plan here, and that's probably go late, keep Jinx alive, and hope Jabbar... Oh, wait, Jabbar's on Ornn. So, yeah, we see the Volibear flex come in. I would have liked to maybe see a more aggressive pick into the GP. When you pick a tank in a GP, you kind of let him do what he wants to do, and that's just farm, scale up, be useful on the opposite end of the map.
But maybe the game plan there is to play the Ornn for the setup for Volibear punish on GP.
It could be.
To prevent, do your best to prevent him from just sitting up top, farming, put him behind, get Volibear rolling a little bit. Ornn's there for late game utility and, play around that while bot lane scales.
Yeah, there are just some...
But same thing, you also don't want Senna and Cho'Gath just to be down there free farming.
No, but Yeah, it's tough to say. I was just saying there are some champs you can pick in a GP that just make his life hell. Like Lucian is the one I go to. I played it in Clash with the guys the other time we did it. Lucian can double tap the GP barrel and then just all in GP. Once you get culling, it's really hard for GP to play. And if you do play a tank, yes, it's set up, but just dominating the lane is something you can do with the red side fifth pick that they opted out of. They're going more of the team strategy, more for the team fight. And once Jinx gets those Ornn items, you know, she's going to look a lot stronger than Senna.
Yeah,
definitely.
Definitely. So now we're going to have to wait for the teams to do client champion select. So we'll go ahead and head over to a quick break while they finish that up, and then we wait for spectator to delay. So don't go anywhere, guys. You're not going to want to miss these games. It is a best of 5. Game 1, Mad City
Grand
versus
finals.
McMaster University for Grand Finals of Season 2, and it's going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere.
Kenny with the pickup, shutdown going to Silas. That mid game for Kent State could be better. Starponer with a great dodge, under turret with the killer instinct. He's still firing it back, and he outplays it. He gets Tristana at least. And but the execute.
Damn,
He never tagged the Leo.
Yeah, so well played. A great ultimate to dodge the Leona CC and
looking at pressure with Herald. This is something I forgot about. Is that second Herald? It's like, what do you do when you're waiting for Soul?
No.
Oh, and Amumu can't get out of that. He is pretty tanky, but will drop 1 for 0. And here comes the Sejuani ulti, followed up by the Leona ulti. It's a full-on engage from MEC Hysteria. And Starponer goes in with the killer instinct, but he was stunned like in the middle of it. But he doesn't die. The cleanse saves him again. And Kent State could come back. It's all about Kenny. Kenny can do a lot of work here if MEC let him.
Good cage there, zoning him away from getting to anything.
Classic mistake by MEC to want anything more than a 1 for 0.
Whatever his crying is.
But it's a gank from Poo-Poo here. 2v1 on Musinator. He's probably going to have to flash. If he flashes and lives, it's fine. There is actually no way to flash that. So first split over to LeBen.
Flash the moment he saw her in the lane.
Yeah, maybe.
If you flash the Yone knock, here's the engage.
Flash setting up Kenny. He will miss the E-chains.
Oh, and they both get stunned, and that's big damage going down on Condurex. Does he die here to zip the zap? No, he doesn't, but here comes Poo-Poo.
Yeah, Poo-Poo here is sort of a 2v2. But Kenny's going to turn on a Vagar. Does he have the damage? Does he run through the cage? He does. He'll pick Vagar up. He needs another Kingslayer for more HP. A nice bop away from Condurex. That's a 2v2 right there, and Kenny takes 1 for 0. It was pretty much a 1v2.
I don't know about this trade, Starponer.
For the counter gang. The engage onto the Kaisa Starponer using the cleanse to get away. Oh, but Kenny with the solo kill in the mid lane, but it's traded. But minions are under turret. You call that worth for Kenny and Kent State. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I think they are in control, but Kent State still active as we see Condurex with a Hex Flash over into the delivery man's bandage toss. They're going to lock the Leona up, but is it answered by Poo-Poo? A little bit of CC here and some Vagar burst, but the exhaust hits Vagar right before his ult lands, and so he doesn't kill Condurex, and Kenny is so good in this situation as Silas.
Yeah,
did you see that exhaust? As soon as Vagar lifted his wand for ulti, exhaust went on him. He did not pop Condurex there, and there's another bandage toss by the delivery man. It's 2 for 0 Kent State right now, but Bone is firing away.
Yeah, but Kenny's here, and if he can get a hold of Bone, then it's going to be a bad scenario for them. And Kenny picking up Leona there. That's great.
And now Musinator with no Grievous, but just wins this hard in the top lane.
Oh,
the timing was just barely off. That's okay.
That was a great flash trying to... So, like, you don't want to let the Yone get the now, but we see Kenny in the bot lane against Yone. Has ulti, has TP, no flash though, but I think if he could take this, they just go to Baron.
Kenny with the 1v1, I'm looking for Grievous.
Oh, the plays!
Zanya's on the Yone ultimate, that's the difference! And he hits him with his own ulti in the bot lane 1v1.
Now they just go Baron, and I think they close the game out.
Yeah, it's a start for sure. They're going to start hitting it.
The clean Zonias.
Kenny has TP, he can pressure bot. MEC is forced to 4v4 here into a Kenny TP flank. See that ward behind that rock there?
Yep.
That would be a good one. Or they go steal, and they do it! Boo Boo goes and steals, and he flashes out. Kent State are angry. They're going to TP the Silas in, but Poo Poo's in the death realm.
Surprise!
So Silas can't see him yet. Oh my goodness, try.
Okay, but so now we have timers. We've got.
Oh, Delivery Man flash in, but it gets cleansed. Oh, and there's a two-man Leona ultimate.
No,
a couple of them are trapped in the cage. Star Poner gets rooted up. He gets stunned.
Oh, but he's
and
alive.
Bone gets 1 for 0. Star forced to flash away. MEC can slowly win this. Next focus is Condorex.
Oh, the Yone ulti from Silas.
And the Silas goes in. Kenny's doing so much work. Star Poner with the follow-up. He goes backline. No flash on him. He could drop, but he's against 2 tanks. Kent State are doing it. Kenny with another Kingslayer. It's a triple. Kenny is doing it. Triple-double for Kent State.
It's a triple-double.
Oh, my goodness. These fights are crazy.
Kenny taking the Yone ulti there was huge.
It's so neck and neck, and it comes on the small mistakes, but look, they picked off the Delivery Man, staggered recall.
Oh, but this might turn into something more.
Yeah, I think they can trade Skeggy. Conrex is looking for even more, but they can get Skeggy and keep running up. Oh, the TP's coming in, but the Leben is going in. He's 1v3. It doesn't look that good. If he has Grievous on him, he's fighting 1v3 still. He's still alive. He flashes over the wall.
What is happening?
He's still alive. Meanwhile, the Sejuani will shut down Silas. Yone will finally go down to Star Poner.
What a brawl there. So Yone going in with ultimate, but Star Poner dodged.
With
Kenny
the
is huge.
Kingslayer, he does too much work here, and Kent State found their window.
All right, this is Kent State. Get the dragon, please. Thank you.
And maybe Sprint Baron.
Felt like I wasn't sure if they were going to run down the enemy there, but it's definitely, it's a 3 for 0.
They can sprint Baron. I'm not sure if that's what they're going to do. If they're sprinting Baron.
They're pinging it.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Drake and Baron. Now we're looking at TPs. They're both down. This could just be a take. This is close try. They're going to do it relatively slow and take
They have Kaisa, though.
A good bit of damage. Yeah, but
it's not. I don't think it's that slow with Kaisa.
Mumu and Silas are really bad, and Morta is okay. Yeah, it's too fast for MEC to do much about. Leona can send an ult over the wall and look for the steal, but it goes to Kent State, who was given 1 window to come back in this game and have done it. They get themselves Baron. Skeggy wants to delay the recor. Ooh, Kenny with the pickup. Shutdown going to Silas. That mid-game for Kent State is better. Star Poner with a great dodge. Under turret with the killer instinct. He's still firing it back.
Star Poner.
And he outplays it. He gets Tristana at least. And but the execute.
Damn.
He never tagged the Leo.
Yeah. So well played. A great ultimate to dodge the Leona CC. And
looking at pressure with Herald. This is something I forgot about. Is that second Herald. It's like, what do you do when you're waiting for Soul?
No.
Oh, and Amumu can't get out of that. He is pretty tanky, but will drop 1 for 0. And here comes the Sejuani ulti, followed up by the Leona ulti. It's a full-on engage from MEC Hysteria. And Star Poner goes in with the killer instinct, but he was stunned like in the middle of it. But he doesn't die. The cleanse saves him again. And Kent State could come back. It's all about Kenny. Kenny could do a lot of work here if MEC let him.
Good cage there, zoning him away from getting to anything.
Classic mistake by MEC to want anything more than a 1 for 0.
Welcome back to LSS Season 2 Grand Finals. And we have the wrong names up on there, but it's MAAD City versus McMaster for a banger of a Grand Finals.
On the red team, we have McMaster University with Jabbar in the top lane, Sekiro at jungle, Venerated in the mid lane, Jaeger at AD, and KVB at support. And on the blue side, MAAD City, Brownman Darius in the top lane, Castle in the jungle, Mark Boots in the mid lane, Digital Stain at AD, and Hit 'em Up Rob at support. Let's get ready to battle
on the Rift.
All right, I'm excited for this set. This is our grand final.
I know, this is going to be the best game
top tier
so far.
Teams. These guys are all In the elite bracket, Riot told us, this year elite is D2+.
Yeah, Riot called us up on that that spicy calculator.
They're
like, duty and try. These are, what did you say it was?
Elite.
This is the elite bracket of teams here. You have MAAD City, elite. McMaster University, elite. And then they just hung up on us, and we're like, okay.
Oh, thanks, Riot.
Yeah, thank you.
Now we know. These are the elite teams. Riot tells us best. And here we go. Where are the junglers? They're starting opposite. So with Volibear, he could full clear, but sometimes you rush that 3 and get on the map. Whereas Lilia wants to full, and this is Castle on Lilia. Watch those CS numbers just fly up. If Volibear is not actively clearing, he will fall behind to the Lilia. It's just a difference of his activity in the early game.
I'm already so focused. Okay, so this mid lane matchup, I really don't know who's favored in this. I would think it's probably Syndra early, and then later it's not because you can't one-shot him if he has ulti. So I think the tables will kind of turn mid. I don't know what you do to counteract that. I think, you just farm it out and play for teams?
So the Syndra is stronger in the lane and in the 2v2, but the Zilean can play a control. Oh, we have a 3v2 in the bot lane with the Senna W that landed on the enemy AD.
Oh,
they're all in. That's Jaeger looking for the trade. Kill goes to KVB, but this is Castle getting off to the races. I wonder if he can... the flash from Hit 'em Up Rob into the Rupture means Castle gets a kill as well.
And boom goes the dynamite. Already at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, 2-1 with a 2-for-1. In the bot lane.
That's right, and you don't expect the Lilia early gank on bot side, but the thing is she can do a full red side clear in a gank. She has red buff, she has a bit of range, and that is a possibility. So Castle with the heads up move into bot lane, resulting in a 1-for-2 trade, looks pretty good for MAAD City to start off. Castle into recall. Volibear at bot crab means Castle wants to sprint to top crab. Volibear has the prio in this lane. Hit him up, Rob, no flash, so they need the TP to help. Jinx at level 2. Look at this big minion wave.
It's Mark Boots?
Mark Boots with the Scatter the Weak, and that minion wave is too big for Jaeger to even be able to participate. So with that,
I think that's fine, right? I mean, you're counteracting the TP from and saving your teammates from potentially getting picked there, and just calling it a scrap.
Yeah, it's a pretty worthy trade for both teams, but Lilia is able to get that top crab and get away. So Volibear maybe could have spent that time looking for a double crab. Tough to say, but yeah, getting that TP out of Mark Boots is significant, especially if they can look to punish it with the gank. And now we see Lilia up in the tri-brush. Look how she's going for Krugs 2 here. This is Castle's specialty, man. When these power farm junglers know how to play with their lanes, they sneak in, they counter jungle you, they take your camps, they get the lead here. But Volibear's CS numbers not looking too bad yet. The only thing is he's retreating into his own jungle when he could maybe be looking to split and take something from Lilia's bot side like those Raptors. But Castle shows up in the top side, and that's Jabbar using his dash to get away. It's just a bit of chunk damage. And yeah, Lilia could look for Volley's Raptors here, and she would run into Volley. Mark Boots getting ready to push mid. He would probably be there first, and here we see that 1v1. Things looking close so far. And it is going to be Cho'Gath farm and try, and I believe Cho'Gath is going to rush an Everfrost here for that extra lockdown potential as Senna collects the souls, as we see Hook into traps, but a nice rupture under the feet of Jinx.
That's a big trade there. Oh, but hold up. Just damage from out of nowhere on that Senna, it seemed like. Was it I think it was minion damage. She got chunked pretty hard.
Yeah, and hard CC on both members of the bot lane for MAAD City, and you can actually probably find an all-in with the Cho'Gath here. Not to mention the sustain in lane is pretty good. I mean, when you pair that champion up with Senna, look for the level 6 all-in where the Cho'Gath chomp, the feast, can result in an execute. I think they're actually a potent duo here. But as we see, their wave is pushing away from them. Volibear is coming down. Lilia's already bot side. We're in a 3v3 situation. But now we see Lilia jumping ahead in farm. What just happened? Last time I looked at jungle farm, Lilia was down about 6. Now she's up about 10.
Remember, she did take his top side before looking for that gank. And then when we left top lane from director view and went bot. Potentially, maybe she helped crash the GP wave, picking up a little bit more farm there. But now back to her own jungle, and I think going to be able to get, as she's clearing, she's going to be able to get a full clear off. Red buff's coming up. By the time she makes it to top side, blue buff's going to be up, and then potentially just taking that top scuttle as well, as it's respawning right now.
Yeah, and if she gets her red buff top scuttle, I'm thinking about level 6 now. She is 5, level 6. The volley went over the wall. It's a 3v3 in the bot lane. I wish this is where we were looking right here. Face check onto Sekiro. Your Senna is already out of the fight and completely compromised. Digital Stain just getting chomped on by volley. This looks like a 2-0 MAAD City here. I'm sorry, McMaster here, 2-0. They will also take down Hit 'em Up Rob. And in the top lane, it's Jabbar doing the thing. He flashes in, but Brown Man Darius is able to eat the orange. He's 1 HP. He walks away. He blows his ult. Close combat in the top lane, but a 2-0 for McMaster in the bot side because Senna face-checking Volibear. You will never get away with that.
Yeah, definitely not. So burning both flashes top lane there, but Brown Man Darius does have TP, so I'm not sure basing without, so you base there because you don't have TP, but then does he not just crash that wave right now and you lose the whole wave?
A bad recall is better than getting dove by Castle because Castle's topside there. Castle taking the red buff away from Sekiro is kind of his punishment for the Sekiro fight that we saw in the bot lane result in that 2-for-1. So if you know that the map split and you're low and you have a sense that Lilia could be in your jungle, you might want to just take a bad recall instead of getting dove.
Yeah. So we see Senna kind of just helping shove the, get the reset for Syndra there, and now making her way back bot. But
recall interrupted is unlucky, that's for sure. I lost track of Castle. He recalled out of the enemy top side. He's probably going to go back to his red side. But look how he's pathing up. We need to ask what for here. Oh, as a double bomb lands in the mid lane. That's Venerated with the speed. He's going to flash and throw a wrench at her, and she dies. Mark Boots goes down solo to Venerated, and no TP. No TP soon.
So Brown Man Darius there being patient, not going too aggressive on Venerated there. Didn't want to walk into Sekiro on the other side of River.
Yeah, and you love to see that for McMaster in the mid lane there, shutting down that Syndra early. She's going to miss some creep. She could fall behind curve, and that champion kind of needs to hunt in this game in order to be at her best. So
yeah, but she's coming back with Book already, so that is a good first back, if you could call it that. But still, coming to lane with Book is better than nothing. So
for sure.
Still not looking too bad. Already back in lane, only down, well, now even in CS.
First strike
so
falls.
not losing too much there.
Yeah, first strike going over to McMaster University, and now Lilia is kind of forced to play on this top side with a gangplank into an Ornn. That's not ideal. You'd rather it be like a Renekton in the top lane and like a squishy member for the enemy top, because then you can move your Syndra up, as you see if she's going in that red quadrant. You can maybe 3-man dive top to punish that Drake take, but Lilia going to take Herald, and depending on where she drops this, they can crack a turret and maybe make some map rotations and get in the mid game quicker.
Yeah, they're trying to keep the pace up here. We're already at 10 minutes in, about 10 minutes in, and the game's pretty fast paced. So I like to see this. I do enjoy a good 25-minute game of League of Legends.
Here comes Castle in the top lane, dropping Herald for GP. So GP going to get a bit of extra gold. I'm not sure if I see a dive here. Syndra's walking up, but so is Volibear. See a 2v2 start in the bot lane. Look at Hit 'em Up Rob. His HP is dropping quickly. He flashes straight line, but Rocket misses from Jinx. Hit 'em Up Rob escapes with his life. Looking topside, though, it's Lilia dropped Herald. They got plates, and I think they dipped there. Volibear around the corner means you can't dive Ornn. So it's just a trade of Drake 1 for some turret plates here, and you see GP is going to have a nice recall after this. Jabbar looking to start a bit of a scrap. Look at both junglers. They're both around the corner. Do we see a 2v2? Yeah, Volibear makes a huge difference in this. When Volibear dumps his initial combo, it usually ends the fight, so we'll see who he goes on. Sekiro with a chomp on Castle. Here comes the arc. It's flashed away by Castle. Nice job. Castle wants to hunt Jabbar, but he made the wrong move. He walks into Sekiro, who's able to low-key 1v2 that situation, and the Volibear is so strong in the 2v2 try.
Oh, but here comes Mark Boots.
Mark Boots, nice scatter the weak. He's going to drop the ultimate there and trade it back. Mark Boots first from mid laners to the
Even
play.
Even Volibear can't survive that.
But now look at this Zillion. Zillion's response is to dive bot. Jaeger snipes, hit him up, Rob away.
Oh, but Mark Boots is here at the TP. This man is top to bot in a second.
That's right. He's making plays on both sides of the map. A digital dash dropping to Venerated.
Or he's baiting his team.
Yeah, and it looks like McMaster's winning on both sides of the map now. After that scuffle, it looked like, you know, so we as McMasters, we win topside. So our mid, I'm sorry. Volibear won them the topside play as Zillion roamed bot and made a play. So McMaster's making plays on both sides of the map, and Mark Boots tried contesting both plays with his TP.
Actually kind of nuts.
Kind of crazy, yeah. So good, like, that's what you want to do as Syndra in terms of being on the map early, right? Because Scatter of the Week is so strong. Syndra's kit at 6 is really strong as well. But both of those plays kind of going over the side of McMaster University. They find themselves in the lead with a Jinx comp. And we got to start talking about how to play the comp and play into enemy comp. It's really Jinx versus the world here for Jaeger.
Yeah, he's getting ahead a little bit. It's like, okay. It just gets in. I don't know how ahead he necessarily is because, like, I don't understand the power spikes for Senna, fasting Senna.
It's
to
tricky,
be honest.
right?
I don't really understand, like, when she becomes strong and when she's not. So if you can fill me in a little bit on that. But it's like difficult to gauge. Yeah,
for me, it's really hard to try. Maybe if I was a support player, an AD player, I would know. If I played into this or with this matchup more, I would know. But I also don't have much of a sense of power levels. I know Cho'Gath, when he gets Everfrost, if that's where he's going, yeah, he'll be strong. But you look at Jinx already on Kraken, and we all know Jinx hard skills, but so does Senna in her own right. So it is tricky for sure.
Yeah, because like at randomly one point in the game, Senna's just going to do so much damage. You're going to be like, oh, okay, it's done. She's done fasting.
Yeah, I think that's the consensus, is that Senna's clock and
and
Rupture
that
hits.
Oh,
double bind. I wonder if they knew if that would hit, that they would have pressured. Drake number 2 spawning in 40 seconds, and Castle's making his way down. Volibear already in the river.
Yeah, he's already cleaned up some wards as well as got a pink down. So good control over bot side right now for McMaster. I think maybe if they could shove this wave in and then look. Okay.
But with Jabbar has no TP, so I'm starting to think of what does Drake look like? If Jabbar doesn't have TP, he has to push and walk down. He won't make it there in time. GP, if it's a 4v4, can ulti the fight and act as a pseudo member. You have low-key
without having to use his TP.
Exactly.
If he doesn't want to.
Or he can he can TP, right? So I think MAAD City with more options here on how to approach this Drake. They're also up in gold, guys, despite the kill disadvantage. And Castle is on Moonstone, has ulti, so it really comes down to execution. But it was McMaster's first in the river and with control right now. And they did walk Jabbar down. So walking Jabbar down gives GP that turret, and all GP has to do is just drop his ulti. If there's a contest, no contest, that's fine.
Wow, okay, so and then Jabbar going back top, it's going to lose the turret regardless. And big chunk from, what's it called there?
What?
How did he chunk that turret right there with that auto?
Demolish?
Yes.
Oh, demolish.
I couldn't remember. I just was blanked right there.
What's that there? I was like, I don't know, like a sword. He has a gun. First brick. But yeah, first tower going over. It's solo gold to GP. His second item is going to be, accelerated along with he has a cull. And when GP gets 2-3 items, he starts becoming a massive factor. But he's across from Ornn, who almost is the same way. When Ornn starts getting those Ornn items in, slap one on Jinx, and you're looking pretty. So we might go late with this game try.
I hope so. I said I like those good 25-minute games, but I do like to see it come down to one crazy fight where we just get a Jinx pentakill.
Or my God, if these guys start trading objectives and stealing them from each other the way that our first series did, this series is going to be absolutely insane. But I think the difference between the finalists and the third place match guys is their setup on objectives and understanding of choking out is better. So you're going to get worse looks from behind against teams like this.
Yeah, definitely. That's something I've said about MAAD City from the start, is that they do so well at giving you so little when they have a lead. They just put the pressure on so hard.
And it's just a sense that develops in the best of the best players, how to properly choke out, properly apply pressure, take good trades, not rush it, right? Because what we all know to do in solo queue is when you get a lead, you need to, you need to smurf it out, limit test. Like, no, these guys know how to calculate a lead. A couple hooks missing from KVB in the bot lane. And the center choke can mostly just farm it out. I'd probably rather be watching, I don't know, the junglers here, like this Volibear.
That's something weird that happens in the director tool is the director tool never follows the junglers around when they do any type of clear.
And in pro play, it's largely about the junglers in the early game, but it is what it is. We do get a good shot at once they start grouping up. Obviously, it's harder for the director Cameron to mess up. But
thanks, director Cam. It hurt us.
Sekiro was able to take away enemy red while Castle here dropping Herald mid. Just kind of want to open the map. If you were to pick a tier 1, obviously GP got top turret. The next best is probably that mid turret. Opens up the map and creates a ton of pressure on that bot turret. If that bot turret is the last tier 1 up, it's so easy to control that quadrant and set up a nice dive there. It's to the point where you can't send Jinx down there if that's the last turret. That's kind of the condition. So they would probably want to put Ornn or Zilean down there to stave off a dive.
Close.
Checking in on jungle farm. I mean, Volibear is keeping up with Lilia, which I can't tell if it's a product of circumstance in the game or if it's Volley's clear is just really nice now. But he seems to be doing fine. It's just you could have maybe argued that Volley will hard fall off in the 3 to 4 item range versus a Lilia who can 5-man sleep you.
Yeah,
or if your TSM can sleep 9 people.
I don't get that reference.
What? Damn. The 9-man sleep?
No.
I have to just show you on our own time. It's basically Spica slept 5 enemy players on the enemy team, which is like insane, never happens, and his whole team didn't do anything about it. So it was like he slept everybody in the game because there wasn't enough punish. And this was back when Bjergsen was playing. If you go look at the clip, there probably could have been a punish there. Like that's a play that no one will forget. That's a meme, a forever meme. Anyway, that bot turret went down. I missed that from McMaster. So if this lane gets long, I don't know how much longer you want Jinx in the bot, or if you want to move Jinx to mid lane, where she's a bit safer. But then you're looking at Mark Boots dropping some damage here. He's on his Leandries.
Yeah, Leandries
This
as
could
well
be an all-in on Jinx. It's a flash from
Oh.
Cho'Gath into the Feast, which gets her low enough to Senna. And yeah, just having Jinx alone down there is a bad idea. Castle hitting the sleep, the lilting lullaby coming in, but KVB hooked her. He has to flash, but Castle is able to just run him down another hook, but it won't do much. And if Senna gets another kill, no, it's actually going to be
Double
Castle.
TP mid.
Here's some TPs coming in mid. Brown Man Darius with the full all-in on Venerated. Where's his ult? He must have used it, but Brown Man Darius, he's going to trade his life, but Castle's around the corner. There's the Volibear ultimate. Do they funnel in the choke against the Ornn? They have members, but Ornn goes in. Jabbar is going crazy right now. He realizes he needs to back up. And okay, it looks like positive play from Mad City, a trade. Couple kills traded, 2 for 2, if I'm not mistaken.
So Zilean used ulti there to survive and kill Mark Boots in the trade, and then that's when the TPs came through.
Well, it's all because Drake is up, but it looks like Mad City is going to be first to Drake. They're even going to spend a TP to make sure there's no contest, because if you are McMaster right now, it's pretty much a give once you see that TP come in from Syndra. You can't walk into these 4 members here. Pretty good vision in the river as well.
It looks like they want to.
Yeah, I gotta say I like Mad City here then on the turn. We'll have to see if they want to.
The Feast. It's hard to smite out that Feast.
Yeah, and I guess, you know what, Try? If they were to just fight there, it would be a 5v4 for McMaster. But I think with Syndra coming in, a little bit of help, a little bit of damage on Drake made the timing maybe awkward. But looking back, you might be right there. That could have been a contest.
It looked like they were looking for the contest, but then, they weren't too sure.
Yeah. Either way, that Drake isn't the most important, not too game-changing. But if McMaster get their 3rd, then we're starting to talk about Soul Point. We do know it is a Mountain Soul, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And that's like the third mountain I can remember.
It's the third one in a row.
Yeah. So see, like, everyone thinks it's always cloud.
No,
it's not always cloud.
It's always mountain, guys. Proved right here.
It's just... I'm not gonna do the what. Okay, we have a 1v2. They are pursuing Brown Man Darius. He might look to turn this. He has digital stain right behind him. I was gonna say it's always cloud when I'm winning. Is what I was gonna say.
Yeah, yeah. But you were gonna go like, it's always cloud when I'm winning.
Yeah. I should just done it. You stole my joke. I should have hard committed. Okay, we are in mid-game officially. Let's look at now we have both mids in the bot lane and both bot lanes in the mid. I think McMaster maybe should have done this with their Jinx, like right as they cracked that bot turret and got the long lane. Venerate, I think, is a bit safer. Oh, Mark Boots gets the ulti out of him now, and he's going to have to recall. He has Volley Bear over his shoulder, but...
That was really close to already being enough to just kill him outright.
For sure. Ooh, pressure mounting from Mad City in the mid lane. Do they want to ARAM this mid turret? What is there to take? Herald is on the map, but it looks like they are able to get some damage on mid turret, but is it an overstay? You need a hook from KVB in that situation, and then I think you can actually punish that attempt on mid, because there's not much to fight over. Oh, I'm sorry, Herald is not up. It is Baron. So this is that fake Baron I talked about, where actually Mad City are just ARAM in the mid. I think the turret's low enough. They're going to give it another look.
I think it's just like Turbo Tax.
This is where Ornn needs the ult, and you got to pounce on this.
Free.
Yeah, McMaster without any response. 5 members, ARAM mid, and they give their mid turret away. Oh, and the Scatter of the Week will land on Jaeger, who gets the Zill ulti on her, but it does nothing. Important cooldowns going from
So
McMaster.
honestly, like, do they continue the pressure up because there's no more Zillion ulti? They maybe go for Baron here? Is this what they're doing?
You know, good teams always play Baron on the at the 20 mark. If you can play for Baron,
I'm saying, so like no Zillion ulti now, no cleanse on the Jinx, and they know that off of what just happened. They just go for it.
I think it's a turn though. I'm not sure if they want a 50-50 this, but I mean, we're watching them try. Let's see what happens. Mark Boots with Scatter of the Week onto Sekiro. Sekiro needs to get in and look for the smite. It looks like a peel off here from
But here's
Mad
the
City.
thing, the smite can't out-damage.
Oh, the hook lands on Hit 'em Up
no.
Rob, but he's in Zanya's. Sekiro goes in with the Volley Bear, gets a big ulti, but a few members dropping. Big Gangplank ulti. Zillion R goes on Volley Bear, doesn't res him, but it is a punish try. I think starting that Baron was a little over-ambitious. I also think starting this for McMaster is a little over-ambitious, but they're playing with such slim margins. Jaeger, the hook they find the hook on Mark Boots and take him out. Now Baron looks a bit more realistic, but look at Castle sneaking around the outside. They need to deal with him. They don't want to 50-50 this. Oh, they know he's there. KVB flashes over the wall. Castle's just trying to live, but Jaeger flashes over the wall. Does that mean they have the damage? It looks like they do.
They do.
And McMaster get Baron.
Wow.
On a punish.
I was thinking the Baron was... So you said they would look for a turn. I was thinking they look for the feast because you can't outsmite the feast. Right. So I thought they were just going to burst it and take the feast. But when Mark Boots hit the Scatter of the Week, they partially turned. And I think if they just stayed on it and then feast it, then you could potentially get out or, you know, have to fight it.
Yeah.
But you can't steal it. You can't steal Baron from Cho'Gath.
Right. It certainly was close try. I think that's a play.
I think it already his feast does like 1,200 already. I think.
Yeah, it's hard to outsmite. That's for sure. That's a play they're going to have to go back and look at, you know, in review and talk about could we have burned or could we all have turned or what the situation is. But remember, we talked when you go for that fresh 20-minute Baron and try and pull off of it, you often lose the fight. And that's what we saw happen to Mad City. They're getting punished by McMaster, who now has control of Drake.
So this is a
Zillion Bomb zoning. See how Mad have to file into this choke here. Scatter of the Week will tag a few, but it looks like McMaster are going to be able to secure this Drake. It does go over to the Volley Bear. Sekiro. Here comes Castle with a big sleep. Look, 3 of them are going to go to sleep. That's pretty huge. Is there a follow-up? The Senna ulti over the top. Castle almost manages to get out, but they trade him back. Ornn tanking in the front line, but he's getting chunked. Mark Boots drops the ulti on him. He's getting low, and that's Mad City. It's Mad City that win this fight. Double bomb on Brown Man Darius. He will cleanse it. Actually, that never hit. Jaeger running low, and it's a full book from Mad City, but they do get third Drake, so I call that a win for them. But
I think
Mad
so too.
City
So
with a
now
proper punish.
McMaster on Soul Point. Going to be, like we said, Mountain Soul in 4:25. So need to be cautious of that. Mad City, I'm sure, recognizes they're on Soul Point. We need to take this. So I think we might see both teams stalling out the game for the next 4 minutes and looking to play and fight at that Baron end. Oh,
Sekiro
the volley
goes
barrel.
in. He wants the Senna, but he might have to settle for the Cho'Gath, or he gets neither. Venerated low on mana. No play here. But that was Senna Flash, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty good to get.
Yeah.
Pretty good to get. And yeah, typically our games kind of cool off for this next 3 minutes or so. We
Nothing
see
on the map.
Yeah, a lot of players doing their dirty work, getting their item completions, stacking up, getting a nice recall. We see Brown Man Darius in the side lane where he belongs.
I know, it must be nice. Because you know what happens in solo queue around this time of game? My teams just run it down mid and die 5 times while we're waiting for Baron timer.
Yeah. Not these guys. And I think it might be like, I think good teams know how to play this situation and get like turrets and dives out of it. Like for instance, you send Lilia to Shadow GP. They think GP's alone. Maybe they send jungle and then you counter gank. So there are many ways to be active during this time. It's just that if you're McMaster, you don't need to force. And if you're Mad City, maybe the pressure is on you a bit, so we'll see if they can get creative during this next few minutes. So far it's a 3 mid. We have GP in the bot lane. Lilia coming out of base as well. They're going to send Mark to the top lane. He's pretty safe behind that tier 2 turret. Should just be collecting waves. GP getting a recall for himself. So yeah, the game has tamed down a bit. We can maybe look at items. We see Senna completing Rage Blade. This is very important. Gives her that on-hit buff, right? And, I think 2 items if you're fasting. It actually looks like if McMaster can complete IE on Jinx before Drake 4, that would be maybe my objective for them.
I think so too. So probably looking at roughly like 600 to 800 gold left that she needs.
Maybe do this. Oh, if you press X.
In-game, yes.
In-game.
Wrong. Sorry, guys. Diddy forgets over here. This is not the keyboard that controls the in-game client, but only controls a few hotkeys.
Why does X put it on us?
Hey, guys. All right, we're back.
All right, we're back. We're back.
And, yeah, so let's take a look here at where we're seeing people kind of, like, spread out on the map. So everyone kind of just getting their lanes shoved up. GP just finished shoving that lane.
Well, let's talk.
Look
at Vision. Look at the blue wards.
Oh, sorry. Here, yeah.
So during this kind of intermission period where it's like, okay, we're on downtime, we want to play for Drake. It is actually Mad City with a ton of vision.
I know. Look at this vision actually
around the Drake. 2 nice pinks, 2 deep wards on that side. They have waves pushed up. So somehow, some way, Mad City has been able to, I think, get control of the map, you could argue, during this downtime. It's up to McMaster to mobilize properly, walk in together, clear wards out, don't get picked, and take that 5v5 with the Ornn ulti. Now we are under a minute. Mid-prio, very important during this situation. The team with mid-prio usually is first to move and hit wards, drop wards, look for traps and stuff like that. Some late recalls.
Yeah, McMaster, during this recall period, we see Volibear down there kind of clearing some vision out around Drake and potentially getting Scuttle down there as well. Yeah, so, but he doesn't see that pink there in the Pixel Brush. Come on. Check
and
that.
I don't see a split from either team, so it's not like GP is splitting, hitting turret, and dropping ulti. This is going to be a 5-man fight.
Yeah.
And first in the river is McMaster. So look at these chokes that Mad City have to walk into. If they all file into any one of these, that's nasty Ornn ulti angle. And we could be seeing some sleeps as well. Hook's going to land on hit him up. Rob forces his Zanya's out. But Castle is going to get another nasty sleep. Another massive sleep. That ends the fight, if I'm not mistaken. Some kills traded back. But I think Mad City...
and a scatter of the week.
Nice scatter of the week. They're fighting front to back. Couple low members. The Zillion res comes in on Jaeger, but he's out of peel, but he's dropping big damage. This could be a Jinx crit.
This could be
This is one Jinx crit away from turning the fight. MAAD City peeling away, and it's Jaeger. Can he find an angle?
Jinx is about to go crazy.
Drop. Jinx with the resets. That's 2, that's 3. And McMaster University with the Jinx IE can turn it and get their soul.
Wow, that's what I'm talking about.
So big.
That fight was back and forth the whole time. First, the hook on the Cho'Gath into his Zonias. It looked like, oh no, it might not be too good for MAAD City. And then boom, the big sleep from Lilia. And then what do you know? They turn it around again. The ulti on Jaeger off of the Scatter of the Week combo saves his life. They're all like 20% HP, and it's a huge opportunity for Jinx to just go crazy. And now Jinx is just on the Baron.
Yeah, you rush Baron here, try. Death timer's too high. Jinx just one-taps this thing, and now we're looking at Soul and Baron up McMaster University, who came prepared and ready to play this
And
Saturday
that was Soul
here.
as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're looking good. They're
Yes.
looking good. Yeah, I thought MAAD City won that fight with the sleep, but man, did McMasters just stay calm and fight it out. Here comes the Ornn ulti. They're diving this tier 2 top. The target has hit him up. Rob, he will drop. And now McMaster's just pouring it on. Look for Mark Boots. Will pick him up. Castle has no way to respond. Brown Man Darius looking for a barrel. Flash hook will land. Gets the orange out of Brown Man Darius. Senna showing that she does do some damage. And my goodness, you're seeing the power of Jinx come out when you draft this champion. She can always just win you a fight. It's a reset champion. I didn't tend to think of Jinx as a reset champion, but she certainly is.
Oh, most
We
definitely.
saw it come out there. She was able to pick up 3 and leads to this siege here. Huge for McMaster University. And if I'm being honest, the 2 major scaling threats that can get MAAD City back in this game is Brown Man Darius on the Gangplank and Digital Stain on the Senna. These 2 champions can go late with just about any of them. These 2 players are going to have to step up.
Yeah, it looked like they were maybe looking for something there, but it was too easy for them to kite it out. And wow, I mean, there's just a huge lead here for McMaster now. The Mountain Soul, as well as that Baron play, just doing huge, or making a huge impact on this game. So now they're looking to definitely play for this Elder Drake.
Yeah, the question is, can McMaster use Baron anymore? I think they have maybe a half or maybe a little less of the timer left. If they can mount one more push, they can look for maybe that tier 2 mid turret, but then they would open themselves out up to multiple flank angles. Do they want to take that risk, or do they just want to go late? So we'll have to see how they play this Baron push out. And you see MAAD City setting up traps here, because this is what you do on the defensive. You set up traps, you get vision control in pockets, and then hope you get a face check. But if there's anyone that can face check fearlessly, it's Jabbar on this Ornn. He is at 3 items.
I know, look at that health bar, man.
And once Jinx gets the Ornn IE, their crits are going to get big. I mean, you add something like 20 AD to a champion like Jinx, and that could be the difference between resetting and not. It could be a difference between pentakill and death. And here's that push I was talking about. You still have Baron. It's about efficiency here. How can you use Baron? Look at that crit. That was such, big damage.
That sounds like
another 5-man sleep. All 5. Volibear buffers his ulti, use it, and Jaeger's shooting some rockets, but the sleep was so big. How do you come back from that?
I don't know, the rockets.
5-man scatter of the week, or 4. Big spells landing, but MCM is just tanking everything to the face. Castle's ability to sleep has been insane this game, but somehow McMaster, just
surviving through it.
Yeah.
I mean, the health bars on Jabbar and Sekiro are just so big.
And now this should be maybe an inhib give. Hit him up, Rob. Inzanias will drop to KVB. And now
you do not want to lose members here. This could potentially be the game. We still have 30 seconds on GP, so it's a 3v5, and you've got a huge Jinx pushing your base. I think the game is going to be over here.
The flash in from Zillion looking for the bombs onto Castle. He will drop to the Jinx, who has moved on to base turrets. And all Jinx has to do is hit base. Nothing Digital Stain can do. And that's going to be McMaster taking game 1, going up 1-0.
And he aces them as they end the game. Wow.
We need to talk about draft adjustments. Do you ban Jinx? What do you do going into game 2? Because both of these teams are extremely adept. It comes down to the adjustments in the game planning. Looking ahead to game 2 try, I wonder if they will take Jinx off the table, maybe pick her up themselves. Not too sure.
I don't know. I think there's ways you can handle a Jinx, but it might be that they just want to take it off the table.
It could be. I mean, we are looking for adjustment bans here. I want to see a mini meta develop in this series here. I'm not saying Jinx won them the game, but it really did come down to having a hyper carry that you built a comp around. So it was a Zilean Volibear, or it was 100% a Jinx comp. If they can draft Jinx again and then draft a comp around it and play to it soundly, it can win you games with the resets. That's the power of Jinx on this patch. So that's something I'm thinking about if I'm coach for MAAD City right now.
Definitely. That game was wild. It was a high-intensity, fast-paced, and well-thought-out game, in my opinion, by both teams. So I think that at this point, after seeing Game 1, I can go ahead and say I think that it's pretty much anyone's game or anyone's match for grand finals here.
For two, I don't think, or for sure, me too. I don't think.
For two.
I don't think MAAD City is too discouraged. I think they just need to run back a new draft, a new game plan, and a new early game. Another pick I'm thinking about is Zilean. I mean, we've seen the Zilean come out for Venerated often enough to where it could call for a ban. So
and it's really impactful in these games.
It is super impactful.
I mean, they lost Soul. The Soul fight was determined by the res on the Jinx, and if it weren't for that, they got the sleep, they got the scatter the weak. They had every bit of setup they needed to win that fight, but Jinx was able to stay alive and turn the fight into a triple or even a quad, and then they got Soul.
I think it was a triple. And so we see some of the effectiveness of Zilean coming in, and we're watching here. This is where MAAD City get a nasty sleep, but if Jinx is firing rockets, it's a different story. So send ult over the top. You see Castle go in, multi-man sleep. You're looking for follow-up. They take down Volibear, so it's a 5v3 here. Standing strong, though, is Jabbar. Two-man scatter the weak should mean Jinx is dead, but not in this situation. So maybe you'd pile on the Jinx after res, but that's just not what happened.
She still had flashed out right there.
And now Jaeger, it's just a matter of hitting one. There's there's Mark Boots going down, and there.
Hold up. Can we go back for a second real quick? All right, watch Venerated kill Mark Boots right here. Oh, never mind. Okay, he had a bomb on him. I thought it was an auto, and I was like, what the hell was that? Okay, I did see the bomb that second time around, but it looked like he threw an auto, and it just chunked him for like a quarter of his HP.
Lich Bane.
Yeah, I'm like, what is going on there? So, wow, crazy plays. I mean, yeah, you're right. That might be justification enough to take away the Zilean from that comp. So we will see what happens here in the next Champion Select, but right now, we're probably waiting on teams to get started and ready to go in pro draft. So we'll just give them a little bit longer. And, I mean, what do you think about that first game?
It was a good game. I was surprised MAAD City were making some of the mistakes they were making in the early game. I think it was a bit of unlucky, but at the same time, the Volibear jungle, I think, can do a bit more than Lilia in the earlier stages. And then the fact that they were able to get these kills on Jinx, they were able to get her out of the side lane before she got abused, put her in mid lane, wave clear. And then it really came down to, the team fights like we saw. Castle was able to find so many nasty sleeps, but it didn't matter. In terms of front to back, I think KVB did a good job of just hooking the Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
Anytime they lined up, you just hook Cho'Gath. He's a Everfrost Cho'Gath. And if you start a fight hooking their AD carry, their bot lane farmer, you're likely going to win that. So, yeah, no hesitation. It was KVB starting it off most of the time, and then it was kind of Castle with the response, and then it was kind of McMaster just outplaying the team fight. So, and also you see McMaster is there first to the Drake, and that means a lot in those situations as well. So we could talk about maybe setup, maybe recall timers, vision control, and things like that as well.
Just getting a nice look at some of the highlights here in the game. I think that something to touch on was that wild TP or top and then TP bot play by Mark Boots, just helping his team on both plays across the map. Great intentions and a well thought out play. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in his favor. They ended up dying, or Senna ended up dying bot anyway. But still, great thought behind that.
And this face check may have been the start of a snowball of unfortunate events for Mad City. We see that McMasters can win this bot lane situation. That's just a face check that can never happen at this level. And then, meanwhile, they were winning on both sides of the map. McMaster was winning 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes on both sides of the map at the same time.
Yeah.
And at this level, that can't happen. You have to trade sides of the map. You have to have understanding of if our Syndra walks top, their Zillion can walk bot. And if you lose both situations against a team like McMaster University, you're playing from behind into a protected Jinx comp that we saw they were able to play out pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. So we are getting the Pro Draft Spectator link right now. So anytime now, we're going to be hopping into this draft. What are your predictions other than the potential Zillion for draft adjustments for these two teams?
Yeah, so I think they need to probably ditch the Senna. It just didn't work. So maybe take a new angle, give a new look to McMaster University, and maybe go more of that like solo queue style picks almost. Like, McMaster University just beat you in the heads-up 5v5, so maybe you play Split. Maybe you play Renekton, Nidalee, Lucian. Something crazy that works really well in solo queue and is hard to beat, and it's just like a stompy top side, and then maybe play to never 5v5. Like, if you can bait them into drafting 5v5 comp, Ornn, Jinx, stuff like this, and then you draft
the high-pressure split.
Yes, you draft high-pressure split push, make them, if they want to group up for drag, that means you get Herald, you get first turret, you get control of top side of the map, and you can play the split game like we saw from Miami University last season happen so often. If they ever did not want a team fight,
Camille and Hecarim, one of the ones that pops in my head as you say that.
Things like that. You don't have to fight them heads on. And if they're going to draft these main tanks, Volibear, Ornn, you say, okay, what are these champs' weaknesses? And it's probably the skirmish, the snap skirmish, things like that, or like dealing with like a Renekton that's fed, or like I don't know. So maybe playing, like splitting the map and playing away from the 5v5 could be an angle Mad City takes, but it really comes down to draft. And these coaches and these guys in draft, I don't think they know the style they're going to play, because everything can change. Like, we could first pick Tristana, and then they could go Ornn, Volibear, and it's like, okay, they tank. We need tank strat. Do we want to split? Like, everything can change in every single phase of the draft. So it's hard to say what style they should approach with, because it's likely they won't know their style until draft plays out.
Until they decide it on the fly.
Exactly.
Going into draft.
And another thing that makes this game so insane is you really are testing your players' ability to understand the meta, their comp, the enemy's comp, strengths and weaknesses, and how to play not only that, but each situation. And I thought of something in the shower the other day. I think a good way to explain...
Are we sure you want to hear this? No, I'm just kidding.
I think a good way to explain to players, the state of mind that they can have in games is, and I'll do it quickly, the comps on each team tell you how the game should be played out. Okay, we can all agree on that. But to me, it's the items in the game that are active that tell the players how they should play that situation. Okay. So you can play for item breakpoints, and you can play for what champs are strong at what items, and go from there.
Okay, so we're going to see the Seraphine Camille bans from McMaster.
There's the respect to Zillion.
Yeah, I think that's the right call for them. Taking out the Hecarim as well. Hecarim just a good overall ban. Maybe not necessarily targeted, but just really, really strong right now in the meta. Chem tank build is crazy on him right now.
Yeah, Hecarim's out of control right now. And their third ban, it could be Jinx, but I think if you take away the Zillion, maybe Jinx becomes less of a problem and is not worth a ban. There could be, maybe they want that Darius ban again to stick so that McMaster doesn't get it. But if you're red side, in my opinion, I let Darius go through if I'm red side, because I can pick something last and just like counter. Darius is very counterable. I don't think Mad City blinds it. Oh, I thought the Darius player was blue side. He's red side.
Oh, yeah,
so,
red side.
Oops. It's okay, but what is their third ban is my question. Can't predict this one unless
you can.
Udyr.
Do it right now.
Udyr.
Okay. Let's see if he's right, guys. Mad City's listening. They better ban Udyr. Just kidding. Okay, so good ban, though. Taking the Volibear out. Yeah, it is close. Bears.
See?
Oh, and then they get the Udyr right here.
That's what I would ban, maybe. It's hard to say, but McMaster will first pick Udyr.
I still think Volibear is a good ban to take away. especially after last game when they flexed it. We were like, oh, okay, it's going the Udyr, or sorry, the Volibear. Of course, they're going to give it to Jabari. They're going to run amok on the top lane. Well, surprise, we're flexing it. It's going in the jungle, and it still does really well.
And it makes it even more valuable. When you can justify it in the jungle and show that it works, now you kind of have
yes,
to ban
that is a good point. Now it makes the pick so much more threatening.
Oh,
because before it was like, okay, we know Volibear is going top. This guy plays it. This is how he plays it. He's good at it. We could figure out a way to play around that. Now if it gets drafted, you don't really know what's going to happen with it. And
coaches hate that.
I
hate that stuff. So, it's a justifiable ban, and it gives them Udyr now. And that ban could stick the whole series. They could get 3 bans just because Sekiro was able to pull out a good performance up against Castle, up against this guy I talk about all the time, who I think is the premier power farming jungler. He went toe-to-toe with the Volibear, and now we see these drafts develop. McMaster is going to take Jinx away. We see the Tristana flex from Mad City. What's the third pick here? It could be an answer to Orianna. I like it. Too hard to predict.
I like the draft for McMaster here. I think all 3 of these champs really good champs in the meta right now. Orianna, not necessarily like your solo queue meta pick, but really good competitive pick.
And they take Zoe. So Zoe Graves, a nice mid-jungle 2v2 against Orianna Udyr, a nice mid-jungle 2v2. So Udyr and Graves have similar goals, but it's the difference between Zoe and Orianna. Zoe is much stronger, level 3, and in the early stages of the game and at 1 item than Orianna. I would give the mid-jungle 2v2 advantage to Mad City, and in my opinion that matters so much. But when you have Udyr being supported by an Orianna, if the Udyr does get ahead, then that is a very lethal mid-jungle 2v2.
So banning out the Darius here, as well as 2 supports for Mad City. So targeting the bot side here for Mad City, or sorry, for McMaster. Trying to thin out some of these support picks that you could take. And Lulu, Thresh both. Lulu is just one of those ones, man. You hate playing against it. Yeah. It's the worst to have someone 1 HP, Lulu ulti. Oh, cool, thanks.
So we might see a Malphite come in here to pair up with the Orianna. I know that sounds random, but they ban, it's probably Malphite or Ornn, because they banned Sylas here.
Yeah, that doesn't feel too random. I feel like that's a good pick. Especially we just saw Jabbar play really well on the Ornn. I wouldn't be surprised to see it. It could go with the Jinx again. So,
yeah, and the Sylas ban, they banned Sylas when Zoe's already picked. So why are you banning Sylas top? It must be Ornn, Malphite. Those 2 champions. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's what you play into the. Okay, oh, you have to play against a Malphite. Okay, fine. Like take Sylas, and then at least you just have his ult.
Yeah, you're just a better version of Malphite in that case. So expecting that to come through. You pair that up with the Orianna.
Dude, what a call.
With the Alistar. It's just a really nice combo. You basically now have Jinx plus Wombo combo instead of Protect the Jinx. So
yeah,
a bit different of dynamic here. And then this pick, it's the counter to Malphite. Mordekaiser is fine. Ooh. Gragas does well. He doesn't like completely dominate the Malphite, but Gragas is
this looks like one of those like scrappy comps from Mad City.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of like their whole team is kind of just like they want to go in for those skirmishes, those trades, and you're going to just see some whack stuff come out.
For sure.
Maybe some like I guess this is now one of those ones like I don't think they necessarily want to 5v5, right?
Mad City, no. They have a bit more playmaking and a bit less, tank plus damage 5v5. So when you draft Zoe, when you draft, let's see here. Other than the Zoe, I think they have a good team fight comp, Mad City. They lack an AoE, and they aren't as tanky. And when you're looking at Jinx, Orianna, Alistar, and Malphite, all they want to do is 5v5. So yes, I think Mad City should look to play maybe a more chaotic early game, maybe splitting the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see Graves with an invade to maybe split the map. Like you can send Graves, Rel, and Zoe in. You could do a late invade to split the map in half so that you don't have to match Udyr. You can play aggressive with the Zoe. The interesting thing is Graves is a slower champion than you might remember him as. His clear speed was reduced with item changes and also nerfs to him. So when you have a super aggressive mid laner, but your jungle needs to full clear camps, it creates a dynamic of playing for your jungler in the early game. So
yeah,
Zoe Graves is so important here for MAAD City to pull off properly. The rest of the comp will fall in place.
Okay, guys, you heard it here first. This comp is not necessarily the 5v5 fast-paced comp that we saw them play last game, which ironically ended up not really working out for them. So who do you think you're going to give it to this time?
I like McMaster. Not only do they have the first win under their belt, their ease of execution is, it's a bit easier to execute this comp, so I favor that a ton in
I was thinking
drafts.
that same, like if you can get the Malphite Orianna ulti off with Jinx there with rockets, I mean, that's a recipe for disaster for MAAD City.
Most definitely, but for MAAD City, they have the OP Tristana that can randomly win you the game. And they have, in my opinion, the stronger mid-jungle duo in the early stages. And I think, in my opinion, try at the highest level, if you have the stronger mid-jungle duo, you can win the entire game. You can shape the tempo and the pace and everything about the game with the mid-jungle duo. So if MAAD City are on their game, I would not be surprised if they are taking fights and if they are creating situations where they're going head-to-head with McMaster.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how it plays out. We are heading into the spectator delay, so we will catch you guys on the Rift shortly. Don't go anywhere. This is Game 2, best of 5, MAAD City versus McMaster. Game 1 going over to McMaster. Are we going to get Game 5? We don't know.
Let's go 5.
Stick around.
Look at that crit. That was such, big damage.
That sounds like
another 5-man sleep. All 5. Volibear buffers his ulti, use it, and Jaeger's shooting some rockets, but the sleep was so big. How do you come back from that?
I don't know. The rockets.
5-man scatter the week, or 4. Big spells landing, but MCM is just tanking everything to the face. Castle's ability to sleep has been insane this game, but somehow McMaster, just
surviving through it. Yeah. I mean, the health bars on Jabbar and Sekiro are just so big.
And now this should be maybe an inhib give. Hit him up, Rob. Zanias will drop to KVP. And now
you do not want to lose members here. This could potentially be the game. We still have 30 seconds on GP, so it's a 3v5, and you've got a huge Jinx pushing your base. I think the game is going to be over here.
The flash in from Zillion looking for the bombs onto Castle. He will drop to the Jinx who has moved on to base turrets. And all Jinx has to do is hit base. MAAD City have to walk into. If they all file into any one of these, that's nasty Ornn ulti angle. And we could be seeing some sleeps as well. Hook's going to land on hit him up. Rob forces his Zanya's out. But Castle is going to get another nasty sleep. Another massive sleep. That ends the fight, if I'm not mistaken. Some kills traded back. But I think MAAD City.
And a scatter of the week.
Nice scatter of the week. They're fighting front to back. Couple low members. The Zillion res comes in on Jaeger, but he's out of peel, but he's dropping big damage. This could be a Jinx crit. This is one Jinx crit away from turning the fight. MAAD City peeling away, and it's Jaeger. Can he find an angle?
Jinx is about to go crazy.
Jinx with the resets. That's 2, 3. And McMaster University with the Jinx IE can turn it and get their soul.
Wow, that's what I'm talking about.
So big.
That fight was back and forth the whole time. First, the hook on the Cho'Gath into his Zonias. It looked like, oh no, it might not be too good for MAAD City. And then
review and talk about could we have burned or could we all have turned or what the situation is. But remember, we talked when you go for that fresh 20-minute Baron and try and pull off of it, you often lose the fight. And that's what we saw happen to MAAD City. They're getting punished by McMaster, who now has control of Drake.
So this is
Zillion bomb zoning. See how MAAD have to file into this choke here. Scatter the week will tag a few, but it looks like McMaster are going to be able to secure this Drake. It does go over
to the volley bear Sekiro. Here comes Castle with a big sleep. Look, 3 of them are going to go to sleep. That's pretty huge. Is there a follow-up? The Senna ulti over the top. Castle almost manages to get out, but they trade him back. Orn tanking in the front line, but he's getting chunked. Mark Boots drops the ulti on him. He's getting low, and that's MAAD City. It's MAAD City that win this fight. Double bomb on Brown Banderas. He will cleanse it. Actually, that never hit. Jaeger running low, and it's a full book from MAAD City, but they do get third Drake, so I call that a win for them. But
I think
MAAD
so too.
City
So
with the
now
proper punish.
McMaster on soul point. Gonna be.
I mean, we're watching them try. Let's see what happens. Mark Boots is Scatter of the Week on to Sekiro. Sekiro needs to get in and look for the smite. It looks like a peel off here from
But here's
MAAD
the
City.
thing. The smite can't out-damage.
Oh, the hook lands on hit him up,
no.
Rob. But he's in Zanya's. Sekiro goes in with the Volleybear, gets a big ulti, but a few members dropping. Big Gangplank ulti. Zillion R goes on Volleybear, doesn't res him, but it is a punish try. I think starting that Baron was a little over-ambitious. I also think starting this for McMaster is a little over-ambitious, but they're playing with such slim margins. Jaeger, the hook, they find the hook on Mark Boots and take him out. Now Baron looks a bit more realistic, but look at Castle sneaking around the outside. They need to deal with him. They don't want to 50-50 this. Oh, they know he's there. KVB flashes over the wall. Castle's just trying to live, but Jaeger flashes over the wall. Does that mean they have the damage? It looks like they do.
They do.
And McMaster get Baron.
Wow.
On a punish.
I was thinking the Baron was
Mark Boots dropping some damage here. He's on his Leandries.
Yeah, Leandries
This
as
could
well
be an all-in on Jinx. It's a flash from
Oh.
Cho'Gath into the Feast, which gets her low enough to Senna. And, yeah, just having Jinx alone down there is a bad idea. Castle hitting the sleep. The lilting lullaby coming in. But KVB hooked her. He has to flash, but Castle is able to just run him down another hook, but it won't do much. And if Senna gets another kill, no, it's actually going to be
double
Castle.
TP mid.
Here's some TPs coming in mid. Brown Man Darius with the full all-in on Venerated. Where's his ult? He must have used it, but Brown Man Darius, he's going to trade his life, but Castle's around the corner. There's the Valley Bear ultimate. Do they funnel in the choke against the Orn? They have members, but Orn goes in. Jabbar is going crazy right now. He realizes he needs to back up. And okay, it looks like positive play from MAAD City. A trade. Couple kills traded 2 for 2, if I'm not mistaken.
So Zillion used ulti there to...
I wish this is where we were looking right here. Face check onto
your wish
Sekiro.
just
Your
came true.
Senna is already out of the fight and completely compromised. Digital Stain just getting chomped on by Volley. This looks like a 2-0 MAAD City here. I'm sorry, McMaster here, 2-0. They will also take down Hit 'em Up Rob. And in the top lane, it's Jabbar doing the thing. He flashes in, but Brown Man Darius is able to eat the orange. He's 1 HP. He walks away. He blows his ult. Close combat in the top lane, but a 2-0. And look at that crit. That was such, big damage.
That sounds like
another 5-man sleep. All 5. Volleybear buffers his ulti, use it, and Jaeger's shooting some rockets, but the sleep was so big. How do you come back from that?
I don't know, the rockets...
5-man Scatter of the Week, or 4. Big spells landing, but MCM is just tanking everything to the face. Castle's ability to sleep has been insane.
And we're back. Game 2, best of 5. McMaster University versus MAAD City. This is a banger.
The longer that and is, the more hype I get for this game.
Good. Next game is going to be even longer.
Please don't.
All right. I heard please do, so we'll see.
Should I do
if I remember?
Should I do the player introduction again?
Every game. And the longer it takes you, the better it is.
Oh, okay.
The more hype it is.
All right, cool. All right, chill. I'll do in the middle of the game.
Yeah. As there's a big fight happening for Baron, I need to hear who is in what lane on each team.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
I've been listening to a lot of Bruce Buffer. Do you know who that is?
No.
He's the guy who does the UFC.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Legend. Absolute legend.
Yeah. No doubt. Okay, 5-point line of scrimmage. Both teams try. Both jungles starting top. Let's go. I hope they fight for bot crab, and then I hope they run mid after bot crab, and then 2v2, and then they fight for top crab with tops 3v3. That could happen.
That would be so hype.
Dude, seriously. Games where power farming jungles start on the same side can turn into these 5v5 situations where bot lane needs to help with bot crab, then one team gets it, then mids need to fight for push, then they help their jungler go for a second top grab, where the tops need to fight each other for lane pile to run down. Those are the funnest early games.
All right, let's see if we'll see something like that happening in this game. A little bit of trading going on in the mid lane, and Mark Boots just taking half HP on the first minion wave.
Venerated hard wins that. Mark Boots whiffs on the Q.
Oh,
hit him up.
KVB.
That is
monster.
That's so clean. I love that interaction from KVB. And when this guy gets Alistar, we talked about it.
Yeah, that was clean.
Yeah. He knows Rel looks for that jump. He knows the position behind her. Oh, if he would have bopped her in a turret, she's dead.
Yeah.
And it was close. So now bot prio, this is so important. So try every auto on the wave. Every bit of chip damage here is going to help these junglers with that bot crab. That's going to spawn in 45 seconds.
And I think MAAD City bot a little bit scared right now after what just happened, and they're kind of letting the wave push to them.
Well, I think they understand that, you know, you take one small loss, you don't want to, you know, level 2 advantage.
The level 2?
Yeah. Mark Boots with Unsealed Spellbook and TP, so no Ignite in the lane phase. If Zoe has Ignite in the lane phase, she is very threatening, even level 2 sometimes.
Ooh, big damage on Jabbar there from Brown Man Darius.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll result in any top prio for that top crab, because again, look at Castle pulled off of blue to be here.
That's spicy.
They jump in, they will exhaust the enemy AD, the bomb goes on to Jaeger. Here comes Castle with the combo. I'm not sure why Jaeger didn't flash.
Oh, and it's a double. Oh, I thought it was going to be a double for Trish.
Really, really bad for McMaster here. Great start by MAAD City. Good look by Castle. You see he was on blue, but decided to pull off because it looked good enough.
Yeah, that is actually so telling. You know, maybe I could take that into some of my own games.
Yeah.
Just saying, hey, I understand I should be clearing my jungle right now. I still haven't got my blue buff. I'm peeling off this because this looks really free.
That's right. And Udyr understands.
I would never do such a thing, and that's why I'm a noob.
Well, you could. I mean, if you heard a call and you're halfway done with blue, you would go to it. So imagine their comms. It's a call.
Yeah.
And the teams that get good at, you know, one or two or three guys making the calls, everybody trusts it. Everyone sees the same picture. Castle's happy to pull off blue there. And Udyr, knowing he can't contest bot crab, wisely goes and gets top crab. Now you see Sekiro is on enemy Krugs 2, which are spawning now. So see,
they know he's there though. So Brown Man Darius does have a ward in that brush, so he knows Sekiro's there.
That ward in that brush is so smart. He understands Udyr sees Graves play, and his play is to go to Krugs to get a camp advantage. Yeah. Also, waves coming to him. Brown Man Darius playing this really well. And that Gragas pick into Malphite. We'll have to see how much they can get with that. Some other counters we talked about was like Mordekaiser into the Malphite, but I think Gragas does the trick as well. Can't think of too many champs. Malphite just generally a safe champion that you draft for the engage with that Orianna ball.
I love that Orianna skin. The ball is like a blow-up orca or something. Pretty cool.
And let's see if there's any mid-jungle duo action coming up. Graves happy to arrive to his Krugs that aren't killed by the Udyr. You could have made an argument for Udyr to take those Krugs, but Graves will go ahead and clean them up. Udyr with 1 camp lead so far, but Graves, remember that 2 for 0. Got Tristana a kill and Graves a kill. That terrible news for McMaster, so they're battling uphill already. We can see it in the gold. Ooh, Venerated doing a good job standing just behind his minions, but still taking trades. So Mark Boots, I think he's trying to hit Orianna with the Q and not the wave, which means in this 2v2, we see all 4 of these champs in mid. Mark Boots gets the push, which means Graves kind of gets to decide what to do. They could be invading Udyr at his Raptors and fight him for those. This is what you do with mid-jungle duo. They're doing it right now. We just can't watch. Udyr retreats to his Krugs now.
We're taking a big trade there.
So now it's Drake.
Wait, what happened? I'm hearing repeat of us. Okay, there we go. So getting Drake there.
Yeah, so I mean you have mid push. Graves was on the map and being active first. Udyr running to Krugs. There is no contest from McMaster University, so MAAD City will pick up Drake number 1. And you know, they could just play for Drakes here. That's one way to avoid the late game of the Jinx Orianna is to get an early Drake and then be on time for the rest of them. Set up picks with Zoe bubbles. Never take the 5v5. If enemy overcommits for Drake number 2 or 3, you can look to trade away from them on the other side of the map and extend your lead that way. All right, both jungles on the top side now. Graves has come out with the farm lead. Usually the guy that takes Drake falls behind in farm, but both of these champions can farm pretty quick at this point. It looks like kind of a handshake here on the map to just be farming camps.
Yeah.
See, junglers pretty far away from each other. Bot's going to push, get control of River. They're going to be relatively safe here from that first entrance, but you see the Tri-Brush blue warded for McMaster with Udyr pathing. He might path through and look on the Zoe, who does have cleanse conveniently enough to make it a bit harder. Oh, pops it though. Expect to see Udyr maybe run around the corner on Zoe. Graves is over the wall. Udyr does. He gets tagged by a bubble. Mark Boots is though. And now you want to get venerated. A nice shove and a nice recall. Castle doesn't want to see that happen. He could stick around and push the next wave. It's all about mid recall here.
He's not gonna. He's gonna go for this top scuttle potentially. Raptors into scuttle.
Yeah, I'd maybe argue Graves come and just kill the wave, because Graves is a carry. You can split the XP with him, and if it gets you a good recall, I might be happy with that. Because what will happen is Ori will be back first. She has the better recall. She'll lose less than Zoe. She'll push that wave in, and then Ori will be able to make a play.
Oh, but the TP from Zoe here.
Oh, okay, yeah, true.
Yeah, so
it's no problem. Forgot about TPs. Most Zoe's I see is Ignite, maybe as...
Yeah, but that's still a great base for Venerated, because he's not really losing much of anything, if anything at all, depending on this CS here, like, you know, from that base. Right. Not losing any XP. It looks like he got every single minion, so still has TP up in this scenario.
Right, so TP advantage.
Yeah.
In mid lane, usually first TP is still lane. I'd like to see Ori make maybe a cover play with that if there's a dive, let's say, on this Malphite up here. As wait a second, Mad City have rotated their bot lane top without taking the tier 1, and they are going for the dive, so this could be the Orianna TP we were talking about. I wonder if Venerated is going to show to cover. He needs to duck into Fog of War soon if he's gonna. Otherwise, like Jabbar, I think they get plates and leave. Okay. It's just diving in tank is hard. I think if that's like if that is like a fighter or any other champion, they just kill him.
Kill him and get tower.
Jabbar holding his own here, but Castle's not done. And this is the split map I was talking about, except they brought their bot, so it's even more.
Well, you see now, so like Castle is here. Oh, and maybe they're going for the dive now.
But now there's a dive on the opposite side of the map. So both sides getting dove right here. Here's the Venerated TP. Can he find the shockwave? Is Jabbar going to burn? He does burn to the Ignite. What about Brown Man Darius? How does he do in the 1v3? Does he trade Jaeger? No, he doesn't.
And Mark's Boots.
So Mark Boots is here to clean up. So they get 2 on that dive. And it was just Mad City doing it better. Or I should say McMaster just did it worse.
You know what I feel was a misplay there was as Jabbar was walking away with the burn damage on him and the TP came through, Venerated was looking for some damage, and I think instead he could have just shielded Malphite to save him from the final ticks of the burn, and then no death.
Now we see what happens when it's not a tank in the top lane. You gotta be worried if you're sending Orianna top where you have no control, and it was obvious that Castle is splitting the map and dominating topside. You stick Ori up there alone, she is as good as dead. Pretty easy dive. She loses her flash and shockwave there. So this is kind of what I was talking about. Mad City splitting the map, focusing one side. It's a good way to avoid the 5v5 and really get the most out of your picks like Zoe and Graves here. Not to mention Tristana's off to the races. I think Mad City are looking to tie the series up.
Yeah, I think so. It's a great start to this game. They're up about 4K gold, a little over 4K gold. Second Dragon coming up now. Looks like Mad City is already on their way there. Brown Man Darius does have TP, so this could end up being another 5v5 potentially, or just a free Drake over to Mad City.
Looks like a give unless Sekiro can get to the plant and hop over and steal it.
I don't think he wants to.
Castle jumps over the wall to hit the plant for himself, and that's red team Mad City getting Drake number 2. All is according to plan for them so far.
Castle keeping the pressure up, looking to making his way into this jungle, checking for some raptors. They're not there, so he says, see you later. Ooh. Mark Boots with the gore drinker off the item pickup.
And there he uses it for the wave. Castle with the cover there. And look at Sekiro. He just saw Castle show in mid, so he knows he has a few seconds of time in a 3v2 before Graves gets there. But Zoe is on the roam too with that push. So Sekiro takes this. He's going right into Zoe Graves. He can't do that. Okay, I think he got pinged off or something. It would have been a bad look for the Udyr.
Yeah, I think there was some question mark missing pings up in the top side of, or like the, above Dragon Pit right there. So they knew, hey, back off that. We don't want to walk into.
Oh yeah, that's Zoe territory all day.
Yep.
Mark Boots does have Ignite now, so Zoe has solo kill potential on Orianna. If a bubble lands and the queue is clear. Oh, Venerated. Good moves here. That bubble went right through him from our point of view.
Wow, I'm just thinking into the future right now, and I'm thinking about making that top 5 highlights for Grand Finals today. And I feel like already out of Game 1 in the first 13 minutes of Game 2, we've already got some good highlights to choose from.
For sure, but Venerated looking to fight Mark Boots head-to-head, but he gets slapped right in front of Castle, who's here to clean up easy peasy. That's Venerated being slain. Castle's off to the races.
Wow, Mad City really snowballing their lead right now. Clearing vision, making their way into the jungle, and look, they might get another pick here, but it might be pretty easy for Udyr to get away. Oh no, he's definitely not getting away.
Wow, just a face check means you die.
I thought the moment he saw him, he could pop bear stance and just turn around and maybe get away after like a stun, auto stun walk off. But I think he was so surprised that he kind of like stutter stepped there for a minute and didn't really know what his options were.
And this is Castle's game, right? You have the mid push that you can play around. The Zoe is very lethal. Same with the Tristana. You go in, you invade, take the enemy's jungle. This is what Castle is known for. And look at this control. KVB can't really even walk to their tier 2 without dealing with the Graves here. Mark Boots with some hits on turret. KVB could discover the Graves here. Wanted to channel a recall, but he's going to stick around, help his Zoe out. We see mid and jungle working together a lot this game. That's what Mad City needed to do to find success, and we see it. And look at that Medjai's on Zoe try. What do you think about that one?
I like it. Mark Boots, I think that's not the first time Mark Boots has built Medjai's. I think he built it either on his other Zoe game or even his LeBlanc game. And let's see if it pays off for him this game.
Yeah, it's tough to comment on Medjai's and the value of it, right?
I know, because it's just like it could just be gone off one good play.
Right, and if you never stacks it, it's definitely a bad purchase. But he has Stopwatch, he has Flash, he has Ignite, some tools to keep himself alive and keep stacking those Medjai.
And just playing from range, like, that champion
definitely.
In general, you just are a long-range sniper mage, and if you play it properly, then you could definitely keep those stacks going.
I think bubble there. If Zoe hits bubble in the 1v1, I think it's kill. Thought he was looking for one, but apparently not, because we don't see. Here's Mad City grouping up mid. They did this last game, and they took mid turret like men last game. No fear. It's not like they had a man advantage or too much setup, but they were really just hitting that turret with authority. Full control on Herald for Mad City as well. Tristana jumping into KVB. He turns for the knockup, but he might just drop for that. There's his ulti and flash. The Gragas cast will bop him away. He's running low, and it's just a flash from Brown Mandarius to clean up KVB there. Meanwhile, Castle, after cleaning up Herald, finds Jabbar. And let's see if hit him up. Rob wants to dive. Sekiro around the corner for a cover here. Mark Boots has a good angle. Look at that bubble. It hits Udyr. Is Udyr going to die just from a bubble? Oh, he drops. Yeah. And that's the power of Zoe in the mid game with proper team play. Man, they can snowball this lead like no other.
Is Mad City about to have that flawless victory right here? If they keep this going, this could be
perfect game after getting beat round 1. The mental resilience that would show from my squad.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he flubbed that flash. I think he may have flashed in place or even like backwards a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. I think if you flash forward there, that bubble or that Q would have hit Ori. Tricky one there, but small detail. Drake getting started up. It's all Mad City all day. Let's see if there's a steal venerated. Okay. And Mad City's running the gauntlet on McMaster right here. This is how you play this draft.
Wow, yeah, take notes, kids. This is a clean game so far from Mad City.
Definitely, and I think it's off the back of Castle. When he went and got that 2 for 0 in the bot lane,
yeah,
that's the second time Castle has been in clear, found an angle. It was Lilia last time. It's Graves this time. He's in the right place at the right time, pulls off of his clear when it's unexpected or less expected, finds an early advantage. But the difference is this time, he's able to snowball the entire game off of that. And look at the bounties stacked up for Mad City. What McMasters needs to hope for is a really nasty Ori Malphite combo into some Jinx resets.
Into a Jinx quad where she just gets like
all 4,000
gold.
If Jinx got a quad here, that would be like 3K. And that is kind of what you need to happen if you're McMaster University. Otherwise, they're just playing the minimization game, and that's not where you want to find yourself up against this tough Mad City lineup. By the way, unbench the Jabbar.
Yeah, yeah.
Put him on Riven if Volibear is banned. Put him on a carry. Put him on. He's on Malphite right now. I'm sure he is great at doing his job, but this isn't the Jabbar we know and love that is just dominating his lane opponent.
That's just 1v5 pentakilling.
Yeah, I mean, of course this team is much better, and he can't, just blind Riven and Smurf, but there are ways to get Jabbar on a carry pick, and right here he's on the Malphite, and he almost has no horse in this game. It largely is just he'll have a few windows where he needs to do his job, and that's about it. And there's nothing wrong with the Malphite pick, by the way. If anything, they set it up well. It fits well. I understand it. I'm just saying, when all hope is lost and you're McMaster University, I look to Jabbar.
Yeah, definitely. He has shown to be a phenomenal carry for their team time and time again in the history of LSS Season 2. So, I mean, we'll see here. I think that we still have that team fight scaling. Right now, Mad City playing it to the T really, really well all over the map. And I think that, there's still a chance here for McMaster. It's just looking really difficult at this point.
KVB is on the move, but you're never going to pick a Gragas right there. Gragas has so many ways to disengage and get away. It's a 5-man mid setup for McMaster. With no Drake up for 2 minutes and Baron spawning in 12 seconds. I'm questioning that look there. What objective are you fighting over? Why do you have 5 mid, and are your side waves getting pushed in? Are you losing pressure and vision on the map when you show 5 in the mid like that? There's a lot of costs to grouping like that. They weren't able to even hit the turret because it gets wave cleared.
Oh, wow, I'm just thinking about we need to get up and stretch after this game.
I know, I want to stand.
I'm feeling it right now. Chat, you guys do the same after this match. Make sure you get up and get a little 5-minute stretch in. Get those joints nice and loosened up. You don't want to be in your chair for this awesome 5-6 hours of League of Legends we have going on today. I mean, I don't even know what mark we're at now.
Oh, thank you. I would be... Oh, never mind. I say, like, you can run on a treadmill and watch at the same time.
Mm-hmm. I do that sometimes. Watch some games while I'm on the bike.
Efficient.
That is so efficient.
Guys, I'm just literally so random. All right, it's Soul Point, guys. It's under a minute for Drake, and we have
surprise!
Stains. Surprising venerated here. Is the bomb gonna do it? Does, man. It does. Bomb is kill, and KVB just looking for anything, any little angle he can create for the team. Hit him up, Rob. That's not the order combo he wanted to do. Jaeger with some free fire.
Oh, Brahman Darius!
He snipes him out with the cast, drops him into the team. He's drowsy, he's asleep, he's dead. Mad City, 2 steps ahead. And they're looking for a perfect game. They're looking for a perfect game.
It is 0-13 right now, and Soul is up in 20 seconds.
They could crack mid inhib and then go Soul. If they lose top tower, they lose perfect game. Oh, no. Oh, wait. That's blue turret. You see Malphite hitting red turret? If that goes down, it's not a perfect game. Oh. Feels bad for MAAD City, but they obviously don't care at all. It's still 13-0.
It's the perfect KDA game.
It's 2 inhib. I mean, that looked like a 1 inhib push, but it, you know, conveniently, the bot tier 2 and tier 1 are down. They just rotated to bot lane. They get 2 inhibs. They're going to collect soul. This looks absolutely unwinnable for McMaster.
Oh, no. Sakiro, okay. Wow, this does look really unwinnable. This is a very, very clean game from MAAD City. Executing their team comp to the T. Looking really, really well.
Yep. It came from some early game playmaking. You know, Rel has a lot to do with that. Tristana got off early, and it's just, you know, we saw her one-shot Orianna. That leads to all this, you know, double inhib into Soul.
This is motivating. I'm thinking about Clash next weekend.
Yeah.
We're going to have some games like this.
Dude, I believe it. Even in Tier 1?
Oh, yeah. Tier 1 is easy peasy. We had that one game. One game. Oh, that was a disaster. Let's not even talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I don't even want to talk
Thanks,
about it.
Thanks, Riot Games and your stupid-ass client.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. Our fans don't need to hear that. Okay, it's a Baron start, and it's a Baron contest from McMaster University. If they were to ever win a fight, it's one when Baron is hitting MAAD City. There's no setup here for McMaster other than the Wombo. KVB has flash. He could start the Wombo off, but it's not going to be enough. They're down 10K.
Yeah.
At 23 minutes. Castle look for a flanking on the Graves. If he takes that, he's a little crazy, but he might. Okay, Castle probably on the flank here. Brownman Darius tanking. Look at this choke. Can they walk into that? KVB with the flash forward.
Brownman Darius is on Jinx.
He bops the Gragas back. That's not going to do much. And he's just on Venerated now. Castle, we see with the flank, is buying some time with the Zanyas, and they turn on him and get him down. So they will kill the Graves, but it's Digital Stain with absolutely no answer. Able to jump.
Mark Boots from left field.
Snipe. Digital Stain. He's going to open up on Jabbar, who's shopping. Uh-oh. Jabbar has flash.
This is game, but Baron's canceling his back.
There's no hope.
Oh, my gosh.
They're already on Nexus. And in under 25 minutes, MAAD City clap back, evening up the series 1-1.
Wow. That is a game going down in LSS history. The 1 kills to 17. Ocean Soul 4 for 4 on Drakes, taking down the Nexus at 24-47. Wow.
Really well done. So
that was an absolute shutdown.
It's remarkable to see them come back after a Game 1 loss. Like, you think in League of Legends, typically the better team wins, right?
Yeah.
So if you lose Game 1, not only is your morale taking a hit from the loss, the reality in the minds of some of the players is, are they the better team? And that's, you know, it's the question no one likes to ask out loud. But that never even got to that point for McMaster. I think they ran it back and just came out like nothing ever happened. So the resilience that it shows in this game 2, they look maybe even scarier in this series than McMaster did after the Game 1 win. It's 1-1 for a reason.
Dude. Yeah,
and
wow.
We got this Game 3 is extremely pivotal, puts you on match point.
Yep.
Not just soul point, match point if you win this next game.
Wow. So, what do you think about drafts? I mean, it's like at this point it's hard. I mean, what do you draft to counteract the way they played that matchup? I mean, it was so – I mean, it's kind of exactly what we said. They split the map up. They went for those dives on plays. You called it. I mean, you were like, okay, if they send the Orianna somewhere, you're just going to get dove. And what do you know? Orianna TP's top. Malphite dies, so she's up there alone, gets dove. That was like some of the plays that just started to snowball this game into the victory for MAAD City.
Those are the kind of plays I was talking about, Tri, where good teams, even when Drake's down, Herald's down, can still find plays. It's dives like that. The next objective is those outside Tier 2 turrets, and you just dive whatever champion it's there, unless it's, in this case, Malphite. But we actually saw, look at the resilient, like, the patience that this 3-man unit had in the dive. They played it slow.
So watch this actually as we watch this playback. It seemed like, I feel like Orianna could have saved Malphite, but instead went for some damage. I mean, none of them were in kill range, so I don't understand why. I think it was just overlooked as, oh, he's already dead. Let me just try and poke them.
So you're saying Ori TP comes here.
Yep.
And you're saying she could have shielded Jabbar?
From burning to death. It's like, why not turn and shield him with ball right there?
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't save him, but...
No, I think it would.
I think it was overlooked.
Because it was just like last tick of Ignite.
Yeah.
And then remember I said McMasters did it worse. They're in a similar situation. 3v1 versus enemy top laner with enemy mid coming to help. It was the exact mirrored situation.
Yeah.
But Hit 'em Up Rob was able to outplay it and get 2 kills on his Zoe. And meanwhile, Jabbar, as Malphite gets dropped to Hit 'em Up Rob's Ignite, and Ori with the TP sticks around and dies. So it was 2 kills for MAAD City on both sides of the map. Remember, that happened to them last game. And if you're winning on both sides of the map in this game at this level, there's no coming back.
Yeah, really, really. So, we are in Pro Draft right now. And we're going to see the Zillion and Viego ban again for MAAD City.
But they are giving a ban up. Because they're blue, they get a little more flexibility with their bans because they're first pick. And so Viego and Volibear instead of, who was it? Who was it last game?
I think the Viego was out last game.
No, it was Zillion, Volibear, and there was a third ban, Hecarim. It was Hecarim. Oh, because Red Side has to ban Hecarim every game.
So that they don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you get a free ban. And there's the Tristana first pick. Thank you, MAAD City. It's the best first pick on the patch. It can go 3 lanes. It's one of the best AD carries in slots. You could just hang it bot if you want. And McMaster are going to have to play into this. And here's the adjustment I would make, Try. You need to put Sekiro on an early game jungler, I think. If you go toe-to-toe with Castle in his game, he'll do it better than you, I think. But when you take something like Volibear, who's so strong at 3, remember Volibear killed Castle in the 2v2 because Lilia just can't go toe-to-toe with Volibear, but Graves can go toe-to-toe with Udyr. So I think you need a winning, fast-paced jungler.
So Volibear's out here, so maybe something like Elise, Jarvan.
Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai.
I think Rek'Sai is best in slot for just early game dominance. He falls off harder than any other jungler in the game, though.
Talia at this point.
Yeah, Talia, if you can play it. The downfall to Rek'Sai would be if Castle gets ahead on you on like a Graves Lilia and you're Rek'Sai, you are so useless in that situation because Rek'Sai from behind is terrible. And so Jinx Thresh.
Braum Triss, okay. The Braum, we haven't seen Braum in a while.
I really like Braum into heavy melee comps. I think he suffers into like anything that can outrange you and like chip at you because the shield, of course, can stop one big burst. But what if you have constant chip damage coming from range? Something like Syndra and Orianna both fit the bill. Also, Syndra and Orianna are both good into Graves. So I think you need some long range. Poke damage and zone control from McMaster to deal with not only Braum, but Trist and Graves.
Yeah, so look like Castle getting the Graves here again.
And now is where you could pick your jungle because you see their bot in jungle, and what's it going to be?
The Lilia, maybe.
Okay, so McMaster are doubling down on the farm jungle. They're going toe-to-toe. Lilia is good into Graves. The reason is because Graves stacks grit, true grit, with his passive, which gives him armor. So typically you take an AP jungle like Lilia, Talia, Nidalee into the Graves that he can't really heal too much and stack that true grit on you. But this means if McMaster picks a mage, which I think their comp needs, then you have double AP mid jungle, which could be exploited by something like a Sylas in the mid lane who can rush Merc Treads and is just impossible to deal with. So Sylas would maybe be a ban if I'm McMaster because you have the ulties aren't that good for McMaster here.
I think so as well. Like Lily ulti, I mean that's useless, right? How would that?
I don't know how that works.
Yeah, me neither.
So
I would assume useless unless somehow your ability, if you
have
have
it, it has to give you her passive.
And it could, but I don't really know.
Even then, to tie in a good sleep on Sylas could work.
AoE on the auto passive for Sylas, or like a Q.
Yeah. This could be Syndra here.
Man, look at those top bands right there.
This could be Syndra Orianna here. Usually on red 4, if you pick your bot jungle, it's just the safest mid you can get away with. Typically, it's Orianna.
The set.
They want to counter mid. I like this a lot. And because you have, let's see, double AD threats, Jinx and Set, you have an AP jungle, so you can run an AP or AD mid. We're talking about Yone, Lucian are like the top 2 there. And remember, Mad City can put their Tristana mid or top.
Yeah.
So don't forget about that one.
All will be revealed right now. Let's see. Okay, what is this pick going to be? So the Syndra again for Mark Boots.
Yep, if you need a blind mage, it's going to be Syndra for Mark Boots. He didn't play game 2, did he? He played it only game 1 and not game 2. Game 2 he was Zoe, game 1 he was Syndra. So he's 0-1 on Syndra, he's 1-0 on Zoe. Zoe was up, but they opt to the Syndra. Syndra Graves is, you know, A tier, not S tier. I think because Graves has fallen off a bit and Syndra is hard to pull off, but definitely an A tier mid jungle duo. These two work well together. And the Akali, I love this.
Okay.
This is an Akali for Brown Man Darius. It kind of, you know, if it's not a main tank and McMaster have Set. Oh, it's because they get to counter Set. Okay, that's why. I was going to say a blind Akali is just maybe pick a tank into it and try and be more useful. But see what McMaster pull out to counter Syndra. And the Ahri, we've seen a lot in pro play try. Rush's Everfrost, the playmaking capability is huge. The way I think of Ahri is she is good at everything, but is not a specialist at any one thing.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah, definitely just a well-rounded champion, pretty good in most games. The mobility helps you against the scatter of the weak. And, you know, you're pretty good at dealing with Graves because you only get in his range when you decide to as Ahri because you have mobility advantage. I wonder how much trouble Set will have into the Akali. I mean, Mad City, that's a spicy pick in the top lane, but an Akali that is, like, undisrupted, an Akali that gets the free farm and just bully a melee champion is crazy big.
But what about that into the Set? Like, I'm not so sure how that matchup is. I would say it's not great. I mean, it's going to be really hard for her to look for any type of kills, but
Akali in a Set, I mean, I'm trusting that Mad City like that matchup, so I'm going to assume, you know, it's just good for the Akali. I've never played it. Haven't seen it in recent memory, but typically Akali into melee range champions is just good for Akali. And Set
just to take those Q auto trades as you're farming lane, as they're looking for farm in lane, is really punishing. But I just think that there's going to be little to no opportunity for her to be, you know, getting any kills on them due to shield. But you know, maybe that doesn't matter. I mean,
think
maybe the shield goes off, the second proc on her ult, you know, you wait it out and then you execute them after the shield's
You wait it out. Like, you're never going to get anything with that shield versus Akali. And Set struggles against champs that can chip at him every few seconds, like Akali. What Set wants is you to dump your whole kit onto him at once so that he gets that fatty shield. But if Akali's just chip, 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 and draining his health bar, I think at 6, Akali can actually kill Set.
Okay, we'll have to see how that matchup plays out. But while we're waiting for the spectator to delay, we'll head over to a quick break, and we'll catch you guys on the Rift for Game 3.
And look at that crit. That was such, big damage.
That sounds like
another 5-man sleep. All 5. Volibear buffers his ulti, use it, and Jaeger's shooting some rockets, but the sleep was so big. How do you come back from that?
I don't know, the rockets.
5-man scatter of the week, or 4. Big spells landing, but MCM is just tanking everything to the face. Castle's ability to sleep has been insane this game, but somehow McMaster, you know, just
surviving through it. Yeah. I mean, the health bars on Jabbar and Sekiro are just so big.
And now this should be maybe an inhib give. Hit him up, Rob. Inzanias will drop to KVP. And now
you do not want to lose members here. This could potentially be the game. We still have 30 seconds on GP, so it's a 3v5. And you've got a huge Jinx pushing your base. I think the game is going to be over here.
The flash in from Zillion looking for the bombs onto Castle. He will drop to the Jinx who has moved on to base turrets. And all Jinx has to do is hit base. That City have to walk into. If they all file into any one of these, that's nasty Ornn ulti angle And we could be seeing some sleeps as well. Hook's going to land on hit him up. Rob forces his Zanya's out, but Castle is going to get another nasty sleep. Another massive sleep. That ends the fight, if I'm not mistaken. Some kills traded back, but I think MAAD
and
City.
A scatter of the week.
Nice scatter of the week. They're fighting front to back. Couple low members. The Zillion res comes in on Jaeger, but he's out of peel, but he's dropping big damage. This could be a Jinx crit. This is one Jinx crit away from turning the fight. MAAD City peeling away, and it's Jaeger. Can he find an angle?
Jinx is about to go crazy.
Jinx with the resets. That's 2, 3. And McMaster University with the Jinx IE can turn it and get their soul.
Wow, that's what I'm talking about.
So big.
That fight was back and forth the whole time. First, the hook on the Cho'Gath into his Zonias. It looked like, oh no, it might not be too good for MAAD City. And then
review and talk about could we have burned or could we all have turned or what the situation is. But try to remember, we talk when you go for that fresh 20-minute Baron and try and pull off of it, you often lose the fight. And that's what we saw happen to MAAD City. They're getting punished by McMaster, who now has control of Drake.
So this is
Zillion Bomb zoning. See how MAAD have to file into this choke here. Scatter the week will tag a few, but it looks like McMaster are going to be able to secure this Drake. It does go over to the Volleybear Sekiro. Here comes Castle with a big sleep. Look, 3 of them are going to go to sleep. That's pretty huge. Is there a follow-up? The Senna ulti over the top. Castle almost manages to get out, but they trade him back. Ornn tanking in the front line, but he's getting chunked. Mark Boots drops the ulti on him. He's getting low, and that's MAAD City. It's MAAD City that win this fight. Double bomb on Brown Darius. He will cleanse it. Actually, that never hit. Jaeger running low, and it's a full book from MAAD City, but they do get third Drake, so I call that a win for them. But
I think
MAAD
so too.
City
So
with the
now
proper punish.
McMaster on soul point. Gonna be.
I mean, we're watching them try. Let's see what happens. Mark Boots with Scatter of the Week on to Sekiro. Sekiro needs to get in and look for the smite. It looks like a peel off here from
But here's
MAAD
the
City.
thing. The smite can't outdamage.
Oh, the hook lands on hit him up,
no.
Rob. But he's in Zanya's. Sekiro goes in with the Volleybear, gets a big ulti, but a few members dropping. Big Gangplank ulti. Zillion R goes on Volleybear, doesn't res him, but it is a punish try. I think starting that Baron was a little over-ambitious. I also think starting this for McMaster is a little over-ambitious, but they're playing with such slim margins. Jaeger, the hook, they find the hook on Mark Boots and take him out. Now Baron looks a bit more realistic, but look at Castle sneaking around the outside. They need to deal with him. They don't want to 50-50 this. Oh, they know he's there. KVB flashes over the wall. Castle's just trying to live, but Jaeger flashes over the wall. Does that mean they have the damage? It looks like they do.
They do.
And McMaster get Baron.
Wow.
On a punish.
I was thinking the Baron was
Mark Boots dropping some damage here. He's on his Leandries.
Yeah, Leandries
This
as
could
well
be an all-in on Jinx. It's a flash from
Oh.
Cho'Gath into the Feast, which gets her low enough to Senna. And, yeah, just having Jinx alone down there is a bad idea. Castle hitting the sleep. The lilting lullaby coming in. But KVB hooked her. He has to flash, but Castle is able to just run him down another hook, but it won't do much. And if Senna gets another kill, no, it's actually going to be
double
Castle.
TP mid.
Here's some TPs coming in mid. Brown Man Darius with the full all-in on Venerated. Where's his ult? He must have used it, but Brown Man Darius, he's going to trade his life, but Castle's around the corner. There's the Volleybear ultimate. Do they funnel in the choke against the Ornn? They have members, but Ornn goes in. Jabbar is going crazy right now. He realizes he needs to back up. And okay, it looks like positive play from MAAD City. A trade. Couple kills traded 2 for 2, if I'm not mistaken.
So Zillion used ulti there to...
I wish this is where we were looking right here. Face check onto
your wish
Sekiro.
just
Your
came true.
Senna is already out of the fight and completely compromised. Digital Stain just getting chomped on by Volley. This looks like a 2-0 MAAD City here. I'm sorry, McMaster here, 2-0. They will also take down Hit 'em Up Rob. And in the top lane, it's Jabbar doing the thing. He flashes in, but Brown Man Darius is able to eat the orange. He's 1 HP. He walks away. He blows his ult. Close combat in the top lane, but a 2-0 to run down. Those are like the funnest early games.
All right, let's see if we'll see something like that happening this game. A little bit of trading going on in the mid lane. And Mark Boots just taking half HP on the first minion wave.
Venerated hard wins that. Mark Boots whiffs on the Q. Hit him up.
KVB.
That is
monster.
That's so clean. I love that interaction from KVB. And when this guy gets Alistar, we talked about it.
Yeah, that was clean.
Yeah. He knows Rel looks for that jump. Sometime with the Zanyas, and they turn on him and get him down, so they will kill the Graves, but it's Digital Stain with absolutely no answer, able to jump.
Mark Boots from left field.
Snipe.
Digital Stain. He's going to open up on Jabbar, who's shopping. Uh-oh. Jabbar has flash.
This is game, but Baron's canceling his back.
There's no hope.
Oh my gosh.
They're already on Nexus. And in under 20. All right, it's soul point, guys. It's under a minute for Drake. And we have Digital
surprise!
Stains. Surprising venerated here. Is the bomb going to
do
it? It does, man. It does. Bomb is kill, and KVB just looking for anything, any little angle he can create for the team. Hit him up, Rob. That's not the order combo he wanted to do. Jaeger with some free fire.
Oh, Brownman Darius!
He snipes him out with the cast, drops him into the team. He's drowsy, he's asleep, he's dead. Mad City, 2 steps ahead, and they're looking for a perfect game. They're looking for a perfect game.
It is 0-13 right now, and Soul is up in 20 seconds.
They could crack mid-inhib, and then he's gonna. Otherwise, like Jabbar, I think they get placed and leave. Okay. It's just diving and tank is hard. I think if that's like if that is like a fighter or any other champion, they just kill him.
Kill him and get tower.
Jabbar holding his own here, but Castle's not done. And this is the split map I was talking about, except they brought their bot, so it's even more.
Well, you see now, so like Castle is here. Oh, maybe they're going for the dive now.
But now there's a dive on the opposite side of the map. So both sides getting dove right here. Here's the venerated TP. Can you find the shockwave? Is Jabbar gonna burn? He does burn in the ignite. What about Brownman Darius? How does he do in the 1v3? Does he trade Jaeger? No, he doesn't.
And Mark's boots.
But Mark Boots is here to clean up. So they get 2 on that dive. And it was just Mad City doing it better. Or I should say McMaster just did it worse.
Ooh, big damage on Jabbar there from Brownman Darius.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll result in any top prio for that top crab, because again, look at Castle pulled off of blue to be here.
That's spicy.
They jump in, they will exhaust the enemy AD. The bomb goes on to Jaeger. Here comes Castle with the combo. I'm not sure why Jaeger didn't flash.
I'm just kidding.
You shut the hell up right now.
We are back. Game 3. It's 1-1. Mad City versus McMaster in grand finals. Who is going to take this game?
This is such a pivotal game. We talked about match point, but man, going up 2-1 in a best of 5, it's huge. Do you remember Search and Destroy in Call of Duty?
No, I don't. I'm just kidding.
The most important round when I was playing a lot of Call of Duty is if it was up to 4.
I have something so funny to talk about, but I'll wait. You go ahead.
It was up to 4 in Call of Duty for the old Search and Destroy. If the round was ever 2-2, whoever won that game, or I'm sorry, that round would win the game because the pressure of being on match point, right? Getting that 3rd Search and Destroy win means you're just 1 round away from the game win. It's kind of like this 1-1
So something funny,
here.
talking about some Call of Duty old school.
Okay.
How balanced was the Modern Warfare competitive scene? It was like M16, MP5, that's it, almost.
P90 was good. And are you missing anything else? The sniper.
Am I missing anything else? We had a great debate where I told Larry, where Larry said Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4, was the most balanced shooter to date.
There's no way because they weren't.
That's what I said. I said no way.
They weren't patching it.
And there was like 3 guns that were in the meta.
The M16 was the only AR. I do remember that, which is, you know, not very balanced. But I think submachine guns, MP5 and P90 were both good.
Yeah. Just joking around. Unfortunately, as I'm closing out that with the punchline, Larry's walking out of the room. But
all right, are we gonna see a level 1 bush cheese from the McMaster's bot lane? Not quite yet. Where are the junglers at? We see a topside start for Lilia. She started a Raptors. She's going Krugs second and then to red. Meanwhile, Graves is going red Krugs to Raptors. We have opposite clears here. Could be a trade of Scuttles. And this might be the tame early game start here. If there was a jungle path where it doesn't look like there would be much action, it's probably this one.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think we might see kind of tame lanes for a little bit here, to be honest.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe mid lane is where we might see some of the early trades going on, but
yeah, Venerated with the Ignite. Once he gets 3, is that kill threat on Mark Boots?
I think so.
And will he tag team up with Sekiro here to try and use that Ignite to get ahead in the early game? Remember, the Volley Bear jungle worked for them. but then they could not find success on the Udyr. Lilia, to me, archetypically is more similar to Udyr in the style if they want to just clear their camps and get to mid-game on a power spike. KVB with the hook landing on a Braum. They're going to all in the Braum. The Ignite goes down, forces the flash. KVB with the flash, couple autos to follow up. And that's Digital Dash standing right in front of KVB. The Flay is going to hit. A couple rockets from Jaeger. The Zap will miss. 1 for 0. McMaster's coming out strong.
Wow, that Zap was really close there.
Definitely. Don't think it would have killed, but either way, McMaster out to a great start. Kill does go on the
I mean, it might have been
Thresh.
enough to slow down for a Thresh hook or something.
Oh, maybe. Castle gets top crab. Sekiro.
Ooh, spicy.
Sekiro's kind of messing around, but he should be getting bot crab, so I want to know if Castle is going to see that and sprint down top crab.
We see he's grabbing top side Raptors, so maybe going to lose top side red jungle for messing around.
His red jungle is, his Raptors are clear. Lilia would have to go Krugs.
I meant for Castle, he is grabbing topside.
Look at look at that. That's going to be a huge jungle farm gap. And I don't know what Lilia was doing in the tri-brush down here. She needed to already be getting crab, and she could be looking for Graves Krugs. I mean, obviously her bot is not even in lane, so that wouldn't be ideal. But yeah, Lilia going to be pathing to a topside that I think is completely counter-jungled by Graves. So Castle outdoing what he does best on that Graves pick that got through champ select and is in his hands once more. So now Lilia could look for Graves red side, and that would even things up. If she doesn't do that,
I don't think she can. I mean, how does she look? Oh, no, just because.
Well, with bot lane push maybe. So you see Braum walking back from base, and the AD must be in Fountain right now.
No, he's stacked with Braum.
Okay, so yeah, their bot lane is leaving base. This could be enough push for Lilia to maybe be on Krugs, but again, yeah, you're on it. Graves is going to get his red side. Now look at the jungle farm when he gets done with Krugs. Lilia is walking to dead camps.
No.
Yep, Lilia is walking into her red side. Sees Raptors are taken, doesn't even check Krugs. There's nothing for her to do here except probably gank mid. So this is where you use that Ari Ignite. Try and get some beneficial time.
Mid is fat warded, though. I don't think he's going to be able to get anything off here.
Yeah, Sekiro clearing out. Nice pink here from Mark Boots. Aware of her not only position but her CS, right? So they can kind of backwards track where she has been. And Graves knows that he can path bot to top to her top again and cycle the 3 quadrant. That's what you do as Graves. You 3 quadrant the enemy jungle. If you find yourself in this position, then you tell your lanes, hey, push at this time, back me up. I'm going for her Raptors. And if Graves can get away with her Raptors again, we might be just
honestly,
looking at a jungle
that is
gap.
so clean if he does that again.
He's on him.
He is. They pinked that brush, so we do see pings on Graves here. But he's going to get him, and he's still going for the Krugs as well.
And this is an example of giving first Drake based on circumstance of the game. The circumstance is your jungle is gapping enemy jungle right now and killing 3 quadrants at a time. So Graves can finish Krugs, go get that top crab, and then his top side quadrant, and he is curving into the game. Meanwhile, Lilia with the bot side invade trying to get Graves' red. This would be a pretty good take for her. And it is a calm early game try. See a TP onto the top lane. Jabbar getting dove. He's going to single out the Graves and flash over the wall. Pretty slick escape there. Yeah. But he's losing a lot of minions. It costed them Syndra TP, but that's how you put on the pressure here. Lots of minions going down. A tower here that Set is not getting XP for. Making Brown Mandarius feel much better about the top lane there. Love to see it. Graves, I believe, gets top scuttle. Lilia now getting Graves' Raptors, so a bit of a split map we have here. We see successful invades from both junglers at this point. Lilia doing a good job, I think, adapting her pathing.
Yeah.
Getting some of Graves' red camps, and now they could look for possibly a dive, because Jinx can rocket these minions down, shove the wave fast, and they could possibly 3v2, but I'm not sure if they want that. And if Lilia shows, Graves will get Herald. That'll be the trade.
Graves going to grab her red. So they did trade red side jungles for both of them. But here comes... Oh, okay. Lantern for Sekiro to get him out of a sticky situation as he was leaving jungle.
Yeah, he's happy to get Krugs, and he can probably farm. Well, he's going to recall, but
he got red Krugs and Raptors.
Yeah, that's really good. So. Really good adaptation.
But in trade for his own, and Graves up there for so long, he's getting the Raptors again.
Mm-hmm. This is, I mean, Castle at work right here. Like when I watch this guy jungle, he plays all the power farm jungles. He knows how the camps work, the respawn timers, how to cycle them. That's what's important, Try. It's not just invading. It's cycling your invade with your team. That's what these guys are doing right in front of us. It's really great to watch. And now Lily is on her weak side. Whenever you're on your weak side as a jungle, when you split map, you're invading bot, you go into this. This is Graves' territory, and this is what's going to happen. He's going to drop that red smite. The ulti, she might burn to death. That's red buff, red smite. And she does go low, but 2v2, we're watching in the bot lane. Jaeger with the bomb on his head. KVB with a nice hook on her turret. Hit him up, Rob. Forced to jump away. Super Mega Death Rocket. Not going to get the kill. But remember Graves' territory. That's Jabbar's home under this turret. Jabbar faced this situation many times in his day. What's he going to do? Oh, the good scatter the weak burst damage from Syndra. There's no shield to be had. And Brahman Darius.
He looked like he was turning around to try and ulti his way back to tower. Probably going to take Mark Boots with him, but scatter the weak at the perfect time. Just totally denying that option.
MAAD City are on form this game, taking control of the top side, getting a kill onto Akali as well. I've seen Akali do more damage on this patch than any of the other patches I've ever seen in my life. I saw her E.
Why is that?
I don't know. They added damage to her E. I saw an Akali hit a guy with an E, or like a lower leveled, player, like literal combat level, I mean.
Yeah.
And do like 40% of his HP with just the E.
Wow.
And then took it Q and like dead.
We need to put our boy back on that.
Ghost?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He will be. I think he was playing it our last clash.
Spicy dog. That's because they banned all his other shit.
Nice.
Haha, you can't ban our mid laner.
Oh, Mark Boost, Scatter the Weak will hit. Castle around the corner, but Venerated force uses the R. Wants the charm on the way out. Will not connect. Brahman Darius. Let's see how this 1v1 goes. He's on that like Hex Tech clock thing. This thing is a spike. Whenever I see that item, those champions just crack. You know what I'm talking about? Nope. Hex Tech Alternator, maybe?
Oh, okay, yeah.
The thing that Akali has on cooldown?
Yep.
That's like a spike.
It goes into the
He's
Night
gonna go
Harvester.
Night Harvester, yeah.
Okay.
That thing is a spike right there. Oh, and, okay, Set is going Bork. I believe this is the wrong option. You are never going to auto Akali, let alone stack your or he has Fleet, but I don't think you get auto attacks through on Akali. I don't think Bork is the play. And here's the all-in. Oh, but a Set, pretty good dunk under a turret. There's his big shield, but like you said, he just waits it out.
Dude.
Goes in for the execute. He'll take a shot on the way out. And just like you said, Akali gets to decide when to go in and out versus Set. She has so much mobility. She has like 6 dashes, ways to get around. She can outplay that shield quite easily. All it took was 1 kill. She gets a bit of a spike with that alternator, and then it's just GG for Set. And by the way, how many times did he auto her there?
Maybe
we have a Drake
once,
fight.
if he was
breaking out. Hit him up, Rob, going low. Drake goes over to McMaster on the Jinx. Castle over the wall. He's big and he's strong, but he might have to flash out because he just uses E. He does. Scatter the Weak. Almost hits 1.
Oh, here comes the Brown Man Darius
This
TP.
is the big TP right here, but he has no ult. But there, that E connects. Does he take it?
Oh!
Go in. Auto Q. Shroud. They can't find him. Venerated in the wrong place at the wrong time. Will get dropped. And MAAD City with a vengeance. Castle.
Oh, and Castle getting away with 1 HP, almost going down to the Ignite burn.
He is cool, calm, collected. I bet he was stone-faced. Like, he knew that Ignite wouldn't kill him. Remember when we interviewed this guy? We were
stone-faced the whole time.
We interviewed Castle after their win in semis, and we said, is there anything you have to say to McMaster as you approach finals? He's like, no.
No.
We're just going to win. Basically, unfazed.
That is a man stacked full of confidence.
Unfazed. And he is already up more than 20 CS. And as we get into mid-game, when your team has control on your Graves, you can get farm gap like no other, even into Lilia. How often do you see Lilia falling behind 20 plus CS in the mid game? It's
little
very,
to none.
It's very rare.
Yeah.
Oh, Akali's on Night Harvester against the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, this is like where Brown Mandarius just wants to apply the pressure really hard on this set.
She's going to chonk him with the Qs, man. I think you can even solo kill.
Oh, look at that chonk right there.
Yeah, I think you can solo kill set, maybe even under turret if you're crafty enough on the Akali. It's looking rough. And the Bork, again.
Yeah, set's a scary one to try and go for that solo dive on, though.
Oh, yeah. I've learned that the hard way a couple times. Tackle you in a wall, stun you, smack your head against your teammate. And it's 2 Drakes, McMaster. So I think what we're looking at is, topside focus leads to Herald. But when Graves is showing so much focus topside, McMaster is able to get away with the first 2 Drakes.
Yeah.
We're looking at an Infernal Soul, obviously very important in the game.
And Jinx is on her Kraken and kind of just scaling at this point. Up 30 farm.
For McMaster to win, I think it's just sell your soul to the Drake. Do everything you can to prep that objective. It's up 230, so a bit of time here. And Jinx. Both jungle's topside here. Lilia wants to mess with Akali. This isn't the move. I don't think you take that even the 2v1. Akali's such a hard champion to gank. Hook will land from KVB. Not going to take it. A bit of zap damage. Nice push here from bot. They could look to reset. They could look to move. I want to see KVB roam with this push. It depends on Jinx gold. If she doesn't want to recall, then she wants to pressure. KVB will stick around, but getting this guy on the map to play make. Oh, nice hook will land. Rocket follow-up. Forces Braum, ulti. Tristana with the clapback. Stacking the bomb onto the Thresh. Venerated. Getting fought. Heads up. Castle with the Gale Force. Overlands everything. And nice Graves combo here. We'll take out the Ahri mid with Ignite. No TP, mind you. And this could be trouble in the mid lane.
Yes, that Rift Herald definitely spells trouble for them here. Sekiro pulling up here from the jungle, but not much he can do other than take down that Herald. Now he's losing his jungle for that.
Yeah, and this is what Castle does. I see this a lot. A lot of games when 2 teams know what's going on and they're splitting the map, it's the topside team gets Herald, typically gets a gold lead and a tower advantage. The bot team gets Drake lead. And it's a timer. It's a battle for, can Mad City get big enough of a lead to where they translate the lead that they have on the top side, the Akali, the Graves, bring them to Drake, and which one do they contest? It's most often the third one, and that's up in 45. So I think the game is going to be decided on whoever gets this Drake. Not that the Drake is important, but that we know if Mad City gets it, that, they stopped the McMaster.
Yeah, and it's going to be Infernal Soul this game. So, McMaster really wants that on their comp, as they scale into the game.
It'd be
on
crazy.
The Jinx, yeah.
The Akali would just be murdering with that soul.
No, McMaster, I mean.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, all comps
murder
with this soul, for sure.
For them, I feel as if that is potential, that's kind of their win condition here.
Yeah, that's got to be all they're thinking about, I think. And we see Sekiro's there, and now who are they going to bring? Akali with that, see that long lane push? Set is at his tier 2. He has to TP, whereas Akali can walk through, or she can stay in lane. A nice 2-man sleep from Sekiro. What can they find out of this? The focus is Braum so far. Hit him up, Rob. Look at Castle clapping back, but the flash play on him. They're going for his life. He's forced to dash over the wall, and now McMaster could rush Drake, but look at Brown Mandarius. Oh, he gets hooked! Can't take that hook because Shroud's too good. Oh, she takes the E, gets played out, drops the Shroud. They're funneling into this choke. Digital dash, able to sack the bomb, gets a reset on his jump. Brown Mandarius with the flash. Oh, it does a ton of damage. That's a triple kill. A double kill, a triple kill.
It's a double triple.
Another triple double. And Mad City are running away with this game.
Wow. That is what McMaster really needed there. Mad City, man, they're just snowballing these games.
I know, I don't know what to tell you, Try. I think It all starts with Castle outmaneuvering jungle. It comes down to they got a kill on their Akali. They look to snowball through that. And Digital Stain is just quietly having a performance on Tristana when we saw Lilia had total control of the entire bot side the whole game. So to end up, only down a few CS and with the 3-0-2 scoreline shows a lot of teamwork, a lot of understanding of game state, and Mad City are just firing this game.
Taking that turret there.
And also
looking for the reset. Let's take a look at items here on these matchups. I mean, look at that lead on Akali in this top lane, like you were saying about the Borg. I mean, that just seems like a kind of...
He'll never auto that champ.
I mean, how many champs is he going to get to auto on their team?
None of them.
If they play it right, none.
Yeah. You take Bork into, like, Wukong when I play him.
I think that seems kind of... kind of seems like a mistake of, I'm playing set and I just build what OP. You're like, what U.GG tells me.
Another thing, the best part about Bork is the Vamp Scepter. You get to buy in lane. It's so nice. You're up against a poke champ. You just wait for your wave. They poke you, and then you heal with the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah.
Could have baited him into the full Bork, but don't need to talk too much about that. It's all Mad City and the giant lead they have. How did they close this game out? Last game, it was 25 minutes, 40 seconds, something like that. Looks like this game will go a bit longer, but man, the control is there. Castle's now up 30+ farm.
Yeah, Mad City in this game and the last one just in the driver's seat from like 5 minutes on.
And here is the Graves open up onto Sekiro. He just... The Lilting Lullaby comes out, but he's behind enemy lines at this point.
Oh, that just was so close.
Here comes Jabbar with the tackle into the turret, and he just gets one shot. Can't even take Castle with him. Although Castle drops low, KVB could probably finish it off with an Ignite. Even that is not enough. Meanwhile...
So this is really bad. We have 5 minutes. Okay, wait, actually, it's not as bad as I thought. Castle's down, but Baron's up right now, and you just 4 for 1.
Yeah, geez, I mean, at least they get the 1, right?
Yeah, I think the 1 is what potentially stops an option for Baron.
Yeah.
You get Castle at the very least, so now you just get pressure on these lanes, but still.
They don't care at all. Mad City, when they won the 3rd Drake fight, it was GG in my opinion. And, we shouldn't say that. There's comeback mechanics on the team of McMaster, but I think that's really the tilting point where if McMaster would have won the game, they needed to somehow win that fight, get that 3rd Drake.
They need to go 4 for 4 on Drag.
Yeah. And now it's a question of, choking out and closing out. We saw Mad City, the way they did it last game, I think they had Baron and just forced a fight and won it. So McMaster going to have to play the late game here, go for the Jinx win. We saw it happen, but it wasn't from a deficit like this. I mean, the gold is 10K at 21 minutes try.
That's
feels
hefty.
like last game. That's like almost an item on the 4 core members. Lilia yet to complete her first item, set without a mythic. I don't think Mad City are going to throw this one.
Me neither. Mad City just playing so well here. Couldn't expect anything more from our 2 finalist teams here in LSS Season 2, Mad City versus McMaster. These teams are so clean. To see these 2 powerhouse teams, both with a 7-1 record right now, in this final match, who will be the victor?
Yeah, and they both said may the better team win, and at points it was McMaster, and at points it's been Mad City.
And McMaster still has the chance, guys. This is best of 5.
That's right.
So regardless of who wins this game, yeah, Mad City, if they take the victory, could be on match point, but that still leaves an opportunity for McMaster University to come back and take the victory in the final 2 games.
Good scat of the week.
Oh,
has to flash
the
hook from KVB, though. Line that one up pretty well. Lilia's on Mythic now. But it's base defense for McMaster as Mad City can... They should just start Drake. Or, I'm sorry, Baron. Even just getting Lilia low is enough to just start Baron here. Force them to walk into you and kill him. Or they don't. McMaster, if they were on the ball here, which is hard to be in this game state.
They thought they were at Dragon maybe. We saw the Jinx Rocket just go past Dragon Pit.
Yeah, they could be taking Drake here if they had more information and a better game
I think Brown
state.
Mandarius kind of hanging out in case they do and see if he can get some picks here.
He's thinking he knows they're going to look. Oh, yeah, look at him. Oh, he's hiding. They're all walking right past him. They are for sure dead.
Oh, yeah, this is looking real bad.
How do they play this? Everyone take notes on the Sakali flank here. Oh, she gets set tackled away into a charm. He will drop Shroud and peel off. That's Red Team. McMaster getting their third Drake. That is a sign of light here as the fight develops. The Kali does a ton of work, even though her flank was kind of caught out a bit early. But it's just the gold lead here showing. Mark Boots look for a Scatter of the Week. It'll tag Jaeger, gets the cleanse so that he doesn't get hit by Everfrost, but he is dead now to Mark Boots. Castle here to clean up. They'll trade back to Tristana, but that big old crit. And Castle does not play games.
And Black Mandarius is with Baron taking their... I keep saying that. Brown Mandarius.
He goes in splits. I like this. You know, you dump your whole kit as a Kali. You're not great in the team fight. After Orange Shroud goes down, you go ahead and push that Baron wave. Full on pressure mode here. McMaster did get that third Drake, so their chances went from like really, really low to like there is some hope. And it all has to do with that Infernal Soul. If they can, imagine they give everything a try, even start losing a bit of their base, 1-2 inhibs. Oh, but Sekiro goes in. Is he looking for a sleep? He's going to Drowsy only Thresh here. Or, I'm sorry, Alistar, hit him up, Rob. He will go down. And they also can pick up Mark Boots.
Dude, Brown Mandarius is going to go crazy
look at
right
that,
here.
Look at that
my
damage.
God.
They're able to pick him up 1-for-1.
The damage made me think it was going to be huge there.
And McMaster with a good play.
Yeah,
that's a 2-for-3 trade. That's great for them.
Who got the shutdown on?
I think it was Set.
Brown Man there. Okay.
Yeah, Set gets the shutdown. Will help him complete his mythic, but look at this. The minions are going to get the inhib. Feels rough, man. And that is 2 inhibs down. You can still come back from this. I think they need to sneak Sekiro into somewhere, you know, clever for the next Drake, because they're not. I don't think they can contest with 5-man. They need to like sneak him in for a steal.
Yeah.
You steal Soul, then you have a chance in this game. But that's in 240. Looking at the map here, completely dominated by Mad City, and they could send all forces top.
Yeah.
Pressure.
Maybe a Kali bot. She doesn't have TP though. Drake's not up for 230. There's no real reason. I feel like they just send 5 top lane.
So what Akali could do is defend a super wave. That way Jinx can't just walk up and clear it quickly without risking dying. And that means you need a team.
Then you get more pressure from the wave into the base.
You need multiple members to deal with Akali plus super wave. And if she draws 2 members, then you are 5v3 on the only place in the map that.
And what do you know? Look at what she's doing.
Defend. Yeah, and if it's the full team, she'll back up. But now she's going to just, you know, hurry up and clear this. Now the next wave, they're going to have to deal with a similar situation. He's even baiting a bit as they wait for Graves to bring up that top wave. Once that top wave hits base, it's really hard for McMaster. And they could dive here. Oh, hit him up, Rob. Jumping over the wall. Brown Mandarius looking for something. He's not going in quite yet. They're going to focus Thresh first. He has a bomb on his head, but he will live. Castle goes in deep to pick the Thresh up. Will not trade his life. Here goes the rest of the members from McMaster University on the full dive.
Around.
Digital Stain getting hopping and hopping with those resets, and that's a triple kill. Everybody other than Jabbar here dead for McMaster. It's got to be GG.
I think so. So gain 3.
Jabbar, can he do something crazy here? He'll shut down Tristana, but it doesn't matter. We're going to Mad City are up 2-1. We're going to game 4. It's all on the line now.
Yeah.
The first place prize, the bragging rights, the crowning of champions is now on the line.
Wow. What a game again from Mad City. They look so dominating in these past 2 compared to the first game.
And, you know, maybe consider taking away the Graves, but again, Castle has so many good power farming junglers, but it just worked so well twice in a row. You got it. Something has to give. If you give them that champion again, it might give their team the confidence of, like, we just play around, Graves. We're going to get a farm lead and win that way. Woo!
Man.
I wish this day would never end. Can we have another best of 5 after this?
All right, so let's get that salty run back after this. If you guys want, we'll do another best of 5 series, run it back, just for some bragging rights at the end of the grand finals match. We'll do that salty run back.
That won't be a clown fiesta, no. No chance. It's like the solo queue after 2 a.m. tweet I saw you liked.
Yeah.
Just like a bunch of nonsense. But that's not what these teams are about. They're going to focus. They prepared all week for this game. The last 2 games have been quick. I'm not going to talk too much about fatigue. Maybe if we go game 5. It's all about McMaster and the draft. They need a jungle that can just body Castle in the early game.
Yeah.
That at all costs, you need a jungle that can just fight Castle. Or if Castle is doing the power farming route where he's going to split the map, you need a champion that can maybe dive turrets well, so maybe an Elise. If you have a proficient Elise player, she's one of the best tower diving jungles in the game. She excels at the level 3 spike. She falls off late, but the way you compensate for that is by you draft Elise, try and get some early Drakes, and then you get Soul, and then you just have a hyper like Kaisa or Jinx, and then the Elise, her power scaling doesn't matter if you have a Kaisa or a Jinx. But I'd like to see the Graves taken away.
I think so too. I think it's worked too well so far.
Yeah.
After letting it by for game 3, after that game 2, and then it still is really, really punishing for them. I think that's when you need to say, okay, it's got to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Graves is this OP champion. How does he get through? It's
no, Castle is just playing it to its absolute limits, I feel like.
Yeah, most definitely. And we saw I think that game was an example of one jungle mistake. You showed bot and didn't get anything. And
lost your whole top side.
Lost the game.
Yeah.
Like
for real. Yeah.
Sometimes it just plays out like that. I don't know. I mean, there's other mistakes that they are going to key into during their review, talk about what we could have done differently. But in my opinion, you give a guy like Castle control of 3 jungle quadrants, he's just going to win you the game.
Yeah. It's hard to say, because especially when something like that happens, it kind of it starts to snowball. So there might have been other mistakes going on, but once you let that happen, it's so punishing. And at this level, those are the kind of things that you would say, okay, we're talking about that right now. That was the game changer for the entire game. And a gold player might say, haha, GG, forfeit, because that kind of thing happened. And it's total bullshit. But at this level where you get punished on every mistake and the leads are taken, leads are taken out of control.
Yeah.
So, yes, giving that topside jungle meant that now he has timers on your camps.
Yeah.
And he just took all these quadrants for so long.
He cycled it. Yeah. And not only did he cycle the enemy top camps, he brought his team, his Syndra, who can get push in lane. He dove, the set with the Akali. That is how you do it. It starts with the control you can get from one invade. You leave a ward, you drop a pink, you do whatever. You go, cycle it back, and then on your way back the second time, you tell your laners to set their waves, whether it's a slow push and then you crash it and then come help me, or you just, push the wave in. But either way, when you're Graves and you can get backed up by your team, you're gonna win. So yeah, it was Syndra and Ahri. This is probably a skill matchup that I can't speak too much on, but I do think Mark Boots really showed up in this matchup, because you'd imagine Ahri with Ignite could give Syndra a hard time.
Yeah.
But it was never that case. The mid jungle 100% went over to the side of Mad City.
There's too much pressure going on in the mid jungle duo for the Ahri to do her thing against Syndra, I think.
Yeah, and was that not the case game 2 with the Zoe Graves?
Yeah.
Those pairings with Graves, Graves plus CC Mage is that's how you play Graves. And I don't think McMaster have an answer for that, and I keep saying an early game jungle, but I don't know what's in their jungler's repertoire or how they're going to approach this
yeah, me neither, really, but I think that the play here is I think we'll see the Graves gone.
Yeah.
I think we could just safely say that as far as draft goes, is we'll see that pick taken away. other things, I think maybe the Volibear will stay gone.
Probably.
And the Zilean will stay gone as
Probably.
well. So other than that, I think we are going to see things getting shaken up a little bit in draft here. So,
and just think about, as we see the fight here, I mean, it's kind of a wash. If I'm looking at the goal lead, it's 4K, not the best angle. It looked like Mad City had control prior to this, and it's just Brown Man, Darius on Akali. Guys, Akali is kind of a crazy champion. I'm not sure on her.
Oh, that was the triple-double.
I'm not sure on her statistics, like win rate or whatever, but Akali is scary, so be careful out there on the Rift, guys. But the point I was going to make, can't think of it. Nope, lost it.
It's gone.
Just
like that victory was.
The mid jungle 2v2 is what's most important, and when you take away Volibear and Zilean, you really got to dig deep in your pocket to find some picks. I think that, I remember my point now, to punish. And the point I was going to make is, if this were a best of one, we'd be like, dude, McMaster, oh my god, they're so good, they're on fire, they just body Mad City. But when it comes to best of 5 and you can get like draft locked, where it's like we know your 2 picks that we just banned.
Yeah. It's like, we've talked about that before. It sucks to be a part of a best of one like tournament or something where you feel like you got you kind of feel like, oh man, I got gypped out of a progressing further into this tournament, because when it comes down to just that one game, I mean, we're still talking about a sport, a game here. Like, small mistakes could be made. That doesn't mean a team is better than another, you know. But when you take it to this best of 5, at the very least best of 3, you know, things can really take a twist, and you really see the teams who can come out and make these changes and do the things like Mad City's done through the draft and through the changes in the way they're playing the matchup.
That's right.
Work out really well.
So this could be Tristana here. I think Tristana is still pick ban. Team with it, I think, has won every game. But if you're blue side, if you give it away to red team, it's tough. So they'll go ahead and scoop that up. And Mad City, with Graves and Zoe being banned, I think they do have a lot of options, and the Hecarim as well. So banning Hecarim on blue side is usually not what you want to do. You want to be able to pick it first and not ban it. But if you don't ban it, maybe red side would.
Maybe they wanted the Trist there over the Hecarim.
Yeah, so that is definitely possible. But we'll see what Mad City pulls out here. But yeah, I think McMaster need to counter pick mid jungle and make it unplayable. The Zilean's not there, and that was kind of the answer to the Syndra. More in a control way, like you are the control as Zilean, you just stop Syndra from killing people, and then you wave clear. But let's see if they can get another, either a counter pick or a control pick to minimize the damage Syndra can do with whatever castle's on.
Okay. The Rel. I think Rel is a good pick. She's a very impactful support. We've seen her as pick ban in a lot of our games recently.
This could be Alistar. I think that's what KVB really wants here into the Rel. We saw that.
Yeah, and that's a comfort pick for him too, and he plays it well into the Rel. We saw him with that little tricky bop back into the tower range. So if we could see him pulling off some stuff like that, it could be, you know, lane changing for them. But things like that, you know, they happen once. Will they happen again? Who was it for Mad City on Rel? Sorry, hit him up, Rob. Got caught with that once earlier, so, you know, will that happen again? Probably not.
And this could be a Syndra counter pick. Something like Echo Lucian. You can flex Akali and take it away. They'll go Ori. It's almost a self-counter pick, but usually teams are fine with that handshake of that matchup. We know Venerated does play a lot of Orianna, so it makes some sense here. And if he didn't take it, it could possibly be banned away. So you need an AD jungle that can really step up to Mad City. And to me, Rek'Sai fits the bill.
I'm surprised to see an Orianna pick here again. Like, I feel as if it hasn't been working that well. We haven't really seen Orianna doing spectacular Orianna things yet. And we've seen it picked, what, every game now?
She's just good in every game.
Yeah.
Her only real weakness is her lack of mobility. Other than that, she's a great teamfight threat. Pairs up well with the Alistar. Comfort pick for many. It's just, you see it so often. It's like you can build any comp around it. It can It can amplify your picks. It has comeback mechanic with the shockwave. It scales well. It's fine early. So, but yeah, maybe a spice here. Like Echo counter Syndra. Imagine an Echo here paired up with like a really aggressive like Rek'Sai. And then you just are camping that Syndra Karthus. That's maybe the approach I would take. But again, I'm not too familiar with the champ pools of these guys or their strategy. So
yeah. So you said the Karthus. So we're seeing the Karthus for Castle this time around.
Yeah. To me, this is McMaster's window to win finally. Karthus is the same style as Graves Lilia. He wants to power farm, get levels. His ganks are strong. There's one point his ganks are strong. It's when he full clears, hits level 4, and still has red buff. His ganks are strong. After that point in the game, he falls off as a champion all the way until like 1 item, 2 items. But Yone, which means Syndra, is where?
It's Yone top again. Maybe.
Well, that was the last team.
That was the last team, but it's still so.
Yone,
if you are unaware
right now,
I have seen some whisper here and there that Yone, after the changes to shield bow,
this is it.
Yone is better in the top lane.
Really?
I saw a Challenger Yone one trick talking about how it's better top than mid.
I could see because it gave you attack speed instead of Omnivamp, which means you actually have to hit the champion like with your attack speed, which typically only happens in top lane where you're like, you know, like boxing a lot.
Yeah.
But this Lee Sin pick try fits the bill. Not as aggressive at level 3 as Rek'Sai, but one of the strongest spiking champions at 6 in the whole game.
But to be looking for Karthus as Lee Sin is great, I think.
Yes, yeah. So this is McMaster's answer to Castle and his Karthus and his power farming style.
And so it's Yone AD, probably.
It could be Syndra AD.
It could be Syndra AD as well. But
the reason I think it's Syndra AD is because you don't want Syndra Karthus.
You're 100% right, because also Mark Boots we've seen 4 or 5 times on the Yone as well. It's in his pool, probably going on him.
And with Karthus, Yone, you have that AD AP split. Otherwise, if you have Syndra and Karthus in the mid lane, Orianna and Lee Sin can both rush Merc Treads and make it really hard for Syndra to ever set up Karthus. There's, you know, too much tenacity and magic resist there. So I think they're going to put the Syndra in the bot lane. Really interesting pick coming out for Digital Storm here in Mad City. Yeah, I think Digital Storm has quietly had a really good series.
He has. He's played the lanes really well.
Yeah.
And then he usually comes out on top with some double kills or a triple kill.
Right.
Like in a team fight to kind of like end off games or play off of a dragon or a baron or something like that.
Yeah, like does his job as an AD. He's not flying in and doing these tactical
I mean, the thing is AD right now is not necessarily in that like hyper carry role in the meta, you know, in a way. It's kind of like it is as you get into late, but usually AD right now you're kind of like playing off your team, playing off your support, like going into late. You don't really see ADs just, especially in the competitive meta, you don't really see ADs just going like 5-0 in lane and carrying games anymore.
Yeah, typically not. I think the meta of AD is the hyper carry scale, which means they lack playmaking in the early game. So they're not like popping off in lane. They are typically playing off of their team and aggressive picks elsewhere. But that's not the case for Mad City's bot lane here. Syndra, Rel, try.
Yeah.
Could you imagine going up against that?
So now that we're in pro draft, we are going to see this is going to be a game where we're not going to know where people are going until load screen. So what we'll do is we'll head over to a quick break while we wait for spectator delay and everything. And once we load into the Rift, we will see you guys there, and we'll all be surprised together about this pick.
And look at that crit. That was such big damage.
That sounds like
another 5-man sleep. All 5. Volibear buffers his ulti, use it, and Jaeger's shooting some rockets, but the sleep was so big. How do you come back from that?
I don't know. The rockets.
5-man scatter of the week, or 4. Big spells landing, but MCM is just tanking everything to the face. Castle's ability to sleep has been insane this game, but somehow McMaster, just
surviving through it.
Yeah.
I mean, the health bars on Jabbar and Sekiro are just so big.
And now this should be maybe an inhib give. Hit him up, Rob. Inzanias will drop to KVB. And now
you do not want to lose members here. This could potentially be the game. We still have 30 seconds on GP, so it's a 3v5. and you've got a huge Jinx pushing your base, I think the game is going to be over here.
The flash in from Zillion, looking for the bombs onto Castle. He will drop to the Jinx, who has moved on to base turrets. And all Jinx has to do is hit base. That City have to walk into. If they all file into any one of these, that's nasty Ornn ulti angle. And we could be seeing some sleeps as well. Hook's going to land on hit him up. Rob forces his Zanya's out, but Castle is going to get another nasty sleep. Another massive sleep. That ends the fight, if I'm not mistaken. Some kills traded back. But I think MAAD City,
a scatter of the week.
Nice scatter of the week. They're fighting front to back. Couple low members. The Zillion res comes in on Jaeger, but he's out of peel, but he's dropping big damage. This could be a Jinx crit. This is one Jinx crit away from turning the fight. MAAD City peeling away, and it's Jaeger. Can he find an angle?
Jinx is about to go crazy.
Drop. Jinx with the resets. That's 2, 3. And McMaster University with the Jinx IE can turn it and get their soul.
Wow, that's what I'm talking about.
So big.
That fight was back and forth the whole time. First, the hook on the Cho'Gath into his Zonias. It looked like, oh no, it might not be too good for MAAD City. And then
review and talk about could we have burned or could we all have turned or what the situation is. But remember, we talk when you go for that fresh 20-minute Baron and try and pull off of it, you often lose the fight. And that's what we saw happen to MAAD City. They're getting punished by McMaster, who now has control of Drake.
So this is
Zillion bomb zoning. See how MAAD have to file into this choke here. Scatter of the week will tag a few, but it looks like McMaster are going to be able to secure this Drake. It does go over to the Volleybear Sekiro. Here comes Castle with a big sleep. Look, 3 of them are going to go to sleep. That's pretty huge. Is there a follow-up? The Senna ulti over the top. Castle almost manages to get out, but they trade him back. Ornn tanking in the front line, but he's getting chunked. Mark Boots drops the ulti on him. He's getting low, and that's MAAD City. It's MAAD City that win this fight. Double bomb on Brown Darius. He will cleanse it. Actually, that never hit. Jaeger running low, and it's a full book from MAAD City, but they do get third Drake, so I call that a win for them. But
I think
MAAD
so too.
City
So
with the
now
proper punish.
McMaster on soul point. Gonna be.
I mean, we're watching them try. Let's see what happens. Mark Boots with Scatter of the Week on to Sekiro. Sekiro needs to get in and look for the smite. It looks like a peel off here from
But here's
MAAD
the
City.
thing. The smite can't out-damage.
Oh, the hook lands on hit him up Rob, but he's in Zanya's. Sekiro goes in with the Volleybear, gets a big ulti, but a few members dropping. Big Gangplank ulti. Zillion R goes on Volleybear, doesn't res him, but it is a punish try. I think starting that Baron was a little over-ambitious. I also think starting this for McMaster is a little over-ambitious, but they're playing with such slim margins. Jaeger, the hook, they find the hook on Mark Boots and take him out. Now Baron looks a bit more realistic, but look at Castle sneaking around the outside. They need to deal with him. They don't want to 50-50 this. Oh, they know he's there. KVB flashes over the wall. Castle's just trying to live, but Jaeger flashes over the wall. Does that mean they have the damage? It looks like they do.
They do.
And McMaster get Baron.
Wow.
On a punish.
I was thinking the Baron was
Mark Boots dropping some damage here. He's on his Leandries.
Yeah, Leandries
This
as
could
well
be an all-in on Jinx. It's a flash from
Oh.
Cho'Gath into the Feast, which gets her low enough to Senna. And, yeah, just having Jinx alone down there is a bad idea. Castle hitting the sleep. The lilting lullaby coming in. But KVB hooked her. He has to flash, but Castle is able to just run him down another hook, but it won't do much. And if Senna gets another kill, no, it's actually going to be
double
Castle.
TP mid.
Here's some TPs coming in mid. Brown Man Darius with the full all-in on Venerated. Where's his ult? He must have used it, but Brown Man Darius, he's going to trade his life, but Castle's around the corner. There's the Volleybear ultimate. Do they funnel in the choke against the Ornn? They have members, but Ornn goes in. Jabbar is going crazy right now. He realizes he needs to back up. And okay, it looks like positive play from MAAD City. A trade. Couple kills traded 2 for 2, if I'm not mistaken.
So Zillion used ulti there to...
I wish this is where we were looking right here. Face check
Wow,
onto
your wish has
Sekiro.
just
Your
been true.
Senna is already out of the fight and completely compromised. Digital Stain just getting chomped on by Volley. This looks like a 2-0 MAAD City here. I'm sorry, McMaster here, 2-0. They will also take down Hit 'em Up Rob. And in the top lane, it's Jabbar doing the thing. He flashes in, but Brown Man Darius is able to eat the orange. He's 1 HP. He walks away. He blows his ult. Close combat in the top lane, but a 2-0 to run down. Those are like the funnest early games.
All right, let's see if we'll see something like that happening in this game. A little bit of trading going on in the mid lane. And Mark Boots just taking half HP on the first minion wave.
Venerated hard wins that. Mark Boots whiffs on the Q. Hit him up.
KVB.
That is
monster.
That's so clean. I love that interaction from KVB.
And when this guy gets Alistar, we talked about it.
Yeah, that was clean.
Yeah. He knows Rel looks for that jump. Sometime with the Zanyas, and they turn on him and get him down, so they will kill the Graves, but it's Digital Stain with absolutely no answer. Able to jump.
Mark Boots from left field.
Snipe. Digital Stain. He's going to open up on Jabbar, who's shopping. Uh-oh. Jabbar has flash.
This is game, but Baron's canceling his back.
There's no hope.
Oh, my gosh.
They're already on Nexus. And in under 20... All right, it's soul point, guys. It's under a minute for Drake, and we have Digital Stains. Surprising venerated here. Is the bomb going to do it? It does, man. It does. Bomb is kill, and KVB just looking for anything, any little angle he can create for the team. Hit him up, Rob. That's not the order combo he wanted to do. Jaeger with some free fire.
Browman Darius.
He snipes him out with the cast, drops him into the team. He's drowsy. He's asleep. He's dead. Mad City 2 steps ahead. And they're looking for a perfect game. They're looking for a perfect game.
It is 0-13 right now, and Soul is up in 20 seconds.
They could crack mid-inhib, and then he's gonna. Otherwise, like Jabbar, I think they get plates and leave. Okay. It's just diving and tank is hard. I think if that's like if that is like a fighter or any other champion, they just kill him.
Kill him and get tower.
Jabbar holding his own here, but Castle's not done. And this is the split map I was talking about, except they brought their bot, so it's even more.
Well, you see now, so like Castle is here. Oh, maybe they're going for the dive now.
But now there's a dive on the opposite side of the map. So both sides getting dove right here. Here's the venerated TP. Can you find the shockwave? Is Jabbar gonna burn? He does burn in the ignite. What about Browman Darius? How does he do in the 1v3? Does he trade Jaeger? No, he doesn't.
And Mark's Boots.
But Mark Boots is here to clean up. So they get 2 on that dive. And it was just Mad City doing it better. Or I should say McMaster just did it worse.
Ooh, big damage on Jabbar there from Browman Darius.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll result in any top pile for that top crab. Because, again, look at Castle pulled off of blue to be here.
That's spicy.
They jump in. They will exhaust the enemy AD. The bomb goes on to Jaeger. Here comes Castle with the combo. I'm not sure why Jaeger didn't flash.
Oh, and it's a double. Oh, I thought it was going to be a double for Trish.
Really, really bad for McMaster here. Great start by Mad City. Good Master University on the full dive. Digital Stain getting hopping and hopping with those resets, and that's a triple kill. Everybody other than Jabbar here dead for me.
Welcome back, guys.
Match point.
I wish I didn't acknowledge that at all, but I thought we were about to talk over each other. So I looked at you like, oh, okay, I'll stop what I'm saying. That would have been great, dude. Because it is.
Okay, go on.
Match point.
Oh, yeah.
All right, and we are seeing maybe a little bit of spicy McMaster University invade here. Get this, Garthus!
Well, it's full spotted on
They got. I know, right? Okay, get out of here, boys.
Let's watch Mad City and see what they get in response.
Let's watch Mad City 5-man pinch them and. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I don't know. Try it. Browman Darius hopefully isn't shopping. He spots them out. They know they're still in there, and Rel and Syndra are able to. Oh, it's Rel Syndra bot, by the way.
Yep.
Are able to invade bot side here, get a nice ward.
I like these drafts, man. These all day today, regardless of what happened in game 1 or match 1. Both matches today, some great pick ban strategy and some really great, interesting comps coming out.
Right.
And I love that. You know, a lot of times we're seeing these games are just, you know, salty runbacks. Maybe a champ here or there getting banned, but pretty much same comps, same play styles. And a lot of these games today have really been shaken up.
Yeah, big switch ups. And I think McMaster went from gank heavy jungle and they won to power farmer. They lost. Power farmer, they lost. Now they locked Lee Sin. I said they needed an AD heavy, active early jungle. Lee Sin is exactly that. He's one of the strongest champions in the game at level 6. And even before that, man, he can scrap with the best of them. So I think this adjustment from McMaster is, you know, their way back into the series. If they tied up 2-2, then it's any man's game. And look at this level 1 aggression. What is going on here?
Wait, what the hell? I kind of like, that was so weird that I kind of didn't really process what was going on.
No, I didn't either. I still haven't. I mean,
so they went in as 3-man and took his wolves, and all he has to do is move on, and now he's going to probably look for the counter jungle on blue, right?
I think I know what it is. Lee Sin, I think, wanted to invade him at Gromp, but Karthus kills Gromp so fast that he was actually on wolves, and they wanted to walk top up.
But let's look at this. We might see a fight here because Lee Sin...
Yeah, he does not want to give his blue away. This is a good situation for Lee Sin.
Why are we yeah, there we go.
Okay, here's the 2v2. Garen's going to open up on the Karthus, who's immobile. He has exhaust. He drops it. Sekiro gets away so low. Brown Mandarius needs to clean this up, and he can't.
Here. What's happening? Okay, it pulls apart.
So this is good for Lee Sin. This was really bad for their bot lane. If they lost any XP on that level 1 roam, it's really tough for them. And now... We're looking at a good Camille into Garen. This is actually kind of low-key unplayable for Garen. I love Camille and Garen, and we have an all-in bot side. They're going on Digital Stain, but he picks up level 3. That could be the difference maker here, dropping some bombs on KVB, taking them low. And I think Mad City are putting pressure on the next of McMaster's bot lane for what they did that level 1 invade. If they lost any XP, it could take them out of the game. So a miscoordinated late invade on the Karthus, but results in a 2v2 top, Lee Sin versus Karthus, where Lee picks up the kill. So Sekiro rewarded for his aggression at the end of the day because of a good adaptation going to his own blue and spotting Karthus out.
So, I mean, it doesn't even give Lee a CS advantage, even though he gets to pick up the kill, because Karthus is now clearing his bot side. So Castle is just a ruthless invader, and even on this Karthus pick, he is in the right quadrant of McMaster at the right time.
The Jaeger opens up. He's still level 2, but Tristana could do this of all champions because,
so
when you stacked up,
I just ate my own words because I was saying he was in the right place at the right time as, what do you know, Tristana is. What is happening right now?
Mark Boots can't contest here. He walks right into Jaeger, and this is the type of start McMaster needs to take us to our very first game 5, but don't speak too soon, Track.
So Tristana says, all right, I'm out XP. I'm getting fucked in farm, so I'm just going to run around and go kill everybody.
She's like a juggler. Okay, so what's happening, I think, here is McMaster is playing unpredictably now and trying to just up the pace of the game, and it's working on Mad City. And to what degree this kind of style of not doing the best play but the most opportune play, we'll have to see if they can translate that into a mid-game lead, which it looks like they will, and into a game win. But I'm telling you, this top matchup can win the game for the Camille. There's actually no way, like, if they're both perfect AI bot players, Camille just trashes Garen the entire time. There's no way Garen gets on Camille. She has mobility advantage. The trading patterns is if you get your Camille passive before he hits you with Q, you hard win the trade. You never want to stand and spin, but that's okay. You can E away. And Camille, once she hits one item, she can start threatening to kill the Garen. And at 2 items, Garen cannot fight back. Garen needs Ignite here, and then it's an even matchup. And I might be overstepping with how I think of this matchup. But as a Camille player, as a top lane player, it should be how it plays out. KVB with a mid-roam into the shockwave.
Flash.
Good flash by Mark Boots to be able to get out of that one. But yeah, we're hitting like all the points we need for McMaster's win. The early game aggressive jungle is finding some success, and KVB is moving early, getting the flash off of Mark Boots, helping out Venerated here in this early game.
Yeah, and we kind of see, I mean, it's not looking great for Garen here, but it seems like he's doing an all right job. He's only 15 behind, and it's not like looking too rough just yet.
So, in my opinion, Tristana mega outscales Syndra. Syndra does not provide enough as a bot champion to split XP and farm as an immobile carry.
Yeah, it's like something like a looks like he messed up the engage there, but I think something like a Cassiopeia would have probably been a little bit better.
That's a pretty good idea of a pick, but it was all about hanging the Syndra and deciding to slam her bot.
Yeah.
That resulted in this.
Yeah, like it was picked as a mid pick at the beginning with the
Okay, Jabbar went for it, but Brown Mandarius trades it back. And we need to see the state of the wave. I don't think the creeps run or turret. We can't see the wave or else I could maybe tell you who that's worth for. It wasn't first blood, but it all depends on wave state. KVB goes in, but he gets locked up by the Rel. But that is going to be Sekiro jumping in with Jaeger, the two-man unit, going in, trying to get multi-frags. Another jump for Tristana, but she doesn't use it.
It's over for her.
On the Yone, oh, she goes down. That's a shutdown going over to Mark Boots, but the double kill goes to Lee Sin. The situation is won by McMaster University, and they can take Drake #1 here.
Unfortunately, that was a terrible flash for Tristana there. Getting hit with all that damage from Yone, not recognizing that he's in his E, and then flashing, and then just getting popped from the E, but him returning anyway.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
You don't expect the damage from Yone. I mean, geez, even nowadays, I feel like his damage is so surprising. I see a ton of random solo kills in lane just from people are like, you know, holding flashes, holding barriers, holding sums. Like, this guy can't kill me, right? And then he does. It's like, it's that Z factor of...
You get the WTF in chat, like when your teammate dies to him, and you're like, oh, yeah. That happens sometimes.
Happens, man. And looking at farm, Camille doing exceptional in this matchup here. She's happy to trade 1-for-1 with Garen at any time in the map. If you amplify the gold on both of these champions, it's so much better for the Camille that as long as your wave isn't getting completely boned, you're happy to trade kills here. So
yeah,
Brown Mandurius doing a great job like we would expect with this Camille, which by the way was banned most of the series but was left up because of the respect bans, as we see KVB look for a 2v2. He has no aftershock here. So, force the flash away. Okay, but what can Sekiro do on the opposite side of the map? Misses the Q, so he's in a rough spot. No flash, but has kick. Shutdown on Karthus. That can get you back in the game in a snap. Great job by Castle to stay cool there. Hit his Qs. Execute the Lee Sin. If Lee lands Q there, he one-shots Castle, but then maybe still dies.
Yeah.
So, oh. Syndra with the Scatter of the Weak lands into the rail combo, but Jaeger able to jump his way out somehow. It's a nice Camille trade here. Garen's looking for the all-in right here because she just used her E aggressively. Not going to take that one. Here's some Yone action. Venerated with the push here. So with mid-prio, Sekiro comfortable to chase Castle here, or he will be there first. And Lee Sin just wins this, obviously. Oh, can they even execute the Herald?
No, that
unlucky
sucks,
reset.
Yeah.
Ah, you would have loved to snake that for McMaster so bad. That would be so great for everything, for tempo. If Lee Sin has to spend 45 seconds, 30 seconds on that.
Killing that, then you kill him and pick it up.
Camille using E. Lee Sin on top side now. Does he opt for Herald? He's going to have mid-push. Mark Boots at half HP. Herald is on the table for this Lee Sin. Depends on what he wants to do. And Karth is pathing straight back to top side. He has camps respawning soon. He's ahead in farm, but that's absolutely what you expect Karthus in a Lee Sin. Lee Sin 4-1-2 though, picking up some early lethality. Gonna go with a try. Help me. What is the?
Sorry,
the one that gives you the shield? Lethality item.
Lethality item that gives
Pop
you
quiz.
shield. Pop quiz.
Eclipse.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Is it Eclipse?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's actually, you know, I know all about that item, guys.
Oh, because you play Sheko.
Yes.
Wait, Mark Boots is dead!
Ooh.
Sekiro comes
bada bing,
in,
bada boom.
Kicks him to death, and here's the all-in. Oh, well played, GG. They say to Jaeger as they trade one back. So 1-for-1 trade across the map here. Not too bad for either team. Try kills on Karthus are like...
They're gold.
I've said this before, but I'll just say it again.
Hey. I used to be a Karthus jungle player, so
yeah, so you know all about it.
I could say that that's gonna end up being a meme. Like, I just say we always talk about something, and it's like, yeah.
No, but as a former Karthus jungle main, you know, giving this champion early kills is one of the worst in the entire game because you amp the speed that you will
Who
clear.
do I think is in a better position right now? The 5-1 Lee Sin or the 2-4 Karthus? Possibly the 2-4 Karthus.
But please extend that to mid jungle. Because that is what is so important, in my opinion. If you tack on the 26 farm advantage to Orianna, the fact that she got Lost Chapter without death,
dying,
without dying, she's in a great spot. At one item, she'll...
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm this Yone, you know, because I was a Yone as well. Like, I think that farm difference doesn't mean much. You get that shield bow, and then you just kill the Orianna on an all-in, probably.
So we're getting a quick look at Camille when she completes Triforce. Can half HP Garen in one combo, meaning that if she gets a good angle, she can hit him with 2 combos and it will kill him. So 1 item, Camille can kill Garen. Ooh, Shockwave lands on hit him up raw, but he can W away.
Good damage there. Honestly, if that was anyone but Rel, you maybe...
Sekiro can flash. Okay. If that lands, he can kick flash that. Mark Boots under a lot of heat this game. Probably something he hasn't been used to in the series, at least in the past 2 games. But this is exactly the type of game we want to see from McMaster University. But I think quietly, you know...
He's pegging him with those.
Digital staying here with a nice farm lead as well. When Syndra's at 1 item, you know, she is obviously a very strong champion. Venerated. I wonder if he'll consider an all-in on the way back here for Mark Boots. KVB channeling Hex Flash. This could be a Camille kill. Not even lying. Oh.
Not even lying, he says.
He's close. He's thinking about it. I can tell.
Like, he has ulti up. He's got the Triforce.
You got to be careful all-inning Garen. He does have some power to fight back, but, you know, Camille with those empowered Qs, the Cho'Gath ulti, lol. That's the meme. Like
Cho'Gath ulti, lol.
Isn't it weird that Cho'Gath's ulti has Camille's Q in it? That's the meme. And then, yeah, if you take these quick trades as Camille, getting your passive and chonking for like 400.
Oh, that miss, and it's really bad now. I think that's going to be a kill, potentially.
No.
Wow.
That won't connect. I think you got to be happy with the flash there if you're Brown Man Darius, but you know he was calling for Karthus ulti, thinking they had the damage, but when Garen flashes, Camille can't just tower dive him after that. You have to respect the flash, find one more angle, and he's as good as dead. Here comes a red TP. Who's that got to be? It's Syndra. It's Digital Stain. He has Ludens. Look for some big bursts on Essence.
Here comes Camille as well.
Castle getting hit up by Shockwave into the Alistar follow-up. It's a return damage here. Watch Mark Boots. He's coming in on the corner. We'll pick up KVB.
Okay, so
1-for-1
picking
trade.
up Drake there and getting 1-for-1, I think that's great. And it's going to be another Infernal Soul. Infernal every game.
Yeah, never Cloud.
Yeah, never Cloud, never Mountain, just Infernals.
We saw some Mountain action earlier. I think that team won it. It'd be safe to say, even if I have no idea.
It would be.
Pretty sure they won.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the gold, despite, you know, 10 to 5 kills, they're not up that much gold. Only a difference of about 700 here. So, I think Mad City doing a pretty good job weathering the storm, the early game Lee Sin storm, if you will. KVB, headbutt combo. They want to defend this turret, and I don't think Digital Stain wants to walk up here. Alright, try. Objective on the map is Herald for the next 4 minutes until that 3rd Drake spawns. Bot lane wants to scrap.
A nice bop.
Oh, but Alistar goes
Combo
in.
by a boop.
Alistar goes in as Trish jumps away, but it maybe baits Digital Stain into where Tristana gets the kill. Now, can she 2-for-1, or is there too many minions hitting her? She's going to look for the jump. No way to really pursue.
Yeah.
You would have had to walk the entire way, face tanking that wave the whole time, and if Rel, you know, can get another round of cooldowns on you. Okay, Sekiro playing it patiently, but maybe too patiently.
So
he's waiting for the
that might be
snapback.
enough. Oh, it's not.
Oh,
Ooh.
Mark Boots flashes away. So Sekiro, wait,
No,
that was Sekiro's flash.
Don't do it. Oh, you did
Oh,
it.
my mind is telling me no, but the kick will execute. Great play by Lee Sin, but it's traded back, and now we see a 2-for-1 McMaster University on the Garen roam.
My mind's telling me no. But that kick's telling me yes.
Yeah, so, okay, as a Yone player, I'm trying to run through the situations. As Lee Sin, can you Q, like, would you Q as Lee, the Yone when he's in E to stop that, like, onslaught of, like, the
damage?
Initial, yeah, him fighting you back?
Yeah, you could. But my thought is like, let's say you get, if you Q Yone and he goes back to his body,
Like
I don't actually know.
Like, you full damage combo the Yone while he's in E so that he doesn't just kill you. And then you wait for him to snap back, hoping you won that. Because at least in had HP advantage, but he waited so long, he let Yone hit him, you know, 9 times, and Yone was healing that whole time. I'm just wondering, like, Genuinely
Oh,
curious.
like before the ult and everything, like right as they, sorry, after the Yone ult, right when they started fighting, just to fold.
All in.
Yeah, you could probably win that. I mean, he is 6-2. He's got the Eclipse, but Yone's got shield bow, so I don't know. Like maybe he thought, oh, I can't one-shot him, so I gotta like kind of play it back.
Okay.
Garen's on his way down, possibly.
Okay, yeah.
I thought with Yone having the shield bow there, I thought it was going to be a kill.
That's what it looked like to me. Yeah.
Yeah, with the ulti plus that damage from the the skirmish afterwards, I really thought it was going to do more.
Maybe Eclipse Shield coming in clutch there. Have to give that one another look to figure it out. But we have a game on our hands. Try for this game 4, this match point game. So important for both teams. Obviously, Mad City, if they win it, they are crowned champions. They get the first place prize money, the bragging rights, the digital crown. And for McMaster, if they win, they're forcing the first ever LSS Game 5. Let's see if there's any action in the top lane here. That's about as good of a trade as Garen will get. Wanted round 2. Let's see Mark Boots with the knockup into R. Does he have the damage to just one tap? It's close, but no cigar. But wait a second, when that happens, who do you call? Castle comes in with the ulti to finish up the job. He himself is on Leandries, and McMaster is comfortable enough to start up Herald here. They're going to grab that for themselves. But if you're playing the late game cart this game, you're feeling pretty decent here for Mad City.
Oh, Garen is just a...
Garen's doing a good bit of work. KVB with the knockup, but I think Camille's actually fine here. This might be an overreach. No, it's a nice clean dive because KVB just tanks it all with his ulti.
Okay.
Not an overreach at all.
KVB, you goddamn man right there.
McMaster just manly on that play. I thought it was maybe a bit of an overextend, but not today.
Oh, this is that.
Mark Boots.
Does he have ult? No, he doesn't. I wonder, is that ult still cooldown from the first play there?
Mark Boots just ulted Tristana.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
Yeah, he QR Jaeger almost one-shot him, and then a Castle.
Oh, that was the...
Yeah.
How'd I... All right, guys.
Sometimes you miss
We're running
things.
out of juice.
Dude,
here.
everybody misses stuff sometimes, Chad. It's all good. You can't catch it all. It's too much shit going on. Is it going to be a clean Drake take by Mad City? It sure is. That's Drake number 3. McMaster's... I say McMaster's like every time. McMaster University. I think paying the price for having 4-top, getting Herald, losing control of River.
Yeah, but let's see. They get plates... Or, sorry, no plates. They get tower mid. Was that tower, or was that the thing dying? Okay, it was Herald dying. Had, like, the coin sound, and I thought it was the tower dropping.
Yeah, so one step closer to taking out mid-turret, opening up the map. So you'll trade that for Drake number 1 for Mad City if you're McMaster. We'll see if they can convert. Sekiro looking for the nice kick on the digital stain. That was really well played, but he does trade his life, and it is a Shetty. So... Not sure how worth, but I do like the Lee Sin effort.
I like it, yeah. It was a Q to ward hop kick, like not even a flash or anything. I like it. I think he flashed afterwards.
Syndra able to trade it back though, making it not too bad. The story of the game seems to be for Mad City, not too bad. That's not too bad. This isn't too bad. That's not too bad.
I'm telling you,
scale.
Man. So right now, like I said as before, this Karthus is scary as hell.
That's what I'm saying. You know, like all these small advantages. Mark Boots.
There it is.
Another round here. A nice shockwave.
See, like what is that? Like where was the damage there? Like sometimes I feel like it just does so much, and other times it does not.
She must not have had shield or didn't see. Must not have had shield. There's no way she didn't see.
So like right now, Karthus is 6-6, up 40 farm. This dude is Castle again, looking real strong.
For sure.
Karthus is a huge late game scale monster of a champion.
Yeah, absolute beast.
And those deaths do not matter.
No, Karthus jungle does not care that much about dying, typically. Yes, it tilts
all
your
he
teammates.
cares about is farm and items.
Exactly. Okay, Brahman Darius stuck behind 3 members. Camille's a champion that can get away here, but Sekiro going to open up with the kick. There goes the E from Brahman Darius. He's looking for the plant. He's alive, but not for long. Sekiro over the wall. We'll clean that one up.
That was some good movement there, Sekiro, making sure he's stuck on him and recognizing that, okay, he's going over the plant. Let me make sure I'm there.
And now it's MAAD City with that mid-lane
Oh, those are
pressure.
just clipping him, and he's dead.
Scatter the weak into the Rel follow-up, into the one-shot Tristana. That's Jaeger falling to Digital Stain. Hit him up, Rob. He's in a tough spot, but I think you'll give your life for that play. And gets an exhaust on his way out, if I'm not mistaken. Here comes Mark Boots. He's looking for an angle. Nice Q by Lee Sin. Sekiro is really on one on this champion, but he's trading over shutdowns every time he goes in and risks his life. So, man, a ton of back and forth try.
I like this Lee Sin right now. I mean, he's playing it well. Unfortunately, I just don't think it's going to be enough in this game against this team.
Do you like MAAD City here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want it to go game 5. I want McMaster. I want this to go to the final limb because I think both of these teams are just so good.
Yeah.
And like we're saying right now, I mean, I think he's playing this Lee Sin so well. I'm enjoying watching it, but I just don't think that when it, we're already getting.
Oh, Mark Boots with all in. This time gets the Zanyas.
So
late Jaeger's going to flash in, but he doesn't have the range. He just...
So it's like this game is already at the point where if McMaster wants to use this Lee Sin, like, it needs to be doing more. And right now, I think it's looking like it's going to be a late game.
And Jabbar just solo Camille with the Karthus hitting him. And it's because of the item advantage he has and how he's played this Garen. He will fall to Castle. So, man, MAAD City are always trading everything. It's just McMaster has the tempo and pace of game and playmaking this round to where they don't find themselves 10K down.
So basically I'm dragging on, but we'll say long story short is that, they have the Yone and they have the Karthus. Yeah. I think that the Lee Sin is already at a point where it's going to become less and less useful, and Karthus is 7 and 6.
They say, like, good Lee Sins don't fall off,
Is that true, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like, in my opinion, I think it's pretty true. Because, like, one good kick.
It's like you play for the utility late, and then you're still, like, quote, not falling off.
You could either kick Yone off your Tristana and maybe save the game that way, or you could kick Yone into your team and then you, like, insta-kill him.
Yeah.
He falls off in every sense of the way we talk about it, but...
Like damage and,
like, usefulness in fights. But a really good kick and some good sequencing by Lee Sin can actually do a lot. Yeah.
Makes me kind of want to play him watching smash this game. Everybody in the Holy Boxers looks at me and shakes their head. Oh, my God.
Okay, wait. This check's insanely important. And we failed to cover this setup. It looks to me like MAAD City is arriving second here. So Control McMaster, they get it. Okay, no contest. That's sole point for McMaster. Here's the punish. It starts with hit him up, Rob. Brown Mandara is here to follow up, but that's Camille in the front line. She could probably fall instantly.
Big kick from Sekiro here.
Sekiro with the punish, and this looks good for McMaster University, but it's Castle in the middle of them doing a lot of damage, but it's not enough. And Venerated could go down, and he does.
Boy.
Mark Boots under some fire, and that is a team fight win from McMaster University off of the engage by MAAD City.
Oh, look at that shield, though.
That shield is big boy shield. Mark Boots.
Oh!
He clips one and trades another kill back. But Jabbar, man.
Dude. 2 members, Sekiro and Mark Boots, just getting away with like 10 HP. Wow.
This close game. This is how you can tell it's so close.
I know. That's why I want it to be game 5. McMaster, you guys got this.
Dude, we should just go 7 games.
Good point. Yeah, who needs a salty run back when you can just straight up change it to best of 7?
Yeah, can we just change it?
All right, F's in chat if you want best of 7.
Hey, Frank. We have a rule change here.
Yeah.
Guys,
relax. Yeah. Our TO perp here has another tournament to TO after this. So
what a grind, Lord. I love it.
Yeah.
Hustling out here in the studio. That's what good TOs do. Digital Stain is up very far. Flash kick. He's free.
All right, I'm seeing the Fs in the chat, guys. They want it. I see one.
Okay, Lee Sin is going to follow up and look for another kill, but it could be traded back by the Karthus. But no, it's 2 for 0. I think Digital Stain just fell asleep in this game. He just walked right up to mid lane turret, got in auto range of it, hit it once, and because of that, we're looking at a 3 for 1 trade by McMaster because Sekiro punished quickly. I'm not sure what the comms were, miscommunication, but here's Mark Booch trying to salvage it with all of his might. He just can't 1v2 the Tristana right now. Brown Mandarius went in.
Oh, this Garen.
Brahman Darius went and cleaned up Alistar, but will get traded back, and this is looking like Baron McMaster en route to a Infernal Soul after reset. This is looking like
this
Mad
game
City
is so hype.
Or this is McMaster favor. What a crazy series try. How? We're
just jaw dropping like? Back here. We're just everybody is like hands to head, face palm. Oh, what is going on? We're going to game 5.
No, I'm so pumped. My hands are in the air right now.
Wave them like you just don't care. Only Holy Boxers is doing it.
I need to save my dance moves for next time. Holy Boxers
throws us. Yeah, me on camera in front of viewers doing a little jig.
That's why she did it.
I should have stood up and really.
Huh?
You're right, Joe.
That's all right. No inside story time when there's an audience that wasn't there. It's less funny for them. So let's talk about the game try.
Yeah, shut
Looks
up.
like a McMaster University dub coming in here, forcing game 5. You talked about the scaling threat on the side of Mad City. On red side here, it's Karthus, it's Yone, and it's Camille. To see how they can manage those units here as Jaeger opening up on mid-tier 2. Great champion at busting turrets. And I gotta say, Jabbar, given the slightly losing matchup, the matchup's not insanely Camille favored, but it is Camille favored. I said if 2 AIs were to go at it, Camille would win. But I gotta give it to Jabbar here. Into this, Camille has been doing a ton of work on the Garen here with that Stride Breaker. Broken item, please nerf.
Yeah. Didn't they nerf it?
Yeah, nerf it again.
Just fucking get it out of here.
KBB going in. He's going to bop. Hit him up, Rob, away. It's full control McMaster. Now, if you're Mad City, do you give this? It's Soul, right? You got to fight it?
Yeah, I think you do. But let's be real. I mean, they're at a point. I mean, okay, first off, they are only down 4K gold.
Here comes Brown Man Darius. He's going to open up on Jaeger, who just can't be in mid lane alone, and they absolutely will contest Drake now. Pretty sure they always were going to.
Yeah. So, okay, so they're only like 5K down at this point. That's not too bad.
No.
Like I said, I mean, this Karthus is a bad mamma jammer right now. Look at this guy. 3 items, working on Morellos, and like,
so okay,
at this point, the ults are going to start doing work.
McMaster's going for a play here. They want to look to trap because they're down a man. Their Tristana is going to spawn right when Drake spawns, which means they need a pick here. They need a trap here.
They kind of split here.
Boots. They are outnumbered, though. It's going to be KVB focus first. Big shockwave to turn the fight back around, but we see hit him up, Rob, diving in the back line.
Oh, it's
McMaster doing a good job kiting away.
I think that they can do this.
Jabbar is going to strike Mark Boots down with the glory of God.
Oh, and he gets him again.
He's still going in. And this looks like McMaster all day are going to be able to claim Soul. They found the 4v5. They found the pick. Try. It was all because Tristana goes down. They were forced to do that, but they actually pull it off in the 4v5 situation. So that kill on Tristana doesn't mean they lose Soul. They're actually going to pick it up right now and crack mid-inhib at the same time.
Guys, are we about to go to game 5? And we're going to see the crazy... This is the craziest matchup we've seen in LSS history.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
I love it.
We're looking at possible first game 5. The draft try. How big is this 5th draft if it goes to that game? We'll have to worry.
Big.
We'll worry about it when we get there. But McMaster with Infernal Soul.
That's what we're saying, Mongo, man. Who doesn't love a game 5? We say it every time here. We love pushing the limits at League Saturday Series, and and we love going to final game.
That's right. But we're not going to final game yet. Try. The Nexus hasn't exploded. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Wait, I thought the game was over.
No.
I'm just kidding.
It's not over until it's over. This is what is...
No, it's really not. I'm telling you, I think that this Karthus is the comeback mechanic, and it's going to happen.
We saw Karthus bring a game back on his shoulders, 1v9, in this league here. I think it was a couple weeks ago. I can't remember exactly who. But, yeah, Karthus can do it.
It might have been Adam Suki, I think, maybe played it. And
possibly.
Went bananas.
Yeah, maybe. And he's working on his 4th item. He has those Grievous. Oh! The weak digital Stain is going to pick off the Tristana, but will give his life. Big old shockwave. That might just win it for McMaster. Here goes Mark Boots. He's in. He's being focused, but he can snap back. He will do that, but it's Jabbar waiting for him in between the turrets. Tier 2 goes down. Jabbar's feeling himself. He's going deep on Mark Boots. Shield here comes out.
Man.
And that's going to be Mark Boots dropping. We might be going game 5 here. Here comes Brown Man Darius. You engage on the KVB. But it's Sekiro on Lee Sin answering absolutely everything. Karthus ulti, what will it do?
Nothing.
Not enough to kill, and Brown Man Darius needed a couple frags there. Triple kill. 20 bomb for Sekiro as they advance into the base of Mad City.
Dude, this series of matches here, these first 4 games have all been jungle pop-off games.
Right. Crazy. Jungle diff both ways. Like, it's not an actual jungle diff, but every game has been a jungle diff.
Yeah.
It's just guys taking turns. I'm telling you, Sekiro needs to play a fast champ that he can play make on.
This Lee Sin is dirty.
It's nice. It's really nice. I mean, 25-7. He could be running for maybe most kills in finals history. Well, obviously it's most kills in finals history, but you know what's most kills in the LSS history?
I don't actually know.
Probably like beyond.
Didn't someone just drop a 20 bomb like 2 games ago?
2 games ago, who?
Graves?
Nah.
No, who dropped a? It was today. Somebody dropped 20 bomb on Yone.
What? Really?
It was in series 1. It was in the first match.
Oh.
I can't remember who played it.
Okay. Anyway, Lee Sin with maybe record-breaking amount of kills here. Sekiro showing up. I wonder if that's going to draw a ban if we get there. But they got to worry about ending the game first, and it starts with Baron here. Looks like no contest. Yeah, and it goes to McMaster University. They can use this time to, you know, completely choke out Mad City, secure the Elder Dragon for themselves, if not just kill base.
Oh, it's Kenny on Yone.
And he dropped how many kills?
I thought he had a 20 kill. Maybe it was 20 KP.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. I thought that game he played Yone, he just went off.
He probably did low-key just go off, though.
He went off regardless if it was a 20 kill game.
We'll have to see if Mark Boots can do the same. He is on that 3-item spike try that you talk about as a former Yone main yourself. If you're Yone in this position, do you think I can get a good angle?
He still is my most played champ this season, so I guess I'm still a Yone main.
Oh, okay. Do you think he could find an angle to get his team back in the game? A nice...
Yeah, yeah. So think
definitely, okay.
Think if you get an E, like if you get a really big Yone setup and you can get like a 3-man E or alt or something, and then get out, and then you have the Karthus for, you know, the rest.
Anyone to clean up?
Yeah. Then I think that you could turn a fight. Now the question is, how often can you pull that off? Because it's not going to just be one and done for them to bring this game back. And I think Karthus alone, I think the McMaster is a little bit too chunky for that. It's the Garen HP and Alistar HP, there's too much to get through, and unless you just eat, you know, you get
like down.
You take that right to the face, like then you're not really getting on the people you want to be.
Ulti coming out on Garen, the Camille lockdown. Can they take this target out? KVB is there to help, and meanwhile, hit him up. Rob it doesn't engage of his own, trying to set up Digital Stain, but no dice. Jabbar doing his best, despite getting engaged on, will walk away. Still. KVB may have saved his life, but I think they went a bit too far. We're looking at a 1-for-1 trade. That's pretty good for McMaster. Oh, wait a second. Digital Stain. Picking out the Orianna, giving them numbers advantage here with Elder spawning in 35 seconds. This could be the start of a comeback.
It really could be if they're there on time and ready for this. But I think they're clearing some vision and waves in base. So
Camille can deal with the base and then TP to the fight. They need to get in position. So Karthus is pathing towards.
No. I think they were Yone's pushing mid. Yeah.
So now is where McMaster will probably look for a pick on Mark Boots. That's my guess. See how they're trapping here? They got spotted out. They want to look anytime you're at a numbers disadvantage. You just look for a cheese trap, try and even the numbers out, and then you'd be back in control. But right now, we see Venerated 13 seconds, but Venerated has TP, which means every single second matters. And you could argue Mad City should already be hitting Elder with that timer because as soon as Ori gets TP, okay, they're waiting on Camille TP. Now it's now or never for Mad City. Orianna's up. You're going to see her TP in any second. Sekiro goes in. They're looking to focus the Lee first. He kicks the Camille away. Does he get the smite? No, he'll get dropped. But can McMaster win the fight?
Oh, they got it, though.
It's the Elder Soldiers.
They're going to win the fight off of this.
They can win the fight. Shockwave is big,
man.
but it's
Dude,
late.
This is exactly what you're saying. The Elder is the only thing that could potentially be the comeback mechanic at this point. If McMaster had gotten Elder there, what possibility did Mad City have to win? None. So they get the Drake, and now they should look to fight.
They should look to force
Karthus
everything.
is insane right now with Karthus ulti, with this Elder Drake.
They force everything. You need to run down ARAM, send it, full send, dive, base turrets, Nexus, Fountain, everything. You just book for Mad City, right up the gut. That's my call, because this could be your only chance to win it with Elder buff. If you let this buff run out, McMaster can slowly take back control of the map. You look at all the turrets and
Jaeger's bot right now. I don't know about this. This is what we're saying. If they just face first, run them down right here, they're down.
Watch Hit 'em Up Rob. Oh, Hit 'em Up Rob has no flash. That's so major key. If Hit 'em Up Rob has flash here, he can end the game himself.
Look at that wall, man.
So much pressure here on Mad City to pull it off. The Shockwave only hits Hit 'em Up Rob.
That's not good, man. I think that is bad for them. I think that, I know it kind of shuts down somewhat of the engage for them, but I think that you need that Shockwave to peel like an actual.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone on that try. It is a Shockwave that does only kill Hit 'em Up Rob. I think this wave they need to go. It's a cannon wave. You're not getting supers anytime soon. You dive here. I think you dive here.
Oh, that's it.
Weak will hit, and they will. They jump turret. It's Camille in face first. She'll lock down Jaeger, but gives her life. Karthus ulti, how big has it gotten? Not big enough, but they do crack turret. That's major
now
key
it's opened
here.
them up to fight,
Mark Boots goes in. He's going to go on KVB with his ult, but he doesn't find the damage.
Oh, I think it's like if you actually tag him there, then it's how you end.
Ah, so close.
Yeah.
Everything's so close. Mad City able to crack inhib.
Baron
and now
in
they're on a
35.
recall. Yeah, so what they can do, they're going to reset. They could drop some vision, leave some wards behind, go recall, reset, get more vision. Hope they use their scanners and their pinks on the wards that you left behind, and then try and regain vision control. If you can get vision control, it really could come down to Digital Stain. Is he not saving them with these Scatter the Weeks on Syndra?
Yeah.
They are so on point and game changing.
This is a wild game. If Mad City brings this game back, it is such a well-deserved victory for them.
Yeah, it would be a comeback of the masses. Look at the Karthus stat line here. That is how you play Karthus.
Dude,
right there.
it is.
10, 10, and 11. But, I mean, if he's up 70 farm, you know Karthus is happy. And I should comment that I think Sekiro went in on Elder a bit early. This is a long time ago, but gave Mad City the opportunity
There's a lot going on.
kill him. And then focus the Elder. I think if Lee doesn't go in there and they play extremely slowly, it could be a different situation. So we'll have to see if it comes down to a smite fight. If any jungle goes in pit at the wrong time, they are going to be completely focused by the enemy team. Do you know if dead Karthus can smite?
I don't think so. Can he? Chat, can dead Karthus smite? I really don't know, actually. I should know.
I don't know either. Yeah. We need chat to come through quickly because the pressure is mounting in this game. We're past 40 minutes just the way we like it. Okay, KVB finds Hit 'em Up Rob. Gets his Zonias. I think Mad City might look to clap back here, but no. Hit 'em Up Rob able to disengage himself. Ooh. Does Sekiro take the risky kick?
Confirmed dead Karthus cannot smite. Okay. I didn't think so, but like I wasn't 100%.
Yeah. If you're not 100%, you definitely don't want to say it here, and then they do, you know, the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know, because like Karthus can't be like, oh, I'll go in at any time, and if you kill me, I'll just sit here and still smite it. Like, he needs to also be aware of when to go on pit, but it's KVB, the playmaker from McMaster University. Oh my goodness! Everyone's looking for an angle here from Mad City. They're waiting for them to funnel in a choke.
Of the week, but
that's
not the right members.
Important wall here. Shockwave will hit the Camille. They go on to her. She pops the Zanyas. That's a vulnerable target.
Oh,
Mark Boots only hits Ali with ultimate. Hit him up, Rob, in the middle of the mix, and it's McMaster winning the fight out. Tristana getting multiple jumps.
Is it.
Unless Karthus ult just kills everyone.
It's not enough. Dude, they're too chonky.
McMaster University, are they going to run it down mid and go for N, or can Brown Man Darius pull off some heroics? He needs to. Oh, he tagged Jaeger, but it's not enough. He's still alive somehow. He's running away, but he's burning, and that's a full ace for McMaster University at 42 minutes. You got to look at that timer.
Is this game? I really don't know, actually. I mean, I think 20. It is.
That's GG. It's game.
Yeah, and they have Triss as well.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Well, I mean, let's make sure they end. Let's see if they do any.
That last fight was honestly quite the blunder.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, it plays out the way it did. But we are going to go to Game 5.
First ever in the history of LSS. We got ourselves a freaking banger series.
Wow. We are going to Game 5, boys. We love it.
Let's go.
Dude, that's the first time this season that we're going to final game, I think. I think most of our games have been shutouts. Have they really?
Even best of threes, there's never been a Game 3.
There's been Game 3s, but no Game 5.
Yeah. No Game 5s. I mean, we only have semis and finals to see a Game 5. But I guess in League of Legends, if you take any two teams and match them up together in best of series, like typically one team is better and can impose their will and just find the 3-0. And we know momentum plays a huge factor. But the resilience on these teams to just be McMaster with a like convincing victory Game 1, but then Mad City coming back, clapping back with 2 convincing wins, Game 2 and 3, then back to a grinder that McMaster take and force Game 5. Like, I have no idea what this game will look like. We have to see draft. I'm so excited to see what these teams pull out here when it all matters most. One game to decide who the champion is, and this is what we esports for, you know. This is what we grind for. This is what we practice for.
This is going to be an exciting matchup, and it's like, okay, now what's draft look like? We don't know. I feel like it's going to be a total mix-up, don't you?
It's so it's so impossible to say. I mean, we could talk about adjustments here, but both teams have 2 wins under their belt, which is 10 about champions worth of this worked, this didn't work. The amount of tactical planning that goes into champ select here, there's no way we would be ever able to speculate on this game like accurately, in my opinion, because it just goes so deep. Every game adds another layer of what the coach is thinking, what the players are thinking, what worked and what didn't. And yeah, I'm just excited to see what they pull out.
Yeah, me too.
It'll be tough to call what's going to happen.
Just like
I at least knew they needed an aggro jungle with AD because they have AP mid, and I thought Rek'Sai fit the bill. But Lee Sin, when you can execute on him and drop a 20 bomb like Sekiro, like we know he can do now, like that breaks the draft open as well. The fact that there's a threatening Lee Sin on the other team, dropping 20 kills, is that worth a ban? And then, oh my goodness, are you giving up Seraphine if you ban Lee? There's so many questions, so much going on in comms. These guys need to use every second they have during break efficiently to develop a game plan, reset mentals if you need to, go for a stretch.
Dude, Game 5. We're going to Game 5.
It's Game 5.
We've been talking about it. We've been saying
Silver Scrapes. We need our own Silver Scrapes song. Maybe Holy Boxers can come out and sing for us. No, because then I think, I forget which league, maybe LEC. If it goes to Game 5, they play Silver Scrapes, and that's like the league song. Like, I don't know how to sing it.
What, you don't want to try?
I can't. No, I literally can't, like, think
you
of
can't
what
think
it
of how
like.
it goes? Okay, yeah.
It'd be a terrible try. I just know it's Silver, like, Game 5, Silver Scrapes. Like, that's the meme.
Ooh, yeah, we could go for some channel point predictions. That'd be fun.
Yeah, do it. We could do that?
Through Twitch dashboard, I think, right? Chat, how do we set up a channel point prediction? They're the ones asking for it. I think that's a great idea. Let's see what the chat thinks the victors are going to be.
Yeah, you guys be the judge. We have seen what we have seen. And we have yet to know who our season 2 champions are.
All right, guys. We're giving the teams a few minutes to get prepared for this game, use the restroom, get up and stretch. So what we'll do is we will head over to a quick break, and we will set up some channel predictions for you guys so that you can make your predictions during champion select of the next game. So
let's see if Twitch chat can get it right?
Yeah. So stick around. We'll be back in a few, and we'll get that set up for you guys.
And look at that crit. That was such big damage.
That sounds like
another 5-man sleep. All 5. Volibear buffers his ulti, use it, and Jaeger's shooting some rockets, but the sleep was so big. How do you come back from that?
I don't know. The rockets.
5-man scatter of the week or 4. Big spells landing, but MCM is just tanking everything to the face. Castle's ability to sleep has been insane this game, but somehow McMaster, just
surviving through it. Yeah. I mean, the health bars on Jabbar and Sekiro are just so big.
And now this should be maybe an inhib give. Hit him up, Rob. Inzanias will drop to KVP. And now
you do not want to lose members here. This could potentially be the game. We still have 30 seconds on GP, so it's a 3v5, and you've got a huge Jinx pushing your base. I think the game is going to be over here.
The flash in from Zillion looking for the bombs onto Castle. He will drop to the Jinx who has moved on to base turrets. And all Jinx has to do is hit base. That City have to walk into. If they all file into any one of these, that's nasty Ornn ulti angle. And we could be seeing some sleeps as well. Hook's going to land on hit him up. Rob forces his Zanya's out. But Castle is going to get another nasty sleep. Another massive sleep. That ends the fight if I'm not mistaken. Some kills traded back. But I think MAAD City,
a scatter of the week.
Nice scatter of the week. They're fighting front to back. Couple low members. The Zillion res comes in on Jaeger, but he's out of peel, but he's dropping big damage. This could be a Jinx crit. This is one Jinx crit away from turning the fight. MAAD City peeling away, and it's Jaeger. Can he find an angle?
Jinx is about to go crazy.
Jinx with the resets. That's 2, 3. And McMaster University with the Jinx IE can turn it and get their soul.
Wow, that's what I'm talking about.
So big.
That fight was back and forth the whole time. First, the hook on the Cho'Gath into his Zonias. It looked like, oh no, it might not be too good for MAAD City. And then
review and talk about could we have burned or could we all have turned or what the situation is. But try to remember, we talk when you go for that fresh 20-minute Baron and try and pull off of it, you often lose the fight. And that's what we saw happen to MAAD City. They're getting punished by McMaster, who now has control of Drake.
So this is
Zillion bomb zoning. See how MAAD have to file into this choke here. Scatter of the week will tag a few, but it looks like McMaster are going to be able to secure this Drake. It does go over to the Volibear Sekiro. Here comes Castle with a big sleep. Look, 3 of them are going to go to sleep. That's pretty huge. Is there a follow-up? The Senna ulti over the top. Castle almost manages to get out, but they trade him back. Ornn tanking in the front line, but he's getting chunked. Mark Boots drops the ulti on him. He's getting low, and that's MAAD City. It's MAAD City that win this fight. Double bomb on Brown Banderas. He will cleanse it. Actually, that never hit. Jaeger running low, and it's a full book from MAAD City, but they do get third Drake, so I call that a win for them. But
I think
MAAD
so too.
City
So
with the
now
proper punish.
McMaster on Soul Point. Gonna be.
I mean, we're watching them try. Let's see what happens. Mark Boots with Scatter of the Week on to Sekiro. Sekiro needs to get in and look for the smite. It looks like a peel off here from
But here's
MAAD
the
City.
thing. The smite can't out-damage.
Oh, the hook lands on hit him up, Rob. But he's in Zanya's. Sekiro goes in with the Volibear, gets a big ulti, but a few members dropping. Big gangplank ulti. Zillion R goes on Volibear, doesn't res him, but it is a punish try. I think starting that Baron was a little over-ambitious. I also think starting this for McMaster is a little over-ambitious, but they're playing with such slim margins. Jaeger, the hook, they find the hook on Mark Boots and take him out. Now Baron.
All right, guys. We are back. And we're ready to get into this next game here. Pro Draft is going to be starting any second now.
Let's just get right into it.
And if you guys want, you can go into the chat and do !bet with the tag of your favorite team or the team you think is going to win. And we could do a poll on who will win this game. And we'll see which one of you viewers are going to make some nice, big, fatty payouts. Am I right?
That's right. Just like these players, both of the finalists in our league are getting paid outright. It's just what proportion of the pot are they going to get? So they are they're playing for, you know, that prize, that money. But at the end of the day, these are truest of true gamers here. Both, you know, both teams are winners. They are finalists again and going to take some money home. So everyone can be happy at the end of the night.
Yeah, definitely. I am really excited to see how this draft is going to play out because I really just have no clue.
I mean, look at the way the bans have developed. They went from meta blanket bans to, like, okay,
straight up target, like,
your
no
team
Zillion, no Graves.
Your team needs Graves, your team needs this, your team needs that. And that opens up those meta bomb picks that they were banning in previous games.
Yeah.
What was the example?
It was like
that they let through. It was Camille.
Oh, that was being banned, and then they let it through.
Yeah, like, for example, Camille gets let up in Game 4 because they needed to sack the Camille ban for something. It gets picked up. It doesn't win. Tristana, we see Volibear. All of these bans you know, they're leaving up the Yone, or the Viegos are being left up. The Seraphine is being left up. They're taking, red side is taking 2 good first picks away. The next best first pick is Hecarim. McMaster has to ban Hecarim. Mad City know this. And then they could ban the next best jungler here. It's not going to be Karthus. It could be Udyr.
The Lee Sin.
Oh, that's right. Of course. See, that's why we can't that's why you can't go tier list here, because we're game 5. It really comes down to the player proficiency and the information that the coaching staff and players have at this point. But if this isn't Hecarim, we are in for a ride.
Literally. Oh, I'm just like, the pressure is on for them, man. I can only imagine what it feels like to be in this pick ban.
Syndra, they respect the Syndra and leave the Hecarim open. Is it a first pick for Mad City? It's not.
Oh, it's Seraphine.
So you could go Camille. You could go Camille Hecarim again. You don't have to pick it 1-2. But they're going to prioritize Seraphine over Hecarim, which we have not seen Hecarim unbanned all day.
No, yeah.
I
feel like in like 2 weeks.
This is the 8th game. And this is the first time Hecarim has gone unbanned. Mad City passed up for a Seraphine that we all know can flex into multiple roles. So we'll have to see what they answer with. They could go TF Hecarim, and it would be so good. They could go Hecarim and Prio AD like Kaisa. They will go Heck Ori, getting venerated on his comfort pick. And the quick response right off the rip is Olaf into Darius. This tells me they're preparing for the Hecarim pick. They knew. They said, we're going to take Sarah, we're going to give him Hecarim, we're going to pick Olaf into it. And then Brown Man Darius says, he says, just give me my mans.
Dude.
And that's what they do. They pick Darius third. So Darius is...
Let's see if this is everything it is hyped up to be.
I hope so. That Vayne... Ooh, when you
that is so spicy.
When
What's
you pick
happening?
But when you pick it third like that, to me it's 20% leaning top lane. Just saying.
Ooh,
otherwise,
into the Darius.
Because like you don't pick Vayne.
Dude, Jabbar on Vayne into Brown Man Darius.
I'm just that'd be.
This is so.
No, that's let's assume it's 80% bot. But
but
when you pick it third right after you see a Darius, it's like, is that going to be something they can abuse, and can that be their way in?
Doesn't he seem like he could just like? Dude, he just whipped out that Riven like, oh yeah, I used to be a Riven one trick. Surprise.
Oh, he could easily be a Vayne player. Yeah, this guy's mechanics are on point. His understanding of the game is prime, and he would know how to, manage that matchup without overstepping his ground. We see the Zoe being respected here from McMaster University. They already have Syndra and Zoe down, but they're not going to ban. I think Silas should have been the ban instead of Jinx. If you put Silas with Olaf and Darius, you can never fight that top side, and it actually makes Hecarim's life so hard. Oh, and Silas would actually be a great pick for McMaster University because you already see Seraphine, and that alone can give you a Silas pick.
Oh my god.
If Silas gets through this round 2, I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to see either team pick it up.
All right, so do we see Silas right here, but where does it go? Top?
Oh, true. Okay. Yeah. True. It doesn't look as good for McMaster now that you explained that Ori's already picked. It does look better for Mad City in the mid lane, but because Hecarim ulti is one of the best ones to take, Shen ulti is another good one. Hecarim ulti is great for Silas. Ori ulti is so-so, and Vayne is really bad, if I had to guess. Shen is great. Okay, it's a blind Shen. They're holding their... It's not Vayne top. It's Vayne bot. They're holding their support pick.
Could be Shen support, though.
True. Okay. Oh, I'm reading too
Dude,
much. I'm reading into this too much.
It's just so wild. Like, I don't even... It's, like, hard to break down. I mean, I could be so wrong there.
It's extremely hard to break down. And drafting itself is impossibly hard. So it really comes down to a lot of intuition of the players. Sometimes it comes down to, hey, what do you like in this matchup? The player makes the decision, and as a coach, sometimes you give that player their most comfortable pick if you trust that player. And
Chat's saying that McMaster is straight up getting out-drafted. I don't know.
If Silas comes right here, then they do. Then they are. But Sarah could be mid, remember.
Oh, it could be. And it is!
Okay, Seraphine mid. Okay.
All right, so this is really what's going to determine a lot of what happened during this draft. What is this pick going to be?
It's something to keep Vayne alive in the game And if it's going to be Thresh and a Nautilus, so basically when you pick a Vayne early in the draft, you know they're going to try and counter at something like Nautilus, who can lock her down. You need to counter that Nautilus, and Thresh Flay can do the trick. And also, when you blind Nautilus here, you prevent, okay, Galio comes in, and it's going to be Galio, Vayne, bot lane, pretty spicy.
I like it.
Doesn't counter the Nautilus in the sense I was thinking with Thresh, Disengage, and Lantern, and Box, and all that. But Galio, we all know, is an insane champ with the taunt can win you games. The taunt can win you games, and his ulti giving him that roam power to just show up. Outdrafted. Chat likes Mad City's draft. If you are,
but is that just because you see like some meta picks here?
Well, like I think if you give Mad City the credit that they are game planning to beat the Hecarim, and they baited the Hecarim out by first picking Seraphine. And then they have the Olaf up their sleeve to pull out into the Hecarim, knowing, like, guys, we win this matchup, this is how we play it. Then, yes, I like Mad City. But when it comes to giving over the strongest jungle in the game, Venerated's comfort pick on Orianna. I like McMaster's one, too. I don't love their last three because I don't think Shen can survive in the Darius lane. I think that might be where McMaster really messed up in the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be real. It's Brownman Darius on Darius. So is he just gonna do some crazy shit? I don't think we've seen him. Has he had it in the series yet?
Or not in the series.
In the season, I mean.
Once in the season sounds right.
One time, Holy Boxer says.
And I've never been afraid for Jabbar's life until this moment.
Oh, that's saying a lot, guys.
I don't know how
you heard it here first. Diddy is afraid for Jabbar's life right now in this matchup.
In this matchup, like. I don't know how you fight back into Darius as Shen. Maybe you take Ignite, and then you like try and win level 1 and get level 2 first, and then hit him with a taunt, and now you can threaten lethal. But that only gets you through the early stages of the game. Like, in my opinion, you're going to have to completely sack that lane and TP down to your Vayne Galio in order to snowball the Vayne. Because even if Darius gets super ahead, it's not Shen that deals with the Darius, it's the Vayne that deals with the Darius.
Yeah.
So if you sack your lane as Shen and go support your Vayne and get your Vayne ahead, or protect her so she can scale in the game, yes, Darius will get big, but Darius is very weak into Vayne.
I can't wait to see the way this shakes out.
Yeah,
I think the Seraphine pick is so big, too. I think, you know, the way you're breaking down the matchup in the jungle and kind of picking the team around Hecarim, I do see the point, you know, the possibility of the point being made, like, okay, yeah, they got way outdrafted, and it's obvious. But it wasn't obvious enough for me. I think that, like you're kind of stating there, the Vayne is going to be really good into that Darius, but it all depends on how the Vayne's lane plays out, because potentially that Kaisa could, you know, outscale the Vayne as well.
Oh,
up.
definitely.
So
yeah.
We'll just have to see how it plays out, but while we're waiting for the client's pick ban and spectator delay. I'm running out of juice, man.
Hey.
Oh, my man with the sponsor coming in clutch.
You said you're running out of juice. What the hell? You think I'm just holding this can up to the camera?
Dude, I thought you were.
No,
I thought it was just an ad section.
Some?
Oh, yeah, I'll go get some.
Oh, you don't want some of mine right now?
No.
Dude, what's wrong with me? You don't love me?
I love you.
All right.
With that being said, heading over to a break. We'll see you guys shortly.
Archetypically is more similar to Udyr in the style if they want to just clear their camps and get to mid-game on a power spike. KVB with the hook landing on a Braum. They're going to all in the Braum. The Ignite goes down, forces the flash. KVB with the flash, couple autos to follow up. And that's Digital Dash standing right in front of KVB. The Flay is full carry.
Yeah, it's like something like a... looks like he messed up the engage there. But I think something like, you know, a Cassiopeia would have probably been a little bit better.
That's a pretty good idea of a pick, but it was all about hanging the Syndra and deciding the Slammer bot.
Yeah.
That resulted in this.
Yeah, like it was picked as a mid pick at the beginning with the
Okay, Jabbar went for it, but Brownman Darius trades it back. And we need to see the state of the wave. I don't think the creeps are under turret. We can't see the wave, or else I could maybe tell you who that's worth for.
It wasn't first blood, but it all depends on wave state. KVB goes in, but he gets locked up by the Rel. But that is going to be Sekiro jumping in with Jaeger, the two-man unit, going in, trying to get multi-frags. Another jump for Tristana, but she doesn't use it on the unit. Oh, she goes down. That's a shutdown going over to Mark Boots, but the double kill goes to Lee Sin. The situation is won by McMaster University, and they can take Drake #1 here. McMaster winning the fight out. Tristana getting multiple jumps.
This is it.
Unless Karthus ult just kills everyone.
It's not enough. That's dude, they're too chunky.
McMaster University, are they going to run it down mid and go for N, or can Brown Man Darius pull off some heroics? He needs to. Oh, he tagged Jaeger, but it's not enough. He's still alive somehow. He's running away, but he's burning, and that's a full ace for McMaster University at 42 minutes. You got to look at that timers.
Is this game? I really don't know it.
So much pressure here on Mad City to pull it off. The shockwave only hits him up.
That's not good, man. I think that is bad for them. I think that, I know it kind of shuts down somewhat of the engage for them, but I think that you need that shockwave to peel like an actual.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone on that try. It is a shockwave that does only kill hit him up. Rob. I think this wave they need to go. It's a cannon wave. You're not getting supers anytime soon. You dive here. I think you dive here.
Oh, that's it.
Weak will hit, and they will. They jump turret. It's Camille in face first. She'll lock down Jaeger, but gives her life. Karthus ulti, how big has it gotten? Not big enough, but they do crack turret. That's major
now
key
it's opened
here.
them up to fight,
Mark Boots goes in. He's going to go on KVB with his ult, but he doesn't find the damage.
I think it's like if you actually tag him there, then it's how you end.
Ah, so close. Yeah. Everything's so close. Mad City. And he's working on his 4th item. He has those Grievous. Oh! Weak Digital Stain! He's going to pick off the Tristana, but will give his life. Big old shockwave. That might just win it for McMaster. Here goes Mark Boots. He's in. He's being focused, but he can snap back. He will do that, but it's Jabbar waiting for him in between the turrets. Tier 2 goes down. Jabbar's feeling himself. He's going deep on Mark Boots. Shield here comes out.
Man.
And that's going to be Mark Boots dropping. We might be going game 5 here. Here comes Brown Man Darius. You engage on the KVB. But it's Sekiro on Lee Sin answering absolutely everything. Karthus ulti, what will it do?
Nothing.
Not enough to kill, and Brown Man Darius needed a couple frags there. Triple kill. 20 bomb for Sekiro as they advance into the base of Mad City.
Dude, this series of matches here, these first 4 games have all been jungle pop-off games.
They want to look to trap, because they're down a man. Their Tristana is going to spawn right when Drake spawns, which means they need a pick here. They need a trap here.
They kind of split here.
Boots. They are outnumbered, though. It's going to be KVB focus first. Big shockwave to turn the fight back around, but we see hit him up, Rob, diving in the back line. McMaster doing a good job kiting away.
I think that they can do this.
Jabbar is going to strike Mark Boots down with the glory of God.
Oh, and he gets him again.
Still going in, and this looks like McMaster all day are going to be able to claim Soul. They found the 4v5, they found the pick. It was all because just Digital Stain is up very far. Flash kick, he's free.
All right, I'm seeing the Fs in the chat, guys. They want it. I see one.
Okay, Lee Sin is going to follow up and look for another kill, but it could be traded back by the Karthus, but no, it's 2 for 0. I think Digital Stain just fell asleep in this game. He just walked right up to mid lane turret, got in auto range of it, hit it once, and because of that, we're looking at a 3 for 1 trade by McMaster because Sekiro punished quickly. I'm not sure what the comms were, miscommunication, but here's Mark Booch trying to salvage it with all of his might. He just can't 1v2 the Tristana right now. Brown Man Darius went in.
Oh, this Garen.
Brown Man Darius went in, cleaned up Alistar, but will get traded back, and this is looking like Baron McMaster en route to a Infernal Soul after reset. This is looking like
this
Mad
game
City
is so hype.
This is McMaster favor. What a crazy series try. How?
We're just jaw dropping back here. We're just.
Hey, wait. This strike's insanely important. And we failed to cover this setup. It looks to me like Mad City is arriving second here. So control McMaster. They get it. Okay, no contest. That's soul point for McMaster. Here's the punish. It starts with hit him up Rob. Brown Man Darius here to follow up, but that's Camille in the front line. She could probably fall instantly.
Big kick from Sekiro here.
Sekiro with the punish, and this looks good for McMaster University, but it's Castle in the middle of them doing a lot of damage, but it's not enough. And Venerated could go down, and he does.
Boy.
Mark Boots under some fire. And that is a team fight win from McMaster University off of the engage by MAAD City.
Oh, look at that shield, though.
That shield
Holy.
is big boy shield. Mark Boots. He clips one and trades another kill back. But Jabbar, man.
Dude. 2 members, Sekiro and Mark Boots, just getting away with like 10 HP farm items.
Exactly. Okay, Brownman Darius stuck behind 3 members. Camille's a champion that can get away here, but Sekiro going to open up with the kick. There goes the E from Brownman Darius. He's looking for the plant. He's alive, but not for long. Sekiro over the wall. We'll clean that one up.
That was some good movement there, Sekiro, making sure he's stuck on him and recognizing that, okay, he's going over the plant. Let me make sure I'm there.
And now it's MAAD City with that
mid-lane those are
pressure.
Just clipping him, and he's dead.
Scatter the weak into the Rel follow-up, into the one-shot Tristana. That's Jaeger falling to Digital Stain. Hit him up, Rob. He's in a tough spot, but I think he'll give your life for that play. And gets an exhaust on his way out, if I'm not mistaken. Here comes Mark Boots. He's looking for an angle. Nice Q by Lee Sin. Sekiro is really on one on this champion, but he's trading over shutdowns every time he goes in and risks his life. So, man, a ton of back and forth try.
I like this Lee Sin right now.
Comfortable enough to start up Herald here. They're going to grab that for themselves. But if you're playing the late game cart this game, you're feeling pretty decent here for MAAD City.
Hey, you caught us in the setup, guys. And we're back.
Game point.
It's not a. It's match point.
It was already match point last game. I had to
now
say
it's
something
match.
different.
No, you didn't.
Go ahead. And what?
We are back. This is game 5. This is everything 5. Is on the line here. This is finally a game 5 in our grand finals. MAAD City versus McMaster University. And these two teams are just out here having some epic games. It's insane.
One match for the grand prize try. This is a difference of everything. It's one game.
I don't care how many seasons of LSS we do. I feel like the pick ban for this series right here is going down in LSS history.
Cool. I love that.
It was so far absolutely epic.
Wait, watch this. Look at Brown Man Darius. Why is he not hitting it? Darius, kill that ward. Darius could get level 2 on first. Did Darius kill the ward? No, it was Olaf. I don't understand that. Darius, if he kills that ward, for those of you who don't know,
Castle was trying to get him to as well.
Will get level 2 on wave number 1. You don't have to wait for that melee minion from the second wave, and that could be a kill on Shen if Shen doesn't know that.
So that's really weird. It seemed like Castle was trying to give it to him, and maybe Brown Man Darius was kind of like looking somewhere else, or
maybe he didn't want to show the 1 CS. That's the only thing I can think of, is he doesn't want to show that he was even there. I don't know, but wait, Galio with the level 1 taunt. Vayne actually can kind of, she can scrap level 1, but she already got hooked. Ignite going down onto both. Hit him up, Rob, and Jaeger's watch the flash away and heal. It's so close.
Wow, we are starting out guns a-blazing.
Yeah, I mean, Vayne opened up for, the auto Q, which she can actually trade reasonably well as a level 1 champion, but then getting hooked by Nautilus there, Ignites go down, and it is just on here. She has to burn the heal, and Kaisa still has the cleanse. Other than that, pretty even. Other than, Vayne took a bad back as well, try.
Yeah, that is rough. That's a rough start to a game in a lane that doesn't necessarily look good for you in the first place.
Well, good hook by Hit 'em Up Rob. He's already shown up in this game 5. This is why he's out there. This is why he's among the greats. All these guys out here insanely good at the game. Here's that level 2 for Darius. He's going to miss the Q. Gets taunted by Shen. And here's the early Hecarim visit. 2 ghosts being popped here. But can Brown Man Darius 1v2? He needs that Q. He doesn't. He only gets
flash.
1 heal.
He's going to die.
Jabbar, is he going to burn? He doesn't have Triumph. He burns, and it's a trade. But Jabbar has TP. Darius doesn't, so I think that's actually fine for Jabbar if he could TP back to lane and make sure his wave state isn't bad. And get
it looks like he's walking, though.
Here's Digital Stain. Look at that. Massive all-in on KVB, burning his flash. Try There's a lot going on in these early minutes.
Dude, these guys are
wait,
swinging
it's a
right
scrap
now.
for Crab. It's 2v2. Venerated forced to flash away because Castle is too scary at this point in the game. They don't want to go Fog of War. Shen opting not to
I'm trying to see more fisticuffs. Let's
Shen,
go.
Shen doesn't use TP top, which tells me the wave's already pushing to him, and it's already a decent wave state. So he's going to maintain his TP advantage here. And then off of the bad Vayne back, depending on how much she cleans up here, she can maybe even out. But I think she's down a handful of farm as well. We see Castle looking for a double Crab. Typically, you don't see Olaf on the map until he's level 4 because he goes for the full 24 CS clear, but needs to be active against this Hecarim early, who showed early, and is going to be able to get a double Crab because of it. And now Darius is actually moving, okay? He's getting a ward from Mark.
Wow, this already starting off so fast. Guys, we're at the 4-minute mark, and we've seen plays all across the map already. We've seen kills on both sides, and it's just starting off with a bang.
I gotta say, the one thing that might go overlooked or unnoticed by any onlookers is that Castle is doing his thing again. I think he's off to the races and going to be able to farm gap the Hecarim. I know it doesn't look like it now, but I think he's set up to actually be able to full clear this bot into top, and then he can look to play around Darius and get Hecarim's top respawn camps if he doesn't want to base for an item. But he is already ahead a bit. I just think Castle, when he gets off to a lead, Castle is so good at taking subtle advantages and just snowballing them out of control. He doesn't throw. He doesn't make the bad decisions. That's why he plays these scaling champions that power farm. Olaf, not much of a scaler, but a power farmer. You guys get the idea. But here we return to the Darius and the Shen lane, which I gotta say has to be Darius' favorite. It just has to be.
Yeah. And being able to trade that 1-for-1 on the 2v1 gank is just incredible.
For sure.
I think that's the kind of thing is like, maybe that put him in a bad spot, but I no longer think it does.
And his wave, the wave is pretty bad for Shen here. I think he is risking he might have to risk his life to crash this. It looked like 4 minions, maybe one was really low. It's close. No, it actually looks like it's bouncing to Shen, and he'll be able to safely let it push to him. I wish I could get a really good look at that wave.
Yeah, it was bouncing back and forth too quickly.
It was tough. Because remember, it was a Shen into, I think, it was a Shen into someone else where the Shen's wave was bad and he had to risk his life to reset it and died, and it snowballed out of control. It was
the hook lands.
Hook lands on a Jaeger. Is there going to be follow-up?
That taunt is so good right there to counteract and engage off that hook.
For sure, for sure.
It stops Kaisa from ever getting a chance to put damage on Jaeger when he is CC'd. So.
And remember that Galio was
good pick.
Was the last pick for red side here.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is what I was talking about for Castle. He did recall and get that spear thing, and now, but he is going to visit Darius lane top side where he is not afraid of Sekiro at all. I think he grabbed both of those medium-sized Krugs. The Seraphine ulti off the back of the Olaf. It hits, and is it an all-in? Castle! Oh, he's low, but so is Hecarim. And it's Jabbar here in a 1v3.
KVB's here as well.
Jabbar's been in this situation pretty much every game this series, and looks like they'll walk away now. Shen, a champion with the tools to turn dives. Very tough to dive. Not only the taunt, which everybody remembers, but the one everyone forgets about, the W. The auto attack stopping barrier thing that he drops makes him really hard to dive. But I think it's a matter of time before Darius runs away with this. I don't know why I feel the need to keep saying that, but it's just Brown Man Darius on his mans. So what do we think so far, Tri? Do you like any team much better than the other?
It's so hard. I'm really inspecting what's going on the map and trying to figure out what I think. But I think the calls you're making about Castle here, just you called it. You said he's in his bot. He's starting to pick up the pace on the CS, and it didn't look like it then, but now he is up 10 farm still, making his way back to his full clear, so he might be up like 20 CS, and he's already moving around with his team to impact the map, going top with Mark Boots, looking for stuff. It didn't pay off there, but they got sums, and they had KVB roaming top to look to defend something like. I think it also kind of plays this game on McMaster where they're hectically racing to stop him from doing what he did on the Graves. Yeah. And sending KVB top kind of gives them this chance that both laners are down here scaling. You could see we have level 4 on the supports, but level 6 on both ADs. So,
and going back to what have we said about Sekiro's jungler? When he played Volley Barrier, early aggro, they won. Then he played 2 power farmers, they lost both. Then he went to Lee Sin, early aggro, and they win. He's on a power farmer now. So I think going back to the Mad City strategy of leaving Hecarim up, they said, let's put Sekiro on a champion that needs to full clear, and we'll just do it better than him. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
And now Jaeger looking to crash his way, but Castle's around the corner. Oh no, the Galio Justice Punch gets knocked up. Here comes the Unstoppable from Olaf. They're going Galio first, but Hecarim is here. TP's coming in. Seraphine's here to help. So is Shen. Sekiro picks up Digital Stain. Now is it a dive, or are they just going to settle for Castle? Also drops as well. This looks pretty good for McMaster.
Oh,
a double
so good
onto Jaeger. That's massive. Well played by
Drake
McMaster
as well. Infernal as the first Drake. Ooh. That is a great start for this Vayne spot lane.
That can turn the whole game.
Yes,
they're
right coming back to lane, ready to rumble with the Infernal Drake, with a nice buy. I don't know how much gold she has, but she's going to come back with at least a few components of... what does she build? Kraken Slayer?
Who is this, Vayne?
Vayne.
It's, yeah. Kraken sometimes, or... Yeah, I think mostly Kraken.
Okay.
But wait.
Maybe, what is it?
Oh, Shield Bow?
No.
Gale Force?
Maybe Gale Force if it was really necessary, but I don't think it is this game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think that's ever that necessary, I mean, because she just
has tumble.
Yeah, if you're already dodging. But okay, we talked about this try. Shen used ulti to go bot to get his Vayne ahead, but he's paying the price for it top. He's down 32 farm against Darius, who now, because of that Shen TP, probably can kill him. Yeah. And that's just
and
simply...
We're about to see something here now. Oh, okay, he's out.
He'll taunt away. But remember, it's not Shen that deals with Darius, it's Jaeger on Vayne that deals with Darius. So if you sack your lane top, which he effectively did, but your Vayne gets a double kill, that is what Shen wants to happen. So we're kind of seeing at least that aspect of this matchup play out. And it puts a lot of responsibility on Brown Man Darius' shoulders to carry and Jaeger's shoulders to carry. So these two threats emerging for either team. And Castle back to work. You know, his farm lead, I think. Oh, wait a second. It's a red TP. McMaster University looking to make another play. They're opening up on Digital Stain, who has no flash. He's as good as dead. Jaeger with his third. Can they donate this one over? Yeah, this is brutal. Venerated will go ahead and scoop that one. Put himself on the board. And it's all about topside for Mad City. We see the map being split here. Castle knows not to, salvage the losing lane, but to play to your winning lane. They're going to go ahead and get first brick over to Darius. So, again, it's gold. The team with the gold from the Herald onto their Darius versus the team who already have Drake 1 and 3 kills on Vayne. That's what you needed to avoid here. If you are Mad City, I think at all costs, if Darius can slowly win you the game, you don't need to take anything that could get Vayne ahead. But it's McMaster being proactive and using their comp wisely to set the Vayne up.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of it, but like you were saying, I mean, Darius up 50 farm now, 40 farm, and Vayne, but I mean, dude, I'm just like, I don't know how to break this game down yet. I'm just looking at what's going on. I mean, they're tied up in gold regardless of the kill lead for McMaster, but like the Vayne is just going to be scary for their team.
Every game has come down to execution, and simply put, it's just.
I know that's why it's hard to break down because you're right. It's coming down to the way they play it, so it's hard to predict or try and analyze what could happen with these comps and who has the lead now and yada yada, because there's just gonna be one fight where somebody makes a sick play. Right. And it just changes everything.
He's looking for the 1v2, but he has the Shen ulti on him. This is going to be a 2v2. Taunt will miss Digital Stain, so he'll be able to peel it off. But the Unstoppable from Sekiro will come in. Can he follow up with the autos? He does, and that's Kaisa going down now just to Sekiro with the Shen ulti. This is how you run Hecarim Shen, by the way. In a nutshell, you could take 1v2 if you have that Hecarim. If you have that Shen ulti, make it a 2v2. Great play by McMaster University. And they are off to the races in this game, but gold is close, but they're up a Drake. Oh, man. But they're down first turret. It's so back and forth try, and now we see Hecarim is on the board. Yes, he's down in farm, so all that smack we talked about Castle, I think was low-key thwarted by the response play we saw from McMaster in the bot lane. Kind of threw him off a bit. He'll still have a nice farm lead, as we see, but Hecarim picking up 2 kills is good enough to keep him alive in the mid-game against Olaf. And Vayne completes Kraken, 13:36. Mark that moment in history.
Dude, yeah, that is a...
You know, we might be looking back at that as the critical moment here if Vayne pops off and gets a penna here. But Brown Man Darius going to have to look to play the split game. If you team fight into Vayne, Ori as Darius, really tough, right? So how do you play it? You split, but he has Ghost, right? So it adds another dimension of Shen can just sit there and catch your waves. You have to dive him. You can't make it to the fight across the map because you have Ghost. He can. He has 2 ways to make it across the map. So it's just a defense game for Shen and a split game for Darius. If Darius does opt to team fight, we got to keep our eyes on the way he interacts with Vayne because Vayne will just shred him in 6 autos and there's no way to reliably get onto the Vayne. So he needs his team's help. He needs a nice Seraphine ulti to go crazy.
Something about that Shen-Darius matchup as well is like the farm gap is not really getting any bigger regardless of Shen making other plays, you know, with ulti. So, you know, it's like how much will that really impact the outcome at the moment?
Yeah, not a lot so far, Try. I'm with you on that one.
They're the same level as well. I think that should be noted, even though he's up 50 CS.
And it's going to be a start for MAAD City uncontested. Yeah, interesting. I mean, they have Darius in the bot lane, and it looked like maybe Shen didn't want to use TP or just no contest, or maybe McMaster wants to go late, play slow. Hard to know here, but Drake going over to MAAD, going to tie that up. And, guys, the score is 7-1, but look up at the gold. It is less than 1K difference here. These teams, it might not look like it, but neck and neck.
So this is where we're talking about, like, I think Herald might be up in, like, 2 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, it doesn't tell us, but...
I'm trying to think of... I don't even remember when the first Herald play was.
It was top turret when Olaf took it.
Yeah, okay, now I remember.
Long time ago. It could be up any second, but this, you know... You could press O, but here, let me just...
No, we can't. We see no, you know, hourglass on it, so it's not coming up yet. Okay, now we do. So about 60 seconds, probably.
Okay, cool. Oh, it's just the timers at the top that don't. It just shows Baron. Okay,
yeah.
I see now.
Yeah. But so now we do see the hourglass. Is that a 60-second timer from gray and then 30 for yellow?
I think so. Yeah. Right.
I think makes sense. Right. Right, guys? It makes sense.
Wait. The yellow one might be 15 seconds. I don't think the yellow one's 30.
So maybe it's 30 and 15.
Maybe 30 and 15. I'm actually got that one backwards now. Okay, but teams are lining up top side with their multi-man formations here, looking for this Herald. We all know the Herald that... Oh, wait a second. Hit him up, Rob. Forced to flash away. The Herald that can't get you plates is not as important. Sometimes teams just give this away just for map control on the other side of the map. But it looks like both of these teams want this. So how bad does either team want it? What are they willing to risk? Because, you know, Herald doesn't do much damage. It doesn't offer much. But hit him up, Rob. Going to find a hook on a Venerated, putting KVB in the middle of the mix. Pretty decent shockwave. Hecarim ulti. Or, I'm sorry, Shen ulti going on to Hecarim. They're grouped up, getting Digital Stains flash, and it's a full-on disengage. No one drops.
Wow.
And it's back
so much burned there with no kills is surprising to see. But it looks like they're just going to get the Herald. I was thinking maybe, like you said, it's not as important. Maybe MAAD City was just looking for the setup to fight over Herald.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the fight turns out to be nothing.
Yeah, it's like the team that is there first probably wants to fight because they should, in theory, have vision control. The team that's approaching should be apprehensive there, depending on how badly they want that objective.
Yeah.
And for second Herald, you see that it was, you know, not a full commit, but, you know, kind of just a look from McMaster. And then when they, you know, big cooldowns went down, they sort of played the disengage. Can't blame them for that, but It is going to be Cloud Soul try for this game 5 here.
Classic Cloud Soul every game.
It's up in 1 minute 40 and some change. We'll have to see where the players go. So typically you want Shen away from that objective. I see Shen walking bot. I don't like that right away. Vayne, needs to travel the map. I think Shen should be top here for McMaster University to get the most out of the pick, right? Because you're going to probably shield the Hecarim or save your Vayne, and you might as well be pressuring a lane if you can get away with it while you do that. And Darius can't go top in this situation because he doesn't have TP, right? So I think Shen should be top lane, not bot lane. We'll have to see if they want to swap him. They have 1:17, as we do have a pause here. Whew!
I know, this is a game and a half. Oh. Okay, we got a little bit of lag issues here, so that's the reason for the pause. Assuming they'll just, maybe someone will try to reconnect or close a few things up on their computer and see if things could go back.
So now do you like team?
You guys know what I'm talking about.
Now do you like a team much more than the other?
Dude, not really, kind of. Like, I really don't know where this game is going.
Yeah, it looks like set up for a Vayne carry, if I had to say.
Like, I just think that the farm difference is not that big as far as Darius goes on the Shen. Like, he's not really doing much with it. And Darius, I feel like, wants to be doing more right now, and McMaster kind of just shutting that down. Not shutting him down, but shutting down his opportunities to, really showcases Darius.
Right.
And now the Vayne being 3-0, she's catching up in farm at this point. Kai'Sa's falling behind. We're working on second item. I'm assuming it will be a Phantom Dancer, and then I don't know what's after that, IE for Vayne, and it's like, that is big. That's big damage.
I'm not sure what Vayne's third item is.
Me neither. I think it might be IE right now, but
okay.
I'm not 100%.
Yeah, maybe. The way I'm looking at this game, and the reason I like McMaster here is we see the emerging threats. The Darius is getting strong. The Hecarim is, maybe even with Olaf, maybe slightly ahead. But the Vayne being ahead, right? So if one team has a Darius that is ahead, but the other team has a Vayne that's ahead, if you think about the way those two champs go, it's just Vayne deals with Darius so well. The wild card try, in my opinion, is the Seraphine versus Orianna, right? Both have these massive impact ultimates that can just win you the game on a dime, right? So if Seraphine, we've all seen it. The random Seraphine ulti that wins you the game. It just hits your entire team. Okay, I resume, and then an insta-pause. The random Seraphine ulti that can win you the game, but across from her is Orianna, who can do the same with her ultimate, right? So these massive cooldowns in the mid lane, in my opinion, are the wild card here. I think Hecarim and Olaf are of similar power levels. Like, if you look at maybe the top jungle 2v2, similar power levels. The Vayne, obviously massively ahead, but the wild cards in the mid lane and those abilities. And then we've seen both Hit 'em Up Rob and KVB be those playmakers for their team. So, I think everybody's execution is massively important in this game. It's all 10 members. It's whoever works best together. And to me, slightly MCM favored, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the tables flip.
Okay. I was thinking as you were finishing that off, is like they retimed that repause just for you, just so you could finish your thoughts.
Oh, thanks, boys.
It was so perfect.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate. Let's get back into the action. Try. Darius, a champion that can bleed this match out up. We just haven't seen it yet. It's been more of a team game and less of a Darius solo queue stompy. But it's Brownman Darius on a signature pick. If anyone's going to carry this game even into a Vayne, it's this guy. He probably knows better than most how to manage.
He's probably played that matchup many a times.
And then, I mean, there's always, like, the Olaf can run the Vayne down through the entire team, right? Castle, I'm sure. Like, Vayne can't deal well with Olaf with his ulti on, right?
Yeah.
So she can go invis and actually make it pretty tough for him. But
like, if she waits it out, like, there's times, I mean, something that is, like, intermediate Vayne tech is not just queuing and autoing on, you know, on the queue for the damage. Like you
wait the invis a bit.
You don't. Yeah, the invis lasts until you auto. So
how long
until
can that
auto,
last for?
I don't know the exact time, but it's like your Q has a set duration that it will do that bonus damage until you, you know, before it goes away and the cooldown will start to go again. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure the invisibility will last for that duration as well.
Pretty nuts.
So it might be like 2 seconds, maybe a second. I'm not sure. 2 seconds or something sounds better.
I think if Vayne's bases aren't covered and Olaf tags her with an axe, he can go ahead, pop ulti, rush her down, and in that moment you can't condemn him. And I
mean, I'm thinking about it right now. It might be more like 5 seconds. Think about like when a Vayne like Q and then wants to hit an auto, like it could be like a 5 second.
There's no way, because imagine you go to gank a Vayne and she just like
turns invis
and just walks out for 5 seconds.
Like, so the invisibility cannot be the duration of the damage proc.
It must be its own duration then. Either way, invis, pretty good way to deal with Olaf, but back to, like, you know, the grand scheme of things. Okay, Darius is strong, but Vayne's strong, but Olaf can deal with Vayne. You know, it's like different pieces of these comps can kind of deal with different champions differently, and that comes down to the way you line up for fights. I mean, obviously the angles you can find, if you find a great angle, it probably means the champs that you have that can deal with theirs are doing what they should do. So it really comes down to execution. Definitely.
Something to note here is like the farm differences are kind of starting to switch up a little bit. I mean, we have a farm lead on Orianna mid, and this farm lead for Kai'Sa is getting smaller and smaller as the time goes by.
Yeah, that's good to point out too. It means, you know, Vayne has found her footing in this game. She's 2 items, and third. Oh, okay, she just has that magic resist cloak, and we've had some downtime here. Not a lot going on here.
Yeah. I think that's what McMaster wants. I think you had said that earlier, but they just want this game to go long for Vayne.
Oh, wait a second. KVB could go down for free here. I don't think that is what he wanted.
I think he was trying to potentially just kite for Vayne, not realizing that that was a 5-man play happening in mid.
Jumped in, and right as he hit the E, he knew he messed up probably. But we see Venerated over the Baron wall. We've seen Orianna Shockwave steal Baron today, earlier in our first series. Can they do it again? Watch Sekiro going over the wall.
She needs to be careful she doesn't get pulled over by Darius.
Eyes on Sekiro here if he can find an angle, but maybe the threat of Ball plus Baron is enough to stop MAAD City's Baron.
Okay. I think that's... I don't know if they needed to do that, but I kind of like the way they're playing it. It's Game 5. Everything is on the line here, and MAAD City doesn't want to overstep their boundaries and look for a play that's not guaranteed when it could mean the difference between a victory and a loss.
You know why? It really was a good pull away from MAAD City, and it would have been a terrible Baron force because you have Sekiro over the wall, so effectively it's a 50-50. And Orianna's job is to dance outside your range, wait till your call is for commit Baron, and then when everybody's hitting Baron, you go Shockwave. And because Sekiro everybody has to be in pit, yeah. And so when you see Ori Ball and you're hitting Baron, it really puts a lot of pressure on your call to burst Baron. It kind of forces you to turn. But if Ori knows that, she's going to tether your whole team while Baron hits you, right? So a really good Ori is going to space that properly and actually has a ton of presence and threat in that situation. Also, I always like to see a team start Baron and peel away. They did lose mid-tier 1 try if you were watching, and that was like the cost of that start.
Yeah, Baron is not... It's one of those things that you see. It's like a lot of teams will die for Baron.
They think
if they start it. Starting it means it has to be finished.
Yeah, like it doesn't mean that, but yeah, the coordination it takes to start and peel off or disengage or turn or burn is really a tricky situation for a lot of teams.
And it needs to be immediate, otherwise people get punished for it. Like,
that's right.
If you don't say, all right, everyone leave now, then people start getting chunked by Baron. People are like, wait, are we staying or are we going? Then the Orianna Q hits somebody. It's like...
And would it be a Game 5 of LSS Grand Finals if it wasn't tied up almost here? 1K difference about. 2 Drakes to 1. Drake number 3 spawning in 25, but try its Cloud Soul. I mean, yes, it's good for this team, it's good for that team, but is it really that impact of the mountain, the ocean, the Inferno that we've been seeing all day? I think possibly it's givable. So how much are teams willing to put on the line for these later Cloud Cloud Drakes. My question. Both teams appear to want this. And you know what? Mad City get to just walk in for free. This has to be a mistake from McMaster University. Maybe not having the players there in time, but to just let them walk in and find River. And now they have a tag on Sekiro.
Oh, whoa, that is aggressive. And is it working?
Brown Man Darius is frontline v frontline with a nice Seraphine ulti charm on 2 and a root on 2. This is what I'm talking about. That is 1 man down here for Mad
That is
City.
2 man.
2 for Brown Man Darius. He's doing it.
Oh,
is that a dunk for the 3rd? It is. The triple kill for Brown Man Darius. He found an angle where it was front line versus front line. He goes Galio first. That's what Darius is good at. They let Mad City walk right in the river for free without using your zoning abilities, your Oriana. Shen is nowhere to be found at all. And it is downhill here from McMaster University.
That is what Darius was playing so calm and collected for this entire game. Not trying to get out of control to take his lead, just a 1-in-1 game, picking up his CS. And what do you know? With the team setting him up right, he picks up the triple, and now he's looking pretty huge.
Oh my goodness. What a epically historic Darius triple kill. But look at this 50-50. Hecarim goes in slightly early. It goes over to Castle. Huge smite here. The Galio ulti coming in to back up the Hecarim, but they could both be dead. Oh, it was the Shen he was backing up, and Galio will give his life for that. The table is flipped. The momentum is all Mad City now. They're ahead. They're up in gold. They're on Soul Point. Their Darius is off, and their Kai'Sa's working on item number 3. What a swing. What a turn of events in this insanely crucial game 5.
Mad City is a bunch of mad lads, let me tell you.
That's right.
So now they've get the pressure from Baron. Like you said, the Soul Point is up in 340, so they can really do a lot. I mean, do they want to get the 1-3-1 here for Baron in all lanes? I don't really know. I mean, they could have Darius. So Darius bot.
Yeah, right now that we see a 4-1. The tricky thing about 1-3-1 here, Tries, they only have 1 TP. Darius
That's what I was thinking.
Ghost.
I was kind of thinking like, yeah.
So it's tough to say because if you group
they need to stay a little closer, I think. Like, so being top bot or mid bot is good.
Galio could flash here and they could 5v4 if Darius is bot. You know what I'm saying? Like Galio doesn't have flash, but if you hard engage this 5v4, and that's what KVB is looking for, not quite yet. You know, Mad City understands that they're playing 4-1. That's why you back up when you see a Chemtech come at you, and there you go, red turret destroyed. So you see the push and pull going on here from Mad City to get the most out of this Baron, and it ends up being a 4-1 with Darius split. And what I like about this 4-1, instead of sending a member top and leaving that member astray, all 4 of your mid lane members are relatively close to Darius, right? It's one quick rotate through one quick jungle quadrant. I think if you 1-3-1, you're stretching yourself too thin for Hecarim Shen to punish and find an angle. So, you know, they are getting some Baron efficiency by being in multiple lanes, but they're not spreading themselves too thin, and you can see the push-pull that they're playing with.
So they're getting so much out of this, and now there's 5-man top. Are they going to look for this inhib here? Shen's bot.
And that's a hook coming in. Venerated drops instantly. It's Mad City looking to win the fight. Next goes down to Sekiro on Hecarim. And it's Brown Man Darius going crazy. Vayne is an absolute non-factor. Members dropping. Mad City looking to advance the base. There's almost nothing that can stop them. It's only Shen. It's only Jabbar.
Dude, this is game.
And it's GG.
This is Mad City taking home the championship title.
Season 2 Grand Finals champions here. Mad City coming into the league with an absolute bang and finishing strong. McMaster University gave us an absolutely amazing, historic performance of a series, but it goes like 5, and it goes Mad City.
The historic pick ban phase with these teams. And would you look at that? Let's go!
Mad City, congratulations.
I'm hyped. I don't even care who won. I'm just hyped to see a victor. I'm like, this game's had me rooting for both teams.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Who's getting some of that bag tonight after that bet there?
Did chat get it right?
I don't know. W's in chat if you made out on the on the 50-50 here.
Well, you know who else made out, Try? It's both teams that competed today are walking away with some prize money.
I know. You can't even be mad. You're still leaving with a prize.
You're a finalist. You're an LSS finalist. And you know what? You could be happy about your performance. You come into a league with, as many teams as we had. And to finish top 2, you're up there with some of the best of the best.
And some of these, if I'm not mistaken, both teams here came through from qualifiers.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. So...
Wow. So they battled their way up brackets and brackets to just qualify, just to get in the regular season, got them good seeding, good matchups, good performances, and that's what you need to do to be a team that, we're watching today.
Oh, man.
And
that is just something.
If we're talking about the draft, Try, you called it historic. What I will remember about that draft is the Hecarim dangle.
The dangle.
They dangled the Hecarim, and they first picked Seraphine, and McMaster fell right into it, you could say, but they took the Power Farm versus Power Farm matchup because Hecarim's so broken, you have to pick it.
Dude, and what about that switcheroo and just all of a sudden, whoa, Lee Sin, and then it pops off?
I know.
What was going on
They could have stuck to their guns
in these drafts.
They could have stuck to their guns and played another aggro jungler. But if you give Seraphine and Hecarim up in the same draft, you're probably going to lose. You can't give Castle Hecarim. So when they first pick Seraphine, you are forced to pick that champion.
Yeah.
And then now you're going toe-to-toe with Castle in his realm, in his, what's it in Jujutsu Kaisen when they have, the area becomes...
I don't know what they call it, but yes, I know what you're talking about. Chat
all
right, chat.
You are in Castle's world.
Hey, yesterday was Jujutsu Kaisen Friday. Let us know what Diddy's talking about, because I can't remember what the term they use is.
It's like a phrase. It's like 2 words. It's like,
somebody said something domain, yeah.
Yes, something domain. For sure, something domain. You are in Castle's domain when you go Hecarim versus Olaf.
And you get punished hard for it.
And, it was a good game. The Hecarim did come out early, got kills bot lane, got Vayne 3-0. That's picture perfect. When you draft those 5 champions and that happens, you are like, yes, this is our plan and we're doing it. But Castle's still getting ahead in farm. I think we saw maybe a pick on KVB that kind of, snowballed out of control.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Dude, I feel like I'm going to need to go back and do some more thinking and analyzing of these pick bans and how the game's played out. And I feel like it would be so beneficial for myself to do that because of this just showcased this was truly how you play League of Legends.
Yes.
Man,
I love it.
What a pleasant experience to be here and cast and watch these games.
Yeah. Are we possibly setting up for an interview?
Yeah, we're getting this. This means keep going.
I just wanted to say before we sign off that I really appreciate all the supportive comments in the Twitch chat. For me and Zach here. We put a lot of work into this, and it really is my passion here. So to be up here, it's a pleasure not only watching these guys play, but to be able to cast, and any positive feedback in this world we live in goes a long way. So
we really appreciate you guys. There's a lot of times Diddy and I will be watching for example, an LEC match, and you just see these guest casters getting torn up by chat. So to be up here as amateurs doing our best to improve this craft that we love doing, it is really good to see the chat, giving us positive feedback. So we appreciate you guys. We hope you guys had a great time watching the LSS. And season 3 will be on the way. Not too far out. We're going to be having some secret meetings to figure out, what kind of things we want to bring to you guys for season 3. Maybe some cringy, maybe some nice little skits for you guys.
Ooh,
really take it up a notch.
Why don't we do an improv?
I might have.
Let
me secretly whisper over to the producer's corner over here. We got some secrets, maybe, of what could be the potential prize for Season 3. Can I bring that up? So, if you guys didn't know, we do have a nice and awesome sponsor or partnership with a company called Trophy Smack. You guys might have seen them on Shark Tank, if you guys are Shark Tank fans. And what they do is they do fantasy football and other fantasy league trophies. So we are working with them to bring them their section of esports. So for LSS Season 3, we will be having a amazing trophy, a League of Legends trophy, customized for the League Saturday Series that will go out to the champions of LSS Season 3, and I'm talking about a real fucking trophy, guys. We're talking like potentially like a 4-foot tall League of Legends out trophy.
Teemo trophy.
And it is going to be awesome. So if you guys are fans of League of Legends, if any of the teams are hanging around still watching, let me tell you, you guys are going to want to come back because this shit is going to be awesome. If you guys want to check out some of the other stuff that we're doing with Trophy Smack, you guys can head over to our Twitter at One Life to Play and see some of the things that we've already done with them. We just had a Tekken tournament, Tekken Left Right, where the championship championship ring, and let me tell you, that thing was so bling, dude.
It was.
It was really fun to work with these guys. I got to design the ring face and the case that went with it. We made a cool little like B-roll video with some B-roll in it. You guys want to check that out? It's really cool. So take a look at that stuff. We do have it. You can see the links in the chat, so give those a look. I think we're getting ready for our interview here. We're going to be an interview with Castle. Well-deserved.
Stone-faced killer.
Yes, dude.
Stone-faced killer.
This man deserves an interview after those games. Yeah. Like we said, I mean, was it Jungle Diff almost every game? Maybe Darius did. Jungle
played an insane role in not only the workings of the game, but how draft played out every single time. Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was so awesome.
Yeah, it was huge. So is that it?
Okay. me and Diddy are so left out of the loop over here. I think we have our interview ready. Not yet. Okay, yet. We'll keep going. How's everybody doing?
I got one try. So if you're a university coach out there, like the McMaster University head coach that we spoke to today, and you want to stack your trophy shelf that you just got at your esports room.
Oh, yeah.
Where else are you going to go to put some material in that shelf other than LSS?
Nowhere.
No.
Let me tell you, we're talking about custom nameplates, custom plaques on these bad boys, a nice little nameplate for everyone involved in your team, coach, players, subs, everything. I mean, it's going to be awesome. And we've got Perp over here, our wonderful TO, actually has a little bit of background in 3D design. So we're going to have some custom trophy toppers for these bad boys. We don't know what we're doing yet for League of Legends, but I'm telling you guys, it's going to be a sick, badass trophy. Like Diddy said, if you guys are in a university, you're going to want those in your team room.
That's
Kent State, I'm specifically talking to you. So.
Oh, yeah. and Kent State, by the way, not that we need to go on this Kent State tangent because we talk about them so damn much up here.
They're just like right around the corner, so it's hard not to.
They have improved so much over the course of the 2 seasons that we've been able to watch them a ton. Like the improvement that we see from that group, if every university is out there doing it even close to what they are doing, the quality of play in North America is going to get better, guys, and that's another reason why we're here doing this.
Yeah, for real. And again, congratulations to Starponer for being rank 1 NA Seraphine and rank 3 in the world Seraphine. That's pretty damn cool.
That is pretty damn cool.
So let's talk a little bit about the MAAD City after they took that win.
I wish I knew more about the org because I would now go into what does the future look like for them. Maybe these are some questions we could ask in the interview, but I don't know what their next steps are. I would imagine this team should be gunning for proving grounds the early next year.
I think if I can recall correctly, we kind of talked to them about Mark Boots about this originally, and if I'm not mistaken, he was kind of saying like, oh, well, we don't really know, like we just play for fun. So we'll have to see, I'm sure our wonderful Holy Boxers has awesome questions for them here.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead. We do have Castle ready in this interview, so we're going to go ahead and hand it over to Holy Boxers. And, yeah.
Thanks. It's been great. See you Season 3. Let's go.
Thank you, guys. I'll take what you're handing me. Let's bring Castle in for this interview from MAAD City. Hello. Welcome back, sir. Congratulations.
Hello.
So, I know that you are a calm, cool man of few words, but I want you to tell me, how was the energy in your guys' comms as that final Nexus fell in the last game?
More relieved than anything because the game was kind of going really poorly early game, but it was like there was like some bit of tilt in the early game because we went for the Shen, like the kill bot, and we ended up getting messed up by the Shen, and we kind of knew it was coming, but we just greeted anyway and went for it. So it was more a relieving feeling than anything.
I bet. And you know what? Going to game 5, you guys must have been tired, exhausted. Was there somebody on the team that was kind of trying to pick you guys up, or is it sort of a team effort to do that?
I think someone who isn't even on the team was trying to pick us up. Someone just joined our call and just started trying to hype us up, and the rest of us were just kind of calm about it.
Well, there you go. You've got a team cheerleader. I love it. Now, I know I was really hoping that I was going to get you actually for the interview because it really felt like these games were going back and forth on the jungle's backs. Did you feel that pressure on your shoulders as you were playing, or did you just play your game and it turned out in your guys' favor?
So in terms of jungle, I think the fourth game, I can't believe how much of a lead he got. I literally said like this game's over at like level 3 because they did some stupid shit at my blue buff, and like the amount of like stupidity that I like felt from that moment just like threw the game for me because they just like I don't know, I just fucked it, I guess.
Oh.
Or sorry if I can't curse.
You can curse. Please, curse.
But, yeah, like it was such a stupid thing to go for. I just like went for a dumb invade after that, and I didn't call for it. Like I didn't say anything. I don't know. I guess I was tired, so I didn't say anything to my top laner. He could have skilled E, and they would have just lost the game there. So like it really not bothers me, but like it's like annoying that he got a like really pop off game like that I personally don't think he deserved.
So do you feel like if you could go back into that series and change something, do you think that would be one of them? Maybe cancel out this or close out the series early.
Yeah. That game ends if I use my voice because I just tell top to go E second and they lose the game at that fight.
Well, you know what? It turned out in your favor anyway. You guys won. You're walking away with money, so that's amazing. Do you guys, so I know that it kind of probably just feels normal to you guys, but from the viewer's standpoint, the pick ban phases were just so clean and so adaptive every game, regardless of win or loss. You guys, both teams, very flexible. Do you guys have a genius behind your pick ban, or is it a team effort? I mean, who's calling those shots and making those picks and those bans?
We kind of do it as a group for the most part. We don't have a specific person who does it, but a lot of the time we kind of ruin the game in pick ban. Like I think it was the first game, we didn't really have much damage or anything to deal with their comp, and I just think it was a really hard comp to play against, especially when we threw at Baron. But yeah, it's kind of a group effort. But I think the drafts for us are a little bit easier because we just flex pick Syndra into Trist, and we just can first pick Seraphine on blue side if they don't ban it, and we can play Hecarim. And their jungler banned Hecarim on blue side one game, which I didn't understand because they could have just left Hecarim Seraphine up and did the same thing we did game 5.
Well, you know what? At the pregame interviews, both guys said let the better team win, and it seems like the better team did win. So you guys were the ones that made that call instead of them. So congratulations. I mean, honestly, such clean games. Even though you guys didn't sweep them, it was still great to watch. So what is next for Mad City? Any plans coming up? Any tournaments that you're in?
We might be doing UCL. I don't know if we probably will do the next season of this if we can. And yeah, I don't know about anything else but that.
All right.
I think Mad City has a few teams though, and one is actually in finals of PRL right now, I believe.
Awesome. Well, good luck to them. Good luck to you. And we do hope to see you back next season. So we would love to have Mad City back in LSS Season 3. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you for the interview as well.
Woo! There you have it, you guys. That is LSS Season 2 over. I'm sad to see it go, but I love to watch her leave. Just kidding. That is not right. Don't objectify people. Now, We are going to be announcing Season 3 things coming up here in April, so stay tuned for that. I know that early next week we're going to be uploading the top 5 plays of today of the Grand Finals, so be on the lookout for that as well. And if you really are jonesing for some League Saturday Series or some One Life to Play stuff in between Season 2 and Season 3, make sure you go to our website, onelifetoplay.com, and follow us on all socials at One Life to Play to follow us and see what other games we're running in other leagues and other tournaments. We always have stuff going on. So Season 3 information, again, will be coming out with pretty soon in April, so that's coming up around the corner. And make sure you follow us, the casters, and myself on Twitter. Shout us out because we would love to receive some love and some engagement on there. So it's at XP_ and then our names, Diddy, Trifold, and Holy Boxers. Thank you so much for everyone for tuning in and just I don't know, chat was really fun today. These games were really, really fun. And you guys make my job on Saturdays so much easier. So thank you so much. And we will see you next time when Season 3 starts.
Success on the Udyr. Lilia, to me, archetypically is more similar to Udyr in the style of they want to just clear their camps and get to mid-game on a power spike. KVB with the hook landing on a Braum. They're going to all in the Braum. The Ignite goes down, forces the flash. KVB with the flash, couple autos to follow up. And that's Digital Dash standing right in front of KVB. The Flay is bull.
Yeah, it's like something like a... looks like he messed up the engage there. But I think something like, you know, a Cassiopeia would have probably been a little bit better.
That's a pretty good idea of a pick, but it was all about hanging the Syndra and deciding the Slammer bot.
Yeah.
That resulted in this.
Yeah, like it was picked as a mid pick at the beginning with the
Okay, Jabbar went for it, but Brown Mandarius trades it back. And we need to see the state of the wave. I don't think the creeps are under turret. We can't see the wave, or else I could maybe tell you who that's worth for. It wasn't first blood, but it all depends on wave state. KVB goes in, but he gets locked up by the Rel. But that is going to be Sekiro jumping in with Jaeger, the two-man unit, going in, trying to get multi-frags. Another jump for Tristana, but she doesn't use it on the Yone. Oh, she goes down. That's a shutdown going over to Mark Boots, but the double kill goes to Lee Sin. The situation is won by McMaster University, and they can take Drake #1 here. Master winning the fight out. Tristana getting multiple jumps. Unless Karthus ult just kills everyone.
It's not enough. Dude, they're too chunky.
McMaster University, are they going to run it down mid and go for N, or can Brown Mandarius pull off some heroics? He needs to. He tagged Jaeger, but it's not enough. He's still alive somehow. He's running away, but he's burning, and that's a full ace for McMaster University at 42 minutes. You got to look at that timer.
Is this game? I really don't know it.
So much pressure here on Mad City to pull it off. The shockwave only hits him up.
That's not good, man. I think that is bad for them. I think that I know it kind of shuts down somewhat of the engage for them, but I think that you need that shockwave to peel like an actual.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone on that try. It is a shockwave that does only kill hit him up. I think this wave they need to go. It's a cannon wave. You're not getting supers anytime soon. You dive here. I think you dive here.
That's it.
Equal hit, and they will. They jump turret. It's Camille in face first. She'll lock down Jaeger, but gives her life. Karthus ulti, how big has it gotten? Not big enough, but they do crack turret. That's major
now
key
it's opened
here.
them up to fight.
Mark Boots goes in. He's gonna go on KVB with his ult, but he doesn't find the damage.
I think it's like if you actually tag him there, then it's how you end.
So close. Yeah. Everything's so close, man. And he's working on his 4th item. He has those Grievous. Weak Digital Stain. He's going to pick off the Tristana, but will give his life. Big old shockwave. That might just win it for McMaster. Here goes Mark Boots. He's in. He's being focused, but he can snap back. He will do that, but it's Jabbar waiting for him in between the turrets. Tier 2 goes down. Jabbar's feeling himself. He's going deep on Mark Boots. Shield here comes out. And that's going to be Mark Boots dropping. We might be going game 5 here. Here comes Brown Mandarius. You engage on the KVB. But it's Sekiro on Lee Sin answering absolutely everything. Karthus ulti, what will it do?
Nothing.
Not enough to kill, and Brown Mandarius needed a couple frags there. Triple kill. 20 bomb for Sekiro as they advance into the base of Mad City.
Dude, this series of matches here, these first 4 games have all been jungle pop-off games.
they want to look to trap because they're down a man. Their Tristana's going to spawn right when Drake spawns, which means they need a pick here. They need a trap here.
They kind of split here.
They are outnumbered, though. It's going to be KVB focused first. Big shock.